We were getting word that Leewood Elementary School is locked down.
Yeah.
If you were just joining us, two young men apparently dressed in long black trench coats opened fire about an hour and a half ago at a high school just outside of Denver in Littleton, Colorado. At least 3 students have been injured and possibly as many as 8. We know that victims have been taken to area hospitals. 1 student has apparently been critically injured, and we know that one of the victims may be an adult woman. There is a huge presence of police and sheriff's deputies.
6 to 8 outside. We don't know who's injured inside yet.
Are still believed to be inside the school, as are many students.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams, who has just arrived in Littleton. Dan, what can you tell us?
It's an eerie sight to see so many sort of scenes from an everyday school event. You see kids walking around in gym attire. You see students still working out with their weight belts on, and you see a lot of tears. But the most striking vision here at the school is parents searching around frantically for their children. They are trying as best they can, school officials, to put lists together of which students are here. Students are checking in at various points at the school to make sure that if those lists become available, that their parents can know that they were on the list and that they're okay. But there is a certain degree of chaos here because they don't know. There's not sort of a central meeting point yet. You see students at various points in the school, but again, the most striking aspects of being here are both seeing all of these students in tears in gym.
We have heard some pretty frightening stories from students describing gunshots ricocheting off lockers. They describe these suspects as students of the school. Can you confirm for us that you are looking into that possibility?
We're looking into it, but we have no idea who the shooters are as of yet.
2 students we spoke with on the telephone described them as members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, which is a group, they just say, are a group of disenfranchised kids that have threatened revenge in the past for kids making fun of them. Have you heard that theory?
No, have not. Not up here.
And can you give us any more information on the kinds of weapons you think these suspects may have?
We have no idea. Only thing we know is automatic weapons.
Automatic weapons.
That's all we know of right now.
Yeah, there was also a report that a pipe bomb might have been used.
That's true.
That you can confirm that?
Well, we have heard explosions. We don't know what type of bomb it was or what the explosion was.
And Deputy Baker, we've been looking at pictures, aerial views of the school for the better part of the last half hour. Do we believe the students are pretty much in one area of the school now, in the auditorium area, or can we even confirm that?
Boy, we can't confirm that either.
And
that's how we actually get inside.
And earlier you described an exchange of gunfire from the inside out. Describe to us the difficulty of your sharpshooters getting into the school right now.
Well, the whole problem is when you've got victims inside the school, you got to be careful of that. So that's what we're running into now.
And another reporter actually described a scene where in the hallway leading into this auditorium you had a bunch of people. He didn't know whether they were teachers or students.
That I have no idea.
Yeah. Is it a possibility we're talking about much bigger numbers than 17? Or is this just a pretty good guesswork right now?
17.
Hostages.
I don't know if they're actually hostages yet. I mean, last we heard is they were barricaded, but I don't know if the shooters are actually inside with them.
Okay, and can you give us an idea of the numbers of people now who are involved in work outside the perimeter of school trying to get in?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you. I mean, our agency, Denver, is involved, and Sheridan PD, Edgewater PD, so a number of agencies are involved.
And I imagine your phone lines now are flooded with panicked parents trying to figure out how they're...
severely disrupting what was an ordinary school day.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams on the scene for us in Littleton, Colorado. Laurie.
It is 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. If you are just joining us, 1 o'clock in Littleton, Colorado, where there has been a school shooting about 2 hours ago. 2 young men apparently dressed in long black trench coats opened fire in a school shooting what we believe to be up to 8 people. There have also been reports of explosions in the school, but we do not know what has caused those explosions, whether they were caused by a grenade or a pipe bomb or something like that. We're still getting information in constantly.
And again, at least 8 victims so far. We don't know the status of them. We had gotten a report that one may be in critical condition and there may be an adult victim, but these are at least 8 casualties at this point. 8 people shot in the school. Again, we don't know their condition, but as you're watching the pictures coming from our affiliate KUSA in Denver, these students and others being carried away from the scene. Laurie, as you mentioned, this is still an active crime scene. Gunmen are still inside the school. And
they believe that students may also still be inside the school, which is why they're treating this as a very sensitive kind of active crime scene.
Dan Abrams, our correspondent.
The difficulty in trying to penetrate this school, particularly when they know that there is a good possibility that hostages are involved. Now, although the deputy couldn't confirm this, another report has that number at about some 17 students and teachers inside the school right now. The deputy reported an exchange of fire from the inside out that apparently, obviously, was coming from the suspects to these sharpshooters, and clearly with the involvement of the Denver sharpshooting team as well as other Metro help. They're doing everything they can to secure the perimeter of this school. Right now we're going to go back to KMGH TV, who has been covering this story since it broke a little over an hour ago, to see if they have any more pieces of this puzzle put together.
To the back. All 3 of them are considered to be in serious condition. They are awaiting one more patient here at Swedish Hospital, and they also tell us that there are 2 helicopters that will be transporting patients. They're not sure if those patients will be coming here or to other hospitals, since they already have these 3 students here. But once again, we want to reiterate, these are students who have been brought here to Swedish. One of them a young woman with 9 gunshot wounds to the chest, the other a female with 1 gunshot wound, 1 male. All of their families, except for the one woman with the 9 gunshot wounds, the families have been notified. Families have started to gather here at Swedish, and they have people from their pastoral center working with those families right now. So that's the latest right here from Swedish, and we will stay here and keep you posted as more information comes to us.
And earlier you had told us that you were aware that other hospitals were involved, or at least gearing up to receive victims from Columbine High School.
Once again, you've been listening to KMGH TV's live coverage of the shooting at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. This is about the best information we can give you right now. It is believed that some 1,800 students attend that school. Right now, the deputy sheriffs are saying that they believe there is a good possibility that hostages are trapped inside with the seriously looking at a theory right now that the suspects may actually be students of the school. 2 witnesses that we talked to on the telephone describe them as members of the trench coat mafia. These are kids they claim routinely dress in black trench coats and have issued threats before to seek revenge on any other students that may have made fun of them along the way. There are varying accounts of the types of weapons.
We understand.
Inside the school right now, there was an exchange of gunfire a little over 25 minutes ago from the inside out. Deputy Baker, who I just spoke with from the Sheriff's Department out there, said he believes some pipe bombs were set off, and that these students, or suspects we should say right now, are armed with some semi-automatic weapons. Right now, we believe that as many as 8 students or teachers have been transported to local hospitals, St. Anthony's, Swedish hospitals, among others. You have help coming in from Denver right now, 8 different separate medical centers working on this, and 6 different metro police agencies. So right now, that wraps it up for this coverage of Fox News Now. Right now, I am Paula Zahn. When we come back from the KMGH TV coverage in a couple minutes, I will turn this over to Catherine Cryer. Let's listen in.
Early on, right there at that location, before the suspects...
Here, there are 3 victims in here, 2 females, 1 male. We do have all students. We do have 1 female student brought in with 9 gunshot wounds to the chest. And
Some of the schools in the Littleton area that are in lockdown mode, that being that they have been locked from the inside. None of the students or teachers can go out, and nobody can come in. Let's try to get that. Basically what this means is that the parents are being asked to stay away from these schools for safety reasons for the children right now while the police get this situation under control. Again, here are the schools we have been told: Wilder Elementary, Centennial Elementary, Goddard Middle School, Littleton Prep Charter School, Littleton Academy Charter School, and then there was an added one here, Collegiate Academy, again, of Colorado, are all right now in lockdown mode, meaning if you have children that are in these schools, they have been locked from the inside, and they are discouraging parents from arriving there just to keep the safety of the children as the first priority.
If you're a parent, obviously that's an uneasy situation
yes.
to think of it right there, but please also understand that is the best situation in terms of safety for the children in those elementary schools. We want to put up this parent information line again. It's 303-982-6836, and please, we would like to emphasize that this is a parent information line. Apparently they are being inundated by calls from other people who are wishing to get some information, but it has been set up for parents of Columbine High School students only. So if you would please allow the parents the right to use that line exclusively. They're trying to get a second line up at the moment. We'll let you know if and when they do and what that number may be.
Let's also try to get an update on the victims of this situation that we know as of now. Ann Trujillo is at Swedish Medical Center. She has told us that so far she does have confirmed that there have been 3 people.
Was identify as many kids as we can. We have parents calling the school or the church trying to find out if their kids, if we heard anything, if we know anything. So we came down to see how many we can identify. Emily's actually one of the kids from the church.
And Emily, you were also in the school at the time of the shooting. Yes. Tell me what happened and what you saw. You saw a very traumatic event. Talk to me about that.
Yes, I was in the library, and the whole room was just filled with smoke, and I heard gunshots all over, and the 2 guys who were the trenchcoat mafia came into the library and were just shooting everyone that they could, anyone that they can, you know. And so we were all under the tables, and the girl who was sitting right across from me under the table was shot in the head right there. And I mean, it was the worst feeling that I've ever had, because I mean, blood was just going all over, and I mean, I witnessed that, you know. It was hard.
Now, how did you manage to get away? Did you hide under a desk or go into a closet or what?
I was still under the table when they were still coming in, and then they just kept on going back and forth between that and I guess the cafeteria are all over. So once they left the library, we just kind of ran and were running towards the cop cars, and that's when they transported us down here.
Were these guys saying anything as they were shooting at kids?
They were saying that that they wanted to do this for their revenge for the school, I guess, because I mean they're such an outcast at our school. So otherwise,
you must feel so lucky to be here today.
I am very glad. I'm praying so hard.
Okay, thank you so much, Emily. Thank you, Ted, so much. You know, it's almost hard to describe the situation around here. It is so chaotic. Kids are shaking, they're crying, they're screaming. None of them have ever seen anything like this. It's just a very, very sad moment here, and I think a lot of parents are arriving.
And did not know if other people...
reassure them and counsel them that they are in fact going to be okay. At this moment, things have slowed down in this area, but we will keep you posted if we hear anything else. Back to you.
Okay, Ginger.
Thanks, Ginger.
We want to join James again on the phone. James is inside the school. James, we understand you tried to call the police and couldn't get through, so we're working on trying to hook you up with the police, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
We hear you've heard more gunshots?
Yeah, in fact, I got a little TV watching you guys right now.
Okay.
Hoping that I can see what's going on outside.
Well, you'll see.
Trying to be a little bit quiet so they can't hear me from inside.
Definitely.
You'll see what we see for sure. What are you hearing right now?
I heard a couple gunshots, and then people were running up and down the hall a little bit. And I guess I don't know what happened outside. I just heard them yelling, telling them to get down. They're inside the cafeteria. I hear stuff being thrown around. I'm just staying underneath this desk. I'm upstairs. I don't know if they know I'm up here. I'm just glad they don't.
Okay.
I'm just staying upstairs for right now. I just hope they don't know.
Don't tell us where you are.
Yeah,
This is breaking news coverage from MSNBC of a school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. Here's what we know. At least 8 students shot so far, according to authorities. That's what they know about. There are 2 gunmen who they believe are still inside who are responsible for the shooting, according to authorities. There are some students who are inside as well. This is Littleton, Colorado, southwest of Denver. You are looking at pictures coming from our affiliate KUSA Television in Denver. Laurie?
David, let's go now to Dan Abrams, who is at the scene. And Dan, I believe that you have a student with you?
Well, that's right, Lori. I'm standing outside here in front of the library where a lot of the students are running to. It is really chaotic here. Parents running back and forth, looking for their children, people embracing each other in tears. I've got Will Beck standing here with me, who is a 10th grader, who actually saw some of this happen, so I'm going to put him on the people embracing each other in tears. I've got Will Beck standing here with me, who is a 10th grader, who actually saw some of this happen, so I'm going to put him on the phone and let him describe a little bit about what he saw. Will, what did you see there?
Well, I was outside eating lunch, and all of a sudden I started hearing these shots, and I saw the bullets hitting the ground. And at first I thought it was fake, and then I saw a kid go down, so I started screaming, and then another kid went down, and he started screaming, I'm paralyzed and stuff. And I got my friend, and I said, let's get out of here. So we just ran to the commons, and then we ran to the bathroom to hide in there, and then the fire teacher, Mr. Andres, he opened up the stage door so we could get in that way and then be able to get out of the school, out of the gym entrance. So we left over there and ran through the park and then over to some apartments, and I just called my mom from there. And then I'm over at the library now.
Let me ask one quick question. Did you see anything with regard to what these people looked like who were doing the shooting?
Well, I only saw one guy, but I saw him walking around the corner at school in the commons. He was wearing this big black trench coat that went down to about his knees, and he had a huge gun. It looked like it could have been like an AK-47 or something like that, and he was a white guy.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Lori.
Dan, very quickly, have you heard any additional reports of gunshots there at the school?
I have not, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything because I'm standing.
We have Hendrik Sabrandi on the phone right now, and Hendrik, you're actually
seeing where this would be happening. That's some yards down the road from here. So if I can't confirm or deny anything with regard to gunshots.
But Dan, we understand that earlier there was an explosion next to a residential fence in the area, but we still don't know if that is related to the school shooting?
Well, that's right. We're still waiting to find out more details about exactly how that might be related, particularly based on the distance from the school. Again, we're waiting for a better confirmation with regard to what that was. But, right here where I am is sort of more the emotional side of what's happened, the aftermath, the parents on their cell phones, the students looking for each other, people writing up handwritten lists of names of students that they find in an effort to make one master list so parents can know exactly where to turn to. But the library where I'm standing right now is the location where many of the family members, the parents, the friends are searching for their friends, their family members, and at this point there really isn't a lot of information that is sort of unified in one place, making it difficult for everyone to get the information that they need.
All right, NBC's Dan Abrams, thanks very much. Let's go over to David now.
The latest is this: at least 8 students shot at Littleton High School, in Littleton, Colorado. It's Columbine High School there, southwest of Denver. 2 young men wearing masks, according to reports, and dressed in long black trench coats, came in and opened fire around 11 o'clock Mountain Time, Littleton time today. At the moment, reports from Littleton are that other schools in the district, in the area, are locked down. What that means is, as we look at KUS
last hour, that there was a group known as the Trench Coat Mafia. Apparently these 2 gunmen were seen in trench coats. These kids dressed in black were disconcerted about their friends, about the school. Anyone relating this sort of information to you?
Not yet. Not hearing anything about that yet, but it is surprising, as I said, knowing that this is an area where the people are highly intelligent. You wouldn't expect the kids who go to this school to be as troubled as they are, but apparently the stories coming out are those that make you raise your eyebrows. Again, we haven't had a high school shooting in this area for as long as I can remember, and a lot of the kids very shaken up. But local high schools around here are going about their business. It looks like classes are still in session in high schools that are around the Columbine High School area. It's just this one pocket of the Denver suburban area that tends to be affected.
All right, tell us about the parents. Obviously, this high school is cordoned off. Parents have been trying to get there. There apparently is some sort of area at an elementary school nearby, Leedsdale, I believe it was, or a school close by. Can you give us some idea of the layout?
Yeah, many of the parents are being sent to a local elementary school here to try to hook up with their kids. And as you can imagine, there have been tearful reunions as worried parents who hear about this thing at work or at home are running down to make sure that their child...
4 students at Swedish, one of the girls was shot 9 times in the chest.
Yeah, gunshot wounds to the chest, 9 gunshot wounds to the chest. Another girl that was taken to Swedish had 1 gunshot wound to the chest, and there was a male student that was taken there that had a gunshot wound to the back. They're all listed in serious condition at Swedish, but the good news is they are all conscious and talking to the doctors right now. Let's check back in with Greg Moss, who's at the scene. Greg?
Okay, Gary and Kyle, actually, we're just getting briefed by police officers right now. We understand they're going to be holding a press conference here in about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll be having to move our truck at that time. We're, of course, at the staging area at Leawood and Pierce, just about a block and a half or so from the high school. You're looking at a live picture now of the SWAT staging and tactical areas. We are getting word now from some folks that as you've been hearing, that obviously the suspects are still inside there. I just spoke with one of the teachers that works inside the cafeteria, or was in the cafeteria at the time of the shooting. She's going to talk to us here in just a minute, but this take place. She was with about 5 or 6 of the students that were injured. She managed to help those students get out. We are also hearing, we just talked to one of the crisis workers from the school district here. They are urging that if any Columbine High School student is listening for crisis counseling or to check in, they are urging them to go to Leawood Elementary School. Apparently that's where all the crisis counselors are at this time. And of course they are still urging parents to stay away from this area, and you've been running that phone number all afternoon long, and we urge parents to call that phone number and not come down to the school area here. It is extremely chaotic. Again, this is the staging area, and the federal officers have also showed up on scene. I just talked to one of them about 10 or 15 minutes or so ago, so we know the federal officers have showed up as well. Again, crisis counselors are on scene, and we have also had numerous Flight for Life helicopters show up too. We're going to try to get someone here from the police department to talk with us live here in just a second. There are probably about 150 to 200 officers from 6 or 7 different districts. We also have the ambulance staging here as well, and the scene here is a little more stable than it was a few minutes ago. But there are still a lot of questions unanswered. There apparently has not been communication established with the shooters inside the building, although I have been listening to the conversation you've had with one of the victims who is apparently still in there, but no communication as we know of yet formally with the shooters inside the building, and they are attempting fast and furious to try to establish some communication, because we do understand there are students being held in there hostage at this time. Gary and Kyle?
We're hearing from James, who called us earlier, that it appears as though all the hostages are down in the cafeteria or near there. That's what we're hearing.
We were hearing that as well, and apparently that's when this shooting started to take place outside. It moved quickly inside, and the cafeteria is indeed where that took place.
Greg, can you tell some of the injured students were outside in a triage area and around the front of the school? Some were inside the school. Have the ones that are all outside been transported yet?
We understand that the ones all outside have been transported, Gary.
Okay.
And there are still some, however, inside that they're trying to get. We're going to go live now to a briefing by the public information officer. Neil Brown is standing by with him at this point in time. I think we can take that. We can take that live, Neil.
Okay, well, we're having trouble getting a hold of Neil Brown. As soon as we hook up with him, we will...
MSNBC live coverage continues of this school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. At least 8 students have been shot. On the phone with us now is Sarah Spalding. She's the public information officer at Swedish Medical Center, where the injured students...
Another young woman was shot in the chest as well, and then another young man who had been shot in the back. Those were just 3 confirmed victims. Had been taken to Swedish Medical Center. In addition to what Lance just told us at St. Anthony's, we also had some people sent to a couple of other hospitals in the metro area.
We have talked to a number of students this afternoon by phone to try to get an assessment of what happened inside Columbine High School about 11:30 this morning. David Mesh is a student at Columbine. David, thanks for taking a minute to talk to us. Tell us what happened this morning from where you were.
Well, I was in the lunch line trying to get my food,
and I started hearing everybody yell, get down, there's kids outside with guns. And so I got down, and pretty soon we all evacuated into the auditorium and ran we ran up the stairs in the auditorium, then out behind the school, and we looked over there, and all we saw was a bunch of kids running, and I saw two men wearing black coats, and so me and my friend Zach just took off to his car, and then we came straight home.
So the whole thing started, the way you understand it, in the commons area of the school during the lunch hour, right?
Yes.
And at that point, were you told to evacuate, or did everybody pretty much at that point just take off for the auditorium?
Well, we were told to evacuate up there because normally that door's locked, and so we can't go in there. So they were telling us to go up in there.
Now, were you able to get a good look? You had said you described these two men as just being dressed in black, basically. Were you able to see anything else?
No, they were wearing masks.
They were
both wearing masks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had heard earlier from another student, David, that said he recognized one of these people as being a member of a group there at Columbine High School that had a reputation for being a part of the Gothic style and called themselves members of the Trench Coat Mafia. Have you heard that around school?
Yes, I have.
So how many members of this group are there? Do you have any idea?
I have no clue. There's 10 to 15 of them.
Really?
But I only saw 2 or 3.
Had you ever heard talk at school or threats being made by this group of individuals, something like this?
No, I have not.
We're going to interrupt the coverage now to talk with Dr. William Maloney. He's the Commissioner of Education for the state of Colorado. Doctor, thank you for joining us at such a horrendous time.
Our vice president's the CEO, working down in the emergency department to do whatever we can to free up the necessary staff to take care of all the patients.
Are there any other students or faculty, for that matter, who may have been injured in a more minor way that are still at the scene or still at the school and being treated there by paramedics and who don't require emergency care?
My understanding from the Inglewood Fire Safety Services is that they are triaging patients on the scene, which means the more minor injuries may be cared for there. They could then report to a hospital later to have things checked out. But anyone seriously injured should certainly report to a hospital if they weren't able to see a paramedic on scene.
Sarah Spalding, if you would just recap when you first got students, gunshot victims, into the hospital and their latest condition before we leave you.
I actually got the first few calls between noon and 12:30. I believe our first patient arrived between 12:30 and 1:15. We got 2 almost immediately and have just gotten 1 in about the last 5 minutes. The third patient probably arrived, at about 1:15.
Sarah Spalding from the Swedish Medical Center, thanks very much for talking to us here on MSNBC.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is live coverage of this breaking news. The school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. At least 8 students have been shot. 2 gunmen, masked, wearing long black trench coats, apparently still inside the school. I'm David Gregory along with Laurie Dew.
Over any investigation.
Well, certainly I would think so, but if there are 17 hostages potentially being held by 2 suspects, I would assume that someone is trying to find out who those suspects are and whether or not they can be talked out, so to speak.
The police are doing that in concert with...
We want to be real careful about reporting that. Obviously, there are frantic parents at the scene trying to find their children, although the parents have been told to try to stay away from the school.
As a matter of fact, there are some other schools that are in the area there in Littleton that are also locked down, just like Columbine is, which is obvious to say, but there's other schools that are locked down as well. Students are inside and safe. One of the reasons for that, and maybe you can give us more on this, Laura, is the fact that there was an explosion a short distance from the school. They're still trying to track down what might be related, if it's related at all.
We have some new information to us. Police are telling us that 14 students have been shot. That is an update from the number that we've been giving you. We had earlier believed that 8 students were shot. Now we know that number is 14. So 14 students have been shot at Columbine High School there in Littleton, Colorado. We know that many of the injured have been taken to area hospitals. We know of one female student who has very serious wounds. She was wounded very severely in the chest with 9 gunshot wounds. Some of the students have been treated at the scene and
those shocking...
14 students have been injured.
And that information coming to us by way of the Associated Press, calling together information from local service reports there on the scene in Colorado. We got off the phone just a moment ago with Sarah Spalding from the Swedish Medical Center, which is the urgent care center that is closest to the campus.
Certainly useful and necessary, and probably bore results. It is never adequate to every situation, and certainly has not been today.
Well, Dr. Maloney, I certainly understand that it's easier in hindsight to analyze how to figure these out than it is before they happen. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this afternoon.
Thank you. I know.
Let's go now to Swedish Hospital.
We don't know if that woman is a teacher or in the administration at the school. We'll try to get you more information on that as well.
As we're coming up to a few minutes before 3:30 here in the east, 12:30 in the west, and 1:30 in Littleton, Colorado, the scene outside Columbine High School in Littleton, where shortly after 11 Mountain Time, about 11:15, students first heard shots. Two young men in long black trench coats wearing masks, according to reports, came in the school and started shooting. There were shots that were heard ricocheting off of lockers. Also, explosions both heard and weapons seen, grenades, according to some students that they discerned that were used and were thrown around. There are still some students who are inside, as well as the gunman, according to authorities. You are looking at the staging area outside Columbine High School, where the SWAT team has mobilized. We don't know at the moment where they're focusing their attention, where these gunmen might be, other than the suspicion, a very real suspicion, that the gunmen are still inside, as well as some students.
There were also some reports of explosions inside the school, with some students reporting that the explosion may have been caused by a grenade or a pipe bomb. We still don't know about that, and there was also reports of an explosion next to a residential fence in the area. We don't know if that is related to the school shooting either.
We are looking out for a police briefing that we understood was forthcoming. We'll go to KUSA now to listen in.
How did this whole thing start? We really don't know how many suspects. We do feel like we're dealing with certainly more than one, possibly two or three, but the exact number is unknown. The whole thing started approximately 11:30 this morning, where we received reports of numerous shots being fired inside the school. When our deputies responded, they could still hear shots being fired, also could hear some explosions in the school, and could see some fire. One of the deputies reported that he was returning fire to a suspect at one point. I haven't confirmed that. I haven't been able to talk to that deputy, but I heard some air traffic to that effect. I don't have any indication that the suspect was shot. I don't have any reason to believe any deputies have been shot or injured in any way at this time right now. I do know that we've had at least 4 people transported to area hospitals. We feel like we do have more victims, but the extent of their injuries and the types of their injuries are unknown right now.
Are those other victims possibly still trapped inside the school? Is that your understanding?
Some are inside, some possibly just outside, and right now efforts are being made to retrieve those victims without endangering more lives.
Any idea how many students or teachers are still trapped inside the school? Or
I have no idea.
What's the plan right now? I mean, there's lots of activity going on. This is obviously the staging area, but where do you go from here?
Like I said, right now, one of the things that we're just going to have to wait on is the SWAT team, SWAT teams, I should say, to effectively search the building and the area before we can say it's safe for the rest of the personnel here on scene to respond in. However, like I said, the priority is to the victims.
Absolutely. Yet. Thank you very much.
You bet.
You've been watching MSNBC's coverage here of a school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. We can tell you that a couple of hours ago, 11 o'clock Colorado time, 2 gunmen began opening fire inside of Columbine High School, and we can tell you now that 14 students have been apparently injured in this school shooting.
And as we've been monitoring KUSA's coverage in Denver, Greg Moss, the reporter on the scene in Littleton, was speaking to one of the SWAT team members, and we've been watching in the staging area. As you look at this live picture and you see some members of the SWAT team and other members of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office milling around as they've had the SWAT team deployed. We don't have any information yet about where exactly the gunmen are inside of the school. All we know is we continue to monitor this coverage that they are preparing at some point to go in as we continue to listen to KUSA. We don't have any information yet about where exactly the gunmen are inside of the school. All we know is we continue to monitor this coverage that they are preparing at some point to go in as we continue to listen to KUSA from Denver.
Police officers, numerous officers, including Denver, Lakewood, Jefferson County. So a dramatic rescue just a moment ago of some of the students at Columbine High that were trapped just a few minutes ago. Let's go back to Gary and Kyle.
All right, Tony LaMonica, thanks very much. Jim Benham, and I've stepped in to give Gary Shapiro a much-deserved break. Tony, let me ask you, are you still with us?
Go ahead, Jim. I'm with you.
Tony, I know that Ginger Delgado is on the, I believe, the north side of the school. There is some sort of a triage area set up. We don't know if any of these students who have just been rescued will need that. But how far away are those kids right now from the triage area?
Probably about 1 block, Jim, just about a block away. And we really don't want to show everybody where that is, but about a block away. Plenty of ambulance, plenty of medical people on scene in case they do need help. But I'll tell you what, that the way that they were running, the way they were moving, as the speed at which they fled from that school to the waiting arms of those officers, I can tell you they looked like they were in pretty good shape. And I haven't seen any of them move to any ambulances at this point.
All right, thanks a lot, Tony. We want to let everyone know that any kids that are still in the school, we told you earlier to call the station and we'll put you through to police. Do not call the station. Be quiet. Stay where you are. Hide. Okay, now we want to go to Greg Moss, who's just standing by live there. You have one of the students that just came out of the school, Greg?
Actually, this is Andrea, and her boyfriend, we understand, is one of the victims that was shot. Andrea, what happened?
I just heard that he's been shot in the knee, but he will be okay. He's at some hospital. His parents just called to inform me.
You were inside the school when this whole thing took place. Explain what happened.
I didn't hear anything, but the fire alarm did go off, and everyone started evacuating, crying, and hopping fences, and we had heard there was shootings, and everyone ran to my house to call. And
what was going through your mind at that time?
I don't know. I just couldn't believe something like this could happen here. I mean, we thought it was safe, you know?
A lot of emotion running high around here, students we've talked to.
Awful. Scary.
Any idea who, a lot of people have called in saying we know the suspects, but do you have any idea what the motive might be for something like this?
I don't know. If they say that some of the guys from our school, I don't know what they could have been thinking. Maybe they've been made fun of. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
And your boyfriend was shot in the knee?
Yeah, I just found out, but he'll be okay, I guess.
That's very good.
I'm gonna go to the hospital.
Okay, Andrea, thanks so much for joining us. Gary and Kyle, as you heard just a few minutes ago, we were talking to Steve Davis, the Jefferson County Public Information Officer. We're actually going to be moving a little bit closer here in a little safer vantage point. They'd like us to move here in just a few minutes, but they have not established communication with the suspects or multiple suspects that are in there. They're still trying to sort that out, and the SWAT teams are gearing up and planning and perhaps making some sort of way to establish communication and go through the school very carefully to ensure that there are no more victims inside the school. And you saw Tony LaMonica, a very dramatic rescue of some of those students on the other side from where we are at right now.
Okay, Greg, we understand there are some students still hiding in classrooms.
Right,
and apparently they have TVs in their classrooms, so if you're watching kids, turn your TV off.
Absolutely, of course.
Or down at least.
Yeah, the police are asking those students inside to continue to hide, not to call the media, turn your televisions down or off, and your first priority if you're watching should be take care of your safety. Of course, we don't know if the suspects have televisions as well, so we're very hesitant to give too much specific detail about the tactical operations that are happening here. We can tell you there are probably about a half dozen ambulances that have staged here. This is the main tactical operations. We have SWAT teams from all across the metropolitan here, at least 6 different districts, and there are probably 200 to 250 officers on scene here, including federal officers who have just shown up as well. Lots of crisis counselors are showing up, and they have been urging folks, if you are a student from Columbine High School, to go to the Leawood Elementary School for crisis counseling, which they are setting up there. And they are also setting up some posts at Columbine Public Library, which is at Bowles and Pierce. And again, they're asking parents not to come down to the school. They're asking friends or anyone else concerned, don't come down here. There's a phone number on the screen that you'll be having. That's the number that they should contact.
Okay, all right, Greg. We have actually, that phone line has been jammed, so I think so many parents are calling that. We've taken it away for a while. Okay. We want people to go to either Columbine Public Library or Leawood Elementary School.
Understandable. We're going to move our vantage point here in just a few minutes, and we'll check back with you, as soon as we get set up across the way.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Greg.
I know that you and Gary have been talking a little bit about some of the schools in the immediate vicinity that are on lockdown right now. That means that parents, as frightened as you might be about the prospect that this could spill over into surrounding neighborhoods, don't worry. These are the schools in the immediate vicinity of Columbine High School that are now on lockdown. And when we say lockdown, that means, Kyle, and correct me if I'm wrong, but parents can, not even a parent can get in and pick up a child.
No child can get out. No one can come in. Everyone that was there when they went into school this morning is there, staying there for we don't know how long.
And I think parents can understand the safety regard that, that has to go into something like this. But here you see the latest list of the schools that are on lockdown at this point. Wilder, Centennial, and Goodland Elementary Schools. Also Littleton Prep, Littleton Charter School. And there was one other, Leawood Elementary.
And also Chatfield Elementary.
And we are adding Chatfield Elementary to the list as well.
Chatfield High School, pardon me.
Well, goes without saying that Chatfield High School is on there. Now, we've been talking an awful lot about Leawood Elementary.
This is MSNBC's continuing coverage of a school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. 14 students shot so far, that according to the latest Wire reports. And a short time ago, a number of students were actually rescued from the school who were still inside along with the gunman. We have tape from our affiliate KUSA in Denver that we want to show you now of that rescue effort, and some of the students successfully, you see them there, running after coming out of the school and running into the safe arms of police officers. 4 students in that group. Wire reports have the number as high as 15 or 20 students and faculty, but all we can see at this point are 4 students who, so we're back live now with our feed from KUSA, our affiliate in Denver, as we continue to listen in.
Affected by this.
Right, and a lot of stuff happened in the lunchroom, and we're understanding that around that time about 200 kids might be eating at one time there. They have different eating schedules, but that's a lot in one room. And then, you know, it was crazy to get out of there. I can't imagine what these kids are going through.
Well, you just saw how quickly those kids were moving when they finally were rescued by the SWAT team.
Yeah.
What video that was, and I'm sure we'll be seeing.
Once again, if you're just joining us, you are watching MSNBC's coverage of a school shooting in Littleton, Colorado. 14 students have reportedly been shot.
Tony Lamonik up at Sky 9 was saying about 15,
Let's
20
watch
kids
KUSA right
running
now.
out of a building. They had been freed by a SWAT team, and as you can see, very eager to get to safety.
We were hearing, but it hasn't been confirmed if those students were in the cafeteria. We know a lot of students have been in there with the gunman. We're hearing perhaps 2. A lot of the students that have run out of the building that have seen these 2 guys say they are students at the high school. Apparently, there was a group of high school boys that they call them the trench coat mafia. They wore black trench coats to school every day. These gunmen have been described as wearing black trench coats, ski masks, hats. We hear that one of them has long hair. So it's their classmates, and they say, I guess they were outcasts. And one witness said she heard them say, we're out for revenge.
Mm-hmm. Certainly that's from one witness. Really no way other than speculation to talk about any of the suspects, who they might be. Right now we want to go to Erica Woolner. She's at Swedish Medical Center. And Erica, at last count, I think you were reporting 3 students had been transported there.
We now have 4 students, Jim, and we just got an update from Sarah Spalding, who is the Public Information Officer for Swedish Hospital. Here's what we know. 4 students have been brought here, 2 young women, 2 young men. All were conscious when they came in. All are in surgery right now in serious condition. There are 10 ER doctors and 6 trauma surgeons working on them at the moment. Here is how the injuries come out. One young woman has 9 gunshot wounds to the chest. One young man, 5 gunshot wounds to the chest and arm. There is another girl with 1 gunshot wound to the chest and another boy with 1 gunshot wound to the back. Again, all are in surgery, all in serious condition. They have still not been able to identify the one female student with 9 gunshot wounds to the chest. She was conscious, but she apparently is not able to tell them her name. She doesn't have any ID. So they have identified all the others, but they still have not been able to identify her. At this point, they are not expecting any more injuries or any more victims to be brought here, but until the situation at the school is over, they are ready for anything that comes in. But right now, 4 victims at the school.
All right, Erica Woolner, thanks very much. Right now, once again, Jim Benneman, along with Kim Christensen.
And that's when we knew it was real, and then when we heard the bullets whiz by us, we knew that we better get out of there. And we just ran to a local neighbor here.
Justin, we had heard that there were possibly three suspects. You saw two people there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Both of them dressed in black with masks. That's what we've been hearing.
I didn't see a mask. All I saw was all black and a black hat. I didn't see any masks.
Did you recognize either of the two?
I don't know their names, but I'm sure if you give me a yearbook of last year, I can point them out.
Why do you say of last year?
Last year's yearbook, you know?
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
So
okay,
you did identify them as students or former students of the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Justin, we are praying along with you there that your friends inside that building will get out okay. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, this afternoon, I should say. John Ferrugia is at the command post near Columbine High School, where police, again, are trying to figure out what their next move is going to be as they try to get their hands on these three suspects. John, what's the latest from your vantage point? John, can you hear us?
We just lost John, which it's a common problem when you're using cell phones, especially trying to get as much information as possible. I will let you know the latest that we're getting from the Associated Press. They are reporting that a group of students has been rescued by a SWAT team at the high school, and that about 15 of the students were led outside of the building by officers, but they do believe that more students do remain inside at this time.
We had heard earlier from 7 News reporter Julie Hayden that police thought there were as many as 17 students that possibly were holed up as hostages inside possibly the auditorium area of Columbine High School. As you look now at some of the video shot within the past hour or so from Air Tracker 7 at Columbine High School. So we are not sure whether or not the 15
All right, we're going to check in with Carol McKinley, who is located about, at least last time we spoke, about a half-mile from the school. Carol?
Yes, hello there. Yeah, I'm a little bit closer to the school. I can see a little better. And a dramatic rescue just about 5 minutes ago. We saw an eye view of the SWAT team suddenly point their rifles at the school. And as they were pointing the rifles at the school, it became apparent that they were providing cover for a group of students who were running out of the school. It was like they were in one gathering and running together, kind of crouched down as the rifles remained pointed at the school. They ran behind a dumpster and then took cover and then ran again to where they could get away from any kind of gunshot. But apparently the SWAT team here helping any students who were still inside the school get out of there. And it's not apparent at this point whether these kids were being held hostage or if they'd been sitting in there for 2 hours waiting for a chance to leave, to get out of the way of these apparent students dressed in black trench coats and in black masks with their semi-automatic rifles.
Well, that is the question, Carol, whether or not there are hostages, and if so, if they're still being held. Information we have received since you and I last spoke is that there are 3 suspects. They are known now to the authorities. They are members of this so-called trench coat mafia. Have you heard any more about this?
Yes, I have. I heard an interview with one of the students a little while ago who said she knew these kids, that they were the outcast kids who have problems with jocks, that they don't like the way they've been treated, and that they always wanted to show the jocks, that they were more powerful than the jocks. And so this student said that they'd always been bad kids and that she wasn't surprised that they had tried something, but that she was shocked that they would try to hurt other kids.
In fact, we were just listening to a phoner on KMGH where a student was saying he was shot at, was playing on the soccer field, apparently suspects just outside the cafeteria, which may have been prior to their entry into the school. We also, though, heard from the Jefferson County Commissioner that there may be fatalities. He's saying he has heard there are fatalities. Any confirmation on that?
I don't have a confirmation, but I had heard, yes, that at least one fatality may have come out of this, and I had heard about one female teenager who had been slipping in and out of consciousness who had been shot in the chest 8 times. There's another male teenager who had been shot and is in critical condition and being operated on at the moment, Catherine. But at this point, it's really shaken up the community. We've got parents at a local elementary school, a huge traffic jam driving this way and that, down the wrong way, running down the street for a mile to get to the school because the traffic's so bad. They just want to get to their kids and hold them and make sure they're okay and take them home. We're also hearing new information that there's a confirmation from the police that there were at least 4 exploding types of sounds louder than what the semi-automatic rifle would have been. And we don't have any confirmation that they were pipe bombs, but people are speculating that these Mafia trenchcoat gang members, as they're calling themselves, perhaps took some kind of exploding device inside, maybe a pipe bomb or grenades. They must have thought about this before they went in.
Absolutely. All right, Carol McKinley, thanks so very much. Let's check in now with Fox correspondent Alicia Acuna, who's also there at the scene. Alicia, what can you tell us?
Catherine, right now I'm watching something unfolding. We don't have confirmation on exactly what it is, but I see what looks like 3 young men dressed in black with their hands on their heads. They look like they're being held at gunpoint at this point. I'm quite a distance away, but I can make out that there are 3 police cars there, and these 3 young men do have their hands over their heads. We don't know if they are the suspects. As you've been reporting, we understand that they are the trench coat mafia. According to one student, they are these guys who walk around in school dressed in black trench coats, aren't very nice to people. I'm not sure exactly. We don't have a confirmation if these are them. But something definitely is unfolding. I'm standing outside of a home here where a crowd has gathered. As we arrived on the scene, we did see about 5 or 6 students get into a police car. They were crying and screaming. We're not sure what that's all about, but this is a very, very tense situation. The 3 teenagers now are on their knees. The cops are at them at gunpoint. About 3 or 4 cops have surrounded them at this point, and it looks like they are on the ground right now.
Yeah, Alicia, we actually are getting live pictures from KMGH. As you are describing this, we can see the police officers now surrounding one of the suspects, another one in front of him on the ground. I can see 2 as it is in the picture that is beaming over. The officers, of course, approaching very carefully with guns drawn. And we can see 2 of the 3 suspects you were describing. On the ground, being
from
handcuffed.
here, it's tough to tell if there were 2 or 3. You're saying that you're seeing 2 from up above.
On the camera shot,
everyone's dressed in black.
Yes. Then the reports that we got of just moments ago, 15 students being ushered out quite quickly by the SWAT team. Any report on whether or not those were the hostages that we have heard were thought being held by the 3 gunmen? Certainly the timing coincides with the bringing out of these individuals. We see now one of them being escorted to a police car, put in the back of that car.
Exactly. Well, we understand. I heard that there was a group of people who were escorted outside of the school. It could have been these suspects. It also could have been some people who were possibly being held hostage. We heard that the SWAT team was trying to get some people out of there earlier. Maybe that's the group of people that you're talking about. I can definitely say it's probably to some relief that they're getting these suspects out of there without there being more gunfire between the authorities and the suspects. But it's still very tense here in this whole entire area.
All right, as we're watching this, you may have a much better vantage point, obviously more view there than this camera shot. What about the school itself? Have police now entered the building searching for additional students that may still be inside?
You know, Catherine, at this point, it really is tough to tell. That's something Carol might have been able to gather. I'm not really sure. But at this point, I don't know if the police have entered the school or not.
All right, producer speaking to me just a moment, Alicia. Thomas, yes? All right. Actually, while we're watching this, let's stay with this picture, Alicia, for just a moment, because I still, did you see 3? Because I have been able to pick up 2 suspects. We're now seeing the second one transported to a police vehicle, put in the back of that car.
Well, from where I'm standing, it was tough to tell. If from up above you only see 2, then that's quite possibly that there were only 2. From here now, it's very hard to tell because the officers are also dressed in dark blue or black. So at this point, it's hard for me to tell exactly who's who from where I'm standing. But I did see at least 2 people with their hands up, and at one point it looked like 3. I'm not able to confirm that or not, though.
Well, of course, as we're watching, it is hard to see whether or not there's an additional individual there or not, because we have seen 2 suspects placed in the back of the car.
Okay, well, hopefully they have everybody out there, out of the school at this point, and that there isn't a 3rd. But yes, if you only see 2, there's possibly that there are only 2. We're still waiting to get an update. We're hoping we're going to soon hear from authorities on the scene. There are a couple of ambulances where I'm standing and quite a crowd building at one home that's near the scene and from behind the police lines also. Everyone here just waiting to see exactly what happened and hoping that things aren't worse inside the school.
All right, Alicia, I do believe there were a total of 3 suspects. Apparently, the officers have these individuals, and as we were reporting earlier, they knew who these individuals were, confirmed they were a member of this so-called trench coat mafia. You can see now the 3 police cars there with the suspects in the back of the car. We would assume, obviously that hasn't been confirmed because we are watching this event as it breaks, but certainly we would assume those are the 3 suspects being discussed throughout the morning. Now will be obviously charged with the injuries, hopefully not fatalities, but we are hearing reports there may be fatalities in the shooting, up to 8 individuals having been transported to area hospitals. The conversation has ranged up to 20, though, the number who may have been shot. Obviously, this situation is still being sorted out by police at the scene, and it will take some time to finally come up with the number of individuals that may have been injured in this shooting. Certainly, they're going through the school at this point in time. But with us on the phone now is Congressman Thomas Tancredo. Congressman Tancredo, I understand this is your home district. This is your neighborhood we're watching.
Yes, it is. I live approximately a mile from the school.
All right, what can you tell us about the area?
Well, it's just a middle-class suburban area, typical to, so many others around the country, a place where nothing like this ever happens.
Well, I mean, that's a horrible thought because we have seen in the last several years places where one would never expect this sort of thing to occur. Let me ask you, after the rash of shootings in the last couple of
If that drew attention to him, this will all have to play out in the next couple of hours. As you can see, this apparently a park custodian or supervisor is leading the officers out here as they take this party into custody, and he'll probably go to either Lakewood Police or to Golden, to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. And again, you can see that this is a very, very big park, and officers had to move in very, very quickly to take this individual into custody.
Tony LaMonica, thanks.
And as we saw 3 young men that were in that field at Clement Park, and officers had their hands behind their head, and then they asked one of them, at least, he fell to his knees, and they arrested him, and we saw them take 2 others away in the police cars, and we really don't know, but a spokesperson for the Sheriff's Department in Jefferson County says that they are not the gunmen involved in this case. Let's go live to Ginger Delgado.
You are watching MSNBC's coverage of a developing situation. We have been watching 3 sheriff's deputies' car lead 3 young men away from Clement Park. That's an open area just south of the Columbine High School. We have just heard that the 3 men who have been apprehended and taken into custody are not the suspects in this school shooting. Is that right, David? Is that what we've been hearing?
They are not suspects. They were 3 men, young men who were clearly arrested. We don't know in any way, whatever, connected to the shooting, but they were apprehended just a short distance, a major park, as you were pointing out, right behind the school's campus, and they were taken into custody just a few minutes ago. But again, authorities out there saying they are not suspects, period, certainly not the suspects involved.
But there may be reports coming in that these 3 young men were described as friends of the suspects in the school shooting. But again, we don't have any concrete information on that.
We continue to monitor KUSA's coverage in Littleton, Colorado. That's our Denver affiliate. As we look at some of the tape from a little bit earlier on, of the SWAT team assembling and students being transported to emergency care. The latest figures are these: 13 injured so far, the result of gunshot wounds, according to authorities. No fatalities that we know of at the moment. 4 students that have been taken to one of the nearby hospitals with multiple gunshot wounds. In one case, a young woman with 9 gunshot wounds to the chest, according to a spokeswoman for
What we understand, there may still be hostages within the school at Columbine High School. No one has been arrested at this point. We're thinking 2, maybe 3 young men wearing black trench coats and masks came into school and began firing. And we're hoping to hear more about the hostages. We saw 15 to 20 young people released a short time ago. And, as the victim's advocate called the newsroom and said, all of these kids are victims, whether they're injured or not. Everyone at this point is a victim involved in that school at Columbine High School. 1,800 students. We understand 90% of them, though, are out of the school at this point.
That's the good news. That could mean as many as 150 more are still inside. So certainly the situation still very dangerous at Columbine High School. Right now we're joined on the phone by Paula Reed. And Paula, I understand that you're a teacher at Columbine?
Yes, I am.
Were you, and you were at the scene today when all this went down?
Yes, I didn't
any of it happen. I certainly heard some of the explosions that happened in the school, and I was there as we assisted the students in evacuating through Clement Park.
And you're involved in helping the students now, are you not?
Yes, I'm at the Columbine Community Library in Clement Park, and we have a list here that the students who have been here have all checked in so that parents can find them. That way, if they've left, at least the parents have some sort of verification that their children are safe. There are a number of children at Leawood. Leawood has the same kind of list. At this point, we have parents who are coming from Leawood to here, not finding their kids' names on either.
We are seeing live pictures here. Obviously, the police officers have transported the suspects to that location where numerous vehicles, vans, cars had gathered and had stopped for just a moment. As they move these suspects, we don't know at this time if they have any injuries, if there would be any need to transport them other than directly to a holding facility. But of course, we'll continue to watch this picture. Alicia, do you have any other information about injuries, about victims?
Well, we do understand that there is one girl here at the hospital who was shot 8 or 9 times in the chest, another girl shot in the chest, and another young man shot in the back. That is just at one hospital. The last I heard, there were about 12 students at area hospitals. Actually, it could be students and teachers. We've heard talk that possibly some teachers were shot. So at this point, we do understand about 12 people are in the hospital. That number, in different hospitals rather, that number could be changing, but that definitely is the last one that I heard. So some of the injuries quite severe, some we understand aren't so severe, so there's quite a range, actually.
All right, Alicia, let me interrupt. An AP wire story has just moved saying that the pictures we just saw, the individuals who were apparently brought to their knees, put in the back of the police cars, are not the suspects. Now, it is very difficult to confirm a breaking story second by second. We will get this information to you as quickly as we can, but we are therefore going to continue to watch carefully. Let's go back to KMGH and see if we can get an update on this story.
Columbine High School who have been injured, and medical care is just now getting to some of those victims.
We have Pat Woodward now on the phone. And Pat, are you actually where the parents are? That's right?
That's right, Gina. We're at Leawood Elementary School, which is a few blocks away from the Columbine High School, and this is where parents and students have been told to come and hook up, reunite with each other. Basically what happens is the students come over here, they go inside, put their name on a list, and their parents come in and they can see that their child's name is on that list and is here waiting for them to be picked up. Obviously, you can imagine a lot of anguish for parents who have come here and have not seen their child's name on the list. For whatever reason, the student has not come to check in. So these parents are just kind of waiting around to see what's going to happen. A number of parents have complained that they're not getting much information. If they don't see a child's name on a list, they don't know where they are. They can't find out where they are. So there's really nothing that they can do except to wait and see if the child does show up at this location later on. There are probably at least 200 to 300 parents and students who are here at the school right now. When they do get together, obviously the reunions are very sweet, a lot of but for many people it's just a waiting game, finding out whether their child might have been one of the people who was injured in this attack at Columbine High School.
Pat, this is Sean McLaughlin now, slipping in the seat that Wayne has been occupying very well for the last couple of hours. Your sense of things since you have been there, is it calming down at all, or is this continuing to spiral?
It really depends. There are people who are just now arriving, and it's people who are just arriving who seem to be in the greatest state of anxiety. People who have been here for a while have kind of put themselves into just kind of a wait-and-see mode. They know that there's really not much they can do. One of the things that we see is cell phones everywhere. People are on the phones constantly trying to contact relatives, trying to find any way they can to get information, find out whether their child is okay. And so that's one of the things going on here now. It's not really where people are wringing their hands very much, but the people who are just arriving, the parents who are just showing up, obviously are very hopeful that they can find their child here. They're in more of a state of anxiety than some of the others.
All right, Pat Woodward, thank you very much. We'll, of course, be going back to Pat and Julian and the rest of our 7 News team out there in the field following this. This has been happening since 11:30 this morning, and we have crews all over the place surrounding that high school. And right there, that was a shot of Air Tracker 7, which is also there. Good evening, everybody, or good afternoon. My name is Sean McLaughlin, in for Wayne Herman.
That's right, and I'm Bertha Lynn, and we have been watching Wayne and Gina do a wonderful job covering this incredible event that's unfolding at Columbine High School this morning. I've been off for several days. What an incredible day to return to newscasting duties. What we call this is spot news, breaking news, and it has been happening, as you said, Sean, since 11:30 this morning. Some gunmen walked into Columbine High School and opened fire on students as they were in the cafeteria and library, we are understanding, and now the search is on for the suspect and any other injured students that still may be in that building. We just don't know.
Standing by live out at the scene right now is 7 News reporter John Ferrugia on the phone. John, what can you tell us from your vantage point?
I don't hear John. We may have lost him. We have been hearing from John through the morning as he's been on the scene and has been reporting to us about the different goings-on. There may be more than 100 officers on the scene right now. There were that many earlier. There are ambulances ringing the building. John told us that there were law officers in Air Tracker 7 earlier today, just to survey the scene and to see if there were any suspects perhaps on the roof to take shots, and there's one of those law officers right now. It would be wonderful to get insight as to what he's thinking. I'm not sure that we will, though, Sean, because we don't want to tip off any of the suspects who may still be watching.
Exactly. There are some victims that have been transported to surrounding hospitals. 7 News reporter Lance Hernandez is on the phone with us, and he is standing by at St. Anthony's. Lance, what can you tell us from your perspective?
Well, I'm on the helipad here at St. Anthony's, and an Air Life chopper has just landed, we are told, with a patient that is being transferred over from Littleton Hospital. Evidently one of the student victims from the high school that was first taken to Littleton Hospital, treated there preliminarily, and then transferred over here to St. Anthony's. They're in the process of unloading him from that chopper right now. That brings to 3 the total number of students that are being treated at this hospital. Now, this one here appears to be a male victim. He appears to be conscious as they are unloading him from the chopper. I saw him lifting his head up briefly to watch paramedics who are unloading him from the hospital. They are wheeling him now toward the emergency exits. Can't tell for sure where his wounds are, but this one here, again, is a patient who appears to be in conscious condition. They're rolling him toward the emergency doors now. And I do see some wounds on his leg. Apparently, this one here was shot in the knee area. His right knee is bandaged up, but there were some obvious wounds there. He is, as I mentioned, conscious as he's being wheeled into the hospital. Earlier, about an hour and a half ago, they brought in 2 other victims by ambulance, 1 male and 1 female. At last report, they were reported to be in critical condition. No other information on the extent of their wounds or where they were wounded. So again, over here at St. Anthony Central, they now have 3 victims that are being treated. Back to you.
Lance, are you hearing from any hospital officials out there how many total victims there may be? We are, of course, getting varying accounts, 7 to 8, with different types of wounds and different conditions. Are hospital officials saying what they are hearing through the grapevine, perhaps?
Swedish Medical Center is not expecting any more admissions.
Are saying anywhere from 8 to possibly 12.
Are you seeing any parents showing up at this point?
Well, I have to tell you, we've been up on the helipad for the last 20 minutes waiting for this one here. So I haven't been at the emergency room exit, to catch any family members or parents that may be arriving. But there obviously are three victims here, so there should be 3 families en route, if not already here.
Lance, you've been on journalistic duties for years. You've seen plenty of helicopters arrive with injured patients. Anything different about this situation since it is a high school or because of the circumstances? What is your sense of this?
Well, you see stories like this happen on television, and you hear this from people that experience crime or some kind of tragedy in their own way, but you've never seen, a shooting like this happening. I've never seen a shooting happen like this at a school in Denver or any city that I've worked at. This one here, I can just say my first thought was heartening.
As you were looking at live shots from Columbine High School, there appears to be people being rescued by a SWAT team. Earlier, the SWAT team was responsible for a larger group of students being rescued. There you see them scrambling to safety under the cover of SWAT teams armed with automatic rifles. What they are escaping from, of course, is a shooting that has occurred at Columbine, apparently by 3 disgruntled students who have still eluded the SWAT team's capture. There was a scene earlier, about a half hour earlier, where we thought the suspects were being captured and put in police cars. Apparently, they were not the suspects. We have with us from Washington Congressman Thomas Tancredo. He is a Republican from Colorado. And Congressman, this is within your district?
It is not only within my district, it is approximately 1 mile from my home.
Now, we are looking, Congressman, at some very dramatic footage right now. This is live from the scene as these students are apparently being saved by the SWAT team. How well prepared? This SWAT team looks particularly...
Shot wounds at this point is what we're seeing in
police in this area for this kind of an emergency.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they have had to be prepared for a long time. I mean, because things like this have happened often. I say unfortunately they've had to be prepared, but fortunately they are well prepared. Everything that I have seen so far would lead me to believe that the responses of everybody on the scene, from the police to the sheriff's department to the emergency medical teams, has been just extraordinary, and I thank God for that.
Congressman, let us listen to our Fox affiliate KMGH as they describe this rescue operation.
All right.
With me is Karen Nielsen, who was in the cafeteria at the time the shooting started. I'm going to put her on the line in just a moment, but I want to tell you, as we're standing here, a person in handcuffs was just put in a car who was wearing a black jacket, not a black long coat as we've heard about, but in a car. We don't know whether that's a suspect or someone who, again, was just in the area. At this point, police aren't saying. But let me put you on right now with Karen Nielsen, who is a cafeteria worker, and she actually saw some students. Karen? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Karen.
Karen, go ahead. Just tell us what you saw. We want to hear it from your perspective.
Okay, I was in the cafeteria serving lunch, and somebody came in from outside yelling, "Get down," and we all got down. I heard gunshots, some pistols, some bigger guns, probably a shotgun. There were students wounded. I guess first I started looking for anybody that was wounded. I found 3 students that were wounded. I was trying to take care of them and had called 911 and trying to give 911 the information about what was going on with the kids when the shooters came in the cafeteria. And we, at that point, I hung up the phone and we got into a bathroom that was nearby. There were 5 of us in the bathroom.
Karen, how are the gunmen dressed? We are hearing unconfirmed reports that the gunmen may have been part of a group known as the Trenchcoat Mafia. Were they indeed wearing long black trench coats, as many of the students have told us over the last several hours?
I have heard that one of them was wearing a trench coat. I did not actually see the shooters. I was trying to pay attention to the people that had been wounded and trying to stay down myself. And I did not really look up and look around for the shooters.
Karen, forgive me if this is redundant. Are you a staff member or a student? You said you were serving lunch at the time.
I'm in the cafeteria. I'm a cafeteria worker.
I see. Okay. So this is not the ordinary lunchtime. How long have you worked there?
No, not at all.
How long have you worked there, Karen?
I've worked here for a year.
A year. How many of these goth students are there? A lot of mention has been made of these young people who dress in black, and we should mention that this is just a theory, but they are investigating.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, and I can't understand what you're saying, and I've also got a helicopter overhead.
Okay, I understand. We'll try to talk to you later. Thank you so much. That's Karen Nielsen, a staff member at the cafeteria at Columbine High School.
That was one of 2 locations where we understand the shootings took place initially. We were told the school library and also the school cafeteria.
And they are reporting that they can see other victims who are down.
Is there any way to tell where the suspects and exactly how many suspects there are?
Right now, we just feel like we have at least 2 suspects. Where exactly they are in that building is unknown, at least to me. If the SWAT team members have an idea where they are at, that is certainly something that we wouldn't want to broadcast until those suspects are contacted.
In case they have some media outlet.
Some of the students who were released from the high school brought back and reunited with their parents. Now let's take a live look again at the picture in Denver, Colorado. The station there is advising people what to do. Let's hear what they're saying.
That they are now preparing a briefing for parents there. Earlier, we were understanding that parents were asked to walk on a stage and sign their name, and there was just a lot of pandemonium because these students aren't wearing identification. So if they call this number, Larry, and it's probably going to be busy, once they arrive at Leawood, what exactly are they being told to do?
Katie, I wish I could give you more information, but we don't know. It's very chaotic out there right now. So all we can suggest is that if they show up there, that they be very patient. Someone will help them. It's just going to take some time to work all this out. A lot of people, you know, that school had, what, some 2,000 students inside of it at the time. We don't know how many people have been shot. The last report we've had, what, 21 injured?
21 injured, yeah.
21, and here's some of the hospital locations. I don't know if we have a graphic for that, but... Yeah, let's come back live to Eyewitness News in Philadelphia right now. That's the station in Denver giving instructions, obviously very important instructions to the parents out in the suburban Denver area. You may have noticed on your screen the word lockdown. Well, apparently, because of this violence, and they don't know where the origination was or where these students came from, they may, but we don't know, they are locking down other schools in Denver. I want to tell you right now, it's 2:26 in the afternoon. In Denver, school is still in session. That is mountain time in the western part of the country. Let's look at what happened just a few moments ago. Videotape of an arrest not far from Columbine High School. These young people were arrested. They were apparently friends of the suspects inside. This is the preliminary information we have. They were arrested in a field outside the high school and taken into custody. Now, earlier, waves and waves of students were brought to ambulances outside this high school. The first description, by the way, of the suspects were that they were wearing long coats, dark hats, and some sort of mask. You see some of the victims being taken out. We want to advise you we have no confirmation of any fatalities, but we do know that, according to the station in Denver, that 16 people were wounded. Let's join the live telecast of KCNC in Denver, Colorado right now and see what's happening there. This is the picture from Denver. This is the outside of the school. Let's listen to the anchors who are describing what's going on.
Vests and guns and helmets. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 FBI members, presumably SWAT team members from their gear, getting ready. And as we told you a couple of minutes ago, apparently they've got a massive blueprint of the school. So there is one person coordinating the many jurisdictions out here, particularly the SWAT team members. They are looking at the blueprints of the schools, hoping to dispatch, or planning rather, to dispatch the SWAT team members in every corner of the school, presumably at the same time. That's what they're trying to coordinate via two-way radios. That's also why we're told they brought in the additional ambulances and the additional armored cars, so that if indeed the SWAT team members go in mass, they'll be able to bring anyone out, any other victims or anyone who might be injured in the process. But we've got 4 ambulances lined up here. We've also seen 1 armored car go in. We've got another
injuries, but so far no confirmed fatalities as of yet. They are continuing to find victims throughout the building, throughout the school, as SWAT team members slowly go through the building because it is not secure as of now. And we also have to point out that the gunmen still have not been found, at least according to reports, they have not been found. These gunmen wearing the black trench coats may have been in a gang within the school that a lot of witnesses describe as the trench coat mafia, and they have been described as an odd group of people, but never, ever violent. But that is not confirmed. That's according to some witnesses. Now, as we continue to watch the situation, this is KMGH TV in Denver. We're staying on top of the situation as it remains extremely volatile out there, and that's a live shot from their helicopter, and in fact, we expect President Clinton to speak on this matter shortly. So
a middle-class suburb, 1,800 students were in the high school when all this started 2.5 hours ago. 2 gunmen apparently still inside the school. Let's listen now live to the TV, one of the TV broadcasts coming out of Denver, Colorado. This is a live broadcast.
When the guns started going off. This was video from the triage unit, the makeshift triage that really has been set up from the looks of it on the lawn of a home not too far from Columbine High School.
No clue who that is. If those are law-abiding citizens, if those are students who are wondering what's being done on their behalf, rest assured, if you can hear us, if you are in phone contact with anybody or have access to a television or a radio, rest assured that the best is being done to get you out of there, get you to safety. Now, if on the other hand you are one of those suspects that they're looking for, time is limited for them, I would imagine, as SWAT team members try to locate them and bring them out.
We've been telling you that 18 people have been injured, in some cases critically, in this shooting, and they've been taken to various hospitals around the metropolitan area.
A person lying on the ground. But if what we hear from this girl, who was an eyewitness to the tragedy, is any indication, this could be one of the worst school shootings in history.
We heard, like, popping, and we didn't know what it was, and then I looked out the window, and there's this guy throwing, like, a pipe bomb at all the cars. And then we came in, they like started blowing up and shooting everyone in the cafeteria. And then you could hear them laughing and running upstairs. And they were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or played a sport. And they didn't care who it was, and it was all at close range.
Where the trench coat mafia came into the library and were just shooting everyone that they could, anyone that they can, you know. And so we were all under the tables, and the girl who was sitting right across from me under the table was shot in the head right there. And I mean, it was the worst feeling that I've ever had because I mean, blood was going all over, and I mean, I witnessed that, you know. It's hard.
Now, how did you manage to get away? Did you hide under a desk or go into a closet or what?
I was still under the table when they were still coming in, and then they kept on going back and forth between that and my desk. The cafeteria are all over. So once they left the library, we just kind of ran and were running towards the cop cars, and that's when they transported us down here.
That was an eyewitness account. Now we are told President Clinton is about to speak. Yes, he is, in the press room in Washington live.
By saying that we all know there has been a terrible shooting at a high school in Littleton, Colorado. Because the situation, as I left to come out here, apparently is ongoing, I think it would be inappropriate for me to say anything other than I hope the American people will be praying for the students, the parents, and the teachers. And we'll wait for events to unfold, and then there'll be more to say. I have just met with my economic team to discuss the steps that we will be taking in the weeks and months ahead to continue to advance our prosperity at home and abroad. As you know, the economy continues to grow.
Right. Obviously, picture break up there. The President of the United States, I believe he was at the Treasury Department there. He had an economic meeting this afternoon, made a brief comment there about this situation, which you're looking at. I believe we're looking at tape right now from Littleton, Colorado. And the President said, obviously, the situation is still fluid. He, therefore, would do little more than ask us all to pray for the injured. Now, the accounts of the number of injured, or let me begin again from the top, if you will, because I'm not sure how much of this you all have seen. You may have joined us late. About 2.5 hours ago, in a suburb of Denver, Colorado, in Jefferson County, right near the town of Littleton, inside Columbine High School, 2 gunmen opened fire, and at least 18, possibly 21 young people have been injured. Let's listen to this. This is live from Littleton.
One of them not far from his home state of Arkansas, but in the southeastern United States, Eugene, Oregon was a terrible situation there. Not only a young man...
Paducah, Kentucky.
Yeah, young man in Eugene shooting his parents.
Live out near
Sorry, I thought we were listening to some eyewitness accounts there. That is not the situation. We're back looking at tape. We, by the way, just so you'll understand the confusion, we are able to show you any of 3 or 4 different television pictures live from Denver, Colorado. All of the stations out there obviously are in Littleton, Colorado, or right adjacent to Littleton, where this Columbine High School is located. And from the top again, around 2 o'clock our time this afternoon, shortly after noon, I guess, in Littleton, 2 young men who are, according to students, members of a group called the Trenchcoat Mafia, barged into the school. They were wearing masks and black coats, and they opened fire with rifles. There are reports of sawed-off shotguns. Pipe bombs are reported to have gone off. Upwards of a dozen people were injured. We've heard reports as high as 21. 4 people were taken to Swedish Medical Center, which is a hospital in Littleton, and they are in various conditions. We do know of 1 case of a teenage girl who was shot 9 times in the chest, her condition, and obviously some of the others are quite critical. The indications from the students, who would not be expert on this, but the indications from the students are that they were carrying some kind of assault rifles, because they described, at least 1 student described seeing a long clip underneath the gun, making it either a very sophisticated semi-automatic or even automatic rifle. The gunmen, the 2 gunmen, and there have been reports of 3, but the gunmen are still live. Let's listen in now to what's going on TV in Denver. This is live right now.
Updates on what is taking place at the school. Right now there are SWAT teams who are going through the school room by room trying to find the gunman. They are also finding
some students who were terrified, obviously, about what happened and were hiding and are still in hiding at this point. This is a very large school, so it may take some time to secure the school and the surroundings. That school supports 1,800 students. It is Columbine High School, and it is a very large facility, as we've been showing you all afternoon through Air Tracker 7.
We have lots of video that we have been recording throughout the morning and the afternoon as this whole event unfolded. You may, on occasion, see video of young people being given cover by SWAT team members holding up their weapons, and you can recognize these guys as SWAT team members because they have on the bulletproof vests and they're holding the big weapons. And here we see that some of them right now taking cover behind an armored car that's being brought in for this purpose, just to provide protection so that nobody can act as a sniper shooting out of a window or from the rooftop. But one of those incidents will show about a dozen students running for cover with these SWAT team members, and that happened about 2 hours after the initial
interview with a student apparently who was in the school, who has just gotten out of the school. Let's hear what this child has to say about what happened at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. Here is the interview.
First, we didn't think it was real, and then we saw people, we saw blood, and we saw people.
Janine?
We had to cry.
Janine, we're going to take a second, just try to calm yourself here. I know that what you've seen must be shocking. When you say you saw somebody, who did you see with guns?
We saw these two kids. They were white, and Eric Harris, and we don't know the other one's name, but they had black trench coats on.
You saw two students with black trench coats on holding guns?
Yeah, and they were shooting people and throwing grenades and stuff.
Were they saying anything, yelling anything?
No, we didn't hear anything. We just walked past them like we usually walk past everybody at school. And then they started shooting people and throwing grenades, and me and my friend and drove off.
Janine, did you see anyone shot? Were they shooting at people? Or did
Yeah, we saw like 3 people get shot.
That interview is enough to explain the gravity of the situation there and the fear and anxiety and the terrible tremor that the students must have felt there. Now, right now, we can go back to the live picture of KCNC. And you see there is a helicopter coming in. I want to tell you from the earlier video that you saw, the live report of the FBI agents getting ready, my guess would be that if the FBI agents that you saw on the screen were getting ready to get in that school, they were not the ones. They knew cameras were on them, and certainly there's a possibility that they could be watching inside. And there have to be, the SWAT teams are usually hidden from view. They may just be support. This is one of the ambulances going to one of the hospitals, St. Anthony Hospital in Denver, and bringing some of the people in. This is the location. It's suburban Denver, Columbine High School. And I think it's interesting, on the bottom of your screen, you're seeing the words lockdown. That means that other schools in the area are being locked down, and the students are remaining inside just in case there's a joint operation, which it doesn't appear there is. Again, you heard earlier from CBS News that the students involved in this may have been disgruntled, even former students who apparently had targeted some of the students inside. These are members of the FBI team, also the Littleton Police Department. We saw their car earlier. This is a picture of the high school. And let's hear what someone has to say. Paul Day reports on the school shooting. Let's listen to him.
On the roof of the armored car, reached up to him and just barely got a hold of his hand. And then he came sailing out of the window. The weight of his body slammed against the armored car, and they pulled him to safety. He now has been taken to an ambulance and is obviously getting care at this point. As we're talking to you, students, what appear to be dozens of students, Katie, are streaming out of the school now and going for cover with SWAT team officers that are on this side of the building.
We can see the pictures on Copter 4 right now, Paul. You can see some of the students running out, apparently with their hands over their heads.
Right. And recording all this on videotape. We've never seen anything like this, where somebody has hung out of a window like that and been grabbed by 2 officers. They just barely got a hold of what appeared to be his hands. And then out he came, and as I say, the weight of his body slammed against the armored car, and they hung on to him so he wouldn't fall to the ground. They pulled him up to the roof, and then quickly took him down to the ground, and then the armored car wheeled away and was quickly joined by 2 ambulances.
Paul, that's an incredible scene, and once again, a very fortunate scene that we're witnessing right now. A police car coming over to the students who have run out of the school. Their hands are up, obviously, just to demonstrate that they're okay. They all seem to be moving A-okay as well and seem to be okay, perhaps not injured. A lot of police activity right there as perhaps, oh, it's tough to count, but maybe 30, 40 students have run out of that one end of the school. They've come around into what appears to be the backside. They are still gathered there in the one area of the building and on that one side, and it looks like now that they are going to receive some assistance from the police and hopefully get to the safety that they deserve. Paul, from your point of view right now, do you see any other students coming out of the building?
No, yes, just as you asked me that question, here comes another group, same location.
Out from that angle, they're running out of the school with the hands over their head. This is live from our station in Denver, Colorado, and they look desperate and very happy to be out of there, moving very, very quickly.
The kids are racing past these officers and racing to safety. And this is another large group. It appears to number several dozen in number. And as we survey them with binoculars, none of them appear to be hurt. But certainly their condition much different from that one student who was bloodied and was in desperate need of attention and was willing to hang way out of that window until officers could get a hold of him, and out he came.
Paul, Amy Spohr and Bill Stewart here with you now.
Okay.
We have heard of some relatively minor injuries today, but as we watch this video, it doesn't even look like that has occurred to any of these students. But now we are looking at...
You're correct. The ones that just came out of the school appeared not to be hurt at all.
Paul, we just had some video. Can you... Okay, just a second. We need to go back to that picture.
We're back here at Eyewitness News, where we have another live picture by a satellite of the situation outside the school. Let's look at it right now. This is from one of our news sources in the Littleton, Colorado area. The school shooting is at Columbine High School. This is located in the suburbs of Denver. Now, you might have noticed just moments ago, the last person they took out was a youngster who seemed to have been injured, and they were getting him out quickly. Let's go back and take a look right now at KCNC while we wait for our other picture. This is KCNC in Denver, our station out there. This is the scene outside the school. Many ambulances and squads ready. Some students apparently still remain inside the school, but we saw about 30 or 40 of them come out. When we have that other picture, please let me know, and we'll go to that right away. This is the exit point where they came out from, where police are waiting. And right now you see the students, many of them, huddled behind a wall. It looks like they're behind an auditorium or gymnasium surrounded by SWAT team members. They're just staying there. They don't want to keep them out in the open. They want you to stay out of the area. You know, that's what they're telling the people in Denver. 19 injured, possibly at this time. We understand one's in very serious condition.
Right, now there's the front entrance to the school. You can see that right there. And off to the left side, as we bring the camera over to the left side, you can see that there's some debris that's been littered. And then over here, this window that's in the center on the first floor, beyond that little blue car, that's where the students have been coming out of. And if we pull the camera back just a little bit more, you can see that officers have taken cover in this particular area of the high school complex. And we'll stay on this for just a moment, trying to figure out exactly what might be going on. That window right there on the bottom, I wish I had a telestrator, but on the bottom, those two windows and the one on the side, that one in the middle, that is where the officers have been going in, and that's where the students have been coming out. That has been the window at the light of the tunnel that has led them to freedom. And then they went up this sidewalk over toward this fire pumper where we had a bunch of officers in the front taking cover right there. You can see there's still a couple of there. And then back over here in this corner is where everyone has safely taken refuge. You can see the great number of students that have come out of the school in the last couple of minutes. I don't know what went on inside there, but wait till we talk to them. Jim, it's going to be an amazing story.
Well, and it sounds like the police, given the nature of everything right now, do not want them to leave that area even just a few feet away from that area, because as the way they have taken cover, it seems like something is about to happen here. Again, we were told that the suspects were on the second floor of the school. Is that your understanding, Tony?
Well, that's one report that we have, and let's put the camera back in over here and see if we can see any activity up on the second floor. You can see some of the blinds are down, some of them are up, and I think somebody is coming out of this window here. I think we may have somebody coming out of the window here. This is, again, the same area where the students have fled for safety, just dozens of them, out of this particular area. And I don't know if this party is waving for some help or what he's waving for, but his hands are now up in the air, and he is making some type of motion and looking back inside of the high school. I'm not sure what this all means. Maybe there's somebody inside there that needs some help. Okay, now he's walking down to the other window.
Mitch, real quick, in the last 5 to 10 minutes, we have seen roughly 30 to 50 students run to safety from the high school. Is there a staging area that these students are being taken to at this point? Are they filtering by you? Any idea from your vantage point what is happening to these large groups of students which are able to run to safety?
Good point. The one thing I did hear a moment ago is that there were 30 to 50 students. They were taken out of the south cafeteria exit. And I believe from the police that was just the quickest, most expedient way for them to exit that area. I don't know that that was necessarily the direction of choice. That was just a way to get them out of there, get them out of the scene, and get them away from the situation. So if they would have it, they're exiting from all different areas, and so there's not necessarily one central area. If there would be, it would be the library up the street here off Bowles near Wadsworth.
Okay, Mitch, and we do have information now to help us understand the layout of the school. It is a big building, as you can tell from that Air Tracker 7 video, but apparently the cafeteria is on the first floor on the southwest side. If you've been in suspense wondering about that person who was on the second story near the window, coming out the window that we showed earlier, that was the library above the cafeteria on the southwest side of the building. The person hanging from that window earlier was in the library. And that's a very disturbing video. I don't know if we're going to go back to that or not, but we will, of course, cover this story and bring you every other possible angle on it.
We once again go to a live shot from Air Tracker 7 showing the very large facility, which is Columbine High School.
And Sean, as you mentioned, this is getting national attention. The pictures that we are watching here in Colorado are being broadcast nationally, and the president is very much aware of this. School shootings are very much in the national consciousness, and the president has asked for the nation to pray for these students and the entire student body, the faculty, the people, the staff who work at that hospital, and we have a moment now that we can listen to the president earlier.
And I would imagine it will continue until police have secured the building. No word yet when that might happen, because it is a very tricky situation. Right now they have to assume the worst, that these gunmen are still in there and they are armed and they are lying in wait for someone.
Well, what can we say? We've been watching this same scene being repeated over and over and over for the past couple of hours. It's now 3 o'clock. This all began at 11:30, so we're 3.5 hours into this event. No one knows how much longer it's going to take.
This is such a tragic situation now. This is just one in a series of events that has happened since 1997. You're looking at a tape action of what happened a little bit earlier today out in Littleton, Colorado. As I was saying, this is just one of many of a series since 1997. Pearl, Mississippi, I remember. West Paducah, Kentucky. Jonesboro, Arkansas, of course. Springfield, Oregon, and now Littleton, Ohio. We don't have any confirmation of any death out there, and that's the good news. That's the good news right now.
And what you're watching right now, this is a tape from about 15 minutes ago of a SWAT team rescue, the second SWAT team rescue within about the last hour. And I'm sure a lot of relieved parents trying to look and see if their child is one of those who escaped. Apparently, the cafeteria where the gunmen are apparently holed up with some other students. Let's join now our CBS affiliate in Denver and listen in on what's going on right now.
That they always wore trench coats and they wore makeup.
Any word, Larry, on just how many students might be involved in this, quote, trench coat mafia?
We've heard from other students that there may have been about 8 of them. But, of course, let's remind you that police are saying only 2 shooters in the school, only 2 suspects. Earlier they were reporting possibly 3. But there may have been as many as 8 kids involved in this.
We see more movement on the screen now of ambulances and paramedics at the school. Not really surprising, Larry, that the police have not heard of this so-called trench coat mafia. All of us who have kids in high school know that there are unusual organizations of kids in school, and they don't get into any serious trouble and have very little contact with police, so not really surprising.
That's right. That's right. And Bill, you know that this is probably the most dramatic eyewitness testimony we heard earlier. Kathy Walsh talking to a young lady who had a gun waved in her face. and these guys apparently told her that, you know, they were targeting people of color, people wearing white hats, whatever that's about, and athletes. So, you know, evidently, you know, everything pieced together, what we know right now, unconfirmed, but everything that we're hearing, there is a consistency to all this.
Yeah, it seems
a trend.
You have been listening to live coverage as it is going on right now at 3:07, almost 3:08 in Denver, concerning this terrible situation up in Littleton, Colorado. We had a shooting this morning around 11:30 Mountain Time, which is around 1:30 our time. We were talking about the trench coat mafia. That's where we picked it up. Supposedly an outcast of people that go to that high school who really have a score, so to speak, to settle with some of the students there at the school. We're monitoring that situation for you right now. It has not been confirmed, but most of the students believe that the two gunmen that are inside, hold up inside that school, belong to this trench coat mafia.
Let's listen.
Parents here who don't...
You bet. I just know everyone is safe. So we're thinking good thoughts and waiting.
I think they're trying to get it out of the street. Like I said earlier, the street's almost impassable with parked cars on both sides of the road. So apparently the school bus is going around the corner. That's where it appears to me they are letting students off of the bus. I can see some students up there walking around. We don't have too much cable here, Bruce. So it looks like some of the students are starting to walk around the corner. Certainly a lot of anxious anticipation down there by the fence as people are waiting to see that special someone get off that bus safely. Jim and Kim?
You can understand the police may have told them not to talk to members of the media at this point. They certainly need to talk to all those young people that may have been in the school for as long as 3 hours.
Well, something to remember is Adele was talking about earlier, I believe it was Adele, saying that we think there might be television monitors in every room in that school. And assuming that the gunman might be in a position where they are able to watch all the coverage, yeah, I don't think they want those gunmen knowing anything about SWAT team movements, how those kids were rescued, anything like that. I think they really want to keep a lid on it just to help pursue and arrest these gunmen.
Somewhat of a relief. A short time ago, within the half an hour, we saw as many as 3 dozen students leave the school. They ran out of the school, and police were with them, and they appeared to be physically okay because they were able to walk and run away from the school.
We're continuing to watch the live coverage from our sister station, KCNC. On the phone with us right now is Deputy Robert Baker. He is with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Deputy Baker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us at this point how many injuries you have? We're getting reports from 16 to 21 people. What is the very latest, sir?
That's correct. That's what we know right now. We still don't have a confirmed total from inside the school.
Okay, and in terms of what the very latest is at this point, we still have 2 gunmen inside the school, is that correct?
Yes, at least.
And how many students do you believe are still trapped in the school at this point?
Boy, we have no idea. Right now we have 4 SWAT teams inside the school, and we're going room to room.
Okay, so that's what's going on with the SWAT team at this hour.
At this hour.
Can you tell us any more about the trench coat mafia, the gang that we're being told about from witnesses coming from the students who have talked about witnessing the shooting, that they believe that this particular gang, a gang of outcasts, may be responsible according to those students? What do you know about them?
All we know is what we're hearing from the media. I mean, we've heard the name trench coat mafia. That didn't come from us. That came from students from inside. So,
what type of school this is? How large is the school? What type of students here?
The school is very large. It's about 1,800 students. Middle-class neighborhood. Never had any problems like this before.
Okay.
Very quiet area.
All right, thank you so much. Deputy Robert Baker joining us on the phone live from Littleton, Colorado. Of course, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, along with the SWAT team members, trying to do their very best and trying to get a handle on this situation. Apparently still 2 gunmen, apparently students we're hearing, are still inside of the Columbine High School. They're trying to get those students out, and of course still no word at this hour how many students may still be trapped inside of that school. Again, 16 to 21 students possibly injured at this point, the most serious being one girl shot 9 times in the chest. No word yet on exactly how serious she is at this point. You're looking at some video now that was taken within the last hour of the SWAT team there on the floor dragging looks like a victim. We don't know if that's a victim or one of the gunmen, whether this might be a suspect that might have been involved in the shooting, but obviously a very tense situation, or someone being told to just stay on the ground. No word on that just yet.
But now let's go back to Dawn and Yuki in the studio. Tiani, what fascinates me is when Robert Baker of the Sheriff's Deputy Department in Jefferson County was talking about the fact that there are 4 SWAT teams right now inside the school. And if you can take a look now at our live coverage from our CBS News affiliate, and just imagine that inside that school there are 4 SWAT teams going room to room, searching for students, and also poised for the possibility that they will come face to face with at least 2 gunmen that are believed to be inside of the school.
Over their heads, once again, another healthy trot moving out to safety. And as Mr. Baker said, this is a very large school we're talking about now, 1,800 to 2,000 students. And as those SWAT team members go from room to room, they have a lot of room to cover. Those gunmen could be hiding anywhere in this very large school. About 2 hours ago, they received the blueprints of the school, so they are going over the makeup of the school with a fine-tooth comb and keeping everyone safe at the same time while looking for the, what we understand is probably 2 suspects right now in that building.
Names of possible suspects this day. If these were indeed students or former students at the school, they have kept their identities hidden pretty well. Maybe we're just not getting the word through the police, but usually in a situation like this, which is now, what, 4 hours old, right, you would hear some names. The suspects apparently still inside the school. Let us bring you up to date if you're just joining us, just getting home from work or school. The shooting began at Columbine High School this morning at about 11:15. 1, 2, possibly 3 people with guns and small explosives opening fire inside the school. A number of students shot and seriously wounded. The number keeps changing from 18 to 21. There could be more injured still inside the school. The injured students have been taken to hospitals and trauma centers all across the city, many of them in serious critical condition with multiple gunshot wounds. We've been watching students running from the school, escorted by police, as police SWAT teams sweep through Columbine High School, trying to get as many students out as they can and get them away from the gunmen who are believed to be still inside the school.
There are 4 SWAT teams from a variety of jurisdictions now inside the school, and they say they will stay until they have gone through every inch of the school.
Here on Eyewitness News KYW3, and we are covering the story, a horrible story out of a high school in Littleton, Colorado, that's southwest of Denver.
And as you heard from that gentleman right there, possibly at least one of the gunmen inside the building can possibly be identified. He identified him as probably a member of that school's outcast group called the Trench Coat Mafia. Let's go back, if we can, to KCNC in Denver.
So we went back, we started running. We came back, we just figured it's fireworks. We looked up, we saw 2 kids in trench coats with guns, and another kid just standing there on the side of the school in white. We saw him, one of them turned at us.
These are students who have just recently been released. We were told just a couple minutes ago by a deputy that this armored car that has been parked here all afternoon, they're trying to clear the way because they are planning to take that in to carry in troops apparently onto the campus. But again, it has been poised and ready there for a couple hours, but they just recently cleared a path for it to make its way up to the school grounds. Bill and Amy?
Suzanne, we're so glad to see all the students who are okay, but we did get some not so good news. We're just hearing from Denver SWAT now that they've asked all the EMTs in the area to get to Columbine High School as soon as possible because they have, quote, numerous victims inside the school.
Well, one of the students said just a moment ago he ran past 3 bodies, so this had been bad, and it continues to get worse as they discover more victims inside Columbine High School. The police have surrounded the building. We don't know how close they are to getting all the rest of the students and the faculty out. There was a description there from one of the students of a wounded teacher who had a shoulder wound, and 3 more bodies, and then this bad news about ambulances being told to get close to the school because there were more victims inside.
Even before that, we knew that there were possibly 18 to 21 injured and at various hospitals. And we've had a variety of different kinds of injuries. We heard one student say a shoulder injury. One student had an injury to an ankle, and then several victims who were shot multiple times in the chest.
The 2 suspects in this case, several students have said that one of them is a student at the school and one of them possibly a former student.
You're watching team coverage here on Eyewitness News, and the horror, as you know if you've been watching, is just unfolding in Littleton, Colorado. That's southwest of Denver. Just to give you an update if you're just joining us, 19 to 21 students are injured in hospitals now. They have been shot as shots rang out in their school several hours ago. 2 gunmen still inside that school right now, so it's a very tense situation as a SWAT team moves from room to room searching for students who are possibly injured or trapped inside, and also those gunmen.
Okay, well, WB News time is 5:31. It is approximately 3:31 out in the Denver.
Students who lived through this firsthand, calling on cell phones, calling to let people know they are okay. A school of 1,800 people. We are hearing from police that about 95% of the students possibly did get out okay, but that still leaves an awful lot that they're not sure of right now. We are getting reports just in that all the emergency crews in that area have been sent to the school to respond. Again, we're hearing reports that some students were very critically injured. Some hit multiple times. There are reports just in. One girl shot 9 times in the chest. Another boy shot 5 times. So this is really a very disturbing situation, and the details as they come in probably only going to get worse at this point. We're live here in Stat Center 3. I'm Colette Cassidy, KYW 3 Eyewitness News.
Of course, we'll go back to Colette immediately if she hears anything in Stat Center 3. You know, by her numbers, that leaves about a maximum of 180 students possibly still trapped inside of that school. And as we hear students coming out and telling their story and hugging their parents, if you just imagine that there are many still inside hoping and praying.
No doubt about it. Developing situation, a tragic situation at a school in a suburb of Denver, Colorado. Let's go back out to that area right now if we can and tune into live coverage from our affiliate station, KCNC.
They're standing around now just talking to themselves. Some even have their backs to the building, and their guns are down by their sides. They seem to be discussing the current situation, but it just seems from our vantage point that the body language has changed somewhat from what we've been watching all afternoon.
Police called television stations hiding underneath their desks or in the back part of a choir room or a classroom to tell people that they were all right, but that they were hiding from the gunmen who they could hear running up and down the halls.
This videotape and the coverage is being aired around the nation today as NBC and both MSNBC are covering this along with NBC station KUSA in Denver. So we're going to stay with this and try to figure out exactly what is going on. Stay with us until police can figure out what's going on and figure out whether there are gunmen, whether there are wounded students still inside this school in Littleton, Colorado. Littleton is a suburb just south of Denver, Colorado. And this all happened just before lunchtime in Colorado time. So we're into, what, about our 6th or 7th hour, 6th hour, 5th hour for their time. But it's continuing, and we're going to stay with it and bring you coverage as long as events happen there in Colorado.
Let's go back and hear what the latest is. This is our sister station, KUSA in Denver.
Kids out of the school as soon as they heard this. In some cases, took them back into classrooms where they felt they were safer. And it's really impossible to prepare for something as horrible as this, even though we've seen it happen time and time again and across the country in the last couple of years.
Sure, I think that they go through a lot of fire drills and things like that that you can try to prepare for something like this because you never know where the
to critical. Some are in surgery at this point. We understand that one female, a student who was taken to Swedish hospital with 8 gunshot wounds to the chest. We did see some really relieved faces and still some disbelief in faces of students who were recently freed from the school and reunited with some parents who were here. They walked across the park area here, and they were now waiting on 2 RTD buses. And we assume that they will be taken very, very soon to Leawood Elementary, students possibly being taken into custody. So we're still trying to sort out some information here. This is our best source of information as far as confirmation from the public information officer. So Jim and Kim, as we get it, we'll pass it on to you. But again, just to update the latest numbers, we've got 20 injured, taken to area hospitals, ranging in condition from fair to critical.
All right. Adele, thanks very much. And behind Adele, we saw the satellite news trucks, ambulance. You can hear the helicopters whirring up above, and obviously quite a still a chaotic.
Since 4 o'clock our time, it actually developed at 1:30 this afternoon, Philadelphia time. And what it is 2 or possibly 3 gunmen who went into a high school here in Littleton, Colorado. One student says 3 youngsters were killed inside that school. The television stations plus all the wire services, and we'll interrupt whatever we're doing to bring you any more from Colorado just as soon as we get it.
10 to 15, we have not seen many students running from Columbine High School, and traditionally you'd be on the other end of that where they put them in the bus and then take them over to Leawood Elementary. Are you seeing those buses still pulling up?
No, we're not. Probably the last bus that we saw pull up with some students in pulled up maybe 20 or so minutes ago. So we're not seeing that right now. But what's happening is those students who have arrived are going through the school, getting reunited with their parents and going home.
All right.
Okay, Pat, and the latest word that we have from the wire service is that at least 20 people have been hurt in the school shooting, at least 20 people injured, including the one girl who you know about, who was shot 9 times. Others wounded were trapped inside for hours, as we have been reporting, and we are continuing to monitor the situation from Columbine High School as police SWAT teams continue to check the area.
Several hours. Mitch, you mentioned, a couple minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, some people heard shots, possibly even flash grenades. Anything more of the like?
No, we haven't. And let me emphasize here that we had heard over the scanner that they thought that there were shots being fired, and we got it confirmed from the police that there were some shots of some sort being fired. We don't know whether that was actually gunfire or something like a concussion grenade, but that happened, I'd say about 5 or 10 minutes ago inside. But we've had no other word as to what that may have been or what that may have been involving.
Is anybody standing down at this point? While you were talking, we showed a live shot from Air Tracker 7 where some of the SWAT team members were walking about, but they weren't...
All right, you have been watching live coverage from our sister station in Denver, Colorado, KMGH TV, reporting on a situation in Littleton, Colorado, a horrible school shooting going on at a high school out there. It's been happening for the last 4 hours. I'm David Ono, reporting live from the KABC newsroom. I turn it over now to Michelle Tuzzi, my colleague in the studio. Michelle?
All right, David Ono, thank you very much, and we are going to continue to follow this horrific situation taking place in Littleton, Colorado this afternoon. We are now about 4.5 hours into the situation, and SWAT teams are still searching that high school.
Shooting rampage at a Colorado school in the Denver, Colorado area.
And I'm Dawn Sensland. We want to continue with our live Eyewitness News coverage. If we can listen in to our CBS News affiliate on the very latest.
The really interesting thing is Paul was pointing out the fact that he was seeing flash bulbs going off inside that doorway. Police don't normally take pictures until the situation is completely resolved. And there's word of this 4 o'clock news conference and then word of a suspect being arrested. That is the good news that this situation may finally now be over.
However, we still don't know if there are more bodies, more victims.
Some of them in cast-off backpacks, they might be in lockers. A total of about 30 explosives were found not only on the campus, but in one of the suspects' cars and also at their home. So before they can secure the scene, they have to check for the bombs, and only then can the bodies be positively identified.
Right, but we do know that so far today, investigators have been able to go inside, as you were saying, and we know that they were taking some photographs and then handed those off to investigators in groups. They are going to be looking at the school in different areas, each investigator with a different area.
We've been getting updates from the Jefferson County police departments and the sheriff's office. We want to go now to Soledad O'Brien, who is anchoring our coverage from Littleton, Colorado. She has all the latest. Soledad?
And David, one of the latest updates from the sheriff's department is that they were asked why was the building not stormed when the SWAT team first got here, and one of the answers was with 1,800 plus students here, it was deemed too dangerous and to some degree too chaotic to even think about storming the building with so many students. That's just sort of the latest of the information we get in these hourly updates by the Sheriff's Department that are given every half hour. I'm joined now by Michelle DeMana and her husband Dominic. Michelle is a math teacher here, and you've been teaching here for about 5 years. You also graduated from here, class of '89. Your husband, Dominic, did a lot of sporting events here with some of the students at Columbine. You were inside the building when the shooting happened. What did you hear? What did you see?
Well, I was just doing my grades, working on the computer, just like a normal teacher would do, and all of a sudden I hear students running by and screaming. And I said, well, what's going on? They said, somebody has a gun, somebody has a gun. So I ran back, and we just started clearing out
But you have a sister here, a little sister who's a senior. Was she in the building as well?
Yes, she was. She's down in the commons area.
Panic goes through your mind when it's not just students running out, but you almost feel like you got to go find the person you love.
Well, I was really fortunate that my sister, she got down, but then when they cleared the commons area and everybody started to run, she came to me, so she was almost to me before I even got back to the rooms to start clearing them out.
Have you ever heard of the trench coat mafia, either of you, before?
No.
Never heard of it before you guys started reporting it.
Yeah.
Are there gangs at this high school?
It's not, no. I mean, there's a little, more cliques. There's not the gangs like the Bloods and the Crips and stuff like that, but there's just the little, you have the jocks, you have the cheers, and that's
the standard high school cliques that we've all grown up with whenever we were in high school.
Right.
How do you explain this to your sister? How do you explain it to each other, that 15 people dead?
Right now, there's no explaining it. Right now, we're just dealing with emotions, dealing with the unknowns, the people who are deceased, in the building and stuff like that. We just came back from Light of the World Parish here in Littleton, where a number of the staff members were there, students were there, and I mean,
what were they doing at the Light of the World Parish? Was it a counseling session? Was it a memorial service?
Well, it was kind of a small prayer service, kind of updating a little bit what's going on, not much more than what we hear from the media, and then there's counseling going on constantly. But I mean, the community support is incredible. I mean, this road here all the way down is full of cars. I'm seeing kids from A West, and I mean, that's 30 miles away. That high school is 30 miles away from here. I mean, this district is so large. Just to see the community support is just overwhelming. And we got word that, one of the local hotels is offering rooms for Columbine people that need relatives to come in, even like an email address for free air flight to get people here.
Does that surprise you, or is it something you expect, having lived here for so long?
I expect it, but it still is amazing to actually see it.
Did either of you know the two young men, now deceased because we're told that they apparently committed suicide, but who are suspected of opening fire on the students?
More by name only. Whether I had them in class, it's hard to tell. 5 years having.
Were they students that had a reputation of being tough guys, the bad kids?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You didn't hear much about them, so that. You just didn't hear anything about them.
The cliche is, of course, it could never happen here. It can never happen in an idyllic setting. I mean, we see the mountains behind us, and in front of us we see the police tape. Does this change your perspective about how safe the world is for you?
Well, the problem is we always say it shouldn't happen here, but, it did. And I wouldn't wish this on anybody else. I wish we wouldn't be going through this. But it's not going to change. We're not going to move from here. This is our home. I'm not going to stop teaching because it happens. I mean, Arkansas and all those other incidents happened. That didn't stop me from walking in the classroom every day. It doesn't make you think about what's going on. You're overwhelmed, and I'm just still in the state of shock.
Michelle DeManna and Dominic DeManna, we thank you very much for joining us. Michelle says that she's still in a state of shock. I'm sure that is something that we will hear echoed through many of the people here. As we interview them, we even sense that they still haven't quite come to terms at what happened here yesterday afternoon. Back to you, Lori.
I'm sure it will take quite a while to come to terms with such a horrible tragedy. Soledad O'Brien, thanks very much. We will be coming back to you in just a bit. And while the town of Littleton, Colorado struggles with the kind of shock of what has happened, the rest of America wonders, could it happen anywhere? Coming up, what the White House says needs to be done to keep our schools safe.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet.
The other major story we're covering, of course, is the crisis in Kosovo. And this just handed to me from our White House correspondent, David Bloom, reporting to us that, in fact, U.S. officials confirm that the NATO Secretary General, Javier Solana, plans to issue a public statement this weekend directing NATO's military commanders to update their own plan to send NATO ground troops into Yugoslavia, actually fighting their way into Kosovo. Joe Lockhart, the presidential spokesman, had a briefing not long ago and confirmed that the U.S. does back such a move, saying, quote, "It's certainly a prudent thing to do to keep your assessments updated." Remember, this is not permanent. The administration has been against sending in ground troops, but has opened the window slightly to allow that possibility to be put back on the table. Back now on the subject of Littleton, Colorado. President Clinton also was speaking out about that today, saying Americans are praying for the victims of the attack in Colorado. The president opened a meeting of White House volunteers today with a moment of silence and a few words about the tragedy.
Perhaps the most important thing all of us can do right now is to reach out to each other and to families and their young children. It is very important to explain to children all over America what has happened and to reassure our own children that they are safe.
Joining us now from the White House is Bruce Reed, President Clinton's domestic policy advisor. Bruce, thanks very much for being here.
Thank you.
I wonder where the president and where the White House fits into all of this. What does the White House do in something like this?
Well, obviously we've offered whatever assistance we can provide to the community in Colorado. And I think that as we all grieve about this particular tragedy, we need to take another look at what we can do to prevent this from happening again in other communities. Last fall, the president brought community leaders from a handful of other communities that have suffered similar tragedies to the White House to talk about what we can do, and their recommendations were clear. First, we need to make sure that schools have the resources to provide security and to make sure that they catch the early warning signs of this kind of violence. And second, we need to do everything we can to keep guns out of the hands of juveniles and keep the access away.
All right, fine. Let's focus on some of the specifics. What part of those recommendations were not being implemented around the country that allows for something like this to happen?
Well, I don't think that we know enough about what's happened in Littleton to say for sure the facts of this case, nothing we do here in Washington can preclude this from happening in any particular school. We should keep in mind, as the president said, most schools are safe, and we have made some significant progress, particularly in enforcing zero-tolerance policies for handguns around the country. But obviously, we should look at this and make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can.
But Bruce, we're not just talking about handguns in this case. We're talking about a number of elements that can be purchased relatively easily without a great deal of sophistication or knowledge. You can pick up books on the internet to put these elements together and make pretty crude, although unsophisticated weaponry, bombs, explosives. That's what's held up the clearance of the crime scene today. Surely gun legislation isn't the only way to deal with this.
No, certainly not. And I think as the facts in this case emerge, we need to see whether there's other legislation that needs to be enacted on guns or explosives, and also whether there's additional enforcement that is necessary.
I wonder if we're not overanalyzing this a little bit when we try to put all the pieces together and say, well, we need more counselors in schools, as the Attorney General said today in Minnesota, or we need specific programs in place. As the facts begin to come together on this particular case, it looks like there may have been a breakdown among these kids' parents, their peers, advisors, faculty at school that missed a lot of very peculiar behavior among these two young men. That might have been caught otherwise. Is this beyond what government can do?
Well, I think government needs to do its part, but you're absolutely right. Parents have a real responsibility here to be involved in their children's lives, to watch what changes are going on with their children, and to take some responsibility for their children's actions.
Are you prepared to say today that in communities like Littleton, Colorado, we are not even one step away, we're there. We're in an environment now where, just as we've done in the larger school districts around this country, where we've got metal detectors, where we make schools lockdown facilities to prevent the kind of thing that happened yesterday?
Well, I think that's up to the particular school and school district to decide whether they're in a high-risk situation or not. I think that it's very important for every school to keep a close watch on its students because this this kind of violence could, in theory, erupt anywhere. I think in some schools, violence is almost an everyday part of life, and those schools in particular need to watch their security measures. But certainly, I think some schools around the country will be looking at it as well.
Bruce, final question. Will the president travel to Littleton?
There are no plans at this point for that.
If he's asked, if the community would like him, will they go?
Well, I'm sure that we'd be happy to do anything we can for the community of Littleton right now. But right now, they're still focusing on the crime scene, and the president is watching the situation closely, and he's been carefully briefed and will do anything necessary.
Bruce Reed, Domestic Policy Advisor to the President, thanks very much for joining us from the North Lawn of the White House.
Thank you.
A lot more to tell you about as we continue. America Online has contacted the FBI about the attack in Littleton. Up next, we'll look at the possible connection the Internet may have to this tragedy when we come back.
We have to look at what we're doing with our children. We have to look at what we're doing as a society. What is it that makes kids turn into rampaging killers? And that's what we're asking all across Colorado this morning.
And indeed, there are still so many questions about yesterday's attack in Littleton, Colorado, particularly about who these two young gunmen were. Now, one of the suspected gunmen in the attack at Columbine High School had his own website. MSNBC Internet correspondent Mary Kathleen Flynn joins us now with more on what we're learning today from the Internet. And hi, MK.
Hi, Lori. Well, we believe that these are web pages created by Eric Harris. The first person who identified them was the KUSA investigative reporter, Ward Lucas, and that, of course, is our NBC affiliate. I've got some of those pages on my screen. I should point out that a lot of the information I'm going to show you is not available anymore on the Internet. It's been pulled by AOL.
And I understand that AOL has contacted the FBI about this, so I assume that they're going to be working together.
And in fact, AOL has saved everything so that if there are connections that come out, they'll be able to help the FBI. So here is this page with song lyrics. These are from songs by a band called KMFDM. For example, here, starting with Shockwave, Massive Attack, Atomic Blast, Son of a Gun is Back. Now, that's a song called Son of a Gun, and KMFDM is an industrial rock band. They're based in Seattle. I think some of their members are German. Certainly a lot of their lyrics are written in German. On this web page here, it says, Ich bin ein Ausländer, I am a stranger, or an outsider or a foreigner. People are translating it lots of different ways. So that rock band is actually disbanded. They broke up in January, but now their last album was released on the 20th, yesterday, and it was broadcast on the internet the night before. So I have to say I've been getting a lot of email from their fans saying, hey, don't blame the band, but certainly it looks as if Eric Harris was quoting those song lyrics. Now let me show you what else was on these AOL pages, which have been now pulled. Here are some disturbing images. It looks like it's a piece of graph paper that somebody has made drawings on. We see here a man with a knife and a cross on his chest. These are a pile of skulls. In the background, especially if we go to this enhanced version of this image where we've got the reverse side, you can see that there are in the background pipe bomb diagrams, and some notes about those. And actually an audience member who enhances photographic images for evidentiary purposes for a living, he actually contacted me and sent me this image, so we thank him for that.
Now, these are all very disturbing images, and when you hear the possibility of, hey, I can learn how to make a pipe bomb on the Internet, it brings up the question of monitoring, and just anything can go on the Internet, and that's just part of it. Now, what can, say, parents do to find out what kinds of sites their kids are looking at?
Well, it's interesting. I spoke to a mother of a teenager who called me earlier today, one of our viewers, and she was telling me about how disturbed she was by some of the websites that her kids were showing her and telling her about, like the Anarchist Cookbook, which show all these kinds of recipes for weapons. But what was interesting is that the fact that she's talking to her kids about it is probably the best news. They've got a dialogue going in that family, and that's the kind of thing that you need. You can use software to see what websites websites somebody's been to, but a computer-savvy teenager is going to get around that anyway. Right. So really the best thing is to be talking to your kids. I always recommend that you keep the computer in the more common spaces in your home, like the living room. That'll help a lot.
And very quickly, there are some memorial sites.
Right, maybe we can show those from the browser in the control room, and those are a couple of websites that have already come up. Pray for Columbine, support around the world.
All right, MK Flynn, thanks so much. And when we come back, we will take you to Soledad O'Brien, who is in Littleton, Colorado. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody. Lisa Rickman wrote the front page story in the Denver Rocky Mountain News this morning. And Lisa joins us now. Some of those quotes that you had from the students describing how the gunman appeared are so disturbing and so disconcerting. Tell me what you were told by the students.
You know, Soledad, these kids really went through a kind of a living nightmare. 1 minute they were taking tests, they were sitting in the library studying, and the next minute there are gunshots going off. These guys came in, they had sawed-off shotguns, they had pistols, they had bombs.
They seem to be enjoying it.
They did. They were laughing. They were targeting some kids, but other kids. Apparently that was part of it. Also athletes. These kids were outcasts, and they were going after kids who they were either jealous of or who had harassed them in the past. One boy told us a story, this was really amazing, Soledad, about how one of the gunmen had a gun actually to his head and then turned away from him to another student. This kid just barely missed getting his head blown off by this guy. One of the gunmen ducked under a library table, said peekaboo, and put a bullet in someone's head.
Are the cliques in Columbine High School worse than the cliques that existed when you went in high school and when I was in high school?
You know, I talked to some kids about the cliques, and they acknowledge this is a cliquey school. It's a suburban school. I don't think it's much different. I don't know, you know, we don't even know that much about this particular clique, these boys who call themselves the Trenchcoat Mafia. We don't know whether these two had planned this and independent of all the rest of the group, and maybe no one else knew about it, even though these guys had been seen with weapons, knives in the past, had made threats, and no one took them seriously.
People have described this group as a quote-unquote gang, and I use that term loosely. Is there gang activity at Columbine High School?
My understanding is that there isn't. This is a very quiet school, a kind of an academically oriented school. In fact, Soledad, this is sort of a bit of an irony here that this school pioneered peer counseling between teenagers 25 years ago. They were the first ones to do it.
Lisa Rickman with the Denver Rocky Mountain News. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
We're going to take a short break. We're back right after this. Stay with us.
A tragic shooting in a Colorado high school. Are guns that easy to get? The man who runs the NRA speaks out. Ollie North, Paul Bagala, Equal Time. Tonight, 8 Eastern on MSNBC.
Today in Littleton, Colorado, students are coping with the grief that more than a dozen of their classmates are dead. And parents everywhere wonder if it's safe to send their kids to school.
It is just one of the questions in the deadliest attack ever at a U.S. school. Who were the suspects and what could have prompted them to commit such a terrible crime? Welcome back to our special coverage, this edition of Newsfront. I'm David Gregory, along with Laurie Dew. We want to get you caught up on all of the developments in this tragedy in Colorado. We go back to our anchor on the scene, Soledad O'Brien in Littleton, Colorado. Soledad.
Thank you very much, David. And we have Steve Davis with us. He is a public information officer for the Sheriff's Department. If he looks familiar to you, it's because he is the guy who every hour on the half hour comes up and updates us all on exactly what is going on in this investigation. So, Steve, let's begin with that. What's the latest?
Right now, our investigators are inside the school. They will probably move very slowly and methodically, so I expect it to take quite some time. They have made several investigative units or teams to go in there instead of relying on one team, which I think would take days for a team to go through the scene that we have in there. By making several teams, we can cordon off the school and give each of them an area, and that way we'll get through it a lot quicker. But we have not removed any bodies as of yet. We do have a confirmation of the final number of bodies to be 15, which is 11 males and 4 females, either inside the school or just outside.
You mentioned the removing of the bodies, and I know every hour on the half hour people have been asking you about that. How do you walk that line between getting the bodies out, which is so important to the parents of these killed, murdered children, and at the same time making sure that the integrity of your investigation is whole?
In this case, we had even one more problem to deal with, and that was the number of explosive devices that we were finding in and around the school. That delayed everything that we are doing now by hours later than it would normally be. I think normally in the situation, if there's anything normal about it, we would have bodies out of there quite some time ago. They would have been taken out quite some time ago.
This is precedent-setting in that it's the largest school shooting in the nation. Is the Sheriff's Department ever seen anything in this scope at all in this area?
Certainly not in a school. And I can't think of a situation in my 20 years on the department that would measure up to this one, no.
Many people asked the question when the SWAT teams were here, why not send them in to storm the building and get the kids out? Some of those children were on cell phones to their parents saying, please send somebody in to rescue us. Why wait?
We did have a team of 6 officers that went inside that school within 20 minutes after the original call. One of the biggest problems we have sending officers into a school full of 2,000 students is we have no idea who is a victim and who is a suspect at that point. Without any descriptions of suspects or locations in the building where the suspect is, our officers would have no idea.
And the pure pandemonium, I would imagine, would only make the scene worse.
Certainly.
Let's talk about the suspects. We've heard that they belong to, and I use the term loosely, a gang of young men who sort of dressed all in black, maybe were interested in goth or neo-Nazi philosophy. Were they known to the Sheriff's Department, these men?
Well, I can tell you this. Personally, I hadn't heard the group's name, which is the Trench Coat Mafia. I hadn't heard that name until yesterday. It's quite possible that some of our guys who work intelligence and gangs are familiar with them, but personally, I hadn't heard of them.
Is there gang activity in Columbine? I mean, we look at this, and I live in New York City, and this is an idyllic setting. Are there gangs here?
I think we have gangs. There may not be the extreme that there are gangs in New York City or L.A., but there are certainly gangs in the Denver metro area, yes.
I know your first team of investigators went in and took photographs of the area, handed those off to those second teams that you spoke about that broke it down sort of into smaller areas. How long do you predict that this investigation will take before the bodies? And I know you're continually asked this question. And also, what is the next step in the investigation?
Right now, as I said, those teams of investigators that have entered the building will move very slowly, and probably one of the biggest jobs that they have ahead of them right now is the collection and preservation of all evidence. And from what I'm hearing, there's just a tremendous amount of evidence to be collected, including spent shell casings, parts of the explosive devices. Burnt carpet will be evidence. Broken windows will be evidence. Things that we may not think of as evidence, our people are going to have to take those in, and it's going to be a long time in there. As far as how long until we remove the bodies, I would say within the next few hours we'll certainly start removing bodies. But after that... Are
parents calling you? I mean, parents must be saying, I know my child's inside. I know the number of students unaccounted for matches the number of dead. Can I go in and just see my son or daughter?
Well, and there comes in to play the safety factor. We certainly don't want to let anybody in there and then have one of these explosive devices maybe go off, and we'll have a second tragedy on our hands then on top of the one that we already are working with.
In one of your earlier briefings, you mentioned that you were sort of surprised at the complexity of some of these explosive devices, that they seem to be not necessarily the work of someone who's done it just one time, a first-time bomb maker, pipe bomb maker, that it's a little more complicated than that.
I haven't actually seen any of the explosive devices, but I've heard some of them described, and some of them are very crude, like a pipe bomb, but some of them appear to be a little bit more on the complex side with...
Does that surprise you? I mean, a propane-rigged bomb in a car.
Yeah.
That sounds like someone who at least has experience in this. Are you shocked by that? A teenager?
Shocked may not be the exact word. Saddened may be a closer word, or a more accurate word. But recipes, if you will, for building bombs can be found on the internet, in magazines, traded amongst friends. It's sad to say, but it's readily available.
So then what do you do? You know, I was in San Francisco yesterday, and the people there were wandering around the streets and the shops saying, well, what do you do? I mean, how do you stop this from happening? This is the 8th that we've covered in just 2 years, 600 some odd days, 700 days. The 8th school shooting, massive number of deaths.
I wish I had an answer. I don't know, besides going to the extreme metal detectors at the schools. We already have armed deputy inside that school all the time, assigned. So, you know, I don't know.
Would you feel that it was safe to send your children to this school?
Would it be safe to what?
Would you feel that it was safe environment, the school here, to send your children to? Or the schools in general in this area?
I think so. I think any school, anywhere, at any time can have an incident like this. It doesn't seem to matter where we are or where we live anymore.
And that really is the tragedy of all this. That it's random, but it seems to be happening more often and everywhere.
It doesn't seem to matter what city you live in or what economic class neighborhood it's in, that we have incidents in all types of areas.
Steve Davis, we thank you very much. We know not only have you been up all through the night, but also you're continuing your briefing, so we do appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
We're going to take a short break. When we return in just a moment, we're going to bring you an update from Swedish Medical Center, which was the trauma center that handled the first reports and the first injured students from this high school. Stay with us, everybody.
If you're just joining us, the crime scene at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado is not clear yet, and that is because the police, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, all of the investigators together have to secure the scene. The problem with that is that there are so many explosives that were left behind after the carnage. Joining us from our bureau in Washington is our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, to tell us a little bit more about these explosives. Pete, what we learned yesterday was that these two young guys apparently came in with weapons, shotguns, semi-automatic weapons, and explosives of some sort. Apparently, according to authorities, they booby-trapped a lot of this area, had explosives on them, and were fairly crude and sophisticated, if that's the right word, about what they had.
Some were crude. Some authorities say were like ordinary pipe bombs, the kind that are unfortunately very common in this country. Thousands of them are found by investigators every year. But some of the devices, they say, were more sophisticated isn't the word they use. They say ingenious, creative, the kind of thing that you wouldn't come up with on your own, but that were intricately made, both in terms of the way they were triggered and the way they were designed to get the maximum killing effect from a small amount of explosives. Sometimes it's the way the charge was shaped, we're told. Sometimes it's the use of shrapnel in the devices, which again is unfortunately a common bomb design method that is preached by people who put bomb instructions on the internet and in some publications that are widely available to militia groups and at some gun shows. The devices, we're told, all involved low-level explosives like smokeless powder or what's called gunpowder, not high explosives like dynamite, not high explosives, but the low explosives. In terms of the guns that were used in the incident, students were apparently right when they say they saw shotguns. The guns have not yet been traced to find out how they were purchased, but investigators who have seen them say there are two sawed-off shotguns, which are shotguns that have had the barrels shortened, one carbine, which is a very common kind of semi-automatic rifle, like a military M1. Semi-automatic, David, simply means that it fires every time you pull the trigger. You don't have to cock it in between times, but unlike an automatic weapon, it doesn't just continue to fire as you hold the trigger down. And then one pistol of an origin that we don't know, one fairly common kind of pistol. So those will all be traced. Now, one of the suspects is said to be 18. If that is the case, then that person would have been legally, under federal law, able to buy a rifle. You have to be 21 under federal law to buy a pistol, but the carbine, at least, could have been purchased legally by the 18-year-old. As for the sawed-off shotguns, Federal law says they have to be registered, but we're told that Colorado law does not allow the possession of the sawed-off shotgun. So complicated gun laws involved here, David, but that appears to be the situation.
All right, Pete Williams from our bureau in Washington. Pete, thanks very much for keeping us up to date.
Yes.
We want to get you caught up on some of those who were injured in yesterday's deadly shooting, who are being held at the Swedish Medical Center in Englewood, Colorado. That is where Dr. Bert Katubig, who is a trauma surgeon there, joins us to give us the latest. Dr. Katubig, thanks for being here. What is the latest? You have 4 students by our count who are still under your care. What is their condition?
Right now, we do have one improvement on Richard, who has gone from critical to serious condition, which is an improvement. Valerie is still very stable. The other patient, Anne-Marie, as well as Sean, are still listed in critical condition at this time.
Those who are in critical are still touch and go. I mean, you wouldn't hazard a guess on whether they're going to be getting out of there.
Not at this time. Both are still requiring intensive monitoring, as well as checking on the vitals, as well as monitoring other organ systems that could be injured from shock and other injuries.
Doctor, in everyday language, what kind of injuries did they have? Again, the obvious is the gunshot wounds, but there were other kinds of wounds. And what does it tell you about how they got the wounds?
Most of these injuries were sustained from either shrapnel, such as Valerie's, and the other 3 were probably a lot from bullets from either rifles or high-powered weapons. They had extensive soft tissue injury to the skin and muscle, as well as intra-organ injuries such as the liver in the case of Anne-Marie and spleen and organ in the case of Richard.
How are they doing? Have they talked to you? Have you ever had a chance to visit with them? Have their parents been? I'm sure their parents are there. I think one set of parents came in from out of town, right?
Correct. All the parents have been here, and all the parents are coping it in their own certain ways. I think all the parents right now are doing very well under the circumstances of their child being injured. As far as the children themselves, all 4 are awake and alert. They do respond appropriately to asking questions, whether it's either answering verbally or nodding their head yes or no to certain questions.
Have they been interviewed by authorities at all, or mainly just visiting with parents and staff there?
Just visiting with parents as well as medical staff.
Have they talked to you at all about what they experienced?
No, really haven't. We haven't really pushed them on that sort of question. We leave it up to the parents to decide whether or not they feel it's appropriate to ask those questions. But between that, as well as the child psychologist that we have to handle these trauma cases, we'll leave it up to them at this point.
Doctor, briefly, where were the wounds sustained? This gives us some indication of how they were shot, whether they were running away, if they were in the back, or if they were hit in the chest.
A lot of these patients were actually, I would say 2 patients I know for sure had multiple gunshot wounds, primarily in the back. Valerie had most of her injuries to the front part of her torso, and another one had actually injuries both front and back.
Dr. Bert Katubig from Swedish Medical Center there in Englewood, Colorado, thanks very much.
Thank you.
A lot more ahead as we continue. After a break, we'll talk to the first chief paramedic who was on the scene yesterday at Columbine High School as we go back out to Soledad O'Brien right after these messages.
See from these pictures a scene of utter pandemonium and horror as bodies laid onto stretchers as they're carried out. The Littleton Fire Department was among the first on the scene. Their paramedics helping to bring some of the folks over to the hospital. We're joined this afternoon by Jennifer Frank. She is the Public Information Officer for the Littleton Fire Department. I thank you very much for joining us. The crews were inside. You were here. The crews were inside trying to bring out some of the injured. What was the description that they gave you? What did they tell you about the scene inside?
Well, actually, our crews didn't go inside. The officers who were inside brought people to us because with the gunfire, the explosives, it was too dangerous to go in the building. So basically, it was a mass. When we finally started getting people out, there were a lot of people who needed to be treated right away for some injuries. There were, of course, the people who needed to be taken immediately to the hospital. We were joined by several other fire departments, and every ambulance in the city, it seems like, was there, lined up ready with the paramedics on there helping people and finding out what was wrong.
Firefighters and paramedics often see a lot of really horrible things, but when the descriptions came back to you, were they the sense that this was the worst they had ever seen? This was up there with the worst they'd ever seen?
Yes. I think I've heard that more from the police officers who have been in the building and who've seen the crime scene, firsthand. I think that the adrenaline rush that any emergency worker has, that's how they get the job done, and it's how they can kind of put their own emotions aside and treat people. I know that the paramedics I talked to when they came away from the scene, and I said, how are you doing? And a couple of them said, I kind of just want to go home and hug my kids. And I think that was kind of the reaction, is that you wanted to get back to some normal feelings and feel something good again.
It's a cliche to say, no one thought it could happen here, and we say that, it seems, after every single one of these school shootings. And yet, here, particularly, when you see the mountains in the background, you see these enormous green, open, beautiful, beautiful spaces, you say, what's going on? How could it happen here?
It's hard to believe that anyone could look at this view and have a bad day. But Columbine High School is filled with kids who have goals and futures, and I know that a lot of the kids who graduate from here go to college and they're involved in the community. This is a tremendous area.
Do you struggle then to explain what happened to yourself?
I suppose that you kind of have to say it could happen anywhere. It's unfortunate that it happened here, because there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of really good people, who are going to feel a lot of pain for a long time, and undeserved. These are hardworking people and hardworking students.
How does a community, in your opinion, heal from something like this? 15 people killed, tremendous number.
15 people killed, and just the fear factor of not knowing, and for so long, and not knowing what was happening. And I'd imagine it's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of talking, and the school district and the county, and I know there's some federal emergency people that I think that we're going to start healing, and we're going to get the people here that we need. That's kind of what today has been, is assessing the problems. I know our fire department, we've been debriefing crews and finding out what we need. What do they need in order to get better and feel good going back to work? I've been talking to reporters all day, and I haven't been at any of those meetings. But I'd imagine they also need some time and some rest and some time to talk it out with their coworkers, and just kind of have some space between what happened and kind of getting back to reality.
I'm sure you're echoing the words of many people who probably it hasn't really sunk in yet. Jennifer Frank, PIO for the Littleton Fire Department, I thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
you.
you.
As you say, I know you've been so busy with us reporters that she hasn't spent a lot of time with her crew, so we do appreciate your time. We're going to take a short break, but we return right after this. Stay with us, everybody.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet. Another suburban high school erupts in gunfire. Can anything be done to stop the violence? The latest from Littleton on the news with Brian Williams tonight on MSNBC.
A grim afternoon as you look at this live picture from Littleton, Colorado, a makeshift memorial just behind Columbine High School. The scene of carnage yesterday as a deadly shooting, the deadliest in U.S. history, took place. We're back live on our continuing coverage of the tragedy in Colorado. I'm David Gregory along with Laurie Dew, and your heart has to go out for the parents who at this late hour don't even know a positive identification of the dead because the scene hasn't been cleared yet.
Right. It still may have explosives inside. They don't exactly know, but of course they're trying to get these questions answered. So many questions answered that need to be answered. And coming up in our next hour, we will be talking with lots of folks.
Also going to be talking to somebody who knows all about this, a mother of a shooting victim in Jonesboro, Arkansas from last year. She'll tell us a little bit about where she was and what she was thinking about at this time. going through the same kind of thing as these parents in Littleton, Colorado. A lot more ahead as our special coverage continues right after this.
A day of heartache, grief, and remembrance in Littleton, Colorado.
The community remembers the 15 people who lost their lives. For answers to the question, how could this have happened? Motive still elusive now.
And what could possibly have prompted the two suspects to turn their high school into a killing field? Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the tragedy out in Colorado. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm David Gregory.
Along with David. And before we go back out to Colorado and give you the latest there, we want to give you a development in the crisis in Kosovo story. AP is reporting that refugees will be accepted into the United States. Now, there had been some talk that refugees in Kosovo were going to be taken to the Guantanamo base in Cuba, but apparently now the refugees will be allowed into the United States. That is all of the detail that we have right now.
Certainly a new development. Europe had already made some steps toward absorbing some of the refugees beyond just in Albania and Macedonia, but in other parts of Europe as well, Western Europe. But we're going to be talking a little bit later on with the State Department about the status of the refugees, how the refugee centers are holding up, and obviously about this development, how it will change things a little bit later on this hour. Meantime, we want to continue with our coverage of the crisis and the tragedy in Colorado. By phone now, we're joined by Kimberly Porter, whose daughter Candace was killed in another tragic school shooting in Jonesboro, Arkansas last year. Ms. Porter, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Can you try to put into some context what these parents are going through, having gone through it yourself? This is the unique situation here where it has not been wrapped up as quickly as Jonesboro was, even because of the crime scene not being cleared yet.
Right.
And the fact that there are still explosives left behind. So the waiting has got to be the worst of it.
Well, first off, I need to correct the fact that my daughter did survive the shooting. She was shot but did survive. Like I've been telling people today, in our situation, within a short period of time, we knew whether our children were okay or if they were not okay. And I just cannot imagine the terror of seeing busload after busload of children and looking for your child and never seeing them get off that bus. And then still yet, from what I understand, the bodies still have not been removed from the school. I cannot imagine what those people are going through.
You hear a lot about what we can do to prevent it. We pose the question of why something like this happens. Do you see this as a kind of epidemic, or do you see it as something that's very singular, case by case, that there are a set of circumstances that contribute to one particular event happening like this?
That's hard to say. It seems to be very widespread right now. It's happened far more times than it should. And like all the communities, of course, are shocked when it happens in their community, but it's something we need to be aware of, that it can happen in your community. Even a quiet, country community such as ours, and apparently Littleton, Colorado, with the mountains in the background and such, it looks so peaceful. I think people just need to be more aware of the signs maybe of somebody that is troubled. Apparently these boys wore black clothing, didn't speak to anybody for, months at a time. And maybe some more education in the schools as to maybe the signs of some trouble so that they could catch it before it escalates to this point.
One more question. After Jonesboro, there was the hope that it was enough of a wake-up call that would prevent acts of tragedy like this happening again. Tell me your reaction as you saw this unfold yesterday afternoon.
It was kind of like reliving it all over again. It was just sheer terror to see it was just an extreme case this time, the magnitude of this event. I sat here just almost like a panic attack, seeing the mothers run up to the school and knowing how I had felt because I couldn't get to the school to see if Candace had been injured or not, and had to get to the hospital to, find out that she had been shot. And it just, it was like, oh my gosh, it's hard to put into words. the exact feelings of what I felt yesterday watching all this unfold.
Kimberly Porter, thanks very much for speaking with us here.
You're very welcome.
Laurie?
David, we've often heard statistics being cited that say schools are actually safer now than they were 5 years ago. Yet incidents like yesterday's deadly shooting at Columbine High School seem to occur with disturbing frequency. First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton addressed this issue in Washington today.
We can once again recommit ourselves to ensuring that all classrooms and schoolyards are filled with learning and the sounds of children who are enjoying the everyday give and take of life and not filled with violence and anguish.
Joining me now to discuss what's being done to cope with violence in our schools is Bill Modulewski. He is the Department of Education's Director of Safe and Drug-Free Schools Program. Thanks so much for being with us today.
You're quite welcome.
8 school shootings in the last 2 years. This one was the deadliest in U.S. history and makes us all wonder, are our schools safe?
I think the bottom line is, regardless of what happened, and it's very unfortunate what happened yesterday, but yes, our schools are safe, and actually they're safer today than they were 5 years ago.
Why do you say that?
Because statistically speaking, there is less crime in schools. There's less homicides in schools today than they were. Again, it's very unfortunate what happened in Littleton, Colorado yesterday, but that case aside is that we have been seeing fewer homicides in schools, and we have been seeing fewer victims in schools from school-associated violent deaths.
In the wake of all of these school shootings, the president has made this one of his primary issues. There's been a lot of time, a lot of money spent on this. There's been a real aggressive push in the last year to deal with school violence. But is something not working here?
Well, I think things are working. As I mentioned, I think that, again, not only is overall crime falling, but school crime is falling. We have an approach, I think, that is working to create safer schools and healthier children. And that approach really calls for us to look at school violence from a much broader perspective. Not merely what schools can do, but what could schools do and families do and communities do, and really look at this from a comprehensive community-wide approach to creating safer schools.
I want to ask you more about that comprehensive approach in a moment, but first tell me how your department is going to be involved in Littleton, Colorado.
Well, we've been in communication with the superintendent, and just before I arrived here, in communication with the head of security for the Jefferson County schools, and we are offering them any help and services that we can provide to them on behalf of the administration. This includes crisis counselors. This includes linking them up with other school districts and other people who may have experienced a similar disaster to really help them look at not only what to expect today, but what to expect in the upcoming days. We hope to link them up with people who are looking at this from a long term. What can we do really to look at long-term mental health crisis counseling, as well as to bring in experts if they need them to look at policies and procedures that they have to ensure that kids remain safe.
Now, I understand that the Department of Education has developed a guide to help identify some early indications or warning signals of violent behavior. What are some of those early warning signs?
Well, this is the guide here. It's called the Guide to Safe Schools, Early Warning, Timely Response. And this is a guide that was produced by the Department of Education and the Department of Justice, along with the National Association of School Psychologists. And this is a guide that was sent to every school in the country, and it's really designed, one, to help schools look at prevention and what are the types of prevention programs that are needed. How do we prevent these occurrences from beginning in the first place? And secondly, how do we identify children who may be having problems? And once we identify children who have those problems, what do we do with those children? Who do we refer them to? And then when we talk about early warning signs, some of the early warning signs we're talking about is uncontrollable anger, disconnection from school, poor performance, feelings of being persecuted or picked upon, writings of violence where they talk about violent behavior in a constant manner. Those are some of the early warning signs. It's not as simple as that. It's a rather complicated process. We really encourage schools to look at the booklet, study it very carefully, and talk to mental health professionals about it before really implementing the guide in schools.
And finally, what can parents do?
parents, I think, one of the things they could do is talk to their children. One of the things that we know very clearly is that we really need to keep kids connected to schools, and one of the ways we need kids connected to schools and connected to the communities, ensure is the parents really talk to their kids on a regular basis to find out what troubles them, to find out really what they're doing, and if there are problems, to really seek out help from the school or for the community to help solve those problems.
Bill Modulewski, the Department of Education's Director of the Safe and Drug-Free Schools Programs. Thanks very much for being with us today.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will take you back to Colorado and Soledad O'Brien, who will be talking with a student who witnessed yesterday's deadly shooting.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the tragedy in Colorado. At this hour, investigators are inside the school, continuing their investigation out here, outside the school. The question on everybody's mind is, why did this happen? How did this happen? And could it have been prevented? Michael Staver is a junior at Columbine High School. He actually ended up going out for lunch, so he missed the shootings, thankfully for you, yesterday. You have some friends, however, who have been injured and are hospitalized right now.
They were shot in the head and are in critical condition right now.
Were there any warning signs? Was this group known to you?
They were known just as the group of kids who kept to themselves and who later into the semester this year, before this happened, they started acting out a little bit more.
How do you mean by acting out?
They would somewhat march down the hall and they would bump into kids and they would pick fights with kids.
Did you see them getting more aggressive in their behavior?
Much more aggressive. One of them did, I believe, got suspended. Not one of the two that was involved in the shooting, but one did get suspended for fighting. And the administration had been told, as much as I know, of fights that were going to happen in the halls that teachers did break up.
They've called themselves the trench coat mafia, apparently, and loosely called a gang. Would you say they were a gang?
No, they weren't anything close to a gang. They were nothing more than a group of kids who kept to themselves, who took on a name of a trench coat mafia. It just sort of sounded good, and that's what students started calling them, and then they took the name on themselves.
The descriptions we've read and heard about these two young men laughing, gleeful, as they literally were blowing people's heads off. Does it seem just outside the realm of possibility that the two of them could have done this?
I think it is, and I think that people are still wondering how anyone could do that and go in and just throwing bombs at people and shooting people because of who they are and just going after certain groups of people.
You say because of who they are. We've heard that the group targeted minorities, the group targeted athletes. You say they also targeted the disabled.
I feel that I have talked to a couple people who said that they were going after disabled people and how a few disabled people were hurt in the action. I think that it does go back to the Hitler theory, as far as like it was his birthday yesterday and other events that happened like that they were trying to quote cleanse Columbine, and they wanted to do that, which is totally ridiculous and goes against everything that Columbine stands for. Columbine's a high school that everyone is treated fairly and respected, and people don't do that sort of a thing at our school, and that's why it came as such a shock to everyone.
Do you think the administration, this was brought to the administration's attention, did they do enough to prevent this from happening in your mind?
I think they did the best that they could do, that anyone could do at that point. When they were warned, I think a few things differently could have been done, maybe if they had taken the threats more seriously, but...
What kinds of threats?
People, they'd threaten to, I'll kill you. After I'd be walking down the hall and they'd knock into someone and then, oh, I'm going to fight you. And the trench coat kids would say, and the other kids were like, no, he's like, I'm going to kill you then. And I think people just sort of took that as it wasn't going to happen because nobody believed that it would. And I don't think that you can blame any administrator or anyone, solely in responsibility for that. I think that there could have been, for future schools to take those threats seriously, to... If there is a group of kids getting more aggressive, doing things like that, you need to check into them and hopefully prevent some of this stuff from happening again.
Were you surprised by the reports of bomb making, 30 explosive devices?
It's unbelievable that You know, most 16 and 17-year-olds are concerned about cars and what kind of music and places to go hang out and be with friends, and these kids were making bombs in their houses and blowing them up and threatening kids and planning this massacre that still is unreal for everybody here.
Michael Staver, we thank you very much for joining us. We do appreciate your time. As Michael said, it's unbelievable to think that they should be thinking about their proms and their school and enjoying the spring coming out 27 days away from school ending officially for the students here, and now instead a tragedy. We're going to take a short break. When we return in just a moment, we're going to talk about the internet, the World Wide Web, and what kind of access that can provide for people who want to learn about making bombs. Stay with us.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet.
A day after the shootings at Columbine High School in Colorado, so many questions remain, especially about the two students responsible for this tragedy and why they would do something like this. Well, at one time, juvenile delinquency may have been blamed on rock and roll or movies or perhaps violent video games. Now, one of the first places people point fingers following incidents like the one in Colorado is the internet. Joining us now from New York City is Janet Sternberg. She is an adjunct professor at New York University, and she's writing her doctoral dissertation about misbehavior on the internet. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi.
What do you know about this connection between the shootings yesterday and the internet?
Well, from what I've gathered in the news, these two students, or one of them at least, had a website which had information about bomb making, violent lyrics from perhaps some sort of rock song. And I understand the account was shut down. It was a website that one of these kids produced that anybody with internet access could go to. I think the key thing to understand is that the internet is not the cause of this violence. We live in a violent culture today. The internet is a new way for this violence to spread and flourish.
Let me ask you what kind of impact the internet can have on violent behavior.
Well, I think the internet is a door to a lot of new sorts of places, good places and bad places in cyberspace. And a lot of parents are allowing children to explore the internet without enough supervision, without enough involvement on the parents' part. If you had a kid who was hanging out in a playground with a bunch of punks 4 or 5 hours a day, you would probably notice that. But if your kid is locked up in their bedroom online for 4 or 5 hours, if you don't know what your children are doing, you have no way to gauge if they're involved in healthy or unhealthy activities.
Right. I mean, the internet gives such anonymity to kids, and it would be almost impossible for parents to know exactly what kind of chat rooms their kids were in. What can parents do?
Well, I think the first thing we have to admit is that children generally know more about computers and the internet than their parents do. I don't think the answer is in limiting children's access to the internet, nor does the answer lie in government regulation of the content of the internet. I believe the easiest and most important thing parents can do is get involved in your child's internet activities. Share with them, surf with them. It doesn't mean you have to monitor them all the time. Talk to them about it. Ask them to show you, take you to the chat rooms they go to. Don't let the internet be a babysitter for your kid. Don't assume that because your kid is in their bedroom online for 4 or 5 hours that they're not being exposed to violence or many other sorts of dangerous or unhealthy experiences.
And I would assume that this partnership would need to start at a young age, since kids are getting on computers at such a young age?
I think so. I think many parents, first of all, are intimidated by learning a new technology, but there's a tendency for us to expect outside parties, be it the government or be it the online services such as AOL, to regulate this for us.
Janet Sternberg of New York University, I'm sorry we're going to have to cut it short. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
And we are awaiting a news conference being held by the Sheriff of Jefferson County. Stay tuned.
Still so much work for investigators to do to try to solve the mystery of what motivated the gunman at Columbine High yesterday. Counselors are at work also trying to help the students and families cope with the tragedy. NBC's Pete Williams now looks at the prospects of avoiding these tragedies in the future.
For parents and teachers nationwide, the scene just outside Denver is alarmingly familiar, so much like other shootings at America's public schools that have killed 12 students and injured more than 40 others in just the past year and a half, each time leaving a school and a community in fear. For Columbine High School, the hard work now begins for school counselors who must help students deal with the terror. Psychologist Scott Poland was called in to counsel children after last year's shootings in Springfield, Oregon, and Jonesboro, Arkansas.
The path of the high school in Colorado and that community changed today forever. It saddens me to tell you that, but that is a reality. Things will never be the same.
And yet, as shocking as these outbursts are, the actual number of people killed nationwide at school or on the way there or back home has been going down. 5 years ago, the number killed in school-related violence was higher. The last school year was a deadly one. The trend has been dropping to 9 so far in the current school year, which is almost over. Education officials say they've been working hard to keep guns out of school by using more metal detectors. And every state now expels students who get caught carrying weapons. More than 6,000 kicked out a year. Some cities like Baltimore, Maryland, have even put policemen and probation officers into their schools, hoping to head off trouble and spot problem young people. But some school safety experts say school shootings can never be prevented with so many teens drawn to violence and guns so easy to get.
Prisons are the most secure institutions in our society, yet they still have weapons and gang activity inside. To think that we can completely eliminate these incidents from occurring in our schools is unrealistic.
But as officials try to sort out just what went wrong this time, they'll be looking for clues on how to improve the odds against another violent outburst at school. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
And we've got breaking developments on both of our top stories today. The tragedy in Littleton, Colorado, as we show you a live shot from outside the school, Columbine High School, waiting for a press conference there from the Sheriff's Department. And on the other front, the crisis in Kosovo. Major development this afternoon coming out of the White House, the fact that Kosovar refugees will be accepted in mainland USA. They're coming here, about 20,000 of them. We'll get all the details coming up, including have an administration official from the State Department tell us what's behind this decision and what's next for these refugees. All next on MSNBC. A grim afternoon in Littleton, Colorado. So many questions to be worked out in the wake of this tragedy.
The questions remain. How could some of the best and brightest apply their brains and talent to the premeditated killing of their classmates on a scale unprecedented in American history? Hello and welcome back to our special coverage of the tragedy in Colorado. I'm Lori Dew.
I'm David Gregory. We are monitoring the situation in Littleton, Colorado, where a briefing is underway from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Let's listen.
And after all of them have spoken, we'll open it up for questions for them. First, I have Sheriff John Stone from Jefferson County. This is District Attorney Dave Thomas, also from the 1st Judicial District, Jefferson County. Rick Kaufman from Jefferson County Public Schools. Commissioner Pat Holloway, Jefferson County. Commissioner Rick Sheehan from Jefferson County. And also Littleton Fire Chief Bill Pessimer. I'll let them each speak, and then you're free to ask them questions. Thank you.
This has been a long and trying day and a half on everybody involved in this, including the media, I think, for the things we've had to endure, the things we've had to deal with, and things we've had to see as law enforcement and fire officials working this. I just want to give you an update on the status as far as where we're at right now. Our crime scene units have been in working for about 4.5 hours, trying to get this all put together. It looks like we will be able to get removal from the victims out of the scene later this afternoon and get positive identifications made. Dave Thomas, District Attorney, will speak to notifications. We have tentative notifications that have been done to the parents of some of these people. We will be moving the new site down closer as we close the perimeter in, so you'll give a better chance at the at the scene down there. We'll have you a little closer right next to the high school, probably a little bit later today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Thomas.
Our priorities in conducting this investigation were first public safety, which resulted in taking a lot of time with the crime scene because it was a very dangerous crime scene. Our second priority has been dealing with the families and the victims in this case. Because the process has been slow, we've tried to spend a lot of time with the families that are involved with the kids from Columbine High School. We have completed tentative notifications to, I believe, all of the family members of the people who are still inside the school. Only 2 of the victims have been removed, at least the last time I was down at the scene. We have a number of others that are still at the scene, but we've completed those tentative identifications to the families and notified them that based on descriptions and other criteria that they have provided to us that we've been able to identify them. I would mention that the investigation will be ongoing. It will be will not be completed today or even tomorrow. This will be I believe, a long and extensive investigation. I will probably not be able to go into extensive detail about that investigation, but it will include anyone else that had knowledge or assisted in any way with what transpired at Columbine High School yesterday. There will be extensive interviews. We're in that process right now. And I'll leave it at that until you all have questions. Thank you.
First of all, I want to say that our hearts and our prayers go out to the families, to the students, and our staff at Columbine High School that have witnessed and gone through this terrible tragedy. We will be opening all of our schools tomorrow, except for Columbine High School. As you know, we closed schools today to ensure the safety of all of our students. Today we had members of the local law enforcement agencies do a sweep of our schools. That work is continuing. We want to make sure that our schools are secure and safe for our students to return tomorrow. As far as the students that attend Columbine High School, we currently are looking at different options about how to get those students back into a school. At this point, we do not know if Columbine High School will be open by the time our schools close for the school year. We have increased security at all of our schools when they open tomorrow, increased security in terms of manpower, stepped up manpower for our entrance and exits at the schools. We will do another sweep of the schools prior to staff coming tomorrow. We've asked that all principals and their staff go through tomorrow morning before the students show up their crisis management and violence plan, walk through those steps once again. Each school has one, and in fact, Columbine High School last week went through a 5-hour training session on their crisis management plan. Tomorrow we will hold another community meeting at the West Bowles Community Church. Check that, at the Light of the World Church. We held one today. About 1,800 people showed up. It was a chance for people to begin the healing process if they can. And our faith-based community has stepped up and provided a lot of information for our families. We also held a meeting with our staff at Columbine High School this morning. As you probably know and can understand, there is a tremendous amount of sadness, a tremendous amount of grief over the fact that there are victims that may include one of their own colleagues, and certainly the kids that they protected. You need to know that our staff at Columbine High School were heroes yesterday, along with the law enforcement agencies that went in and risked their lives. We're hearing stories from a lot of students about the heroism and the bravery of our staff in Columbine High School. And without them, we may have lost many, many more lives. There will be a community memorial service on Sunday, May 2nd, beginning at 2:00 p.m. at the Denver Coliseum. It's being hosted by our faith-based community and the Jefferson County Public Schools. One final note, we have established a hotline, and we would ask your abilities to share this number. It is a hotline that will be staffed by a person 24 hours a day for the next several days with up-to-date information, including numbers and people to contact to get victim assistance and grief counselors. That number is 303-982-6990. I do have one final note. We do understand your need to tell this tragic story. When we met with the staff today, we asked them, we offered our assistance to meet with any one of you here. They at this point have asked us, they need time. They need some time to grieve, and they need some time to be together. And if any of them do wish to talk, we will work with them and you. Thank you.
Next is Commissioner Pat Holloway from Jefferson County.
Good afternoon. Yesterday at 1 o'clock, I went to command headquarters, and I stayed there until early this morning when I came down to the Columbine Library, which was our next, basically, command center for the school. I have to tell you that this has been the absolutely most incredible team of people that I have ever worked with. Immediately, when we were called, we put our emergency services into process. Judy Peratt from the county took over that position. Ron Holliday, our administrator, came over, took over a position of control. The county and the sheriff's office both had public information officers at the control headquarters, and the sheriff's dispatch was there. The telephones were ringing off the walls. The dispatchers were also talking to children in the school. They were attempting any medical help they could give. Every single call was answered. We took media calls from all over the world. They were all answered. This has just been the most professional, incredible team of people any of you will ever meet. And they've also handled this with the most compassion and care and kindness that you can ever imagine. I did speak with President Clinton. They have called me again today. The White House is extremely pleased with the way this has been handled. I have heard from the national media at how much they have appreciated the Sheriff's Department and how well Sheriff Stone and his people have done out here. They are a tremendous, tremendous group of people. I hope you understand what all of those people have done and how much they've tried. They've gone 2 days now without sleep. None of them want to go home. None of them want to stop. They are so committed to this, and they care so very much, and they care so very much for the community. We care so much for the parents. We don't know what to say. I mean, this is so difficult for us as parents to know what to say, because this would be the most devastating thing I could ever imagine. It's been an atrocity. Please understand that we have tried everything that we possibly can to make this go as smooth as possible, and we wish the best for all of the parents. Thank you.
Commissioner Rick Sheehan, also from Jefferson County.
I'd just like to say simply that we want to thank the nation and the residents and the community here in unincorporated Jefferson County, Littleton address, for all their support. We've received phone calls from all the way around the world. The support and people that come forward to us regarding this issue has just been tremendous, and we can't thank you enough, and we will seek out your support and help. This is not over. We've got months and years ahead of us to deal with the anguish that this community has felt, and we are committed to supporting our citizens in this area to get through this tragedy. This has been very hard on our community, but we've all come together, and we will continue to come together to heal this terrible, terrible wound. Again, thank you.
Next is Littleton Fire Chief Bill Pessimer. Our direct involvement in this incident ended at about 2 o'clock this morning, but up until that time we had a tremendous response from the fire and EMS community throughout the metro Denver area. Throughout the operations yesterday we had 10 fire apparatus, 45 emergency medical service units or ambulances. We had 25 staff personnel and a total of 160 fire and EMS personnel on the scene from 10 different jurisdictions throughout the metro Denver area. So we had a tremendous response from them, and we'd like to thank those jurisdictions that provided help to us yesterday. The focus of our initial operations during this incident was to locate and remove those victims that we could get to in coordination with the initial police units on the scene, which we did. And you may have heard that we did have a couple of rescue units, which I believe went to the south side of the high school to reach some victims back there that initially, while they were back in that area trying to reach those victims and get to them and get them in the rescue, there were shots that were heard from the second floor of the school. The police officers at the back of the school returned fire, basically, from what I understand, provided cover fire for those rescue units until they could get those victims into the rescues and out to a safe area at the staging area. After that, we coordinated our operations very closely with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, who I think did an outstanding job dealing with a very, very difficult situation. And we coordinated our efforts from then on as the SWAT teams and other police agencies would go through the building and either locate or clear an area. We were able to get our rescue units into that area to get other victims and remove them to the staging area, provide initial treatment, and then transport to 7 different hospitals throughout the metro Denver area. We transported a total of 22 patients to those 7 different hospitals, 6 of whom were at least initially listed as critical condition. Again, that's about all the comments I have for you, except again to thank those jurisdictions throughout the area that provided assistance to us yesterday. I think we're a little more crowded than we expected, so I think I'll just bring them up one at a time and open it up for a few minutes of questions to each of them, and then we'll just go back in the same order. Sheriff John Stone.
Okay. Response to the threat that was made by one of the suspects against a student.
I'm sorry, sir?
The suspect made a threat against a student about a year ago. What was the law enforcement response to that?
I don't recall that particular thing. I wasn't here during that period of time, sir. I'd have to research that in records.
What's the status of the 2 students who were arrested yesterday?
There's some students that were detained yesterday. We got information from them. The reason they were detained is because of the location they were in and the type of almost military-looking type suits that they were wearing. These were associates of the persons that were found dead in the building a little bit later. We don't know at this point if there is a relationship of them being involved in this, but this investigation will be ongoing.
Sheriff, there was original hand grenades. The explosive devices, were there any hand grenade manufactured based on
Not manufactured-based hand grenades per se, but we had devices that were made to spray like hand grenades. We had devices that had nails attached to them and other metal objects that were throwing out shrapnel similar to what a hand grenade would be, but they were not commercial-based hand grenades.
Sheriff, where were the victims found? These 2 suspects who killed themselves. How strong is the potential that other kids could face charges?
Well, we've got a full investigation to do here. We've got hundreds of kids that had brief interviews yesterday. We've got to go back and re-interview these kids to see who's seen what guns in what people's hands. We know that these 2 are probably involved, the ones that are deceased. We are uncertain if we've got other members in there. I have concerns because we had a tremendous amount of explosive devices in there, whether 2 people could carry all that stuff in there. The other scenario could be that maybe some of that stuff was hidden in the schools. Those are some of the procedures we talked to the school district about this morning on running more security on the lockers, making sure those lockers are checked on a regular basis with law enforcement and school security.
How many devices were in the building?
We're estimating over 30 at this time.
How much in the building?
Pardon?
How much did they weigh?
They varied. We had 3 different types of devices. We had some small devices about 6 to 8 inches. We had pipe bombs that were about 1 foot long. We had some bombs that were made with a timer device and a cylinder about yay big. There was a propane cylinder, and those things could be very devastating. And those particular cylinders also had the devices attached to them to spray nails.
Where were they? What final details need to be taken care of before the victims are taken out?
I'm sorry?
Which final details need to be taken care of before the victims are taken out?
We've got a lot of evidence collection to be done. They're photographing. They're going through there with a video camera, videoing the entire scene. There's a detail that we have to take. We're investigating these like 15 separate homicides.
What kind of guns did they have? Did you identify them yet?
Yes, we had one believed 9mm semi-automatic rifle. It was more of an assault weapon type style rifle.
What brand name?
I can't give you that information because the crime scene techs are working on that right now. We had 2 shotguns, sawed-off stocks on them, and it appeared under one of the suspects there was another handgun with that suspect. Those weapons are being recovered right now by our evidence collection team.
What do you believe led to this attack? What do you believe led to the attack?
A dysfunctional individual, several dysfunctional individuals.
Are you looking at what exactly? See if kids are in the same group at other schools?
If this group is membership any larger than Columbine, and I've never heard of this group before, this may be just a nickname attached to this group. If this group has any more following, we'll be finding that out from information we're going to be discovering from the computer that was seized from the suspect's house and analyzing all those computer records, tracing any emails or other contacts that that person's had with this particular affiliation.
What was the motive of this attack, you believe?
I don't see any motive for this attack. I think you had this, and I guess I got to have a real concern with people that identify themselves as their heroes in life, being people like Adolf Hitler. And if these people are tied in with one of these Hitler-type movements, one of these right-wing kind of fanatical movements to express their political viewpoints, I think we've got a sick society, and we're going to have to do something to render that.
Where were the bodies found?
Most of the bodies were found in the library. There's 12 bodies found in the library.
How many?
12, including the 2 suspects. There was one body found down the hall from the library in a closet, that being a teacher here, a male teacher from the school.
Sure.
We have 2 bodies that were found outside of the school.
How many non-white and how many male?
I don't have that breakdown. We had 1 non-white, a black gentleman, and the others, the ratio male to female, I don't have that information, but it was about half.
Are you pleased with the treatment of the crime scene so far?
Yes.
Sheriff Stone, the explosives that you talked about earlier, how long would it have taken to make those explosives if they did it themselves?
This is not something that they did overnight. There was a lot of planning put into this. We also found explosive devices and another sawed-off shotgun in the service of the search warrant at one of the suspects' houses. That's something that's going to be going on in the ongoing investigation. I'd say it took a considerable amount of time to make it.
Was there anything in the explosive devices that was more sophisticated than you could buy at a hardware store?
Well, some that were set up with the timing devices on, the timing detonators were really concerned us, and it was one of those that went off last night when they were trying to move it.
Do you have any more suspects? Are you investigating the parents?
We have an ongoing investigation. We've been busy just trying to take care of the scene here. The detectives will be doing that.
How did you go about identifying
suspects' parents?
No, I just answered that question.
Repeat it again. Where are the parents right now?
Do you have anyone in custody at the present time?
No, Bernie, we don't.
Where are the parents?
Parents, we have our investigators that have contacted them. We can give you that information in further press releases.
Whose house did you get the computer and the bomb materials from?
Steve, a couple more questions.
Yeah, let's take about 2 more
questions, and then we'll move on.
One of the deceased suspects, I can't tell you which one it was right offhand.
Sheriff, have any of the bodies been taken out yet at Winville?
Yes, two of the bodies have been removed, and
are they victims or?
They're victims.
How did you go about identifying the bodies?
We had clothing descriptions from the people whose children were missing. The initial identification was done by matching the clothing and the physical descriptions, the height, weight, hair color. Dave Thomas could speak to that. That was something that was we worked with the coroner. Permanent positive identifications will not be released with those names until these are confirmed to fingerprints.
The fire chief has talked about following the police through areas, trying to get people out of areas that the police made secure. Can you give us, tell us how you did that, or give us sort of a timetable of how did you do that?
Well, the initial response our initial thing was we had kids in trouble in there. There's shots being fired. Our incoming officers both went under fire. They returned fire and pursued these suspects. Then we discovered a bunch of injured people. As our troops started coming in to the scene, we got as many in to contain the scene as possible and start to develop our SWAT operations instantly. Those people were brought with the fire department, rescued out of this area, and taken to local area hospitals. And as we got more people in, the first initial SWAT officers we had went right in the building. We constantly had people in the building until we were able to get this situation contained.
How long did it take you to get to the library?
It was a period of time.
Sheriff, how much ammunition did these guys carry in their rigs?
There was a substantial amount of ammunition. The school is very, very shot up. We found probably, the ones that I viewed for about 8 or 9 empty clips of automatic ammunition. Those clips carry anywhere from 10 to 15 rounds each. There's a substantial amount of ammunition fired off in there. Plus a number of shotgun shells were followed in there.
How did they carry it in?
I don't know how they carried it in. I think they just rushed the door. We're going to have to sit back with our victims, the people that witnessed this initially when they came in through the cafeteria. That's where a lot of the story is going to be told here once we start piecing this all together.
So when they brought it all in at the same time?
We can't tell. Local kids, high school students here at the school, and Dave Thomas can speak to that for you here.
Let's turn it over to District Attorney Dave Thomas, now open it for a few questions.
The question was about suspect information, and most of this has already been given out, but I'll repeat some of it. Eric David Harris, date of birth 4981, white male.
Sorry, what? Do you believe?
Eric David Harris, date of birth 4981, white male, 5'9", 140. Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T, Klebold, K-L-E-B-O-L-D, 9/11/81, 63180.
Do they have police records?
Both of these individuals were known to the juvenile justice system. Both of them had at one time entered pleas to felony offenses, property crimes, auto trespass, theft. Went through a diversion program in the district attorney's office, completed that program. These offenses were in January of 1998. They completed that program in February of 99 and were discharged. And I don't believe there were any other contacts other than possibly some traffic type.
Were they involved in that crime together?
Yes. The question was, were they involved in the crime together? And the answer to that is yes.
Can you tell us what the nature of the crime was?
It's a
circumstance.
Sure. It's first-degree criminal trespass is breaking into an automobile with the intent to steal something, and that's what the offense was, and a theft.
What did you steal?
I don't know.
Have you determined whether either of these suspects directly acquired these firearms themselves?
We do not know that. The question was, do we know where they acquired the firearms? And we have not established that.
Can you comment on the idea that they came from Harris's father?
I cannot comment on that because no.
What did you
The question is that I earlier indicated that I had been contacted by the father of one of these individuals. Let me explain that. Through actually 2 intermediaries, I was contacted by, I believe, Mr. Klebold's father, through an intermediary and through my assistant district attorney. And the information that was conveyed to me was whether or not he could be of assistance if he came to the scene. I checked with the sheriff's department and the FBI, who was on scene and was in the process, had SWAT teams in place, and their answer to me was that it would not be of assistance, that it was at a critical stage. There was no contact with either of these individuals. There had been shots exchanged. There was no verbal communication going on, and that it would at that point not be of any benefit.
How did you know his son was involved?
I don't know. That information was not given to me.
Did they commit suicide or were they killed?
Well, the question is, did they commit suicide or were they killed? We don't formally know the answer to that until we have autopsies of the two suspects. But I will tell you, and I think Sheriff Stone would agree with this, based upon the location of the suspects' bodies, proximity of their own weapons to them, and the nature of the wounds, it appears the best evidence is that these are self-inflicted gunshot wounds. But we don't know for sure yet.
Where were they?
You know the nature? To the head.
Any notes been found?
There have been notes confiscated. There was a reference to the website, I believe, earlier. I believe all of that information has been preserved and seized off the website. There were 2 or 3 active separate investigations going on simultaneously to secure the website information that apparently has been on the website for some time.
Any notes off of the website?
You mean separate from the website at a different location? I'm not aware of that at the moment.
And the website's definitely linked to them?
It appears to be. That's my information, yes.
Dave, first of all, did you find any additional duffel bag bombs you found at Chatfield Reservoir? And secondly, did you have any history or evidence these guys had practiced exploding bombs in places around there?
I don't know to the second part, but he asked about duffel bags at Chatfield Reservoir. I'm not aware of any at Chatfield Reservoir. There are, in fact, backpacks and other similar kinds of knapsacks and stuff scattered all around the premises, frankly, outside and inside the school. Most of these were relatively certain belonged to students who just dropped them and ran. However, part of the scene security is that when the initial entry team went in, they located one backpack that did in fact have a pipe bomb in it. It was visible inside on a table inside the school. For that reason, every backpack and knapsack anywhere in the vicinity of this school is being examined physically, and we are making some arrangements, I believe, to have those x-rayed and fluoroscoped before they can actually be stored somewhere.
How much do the parents know about their children's activity?
I don't know, because I don't know the status of the interviews with the parents at this point.
What law enforcement officers did they exchange fire with?
I don't know. John? Fire loss? The exchange of gunfire. Which agencies? Three. At least 3 deputies with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. We know for sure. Pardon me?
Including the deputy standing guard?
Yes.
The timing devices that were on the larger bombs, are these devices that are available commercially?
Yes, I believe they are available commercially. I think John explained the devices. A lot of people have asked if these are sophisticated or not sophisticated, and I guess it's based on your point of view. But the one did have a timing device attached to it. It appears to be a clock of some sort. In the process of disassembling that with a water cannon, it rendered it in a different configuration than it was in. So we're not absolutely positive because they had to render it inert with water cannon.
Are you sure that the bodies will all be removed from the school today?
I'm not positive. No. We're hopeful. It's a process that doesn't have a formal timeline to it, but the 2 that were removed were outside, and obviously that was our priority for many reasons. They're exposed to the elements, they're exposed to view, and so those were our first. And we've also notified those 2, I believe, have, at least in one case, there's been a formal notification to the family in that case. I don't know the answer to that. Sorry. Maybe. Go ahead.
Do you agree that there may have been more than 2 involved on the basis of the amount of bombs and rifles that were discovered?
We've received a fair amount of information that there were other people who were knowledgeable or seemed to be associated with this group of people. What we're a little bit unclear about is how all these devices got here and whether people assisted them. And as you can probably tell if you've been watching the search of the cars in basically 3 separate parking lots, we are going through a painstaking endeavor to identify which cars. There are at least 2 or 3 cars that have devices in them, and we need to identify who those belong to. So that there is some belief that there may be other people who are at least knowledgeable about this. What their role and involvement is a bit unclear, but we will be pursuing that all along the way.
These people, those 10 former, the 10 members that graduated from high school last year, are they among those that are being questioned?
That were associated with this group, yes. We have all their names, and we have a team of investigators who are interviewing all of those people. And today's been very difficult because the schools were all closed. Points of contact with some of these people have been very difficult, and locating some of these people has been very difficult.
Do any of them contact law enforcement?
Well, I don't know. There was a list of 8 or 10 names that I saw that we have given to investigators to go interview.
Do you feel there was danger to students in other high schools in this area?
Well, I don't think so, but a lot of precautions have been taken by the school district. We have given some instructions to the security people, and they in turn have notified their staffs, and I don't want to go into a lot of detail about that, but I will assure you that precautions have been made with all the schools, not only in Jefferson County, but metro-wide and private schools as well, in terms of being very aware of what's involved here.
What were the warning signs that these people
The question is, what were the warning signs? And that's a little hard. I mean, their behavior was unusual. As some of the students have reported, they were being picked on by a lot of other kids because of their behavior. With at least one of the kids, he was very isolated and very introverted. Their garb, as you've all reported, their dress was unusual. The black trench coat seemed to be a part of this, but I don't want to put too much in that because a lot of kids wear black clothes and Doc Martens, and so I don't want to make more out of this than there is. It's something I think we as a community, whether you're in the media or whether you're in my position, we need to spend some time looking at the behavioral aspects of this and see what we can come out of this with. I mean, we need to learn as much as we can about signs. I mean, a lot of people had contact with these kids, and what are the danger signs, and can we be better at predicting? I don't know how anybody could have predicted this, frankly.
What about the neo-Nazi references?
Yes.
What about the neo-Nazi references? Has there been evidence found that this was planned to fall on Hitler's birthday?
Well, the question is, was this planned to coincide with Hitler's birthday? Obviously, I've heard that over and over for the last 2 days. I don't know of any evidence that currently exists to establish that.
Was any evidence taken off the bodies regarding some notes or anything like that?
No evidence has been taken off of any of the bodies at this point. None. Two victims have been removed. They were outside the physical building. There were a total of 15. There are 15 deceased parties. 12 students, 1 teacher, 2 suspects. 11 females, 4 males, and I know I reversed it, I'm sorry. 11 males, 4 females, and there was a question, there was 1 African-American victim.
Any evidence that it was racially motivated?
Well, I don't know of that. If you look at I've only seen the photographs in the crime scene. The sheriff has been at the crime scene. It appears to me that most of the victims were victims because of where they were at a particular time, not that they were necessarily sought out. As was indicated, virtually all of these victims are in the library, and I think that was where these 2 persons ended up.
Did you need dental records from any of the parents to identify any of the victims?
Yes, in fact, that's something I need to emphasize. Last night, we went over to Leawood Elementary School and requested fingerprints and dental charts. That's a tough thing to ask parents to give you, and they did. And we got dental charts from at least 2 kids. We had fingerprints from 8 other kids because they had driver's licenses and their prints on file. But the dental charts were for people that did not have fingerprints, and those will be very helpful in helping to do the formal identification process.
Why don't some have fingerprints?
Because they're not old enough to have.
Oh, fingerprints.
They've never gotten driver's licenses, and we don't have fingerprints on file.
Is there a formal notification of at least one?
Yes.
Can you please identify that one now?
No.
Why?
It's not my. I don't want to do that because I don't know. What I was told when I walked up here is that the coroner's office had made one formal identification and that they had called the family, but I don't frankly know that of my own personal knowledge. And the other reason is because the family of that relative worked for me in my office, and I don't want to give it out.
The shotguns, the sheriff mentioned you found there were 2 shotguns on site and one uncovered at an off-site location. The shotguns that were recovered, at least on site.
Yes.
Would those a pump action or a hunting type gun, or were they a police or military gun?
Well, what I can tell you from what I saw is that they're not hunting rifles because the stocks have been cut off. They had like pistol grips. Yes.
What about the barrels?
I couldn't see the barrels.
Cut off by the suspect?
The barrels were obscured and they have not been moved yet. Pardon me?
Do you know where they were acquired?
No, I do not know where they were acquired.
Could you talk about the devices that were found on cars that belonged other than to the suspects? On how many cars?
John, do you know that? I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. I don't believe there are any live devices in the parking lot. Last night, the major emphasis last night was trying to clear the parking lots, and as Sheriff Stone mentioned, one of these items when it was being moved detonated. But I believe that as of today, all of the devices, both outside the school and inside the school, have been rendered harmless.
Were the cars outside booby-trapped? And were they
I don't
cars
know.
other than the suspects?
There were some other devices that were, I believe, around other cars. I don't believe they were booby-trapped per se.
What do you think the motive was?
I don't know what the motive was, other than anger. I don't know. I really don't. I wish I could help you with that.
Based on the evidence you have in interviews that have been conducted, what do you believe that these tracked them?
I'm not sure my belief is really important. I think there is some evidence to suggest that other people were at least aware of what was going on. And as the sheriff indicated earlier, there's an awful lot of devices, and this took a lot of time. And I just have to draw on my common sense at this point. We've gotten a lot of information that there were other people that associated with them, an awful lot of devices, a lot of time went into constructing these. A lot of people are familiar with the website. I think we have to pursue vigorously, at least for the time being, the idea that there may have been other people involved, at least in the planning and knowledge that this might occur until we prove otherwise, frankly.
Did any of them contact law enforcement?
Not that I'm aware of recently, no. There's some people ask about this threat, but my understanding is that was at least a year ago.
I wanted to be as clear as possible
I'll take you.
about the guns found with the suspects.
Yes.
There was a semi-automatic rifle.
Yes, I believe that's...
There were how many sawed-off shotguns?
Two.
And there was a semi-automatic
handgun.
Do we know the brand name?
No. And those have all been left. What they did is they went in and they photographed all of this, but none of it has actually been moved yet because they need to chronologically process the crime scene. And that's the reason. Somebody asked about serial numbers. We haven't gotten the serial numbers off of all these weapons to run them yet because we can't move them until we do it in a logical order. We can't just pick them up and look at them.
When you say sawed-off shotguns, you don't know that the barrels are...
I don't know that the barrels are... That's right. The stock, the wood part.
That is District Attorney Dave Thomas of Jefferson County. He's been conducting a briefing in Littleton, Colorado. Let me recap what he told the assembled media. We have 12 students, 1 teacher, and 2 suspects dead in the Columbine High School shooting. 12 students, 11 were, 9 were male, 4 female. Does that work out? No, that comes up a little short. But 11 males, 2 of them were suspects, so now we're down to 9 other than the suspects, 4 females, 1 African American. Most victims, according to the district attorney, were victims simply because of where they were, the district attorney said, not for any other particular reason, although we have heard reports that Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris were targeting people either because they were minority or because they were athletes. Most of the victims were in and around the library where the suspects ended up. Both of the suspects, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, have been involved in the juvenile justice system. They were both convicted of a criminal trespass, breaking into an automobile with intent to steal something. They appeared to have killed themselves, according to the district attorney, although that determination has not been made formally. He was asked what was the motive. He said, "I don't know, other than anger." He said that evidence from other people, there is evidence that other people were aware of what was going on. There were lots of devices, bombs, perhaps as many as 30, and that it took a lot of time and a lot of people to make that many. There were a lot of people familiar with the website, and that other people were either involved with the planning or knew this event may occur. So the investigation continues in Littleton, Colorado, as to exactly what went on. 2 bodies have been removed. They were 2 bodies that were outside of a building. The other 13 bodies are inside the building and have not been removed yet because the building has not been formally swept of explosive devices. We're going to go on with more of this continuing story in Littleton, Colorado at Columbine High School in a moment. But meanwhile, we have news on another front. We're joined now by Julia Taff, who is Assistant Secretary of State for population, refugees, and migration. She is a leading authority in refugee and humanitarian affairs. Ms. Kosovar Albanian refugees will be coming to the United States. About 20,000 of them. Ms. Taft, thanks a lot. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more from Littleton, Colorado on the horrific shooting at Columbine High School yesterday. We will speak live to the chief investigator of the crime. We know a lot more today than we did yesterday. Stay with us right back from this break with more on the shooting at Columbine High.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet.
The tragedy in Colorado continues today. You are looking at a shot of an event going on, a spontaneous event, if you will. Students at Columbine High School pitching flowers into a central spot. This gathering going on as we speak. We're joined now by Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone, who is the chief investigator on this horrible situation, and who was the one who brought us the news last night that there were many fatalities. Sheriff Stone, thanks very much for hanging out. I know you had to wait a minute. I sure appreciate it. There are several categories of questions about all of this that maybe you can fill us in on. I guess I'd like to go to the now dead suspects first. I heard District Attorney Dave Thomas talking. I may have missed this. Did he say that there were notes found or any kind of communication intended to be found after these 2 had died?
We have some that will be brought into evidence. We can't release that information at this point due to the investigative status of that.
Are you able to say at least a little clearer today anything about motive? I mean, yesterday, when asked that, you said, I don't know, craziness, I guess. Is it a little clearer today?
You know, it's a very illogical thing for somebody to do, but it appears that there was a lot of detailed planning by these kids to do what they were going to do. It doesn't look like they made any effort to consider leaving the school after doing this act because everybody knew who they were.
Is there any indication there are actually more people than the 2 who are dead who were involved in the planning and the execution of this rampage? That's possible. We're going to be investigating their associates and re-interviewing students to make sure that there was only 2. If there were more people seen with firearms, that's something that we're very concerned about.
There appeared to be more firearms there than there were shooters, with the two that were deceased, and the amount of bombs that were brought into the building makes us believe that there possibly could have been somebody else involved.
Sheriff, is there any indication that some of those bombs were planted earlier than yesterday, or did they all come in?
That is very possible.
There's just no way to say at this point.
No, there's no way to say. We're going to be doing detailed searches of all the lockers of the schools, and we have executed searches of lockers in all the schools in Jefferson County today to try to sweep the schools, just to make sure we don't have any devices in any of our schools.
Sheriff, about the victims, the district attorney said they appeared to be victims merely by where they were. That is, in the way of the shooters, or in the path of the shooters.
That's correct. That's correct. That's what appeared to me, too. I was in the scene today, and it appears that they just went in guns blazing and everywhere they went. And if there was anybody there, they were gunned down. Now, there was a substantial fire in the office. It appeared that they were going and looking for the principal and looking for the assistant. However, they must have escaped out of there before the shooters got there, because there's substantial firearms damage and nobody was hit in that location.
Sheriff, what about the stories we have heard that they hated minorities, that they hated athletes, that they wanted, when they announced their presence with guns, they said they wanted all the jocks to stand up. They were going to die first. Are you placing much credence in these stories?
Yes, we are, because those apparently coming from the students. We haven't had a chance to sit down and re-interview any of these students yet. There will be a massive follow-up investigation going on this to try to put the rest of the pieces of the puzzle together. Of all the 15 confirmed dead that we have here at the scene, we had one black male.
Sheriff, one of the suspects, I believe it's Eric Harris, although I could be wrong, was said to be an avid video game player. I believe it was a hobbyist with the game Doom, which involves shooting people in hallways and using bombs and grenades. Do you have any sort of thoughts about to what extent that kind of game playing may have been involved in the disassociation from reality that would let two young men go through a school shooting 15 people or 20 or 30,
well,
whatever the number is?
There's those particular types of games. There's some of this satanic death music. There's any number of things in the way, even some of the movies that are coming out of Hollywood anymore, that all they show is and put almost a romance to these types of things. It's disturbing to me as a law enforcement official and a parent.
When you hear, do you believe the stories? I guess we have to, because I think we've heard them so many times, that students reported they were laughing and hooting and hollering as they were shooting, that it was not a silent, methodical, robotic shooting rampage, but almost an exuberant one. Does that tell you anything?
That tells me we've got a couple sick minds here, but it concerns me that that we've been having incidents like this around the country, and especially that we experienced this one here in Colorado.
Is there anything about these two that should have tipped everybody off that something was coming, or in a way do they seem ordinary?
Aside from, I don't know these individuals, I don't know much about their history. We have minor arrest records on them. There is nothing that would show these kids to be exhibiting this kind of behavior. I hear from one individual, there were some threats made in the past on another student, but how often do high school kids get in fights? That seems to be commonplace back when even I was a kid, but we got in fights, but we didn't bring machine guns to school.
What is it you can tell us about where they got these guns? Does anybody know yet?
That'll be part of the investigations. We don't know. The one weapon looked like an assault weapon, like 9mm type model. We haven't had a chance to really give any close examinations to the guns because they were kind of wrapped around the bodies where the crime scene unit is working now. They've been working on this for probably about 6.5, 7 hours, and hopefully we'll wrap up later on today here.
District Attorney Thomas said it appeared that they were self-inflicted wounds and that they had shot themselves. Does it appear that they shot themselves at the same time as a culmination of some sort of plan?
My observations of past self-inflicted gunshot wounds, this looked to be consistent, but whether one shot the other one first or whether they each shot themselves, that will have to be determined through investigation.
Sheriff Stone, about the bodies that remain in the building, when now do you anticipate to be able to remove those and let the families begin the memorial services and the burials?
Two have been removed so far. The crime scene people, when I spoke to them later this morning, advised me that they should be finished up by late afternoon, and the bodies should be transported to the coroner's office. The coroner's office will give a full identification once they can compare fingerprints later today.
Sheriff John Stone of Jefferson County, you have been very patient. We appreciate it very much. Good luck with the investigation. I know you must be exhausted, but we hope to talk to you another time.
Very good. Thank you.
We will continue our coverage of the crisis, the tragedy in Colorado right after.
What can we learn from this tragedy? How close are we to ground combat in Kosovo? Tom Brokaw live from Colorado, John Hockenberry live from Albania. Tonight, 10 Eastern on MSNBC.
The angry words and demented scrawls of a tormented mind presaging the carnage that turned a suburban high school into a real-life horror show. I'm John Gibson. Continuing our special coverage of the tragedy in Colorado, Internet correspondent Mary Kathleen Flynn will join us with a look at how one of the suspects explored his sociopathic urges on a personal website, sending messages that apparently no one took very seriously. Here's the latest. Authorities have removed the first 2 bodies from the crime scene, and they have made tentative notifications to the families of 15 people killed yesterday. They hope to remove the remaining bodies soon, then make positive identification of the victims. The district attorney says 2 to 3 cars still have explosive devices in them, and they are trying to identify the vehicle's owners. A sheriff says that the devices and the sheer number of bombs indicate other people may have been involved. The district attorney also says authorities found a backpack with a pipe bomb in it, making it necessary to examine all backpacks dropped in yesterday's chaos. Authorities say they were particularly concerned about explosives attached to timing devices, such as the one that exploded last night. Let us go to NBC's Soledad O'Brien and a report from Littleton, Colorado.
I'm a senior.
Are we? Well, I don't think we have Soledad yet. They're still getting wired up out there. Let me just recap some of the information we have heard in the last hour or so from the district attorney out in Jefferson County. He reminds us that among the victims, the 15 victims, 2 were the suspects and 1 was a teacher. That leaves 13 students who were killed. They were 9 males and 4 females. 1 was an African American. The district attorney said most of victims were victims simply because of where they were. Most were in the library where the suspects ended up. As the reality of what happened in Littleton, Colorado begins to sink in, many wonder what kind of child could murder his classmates in cold blood. Ward Lucas of NBC's Denver affiliate, KUSA, takes a look at Eric Harris, one of the boys police believe is responsible for the carnage at Columbine High.
Eric Harris lived in a dark gray house at the end of this cul-de-sac. You can barely see it behind this house in the foreground, because police kept reporters at bay as they searched the home for explosives. During the search, Eric Harris's father and brother showed up and were interviewed by police. But inside that house, Eric Harris used his computer to keep a website through which he communicated with his buddies in the Trenchcoat Mafia gang. He posted violent lyrics from a German techno music group. He posted this, a scribbled drawing with a Satan-like figure and features that seemed to portray violence. He posted this, a recipe for making pipe bombs, and it's detailed and chilling. He talks about how effective pipe bombs are, saying, pipe bombs are some of the easiest and deadliest ways to kill a group of people. America Online, AOL, shut down the website late last night. In his online profile, Harris used phrases that are used by people who play the computer game Doom. A California computer game designer told us Doom calls on players to use pipe bombs, frag bombs, and shotguns to kill all the other players. A year ago, this teenager, Brooks Brown, ran afoul of Harris at Columbine High School. Harris then used his website to threaten Brown's life.
He's big on that. They're all big on that. They're all big on, like, anti-God, Satanism. They're really just pure hate is the way the entire group is. I know all of them. I'm acquaintances with all of them. I wouldn't say friends, but, I mean, I don't, like, reject them, but they're all, like, hateful.
Brown's family is angry because they say police were warned a year ago that Eric Harris was building pipe bombs in his basement and exploding them around town and threatening to use them on people. Other students at Columbine High School say members of the Trenchcoat Mafia gang were fascinated with World War II history, German music, and frequently spoke German phrases to each other. So the choice of April 20th for this tragedy is more than ironic, because it was Adolf Hitler's birthday. In Denver, this is Ward Lucas for NBC News.
And now let us go to Denver, Colorado, where Governor Bill Owens is about to hold a news conference and not quite ready yet. Let's go to M.K. Flynn, who has been keeping an eye on what is going on this website that the Trenchcoat Mafia OC we're keeping. What have we seen lately, Mary Kathleen?
Well, what I've got up on my computer screen here are some files that we believe were created by Eric Harris, identified originally by Ward Lucas from KUSA. And here are song lyrics from this band KMFDM. They're an industrial rock band. Here are the lyrics that are applicable. Apocalypse Now, Son of a Gun. This is from a song called Son of a Gun. Now, down here, he also says, Ich bin ein Ausländer. That's apparently another song lyric reference, but it also means in German, I am a stranger, or I am a foreigner, or I'm an outsider. Also, another file is this diagram here, which you also saw in that package. It looks like it was drawn on sketch paper. You can see clearly images like this man with a knife and a cross emblazoned on his chest and a pile of skulls. But then on the flip side of it, in the background here are sketches of pipe bombs, and there was also a long text file that was written in the first-person account talking about how to use pipe bombs.
Mary Kathleen, a quick question before I go out to Soledad O'Brien in Littleton, Colorado. The game Doom. One of these kids was an avid Doom player. Is Doom, the game, similar to the scene that was played out in that high school?
Well, in Doom, you are going down hallways. I've got it up on my screen. I hope to show it to you in a couple of minutes. And the object is to kill people, and it does talk about some of the same kinds of weapons like pipe bombs.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute. Meantime, thanks, MK. Let's go to Soledad O'Brien in Littleton, Colorado. Where do we stand, Soledad?
Well, John, the latest on the investigation from here is that 2 bodies have been removed from the school grounds. These are the first 2 of the 15 deceased. The 13 others are still inside the building. The investigation, we are told, is going to move very slowly because there is such a large crime scene and there is tons of evidence. We are also told that tentative IDs on the deceased have been done. They are not official because, of course, they have not been able to do autopsies. They've been based on descriptions that parents gave to investigators. I'm joined right now by Jennifer Scott and Adam Cassavant. They're both seniors. And Adam, let's begin with you. I understand that your prom date for the prom this year is a young woman who is recovering from not only bullet wounds but shrapnel wounds to her body.
Yes, ma'am. I went to see her earlier at the hospital today, and they weren't letting her have any visitors, but I dropped the flowers that I'd brought off and, told them to give her my regards. It was amazing to think of the girl that you had gone to prom with on Saturday night is now laid up in a hospital bed somewhere.
Is it just mind-boggling to you, Jennifer, that this has happened? You told me earlier that some of the deceased are friends of yours.
Yeah. And then, but you're not for sure if these people are actually dead yet because no one's actually come out with a list of names. And they're still, I heard they need dental records to identify these people. So I feel like I can't be for sure yet. But still just hearing that someone died it's very upsetting.
Do you hold out any hope for them?
Very much.
You do?
I just hope that I'll get to see them maybe somewhere out here or at one of the vigils tonight, and that just makes me so happy to see people that I haven't seen yet, because you know they're okay.
When we look out on the scene here, from your perspective, because this is essentially the front yard of your school, it must seem like a zoo. There's a flower memorial service in front of us. There are news trucks parked for yards and yards and yards. Does this seem surreal to you? Unimaginable?
I can't believe it. It's every time I hear our school's name on the news in Littleton, Colorado on the news, I can't believe it. It's like it can't be happening here.
That seems to be a refrain, and unfortunately, I have to say, I've covered other school shootings. People always say that. It couldn't have happened here, especially when you look around and you see the setting that your school is in. Are there troubles in the school? Did you know the young men?
I didn't. I can't say that I did. I would say probably that there are people like that in every school, though. And now that this has happened, I don't know. It's mind-boggling, like you said, just to think of the enormity of the situation. I'll forever remember while I was sitting in biology class when my principal came over the intercom and said, "There's been a shooting at Columbine High School." And my heart leapt to my throat because I knew that I had so many friends go to Columbine. And all I could think of was worst-case scenarios when I heard that.
It looks as if, Jennifer, Columbine will be closed for the duration of the year. You're a senior.
Yeah. It really upsets me because I'm afraid I'm never going to get to see any of these people again. And even if they're okay, I'll never know exactly what happened to them because I won't get to see them. And it's just over for us now.
Is it easier for you when you talk about it, or is it something that you would prefer to just not talk about it and just forget it?
I'd kind of like to just forget it ever happened, but all the counselors around here tell me it's good to talk about it, and it does kind of make me feel a little better to talk about it, but it's hard to talk about it.
All right, Jennifer and Aaron, I thank you very much for talking with us this afternoon. John, we're also told that investigators seized one computer from one suspect's house. They've said that they are completely baffled when it comes to any kind of a motive. The drizzle is beginning to pick up here, which is, I guess, fortunate for investigators who have now moved everything inside as they continue to try to piece together exactly what caused this horribly tragic shooting. Back to you, John.
Soledad O'Brien in Littleton, Colorado. Soledad, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you a little bit later. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be joined by two guests, one a grief expert and another a psychologist. The issue, of course, is violence in kids. Why does it happen? How do you spot it? Can you stop it? Came a little too late for Littleton, Colorado, but we'll see about the future right after this. Take a break. We'll be right back.
Another suburban high school erupts in gunfire. Can anything be done to stop the violence? The latest from Littleton on the news with Brian Williams tonight on MSNBC.
We all know what happened in Littleton, Colorado at Columbine High. We're now trying to figure out why. Joining us now is psychologist Miriam Midzian. She wrote a book called Boys Will Be Boys about adolescent male violence. And in Washington, Jack Gordon, grief expert and president of Hospice Foundation of America. Miriam, it seems like you're the one on point today. What is it with these boys and violence? Can I pick out something as a cause, like video games, and be even close to the mark?
Well, there isn't any one cause, but it's a multiple set of causes that interact, and I think we've succeeded in creating a society that does practically everything possible to encourage boys to be violent. First of all, we do nothing at the beginning to identify and help boys who show from an early age, often by 3, 4, 5, it's clear that some boys are at risk for violent behavior, whether it's just a constant tendency to kick, bite, be angry, torture animals. There are, in a vast majority of cases, indications, but we don't provide the parents with help, with counselors. You know, 30 million Americans don't even have insurance, and those who do, mental health issues aren't even covered. The schools have been cutting back on counselors for these disturbed kids. So we're doing really very, very little to identify them early, which we could do, because they're there.
Well, yeah, Dr. Midzian, let's get specific here. these particular boys, at least one of them, were sending up red flags as if they were fireworks.
Yes.
On the internet and with their contacts with other students in the school and the law, etc. Is this pattern so common that you can understand why nobody paid attention to these particular boys, that there's so many others doing exactly the same thing, that these two shouldn't have stood out like a sore thumb?
Well, I think they should have stood out anyway, because at this point, I think as soon as boys exhibit this type of behavior, something's got to be done. But one of the things that I think is confusing things and making them worse is that we have surrounded our kids with violent entertainment. You were talking about Doom before. I mean, Doom, video games, violent films.
Explain what Doom is.
Oh, Doom is a video game, and which is an incredibly violent, destructive video game. And I must tell you, one thing that I'm really tired of hearing is that it's up to the parents to see to it that their children don't see these movies and don't play these video games. I gave a lecture a few years ago at a state university here in New York, and I spent an hour afterwards. There was a luncheon talking to one professor and one administrator. Practically the entire conversation was about Doom and violent films that these two men and their wives were trying to keep their sons from seeing or playing. One of them admitted to me that he and his wife broke down finally and bought their son Doom, although they absolutely hated it. But there is so much pressure on parents.
Miriam, hang on a second. We're looking at pictures from, this is off the internet, of the Doom game. Essentially hallways and rooms and shooting things as they pop up. We're going to talk to Mary Kathleen Flynn about this in a moment. Let me go to Jack Gordon for a second. Jack, so the grief expert is going to give us some indication of what everyone else in this school is facing. You know, these kids, as you can hear from these interviews, have been severely affected by this, obviously. And this was a reign of terror for about an hour, and then 13 of their either fellow students or a teacher are dead, and some of them killed before their very eyes. Does this get scrubbed away ever?
No, they'll always remember. They'll always remember that. It may get mitigated. One of the good things that they're doing is this flower ceremony that you've been showing in the background of your reportage from Littleton. But I'm very surprised that I'm displeased that they would close the school for the rest of the year, even if it took 2 or 3 weeks to complete the investigation there. They really ought to come back and have the ability to talk to each other and talk through their concerns. And I might add that it's not just Columbine High School and Littleton. I suspect that conversations like this are going on all over the country in all the high schools.
Jack Gordon, hang on a second. I got to thank Dr. Miriam Midzian. We're going to take a break. Dr. Midzian, thanks for being with us. We're going to take a break, come back, check in on the other big story still ongoing, Kosovo, the crisis in Kosovo, right after this. There's been a lot of renewed talk today about the possibility of U.S. ground forces being sent to Kosovo. Joining us now from the Pentagon with the latest is NBC's Campbell Brown. What's up now, Campbell?
Well, John, the Pentagon is saying that if NATO is able to reach a consensus on the need for ground troops, then the Pentagon will begin updating its plan for ground forces, pre-positioning ground troops, whatever NATO wants. But U.S. military officials say they don't believe that consensus has been reached yet. Secretary of Defense William Cohen and General Hugh Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, were on Capitol Hill today to ask Congress to approve the president's request for $6 billion to pay for the operation. Questions about ground troops did come up. Cohen said today that this emergency funding request does not include money to fund ground troops in the event that they were sent over, and that he said at this point the administration's position on ground troops has not changed. Here was Cohen from earlier.
I can't tell you it won't happen in the future. Based on what I've seen to date, the president said no plans and no intention for it, and I haven't seen a consensus within the alliance yet.
that said, John, the rhetoric is clearly moving in that direction, and this is likely to be a major point of discussion during the summit this weekend. Cohen also today, during that hearing, did take the time to defend the overall operation and say a lot of the criticism that he has been getting and that the U.S. military has been getting is unfounded, that they are making progress, and their plans are at this point to intensify. They'll be sending over 300 additional U.S. planes and reserve forces to support those aircraft. John?
Campbell, meanwhile, at long last, the Apaches are in place. Action anytime soon?
Well, it could be a while, and in fact, only half are in place. They're planning to move the another dozen, the rest of them over tomorrow is what we're told. But they haven't gotten the final order to actually send them into action, and we're hearing that could be at least another week.
Campbell Brown at the Pentagon. Campbell, thanks very much. We will continue to bring you the very latest on the crisis in Kosovo, and in the next hour we'll have the latest NBC poll numbers on the U.S. involvement in Yugoslavia. That's coming up at 6:30 Eastern Time here on MSNBC. And coming up next, we will have more on the day after that tragic attack at a Colorado high school, 15 dead. We'll be right back after this quick break. Coming up in the next hour, we will bring you the latest on the day's top stories, the crisis in Kosovo, and the shooting attack in a suburban Denver, Colorado high school. Coming up after the break, we will join NBC's Denver station, KUSA, for the very latest on the shooting at Columbine High. Who were the gunmen? That after this.
Dateline tonight, the Colorado high school shooting. From the moment the first shots were fired, a Dateline minute by minute. A new Dateline tonight, 10/9 Central on NBC.
It is the day after in Littleton, Colorado, and the first bodies have been removed from the scene. 15 people were killed in the deadliest school shooting in U.S. history. The suburban Denver community and much of the country are struggling to cope with this violence. Welcome back to a special edition of News Chat and our continuing coverage of the tragedy in Colorado. I'm John Gibson, and here is the latest. Authorities have taken a computer from one suspect's house, and internet provider America Online says it has contacted the FBI and it is preserving any content on the internet that may be related to the shootings. Authorities have removed the first two bodies from the crime scene, and they have made tentative notifications to the families of the 15 people killed yesterday. They hope to remove the remaining bodies soon, then make positive identification of the victims. The district attorney says 2 to 3 cars have explosive devices in them, and they are trying to identify the vehicle's owners. The sheriff says that the devices may indicate other people may have been involved. Now we want to get the latest on how Denver is dealing with this story. Let us join our NBC affiliate, KUSA, for their evening newscast.
And help however you can.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Sardella.
And I'm Adele Arakawa. Investigators have tentatively identified the bodies of the 15 victims. Police have notified the families. One adult is among the fatalities. The 2 teenage suspects are also dead. 20 others were injured. At least 3 remain in critical condition. Police had to wait to begin their investigation until bomb squads removed all explosive devices. Bomb experts found more than 30 devices in the school and the suspects' homes. All Jefferson County schools are being searched for bombs as a precaution. They will reopen tomorrow, with the exception of Columbine High School. 9 News anchor Jim Benneman joins us from Clement Park near Columbine High. Jim, when might they release the names of the victims?
Well, we're going to be finding out more about that, Adele, in a few minutes when we send it over to Erica Wilner. She is at Leawood Elementary. And as you know, that's where a lot of the people were gathering yesterday, hoping that there would be joyful reunions with family members who were trapped inside Columbine yesterday. We certainly do know that there were also a dozen people who were going to be getting the bad news that their loved ones didn't make it out alive. 13 people, in addition to those 2 suspects who died in the explosions yesterday and the gunfire. So we will be getting the latest from Erica on that in just a few moments. But right now we'd like to talk about the investigation, some of the things that we've been hearing here at Clement Park today. About half an hour or so ago, they wrapped up a very wide-ranging news conference talking about the investigation, and investigators led by Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone talking about some of the explosives that they have still been finding inside. Adele, you were out here late last night when one of them went off inside the school. It was apparently operated on a timer, and that reminded all of us how very dangerous that situation situation still was inside the Columbine High School campus. Well, today they have been sending people through the bomb squads, finding even more. They've been using robotic cameras inside the building to try and spot any trouble, and they tell us that they have found at least 30 explosive devices, not only here on campus, but possibly some in the basements of those two suspects involved in all this. And right now I'd like to bring in Brett Ollis. Brett, one of the 9 News photojournalists. And Brett, you were actually there today at about 2 o'clock when they found one device and they had to take it off campus to get rid of it.
Actually, if I could correct you, what they told me was there was about 24 devices. And these are devices that where they take CO2 canisters, and then they refill them up with stuff. And the authorities obviously didn't want me to go into any specific detail, but then what they did is they took them into a pit out at their facility.
Some sort of disposal facility.
Yeah, it seemed like a waste disposal facility or some facility that they used to doing this, and they put an explosive charge next to it, and they literally destroyed the things. It's not like they detonated these devices. They literally destroyed these things, and what they liked us to use, the term that they liked us to use, is they wanted us to render these things safe,
which they did. And just saw the videotape, heard the boom, and you were there when this was happening. They probably handled these devices very gingerly. Did they have any special equipment on as they brought it into this area?
They certainly did. I mean, everybody, the standard stuff that you probably saw, that we all saw yesterday over here at Columbine High School, the bomb squads with their the full garb and everything. They were certainly taking no chances whatsoever. But like I said, they had about 24 of these devices, and then they were still working on other what they described as pipe bombs. And they were going to be working on those, obviously after I left the scene.
All right.
There, so.
9 News photojournalist Brett Ollis, thanks very much, Brett. And Brett talking a little bit about the situation that they've had with these explosive devices. Obviously, according to investigators, the people who walked into that building yesterday were armed to the teeth. They've been telling us stories today not only about the firepower, the assault rifle, a couple of shotguns, at least one handgun, but also those explosive devices. And as the sheriff described it today, something almost a crude device that would blow up and had an awful lot of nails attached to it, so that caused all kinds of not only damage to the building, but also certainly damage to those people who were in the area nearby. And we talked yesterday about so many of the victims being treated for shrapnel wounds, one young lady in particular, and was very lucky to survive when those types of devices started going off. Right now we want to send it over to Erica Wilner. She is at Leawood Elementary, not too far from Columbine. And Erica, we are waiting for the names of the deceased to be posted. We are told it will be happening at Leawood. Has it happened yet?
It has not, Jim, and we don't know what time that will happen. Right now, the names of the victims are only being released to the families, and that process began this afternoon. Some of the families were here at Leawood with the counselors when they got the terrible news. Other families were waiting at home. Friends of those who are unaccounted for are gathering at Leawood. They are waiting for a list of the dead, a list they have not gotten yet. There are counselors here to give comfort and support to people while they wait, but that wait is excruciating. Students tell me they just want to know who didn't make it.
Last night was just, a lot of waiting and a lot of praying and a lot of hoping that maybe something had happened and he was unconscious, or he was one of the kids that had been taken to a hospital that hadn't been identified yet. And the longer it went, the more of a sick feeling you had in your stomach that things weren't going to turn out good.
It's so hard to, I couldn't sleep last night. I had to sleep with the light on and the door open, and it's hard to think that it happened to your friends, and you don't know who's dead, and you see some names and some ages, and it's that could be my friend because that's how old I am. We just want to know who's dead. We can get a hold of our close friends, but there's so many people that we care about that we just don't know.
Now, I'm told that a list of the victims, again, will not be ready for some time. There are a couple of reasons for that. Even though many of these families are being notified, the social workers and the authorities don't want to just notify the next of kin. They want to make sure that the parents of these young people and the staff members who are killed have time to call their extended family so that nobody has to read about this in the paper or see it on TV. Another reason is that the victims' advocates want to give these families some time and space alone before these names are made public and people start calling and coming over. So we'd like to be able to tell you when that list will be out, Jim, but right now we just can't.
All right, Erica Wilner reporting live from Leawood Elementary. Erica, thanks very much. We've talked about some of the information we've been able to gather here at Clement Park, the scene of so many news conferences over the last couple of days. It is also a gathering place where a lot of Columbine students and other people from different communities around town have been coming to offer their support and offer some sort of a memorial to the victims. Kim, our photographer, will give us a look behind me. You can see several people gathered around these flowers and these signs and a big banner that came over at about 2:30 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. That was brought over by the caring students from Littleton High School, a different school district, but certainly those Littleton kids understand what Columbine is going through right now. And we see the flowers, the signs, personalized messages rather, saying, "We love you," and there's also one that says, "Chile loves you," apparently from a Chilean student, perhaps a foreign exchange student, saying, no matter where anybody is in this world, people who have heard about this tragedy, thinking very much of the victims and everybody else involved here in the Columbine community. So that's the latest from Clement Park. I'll send it back to Ed and Adele in the studio.
All right, Jim, we'll talk to you again in just a bit. Thanks a lot.
All right.
The two suspects, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, were said to be part of a group called the Trenchcoat Mafia. Law enforcement agencies and reporters are trying to learn all they can about it. Ward Lucas brought us some of the first information about it last night, and he's been working on it again today. First clarification, is the Trenchcoat Mafia a clique? Is it a gang, a group? What is it?
It doesn't really fit the classic profile of a gang like the Crips or the Bloods, the ones we hear so much about. It's more of a movement, a loose association of kids who basically don't fit in. They're considered school outcasts, but thanks to the internet, these kids find a home by linking up with other outcasts at schools across the country. They play Doom and vampire-type games on the internet. Some of them involve role-playing. Today in Jefferson County, the bomb squad descended on the home where Dylan Klebold lived with his family. This is not a lower echelon family. The home is a luxury home in an exclusive neighborhood. In the meantime, we talked to another member of the Trenchcoat Mafia at Columbine. She was friends with both the suspects, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. She refers to Eric as Reb.
We're great friends. They were some of the sweetest guys to know.
Alex Marsh says there's no way yesterday's tragedy could have been avoided.
They knew that there was going to be cops swarming the school. They knew that this wouldn't last for more than a couple hours. They knew all this before they ever got anything, before they ever started building anything.
So it was carefully planned?
It was very carefully planned. It would have had to have been.
In the meantime, we have been tracking some other offshoots of the Trenchcoats on the internet. By the way, this man right here is the father of Eric Harris. Today he released a statement saying that the Harris family was very sorrowful, very sorry for the kinds of tragedy situations that happen in Columbine. He asked the public to pray for those touched by the shootings. The statement expresses the family's sympathy to the victims, the families of the Columbine High School students who were affected by this. In the meantime, we've been tracking some of the other offshoots of the Trenchcoats on the internet. There's some really vicious websites out there where kids are exchanging information about the tragedy at Columbine. One such website that we found is ugly enough it should attract the attention of federal authorities. It actively encourages other Goth movement members to bring weapons to school. It contains some of the documents that we found on Eric Harris's website after the shootings. It also contains some grisly photographs of what appear to be mutilated bodies. We discovered that this website is owned by a man in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We have tried to contact him, but at this point, he has not returned our phone calls.
All right, that was Ward Lucas, KUSA's investigative reporter, who first brought us some of the first information on shooter Eric Harris yesterday. NBC's Soledad O'Brien is in Littleton, Colorado, talking with people on the scene of yesterday's tragedy. We go now to Soledad. Soledad, what have you got now?
Well, John, the investigation is underway, and we are told it's going to be a lengthy investigation, not only because the crime scene is so large, but because it's such a complicated crime scene. For example, a pipe bomb was found inside one of the backpacks, I believe, in the cafeteria. Investigators say, well, there are dozens of backpacks strewn around as the students were running for their lives. They have to take each one of those backpacks, investigate what's inside. Even they're hoping to x-ray each and every one. So obviously this is going to be a very slow, painstaking investigation. But not only from an investigation standpoint, what about the trauma that the students have seen? And not only the students, the community really has suffered. We're talking now with Marcia Latanzi-Licht. She's a psychotherapist and also an educator. I thank you very much for joining us. It's out here sort of rainy, sort of cold, sort of drizzly, but you're standing out here with us, and we do appreciate it. You're going to be brought in to do some follow-up work with the people who have suffered here in the community, and not the victims of the shootings directly, but people who are emotionally suffering. How do you help them?
I think the most important thing that people need at times of loss is support and ongoing support, as we spoke about earlier. One of the things we'll offer to people are follow-up services through hospice groups around the metro area. There'll be groups and camps, and hospices can come in to offer educational support to schools and teachers and backup for some of the frontline providers, because support is needed across time.
But, Marcia, at the same time, we're talking about a situation which, to some degree, only war veterans have seen their colleagues, their friends, have their heads blown off, be shot at point blank. When you're talking about 14 or 15-year-old kids, how do you possibly help them get over that kind of an experience?
Well, we don't think in terms of getting over things. We think in terms of how can people live with their life experiences, and these are certainly painful life experiences, but we know many people have survived outrageous experiences in their lives to still be loving, contributing people. So the hope is to give people that support and guidance and backup so that they can still live, even in spite of these circumstances, as healthy, happy people.
Does it complicate the issue when you're talking about a school, which is supposed to be, when you drop your kid off in the morning, the safest place they can be?
Well, what complicates it is we're talking about young people, and they are our vested trust. They are our future, and so that's what really complicates it. And we all have illusions of safety and protection as adults, and so those issues really conflict inside of us, and we all feel vulnerable. I think that's the response. Every parent in America feels vulnerable at a time like this.
How long before students who've witnessed horrific scenes can expect to get on with their lives and feel some kind of normalcy again?
Well, the getting on with our lives, people are already doing some functional things, but the other part of it is these influences really will affect us across our lifetime. So you can have a flashback years later or a nightmare way down the road. So these are lifelong influences on our being and our history. The question is how we deal with them, how we choose to react to the circumstances of our lives. And we need healthy adult models to show us the kinds of courage and support that are necessary.
Marcia, I thank you very much. John, we're going to toss it back to you.
Okay, Soledad, thanks a lot. NBC's Soledad O'Brien in Littleton, Colorado. We're going to take a break. When we come back, President Clinton spoke out today about the tragedy at Columbine High School. We'll go to Chip Reed at the White House and hear what the president had to say and continue to follow the story. The tragedy in Colorado, 15 dead. We'll be right back. We continue to follow events around the tragedy in Colorado at Columbine High School. We want to go now to NBC's Chip Reed, who's at the White House. The president speaking out again today about the attack in Littleton, Colorado. Also some developing news on the crisis in Kosovo. Chip?
John, first to the situation in Littleton, Colorado. The president was supposed to be in Texas today, but he canceled that trip. It was a fundraiser he was going down there for, and they felt it would not be appropriate to be doing that on a day when the Littleton, Colorado tragedy is in the news. So he stayed here at home, and they set up a little event with White House volunteers that he used as a platform to talk about this tragedy. And he reminded people that because of all the other school shootings in the last couple of years, the federal government has already done quite a bit of work here. They put together a commission and they came out with a handbook on signs to look for in troubled youth, and he reminded parents and teachers and school officials of the kinds of things that they need to be looking for, and he basically reminded people that a lot of work's been done. We need to go back and take a look at what we need to watch for. Here's part of what the president said earlier today.
As we learned at the White House Conference on School Safety, and as is reflected in the handbook that the Secretary of Education and the Attorney General sent to all of our schools, we must all do more to recognize and look for the early warning signals that deeply troubled young people send often before they explode into violence. Surely more of them can be saved and more innocent victims and tragedies can be avoided.
Very subdued tone there, John. He also talked about the federal resources that are available in Colorado. The FBI has agents on the scene. So does the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They helped disarm some of the bombs and are there to help trace the guns and the bomb-making materials. Also, the president is considering a trip out there. They say he would like to go here at the White House, but they're not sure when that could happen. They have the big NATO conference this weekend, and they don't want to go if it is going to drain resources from the investigation. Anytime the president goes anywhere, there's a huge police presence blocking highways, providing security, and they don't want that to adversely affect the investigation. So he probably will go at some point, but it may be a little while before he does. John?
Chip, and an outfall of the crisis in Kosovo sees Chip Reed at the White House. Chip, as always, thanks a lot. We're going to take a break, come back with more on the tragedy in Colorado right after this. Finally, they've begun removing bodies at Columbine High School, and at this point, we do know much more about the killers. More on the two shooters at Columbine right after this quick break. Stay with us.
Brought to you in part by Super 8 Motels, over 1,700 throughout North America.
15 dead at Columbine High School, and tonight at 7:30, the first of what will turn out to be many memorial services for those dead. From NBC News in Washington, we're joined now by Alan Lippman, professor of clinical and criminal psychology at Georgetown University. He's worked extensively with youth in the treatment of mental disorders. Also, Jack Gordon is back with us. He's a grief expert with the Hospice Foundation of America. Mr. Lippman, if I can go to you before we go on and talk about everyone who's been left behind. Let's talk about the two kids who caused all this problem. You know, everybody wants to know, and what have we got? 10 of these things in the last couple of years. 8. Everybody wants to know, is it 8?
8 in the last 2.
How do you spot them? How do you know what to who's a problem and who's not? And in this particular case, weren't there signs, and why weren't those signs acted upon? Would you have recognized at least one of these kids as someone with a potential for violence?
Let's look at it. How do you spot them? Let's take this particular example. These were kids who were posting information about pipe bombs on websites. They had a kind of obsession with Hitler and with gruesome violence. There was a report that in one case, one of the two kids showed a gun to a schoolmate saying, you know, I can't stand the way they treat me. There were things in the yearbook that reported their status in school as being essentially insane. These kids were sending out messages in every way possible that something was wrong. You know, it reminds me of my sitting here about a year ago when we were talking about Jonesboro, and a family member came on and said, how could we have known? There were no signs. And it turned out that, in fact, one of the two children had been in violent fights, that there had been psychotherapy regarding a history of violence. One of the things that we need to do, and it's very difficult as parents to do this, is to open our eyes and recognize that gruesome and difficult possibility that our children may indeed be suffering from some mental disorder, that they may indeed have something wrong with them. It's tough. It's a narcissistic insult to them, to us, but we've got to look at our own families. That's where the change begins.
We're up against a break. We're going to take it now. When we come back, more from Alan Lippman and Jack Gordon, and further update from Columbine High School and Littleton, Colorado. 15 dead. They're starting to remove the bodies now. Over 30 explosive devices found in the high school. A mess. As criminal investigators look for answers in the physical evidence on the scene of the crime, psychologists sift a more intangible medium for answers, answers that can explain the workings of tortured souls and provide solace to those who survived. I'm John Gibson. Continuing our special coverage of the tragedy in Colorado, we'll also update you on the situation in the Balkans, where the first group of Apache helicopters have arrived in Albania. First, here's the latest from Colorado. Relatives of the suspect, Eric Harris, have issued a statement saying they are devastated by the killings and calling it a senseless tragedy. They express sympathy for the victims, their families, and the community. They also say they are mourning the death of their son. Authorities have made tentative notifications to the families of the 15 people killed yesterday, and they have removed the first 2 bodies from the crime scene. They hope to remove the remaining bodies soon, then make positive identifications of the victims. NBC's affiliate in Denver reports 3 of the 20 injured are in critical condition. The local sheriff says the sheer number of bombs found in and around the school indicates other people may have been involved. Let's go back now to our two guests, Jack Gordon, our grief expert, and Alan Lippman, who is a psychologist. Jack Gordon, tonight starts the first of what will undoubtedly be a series of memorial services. This even before really the announced identifications of the victims have occurred, just kind of a general memorial for the community. Are these important for people there? Is participation in kind of a remembrance or memorial an actual important thing for people in Littleton to be doing?
That's very important. The whole notion of ritual and memorial is very common across a lot of cultures, and I think that there not only will be a number of them in Colorado, but it might very well be that other schools and other communities across the country might show the people in Littleton that they too are grieving for the changed world that to some degree, I guess, affects everybody, and certainly affects the people in Littleton.
Alan Lippman, at this point, the families with probably the most intense double whammy of this tragedy are the parents of the two suspects. Not only have their children caused this incredible devastation in the community where these parents may, have intended to live for a long time, but the kids are dead too. Just for a second, what would you expect those parents are going through?
Oh, I think it's just an enormous hell. Not only do they have the tragedy of losing their sons, not only do they have the grief that comes with knowing the suffering that your children were experiencing that you didn't have the opportunity to address, but there's the humiliation and insult of worldwide attention upon you and the difficulties that you have gone through. So I can understand them addressing this as a senseless tragedy. But it's so important to look at that term. This was not a senseless tragedy. And we've said that after each one of these 8 episodes.
In other words, it makes sense to you?
We need to begin to look at the cruel, irrational, twisted logic of these episodes so that we can begin to make sense of them and prevent them from happening again. And there is a pattern to it. It begins with difficulty and alienation in the family. It's magnified by difficulty with peers. It's given license and motive by images in the media, and it's finally triggered by some event or series of events that leads to this violence. This is a school violence syndrome, and we have seen it in each one of these episodes. Let's identify with the parents' grief and also begin to understand the causes of these events.
So, Alan, they walk through the school, shooting people, 2 sawed-off shotguns, a handgun, a rifle, throwing bombs, grenades, and this quote from a young student who watched them, Aaron Cohn. They were laughing about killing people like they were having the time of their life. Now, there you are, somehow or another, before this occurs, you realize you've got 2 kids here with a real problem. The parents seem to be helpless to do anything about it. People in and around the school certainly know about it. That both of them had gone through a probationary program with the district attorney's office. He knew they had criminal involvement. Anybody wandering around the internet might have seen their ravings and threats. What does one do, and who is expected to do it?
Well, I mean, it's your last question, which is so important, because what is it? It's the collective action problem. While some people were addressing it, other people were most likely expecting that the parents would address it or that the counselors would address it. Listen, John, the intervention should have begun not a week before the incident, not a month before the incident, but years before this incident, when these kids were becoming angry, isolated, violence-obsessed loners who are gradually falling into a collective pattern of disrepair and aggression. This has been going on for years with these kids, the obsession with Hitler, with World War II, with weapons and violence. The time to address that was then, and the way to address it was to start with the family, and when the family felt like it was out of control, frankly, to bring them to someone like me or another mental health professional that could begin to address the message that is being given in this problem. help us. We are out of control. We're furious. Everyone at our school hates us, and we don't know what to do.
You know, Oliver Stone's going to have more troubles again. NBC Nightly News is reporting tonight that NBC News has learned that both of these boys not only had a fascination with guns, but spent a lot of time watching the movie Natural Born Killers over and over again.
Right.
Mary Kathleen Flynn is with us now. Mary Kathleen, are you able to, what are you going to show us? Their website or this Doom game that they play?
You can take your pick, John. I have the website up on my computer right now. You want to see Doom? All right. Well, that's their website, but I'm going to click on Doom.
What
and
is
we're going
this
to see a
game that they
self-running demo here. It'll just take a moment to click in. And I'm not playing this game. This is a demo that's been set up. And you can see there, we ought to be able to hear the sound effects as well. You can see that somebody, the player, is shooting what looks like a shotgun, shooting creatures from outer space, people are telling me. This looks like a library. They're shooting people, leaving them lying on the floor. Many people have speculated that this was similar to the incident.
So, Alan Lippman, is there a case to be made that movies like Natural Born Killers, which essentially Doom brought to movie life with real characters, and games like Doom are just too powerful and too toxic and too corrosive for young minds?
Yes, there is, but there's a very strong caveat. Take a kid who comes from a good family background, who feels like he cares about someone and someone cares about him. Sit them in front of Doom all day. Well, you know, they might get into a fist fight, but they will never engage in the kind of violence that we saw in this situation. Take a kid who comes from a very difficult family background, who feels isolated, alone, and angry, who feels increasingly rejected by peers and is finding some way to express it. Sit them down in front of Doom, and instead of just being a kind of violent fantasy, it's an option. It's something to do to address the problem. And that is what's happening here. Kids are starting to see, these kids are starting to see, that the consequence of violence is excitement, and that for alienated, angry kids, violence is a solution. For these kids, Doom, Natural Born Killers, or as we saw in a previous case, the Basketball Diaries, it provides ideas, and then we see those ideas played out.
I got to go to a break. When we come, we'll host Equal Time tonight with Ollie North at 8 o'clock. Paul, what's coming up tonight?
Well, John, Washington, just like the rest of the country, is grief-stricken over what happened in Littleton. And so we're going to bring the debate to our nation's capital and talk for one of the first times, I think, since the tragedy in Littleton with Wayne LaPierre, who's the head of the National Rifle Association. And he'll be debating issues with Senator Frank Lautenberg, who's a Democrat from New Jersey. We'll also have the man who used to run the Safe Schools program for the Department of Education, who now runs the Association of School Principals.
And you and Ollie North will go head-to-head as we continue to watch both the tragedy in Colorado and the crisis in Kosovo continue. That coming up on Equal Time at 8 o'clock. Paul Begala and Ollie North. Don't miss it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to return to Littleton, Colorado. The bodies are still being removed from the high school. It is more than 24 hours after the shooting erupted, but owing to the fact that the shooters brought more than 30 bombs along with them, it has taken time to clear the explosives out. We'll be back with more on the tragedy in Colorado right after this. All day today, the students at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado have been trying to figure out why it happened. Why are 15 dead today, the day after the tragedy in Colorado? Kim Christensen of KUSA filed this report on how the students are coping.
Overwhelming sadness brings them here as they offer a hand, a hug, a word of comfort to one another.
And in this place of worship, in this place of love, you're safe, and God is listening to all of us today.
They share their thoughts and prayers outside and inside the church.
It was crazy. I don't know. It was pretty scary.
Hugging, a lot of reunions because, you know, a lot of people didn't know where everybody was, so like a lot of people are just really happy to see one another. and sad for the other people.
I think everybody should learn a lesson from this.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be kinder to everybody else, not just this community, but the society, the world. Everybody needs to be kinder to everybody else, treat everybody with the same amount of respect.
We were friends with Rachel Scott and Isaiah, the one who got shot in the head. I had a class with him, and we were really close to Rachel. And it's just a really sad day.
The feelings are intense: shock, anger, fear, grief, and even guilt.
I feel so guilty, just like Penny said. I feel guilty that I didn't get shot. I got out within 10 minutes, and other people didn't get out at all. And that's really hard for me.
I remember running out of the school, and we could hear blasts going off, people screaming from the library. And I didn't find out till later that the people that did this were targeting people like me. They were going through the library, asking for jocks, and innocent people died for a cause that they were trying to kill people like me.
Archbishop Chaput offers a message of compassion and peace.
The tragedy is senseless, and we can't explain it. We can have hope in the knowledge of God's love.
That from Kim Christensen at KUSA in Denver. Jack Gordon, the grief counselor and expert, what about that business of guilt? I mean, there is the guilt of these students who got out and didn't get killed for some reason, feeling guilty that somebody else got killed. The guilt of the students who ragged these kids and contributed to their anger. The guilt of the parents whose kids did all of this. Sounds like a lot of guilt piling up in Littleton.
Well, I think that's true. And that guilt is going to stay with people, but it can be mitigated. And as I said before, the students need to spend more time together. They can help each other get over the guilt. I mean, that young man who spoke, that they were after him, he got out, but he did what he was supposed to do. He's not really responsible for what the others did, and he'll come to that realization. But I think the school officials ought to rethink the business of closing the school forever, or for the rest of the year, because that's another loss that is being imposed upon those students. In addition to this tragedy,
I got to thank Jack Gordon and Alan Lippman. Sorry, we're out of time. When we come back, MK Flynn's going to show us the Doom website. Mary Kathleen has a statement from the band that was quoted on the shooter's website. What is it, Mary Kathleen?
From the beginning, our music has been a statement against war, oppression, fascism, and violence against others. While some of the former band members are German, none of us condone any Nazi beliefs whatsoever. That's from KMFDM, quoted on what we believe is Eric Harris's website.
Thanks a lot, Mary Kathleen. Coming up next, Internight, among other people, we're going to have Pat Buchanan talking about the crisis in Kosovo and the tragedy in Colorado. Equal time with Ollie and Paul at 8, the news with Brian Williams at 9, and a special edition of Hockenberry tonight at 10 p.m., co-hosted by Tom Brokaw. Brokaw and Hockenberry at 10. I'll see you in a minute on Internet.
MSNBC is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. Tonight on Internight.
I'm still in shock. I don't understand why anything like this would ever happen. And, I mean, you see it on all the other TV things about the other Jonesboro and stuff, but I didn't expect it to ever happen in my school.
One day after the deadly rampage at a Colorado high school, police and the community are trying to figure out just what went wrong. We'll bring you the very latest next on Internight.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Gibson, and this is, of course, a special edition of Internight, the tragedy in Colorado. It is a day later, and the halls of Columbine High School are now quiet, but inside the school, still huddled under the desks and in closets, lie the victims of yesterday's senseless massacre. Only now authorities are beginning to remove them. 13 lives violently ended at the hands of 2 students on a suicide killing spree with assault rifles and homemade bombs. While the small town of Littleton struggles with the pain and horror that has befallen them, the the country tries to understand another senseless tragedy. With every hourly press conference, there comes a new tidbit of information about the killings, but somehow it only seems to deepen the mystery and add to the pain. We'll go to Littleton for the latest. And later, the school shooting and the military conflict in Kosovo are the unwanted crises that test and challenge our country's leadership. We'll be joined by presidential candidate Pat Buchanan, who will tell us just how he would handle the problems we are now confronting. Dan Abrams has been following the story from the beginning, and he joins us from the school in Columbine. Is Dan there now? Hi, Dan. Columbine High School and Dan Abrams. Dan, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is, John, that they are beginning to move the bodies. Now, remember, we're talking about two bodies that were found outside of the school property. I spoke with the doctor, who was the first person on the scene earlier today, and he told me that it seemed to him that these were two people who were trying to run away, and that they were shot as they were running away. Those are the bodies that were, in effect, moved inside. They're still waiting for them to take all of the bodies out of the building, move them out, and allow the families to begin the funeral process.
Dan, what about all of these explosive devices that have slowed this process down so much? I mean, we're more than 24 hours after these people were killed. Why so long?
Because there were so many, and they were so big. And that's one of the reasons that investigators here are starting to wonder, was there someone else or other people involved here? Remember, the two suspects who died, supposedly, from self-inflicted wounds, at least that's what it appears to be the case now, may not be the only ones involved. And in their press conferences, the district attorney and the sheriff's department have been focusing a lot on the number and the size of those bombs. For example, talking about the fact that one of the bombs was in essence attached to a propane tank. And they're saying, how could two people have carried all of these weapons and then placed them in various points around the school? And so they're wondering, were other people involved? And they are actively investigating that possibility. And I'll tell you, from the language that they were using in their press conferences, it's starting to sound like they believe that there were others involved.
Well, Dan, is there any chance that these devices were placed in such a way or such places that it didn't have to be yesterday they were put there? It could have been the day before or days before that. Is there a chance this has been a slow rollout of this tragedy?
It's always possible. I think that they think that is unlikely, though. It is possible that they had not just been planning this for a long time, but had actually been executing it for more than just that one day. But I think, I think that the authorities here would tell you that's unlikely. Of course, if that had happened and someone had found one of the bombs in the days before, they certainly could have tried to link it to the people involved, and then they would have never been able to go on this killing spree that they ultimately went on yesterday.
Dan Abrams at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. Dan, thanks a lot. We'll continue to follow this story of what happened with these two shooters, what happened in that horrific day yesterday, that horrific hour of shooting. George Lewis now of NBC News has the story of why it did take so long to start removing the 15 bodies.
It took so long because of the devilish way the two assailants scattered explosives throughout the school building. Authorities afraid to move the bodies for fear the school was booby-trapped. Finally, this afternoon, the all clear. This afternoon, the grim job of removing the bodies from Columbine High got underway as the parents of the dead students stayed in seclusion at an elementary school nearby. Their worst fears realized when all the victims were identified. One of the dead is Isaiah Scholes. His classmates said that the assailants were gunning for the blacks and the athletes at the school.
He had two strikes against him. He was black, and he was an athlete. That's why my son died. That's not a reason to die. That's not a reason to go.
The wait for the parents of the dead was lengthened as bomb experts painstakingly removed all the explosives planted around the school.
There is approximately 30 explosive devices that were found, but that includes at the homes, at the school, and out in some of the vehicles.
At a Catholic church a couple of miles from the school, they remember the dead and tried to comfort the living.
There's no words anybody can say to comfort us. There's nothing anyone can do to get rid of this feeling but time.
Late this afternoon, school officials said Columbine High School will probably stay closed for the remainder of the year, that students will be bused to other schools.
I don't know if they'll reopen school. I don't know. Right now it's going to be so difficult for us to even step foot in the building, but I know as faculty and as students we're going to have to do it at some point.
They're still questioning how it could happen here in this nice, quiet, middle-class community. The grieving process just beginning.
That constant cry that it can't happen here is typical, according to a grief counselor who worked with the families of the victims in the Oklahoma City bombing and the Springfield, Oregon school shooting, and now Littleton, Colorado. And it did happen here.
And the way it could happen, there were two students named Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. NBC's Jim Avila has a report on the two students who did it.
They come from good homes, good schools, good families. NBC News has learned that 3 of the 4 parents are indeed professionals. One a geologist, one retired military, one even an educator. But somehow, few would disagree, these kids went wrong. And some of their friends tonight are saying it was a violent turn from war games to real-life violence. These 2 boys, 18 days from high school graduation, from an honored school, living in an upscale community. Both parents at home described as attentive and concerned.
They've just been nice people. I mean, it's like you can't put blame on them at all. It's Dylan's choice, and no one knows why he made that choice.
So how did Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold become America's most notorious killers, murdering classmates with a weapons cache that includes 30 bombs planted inside and outside their school, 2 sawed-off shotguns, 1 handgun, 1 carbine rifle?
Well, they were laughing about killing people, and it was like they having the time of their life.
Those who knew these teens best say the trenchcoat mafia is more than just black clothes. These boys were dangerously strange.
You could tell he hated a lot of people. You could tell there's just a lot of hate in him.
Both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had trouble with the law. Arrested as juveniles last year on charges of breaking and entering a car, they finished probation just 2 months ago. And NBC News has learned from close associates, both boys were fascinated by guns, watching the movie Natural Born Killers over and over again. And 1 month ago, the boys went to the hills near their suburban Denver homes to videotape themselves shooting high-powered guns. This young girl, a close friend and rare female member of the Trenchcoat Mafia group, says Eric and Dylan were mesmerized by war and spent their lunch hours on war games.
Because of the way that it was done, they knew beforehand exactly what was going to happen.
And at home spent hours on the computer adding even more violence to Doom, a medieval war game. Both dabbled in German, and their music was foreign, the dark heavy metal of Rammstein. And tonight, some debate among their friends about who was the leader. Eric's friends say it was Dylan. Dylan's friends say it was Eric. Others say they fed upon each other. And we're all wondering how Eric and Dylan seem to go unnoticed or seem to exist without somebody taking action. Joining me now, Peter Boyles, KHOW radio talk show host, and Vincent Schiraldi, director of the Justice Policy Institute, a division of the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. Vincent, if I can go to you first, there was lots of signs that these 2 boys were at the edge of a violent eruption. There's no disputing that. We know about it from the website. We know about it from their juvenile record. We know about it from what their friends and associates said. Was there something that legally and morally and ethically could have been done to smother this?
Well, it's difficult to know exactly what went on with the boys before they did what they did. I don't know what kind of treatment they received while they were on probation, and I don't really think that we know that much about their family life, even though we have little snippets here and there. But it does disturb me that kids like this were able to engage in such sometimes aberrant behavior even before this occurred without getting identified and helped to avert this problem.
Well, Vincent, I mean, let me cut to the chase.
Sure.
If they were identified, if somebody said the fuse is burning and these two kids are bombs,
right,
what could someone do to force them to get help?
You know, it doesn't always have to be about force. Sometimes you can intervene in the lives of kids without mandating that they do things.
I'm asking when you can't, when they don't want help, when you've got to intervene, whether they like it or not. Can that be done?
Sure. Well, the kids were on probation, so that means that the court had some coercive power over them to mandate them into treatment, to mandate them into residential treatment programs. If they've broken the law, which your report said they did, then those were certainly possibilities. One of the things I think that's important is this was a very large school, a school of 1,800, and much of the research is showing that kids who are engaging in aberrant behavior find it easier to blend in big schools than they do in smaller schools, say 300 or 350. So if there's any lesson for communities to learn, it's that this move towards big aggregate schools to save a little money might be something we want to rethink.
Peter Boyles, you, of course, are constantly on the radio every morning dealing with the big stories in your area. What else have you learned about these kids?
There are so many things, and again, it's coming to us through filters, John. I don't know if anyone is real sure. I want to go back to what your guest said. Having said this thing about big schools, my goodness, West Paducah, Kentucky, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, those are small schools. And indeed, this behavior happened. What do we know about the two of them? We have now heard that perhaps there have been people go to the police about them, that they had a death threat on a guy about a year ago, and the police.
Brooks Brown.
Yeah, indeed. And Brooks has been interviewed extensively out here. And Brooks, in essence, said we went to the police and the police did nothing. I don't know. I guess there's there's going to be an awful lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on. And also there's going to be an awful lot of attempts to explain these two people away, John. I don't even know if that's possible. Or better yet, throughout high schools all over the United States today, how many more are there just like these two? I had a chance to do some internet cruising in the last 24 hours, like I'm sure so many other people did. The black trench coat mafia isn't just exclusive to Littleton, Colorado. It's across the country.
Vincent Schiraldi, nonetheless, these two kids, as they move through the school shooting in a real-life game of doom, hallways, victims popping up, shooting, bang, bang, moving on to the next one, grenades going off, just as if it were the video game. They laughed and shrieked. One witness said they were having the time of their lives. Yeah. What does it tell you?
It tells me that they were deeply, deeply disturbed kids, and that what we may be seeing as the veneer probably is not what was going on underneath in some way. Obviously, it wasn't going on underneath with these kids. Likely, there were some other things going on besides just watching a couple of video games and cruising the internet. Plenty of kids watch violent video games and video and TV that don't do this kind of thing. So I don't think we've even scratched the surface, as your previous guest said, of what was really going on inside these kids.
I got to take a break. When we come back, we will have more on the tragedy in Colorado. We'll have a report from the Swedish Medical Center where the injured were taken. Let us recount for you now. 15 dead. The two shooters. Of the remaining 13, one was an adult faculty member. 4 girls, 9 boys, classmates of the shooters, dead at Columbine High School. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay with Internet. Special coverage of the tragedy in Colorado will continue at 7:30 with a live coverage of a memorial service. Meanwhile, one day after the tragic bloodbath at Columbine High School that left 15 dead, 16 still remain hospitalized, and 11 of those are in serious or critical condition. And as yesterday's horror unfolded, there were heroic efforts by doctors and paramedics who rushed to the schoolyard to treat the wounded. The first doctor to arrive at the scene, a seasoned ER physician. Dan Abrams has his story.
Many of those who arrived at Columbine High School in the hours after the shooting found that the bodies themselves told a chilling story about what had just happened.
And
Dr. Chris Caldwell was the first doctor inside Columbine High after the shooting stopped. What he saw? Proof many students never saw the attack coming.
And there appeared to be some that were at the computer. There appeared to be a number that were at tables reading leisure reading books as well as clearly school books.
But others clearly lived their final moments in fear.
There were some that were under desks or a couple that appeared to be huddled together. The two outside, again, I can't say exactly how they got there, but if you had to ask what my impression was, it appeared to be that they were running.
And after the rampage was over, as he counted the bodies, another discovery. The two shooters lying among the victims.
There appeared to be two that had ammunition belts on, what appeared to be something to the effect of a vest or bulletproof vest, and there were guns lying at their sides.
And while the bodies may tell how it happened, even who is responsible, they can't answer the question that everyone here is asking, why?
Joining me now from Swedish Medical Center is Dr. William Pfeiffer, a trauma surgeon who treated the wounded. And doctor, I understand there's, 11 still in critical or serious condition. Maybe you can describe some of these wounds. Maybe that would be would make it clear for the rest of us what went on in that high school.
Well, basically, we're seeing two kinds of wounds. We do see a number of very clean bullet wounds. But we're also seeing a number of these kids with shrapnel-like injuries.
Well, when you say shrapnel, the immediate impression is the metal, the hot metal that comes flying off an exploding hand grenade. But there weren't hand grenades, so what kind of shrapnel?
We're told by the police officers that there were some pipe bombs. We don't know the material from which it was made. But since on the x-ray it doesn't appear that we're seeing the metal fragments, we think it may have been some plastic, but that's a supposition on our part.
Dr. Pfeiffer, are there any among the 11 in serious or critical condition who are so bad they could actually die?
I know the particular status of only the 4 that are here at Swedish, and we do not anticipate at this time that any of those 4 will die.
What have the 4 at Swedish that you have treated, have they been able to tell you anything about what they went through?
They're really not talking about that. All of them are awake and alert and are able to speak. Most of them are talking to parents and friends, and none of them are really demonstrated any interest even when we ask questions. They don't particularly want to talk about it, at least at this point. I suspect that that'll change over the next several days, but at the moment, this is something they seem to want to put from their minds.
Dr. Pfeiffer, I would imagine most of your trauma is car accidents and that sort of thing. Deal with a lot of gun battle wounds?
We do see a few, but you're correct. The vast majority of what we see is motor vehicle accidents, falls, those kinds of things. But there are some gunshot wounds in Denver. It's not a totally peaceful town, but they are relatively infrequent.
Dr. William Pfeiffer at Swedish Medical Center, appreciate you joining us and bringing us up to date on the 16 who were wounded in this terrible incident. Thanks a lot, Dr. Pfeiffer.
You're welcome.
Peter Boyles, before I have to go to a break, how is the area taking all this? I mean, this must be a blow. We always said, how can it happen anywhere but here?
Yeah, its reaction is just like the reaction is in the country. People are in shock. There is some of that, why it couldn't have happened here, but the answer, of course, is, of course it can happen here. One of the things that was said last night in the church services, nobody is safe. I wanted to add 2 quick things, if I could, John. There is a story that someone in a black trench coat walked into another school in the area the night before, said to the janitor,
Peter,
watch television tomorrow.
We'll be right back after this. everybody. I'm John Gibson, and this is a special edition of Internight. The events are still unfolding in Littleton, Colorado, the scene of yesterday's tragic school massacre. As the bodies of the victims are removed from Columbine High School, police spent the day sweeping the school for bombs and trying to figure out just what happened, why the two suspects went on a shooting rampage, and if there are more people involved. In all, 11 students and 1 teacher were killed, and 16 people are still hospitalized. And tonight, a vigil to remember those who were killed will be held. It is expected to begin shortly, and we will bring it to you live. We have a special guest coming up momentarily, presidential candidate Pat Buchanan, who is going to talk about both the crisis in Kosovo and the tragedy in Colorado. Pat, welcome. If you wouldn't mind, let me just help us both understand a little bit more about what happened at Columbine High School. Kevin Starkey is a student at the school, was a witness to what happened yesterday. Kevin, can you tell us what you saw and where you were in relation to all the shooting?
Well, I was upstairs in the science room. I heard a lot of shooting in the parking lot and bombs, pipe bombs going off in the parking lot. We heard shrapnel against the window. We were waiting. Some people ran in our classroom. We also had a teacher run in. He was shot. Yes, 2 shots through the chest, going straight through. He fell on the floor. We didn't know what was happening at first. We got everybody up against the counters. We pulled the teacher over also. We were helping him. We got some T-shirts off. I pulled mine off also.
Put up to make bandages?
Yeah, we held him up against his wounds. He was choking on a lot of blood. There was a lot of blood on the floor of his. We just helped him. We were just trying to keep him conscious, talking to him, just different things.
Are you aware of the condition of that teacher now? Do you know if he survived or if he died?
I heard he got to the hospital and died of loss of blood. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I've heard.
Kevin, while I'm talking to you, this vigil is just about to begin, and we'll keep an eye on it. This is the Columbine High School vigil. Kevin, did you know the shooters? Did you suspect anything was going on with them as now everybody looks back at what seemed to be 2 ticking time bombs?
No, not at all. I didn't know anything. I didn't really know them. I saw them a lot. I had a class next to theirs and saw them usually about every day, but I didn't know them really personally at all. I have friends that knew them slightly, but not anybody closely.
Kevin, how are you holding up under all this?
All right. There's a lot of stress and a lot of people. And a lot of people are crying and sad. And I know a few people that died. We're just praying for everybody.
Kevin Starkey went through hell yesterday. Kevin, thanks for joining us, and take care of yourself. Pat Buchanan, okay. If you were president today, how would you react to this terrible tragedy, and what would you say to young people like Kevin Starkey, who had to try to keep a teacher alive, had been shot twice?
Well, I would say to Kevin that he and his classmates behaved with great heroism in a horrible situation, and it is a tragedy for this country. And I would tell him that I'm afraid this is reflective of a country that's a very good country in many ways and a very successful country, but that has the real moral sickness at the core when 2 kids, because of their resentments and their hatreds or feeling they were picked on, could go in and at random shoot girls in the face with shotguns and premeditatedly go in and commit suicide after killing 15 or 20 of their classmates. Something, John, is fundamentally wrong at the core of this country that did not exist when we were a much poorer country, say 30 or 40 years ago, than we are today. And I think we've lost something while we've been making all this economic and social progress.
Pat Buchanan, I know that you were a strong supporter of the First Amendment, but if you were president, would you find some way to come down hard on violent movies, on violent video games that hundreds of thousands of kids see and participate in without reacting badly, but seem to affect a few kids so badly?
Let me tell you, John, I don't know what we could do under the First Amendment, but your question is a good one. I would use that bully pulpit to bring down the wrath of the presidency and the moral authority of the Oval Office upon people in Hollywood who make these filthy and violent films, and people who put this filth and obscenity and violence on the internet, and people who make these and this rap music which preaches hatred of police and hatred of women and raw violent sex. We got to clean the poison and filth and garbage out of our popular culture. It's even more important than cleaning up our environment. This is a sewer from which these kids have been drinking. They have no religious values or moral values or spiritual values. What went in there, John? Marilyn Manson, I don't even know what he or she sings, but I do know this is all. I saw their material on the internet. It is obscene and it is hateful. And if you can't get it done through the First Amendment, you ought to use that bully pulpit, and the president should.
Pat, by the way, we're keeping an eye on this vigil that is occurring for the dead and the wounded at Columbine High. What about the rights that have been established for young people that seem to protect them from anybody really coming down hard on them when a young person is suspected of having these kinds of problems? I mean, would you suggest a much more draconian approach to young people when so many young people really aren't having problems, and these problems, these really awful problems, are among a very, very few?
Well, let me say this, John. I would not use the word draconian, but I was privileged when I was a boy. I went to a Jesuit high school, all boys. They were tremendously tough on you. They told you your opinions really weren't worth that much, that they had learned over centuries how to train and instruct kids what was valuable, what was important. One of our problems is those in moral authority, parents and teachers and others, refuse to exercise that moral authority. They are wiser than children. They should instruct children. They should inculcate in them moral and religious and spiritual values, because we know through history these are good and right and true, and they are what makes a society a good society, even if it's poor. We've thrown that all out in some grand experiment to let everybody do their own things. Kids aren't prepared to do their own things. We've seen the ultimate result of doing your own thing, and everybody's his own God out there at that high school.
Well, I guess what I'm asking you, Pat, is if you, in the Pat Buchanan world, the President Pat Buchanan world, if somebody sees a kid like these two, who are acting in the way they did, who are posting notes on the internet in the way they did, who were threatening other kids in the way they did, who had juvenile justice problems in the way they did, what more could one do to or for these kids to prevent this kind of thing in the world of President Pat Buchanan?
Well, what can the president do? Probably not himself a great deal. But this is a problem of community. John, when we were growing up, or certainly when I was growing up, teachers and priests and nuns and parents all worked together on problems. You had everybody in the culture backed up what the parents taught and what the pastor taught and what the priest taught. These kids are floating right now in the idea that nobody took notice that they're building pipe bombs in a basement, or putting obscenity and talking and wearing swastikas and celebrating Adolf Hitler. I mean, somebody should have closed in on them, and instead of just letting them drift out in this void until they did what they did. But it is a local problem. It is a problem of parents, of teachers, of priests. The president can exert his authority in that bully pulpit to come down on Hollywood and the cultural polluters, but I think this thing has got to be solved at the local level.
Pat, if you're president, you may one day have to engage in war, as the current president is. And the president is unleashing bombs on Belgrade and on Kosovo, and at the same time saying America's youth has to find some other way than violence to solve their problems. Is the president in a logical, moral bind here, counseling nonviolence to America's youth and practicing violence to America's opponents?
Well, he is clearly in an apparent inconsistency. There's no doubt about it. My view of this war, John, is It is not America's war. It was a fight inside a country. We had no right to attack Serbia. They have not threatened us or attacked us. And for God's sakes, our emphasis now should be on saving lives, particularly the hundreds of thousands of refugees still inside Kosovo. If that meant a bombing halt to send in humanitarian workers, I would accept it. I don't know the connection between dropping bridges into the Danube River 300 miles north of Kosovo and saving these refugees. If you're going to save people, let's save them. I think that ought to be the immediate priority of American policy rather than smashing Belgrade.
Pat Buchanan coming to us from Los Angeles. Pat, as always, thank you for joining us, and we hope to talk to you in the future.
Well, and I hope it's a better occasion, John. Thank you.
All right, Pat Buchanan. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more on the tragedy in Colorado and an update on the crisis in Kosovo. As you see, live pictures from the vigil for the victims at the Columbine High School massacre. We'll be right back. The vigil for the Columbine High School victims is getting underway in Colorado. We'll go to it live. Meanwhile, I'm joined not only by Vince Schiraldi, who stays with us, the director of the Justice Policy Institute coming to us in Washington, D.C., but also Dr. Charles Ewing, author of Kids Who Kill, a psychology professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo. Dr. Ewing, does all this seem familiar to you? Do you recognize these two shooters? Can you tell us something about them? Is this a pattern you've seen before?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is the pattern that we've seen in most of the shootings in the last year. Certainly the high-profile killings in schools over the past year and a half. Generally speaking, young, alienated white men, teenage boys who have had difficulties before. They have been in trouble before. They've worked up to this. They're full of intense hatred and bitterness. They feel that they've been put down or picked on by kids at school, and they're seeking revenge. These are not kids who just one day came to school and decided that they were going to shoot up the school. Just as in these other cases, Jonesboro and Paducah and Washington, all these cases involved long-term problems that could have been handled, I think, by the school officials and other people had they been alert to the problems to begin with.
Let me just remind the audience, Dr. Ewing, that we're keeping an eye on the vigil. Right now there is some singing and music underway, continuing with Dr. Charles Ewing. Dr. Ewing, what does one do, or what does society do about these kids who are alienated and bitter and angry and feel they have the right to lash out to other people and reenact video games or killer movies or any of those things? Are we helpless? Do we cower before them, or is there something we can actually do?
Well, the critical thing to do is to, first of all, identify who they are, and that's very, very difficult because the profile that I just gave you, while it fits these young killers in this case and in many of the other cases, it also fits hundreds of thousands of other children in the United States today. So this profile doesn't just identify potential killers. I think the first and foremost thing we need to do is to find some way to identify who these kids are and to seek some kind of professional treatment and see if we can't intervene before it reaches this point.
You're saying, though, that what we know about these two kids would have identified themselves as problem, but there would have been many others in the same group.
Yeah, these predictors or these profile characteristics that I mentioned grossly overpredict violence. So most kids who fit this profile are not likely to act out, much less act out with homicidal violence at school.
Okay, Vincent Schiraldi, you got any ideas? I mean, if the predictors identify 100, but there's only 2 in there who would actually act out violence, how do we get those 2?
Well, I think that one of the ways we keep kids from killing us, and I can't believe candidate Buchanan didn't mention this before he launches his culture war, is that we need to get guns out of the hands of these kids. I mean, there have been disaffected kids way back when Pat Buchanan was a teenager and James Dean was a rebel without a cause. But James Dean didn't have semi-automatic weapons and pipe bombs available to him. The National Rifle Association, ironically, is going to hold their national conference next week in Denver. And
Mr.
They
Schiraldi,
need to be gotten to by Mr. Buchanan
I would
to
just
keep guns out of the
suggest
hands
to
of
you
kids.
that in between now and the time that problem is solved, we still have to do something about these kids who would kill us if they had the gun.
But there are plenty of kids who have problems, but kids with problems with guns are a much scarier combination.
More right after this quick break. Tragedy in Colorado continues. That is the vigil in Denver for the victims of the Columbine High School shooting in Littleton, Colorado. Right now, a little gospel music. Our guest, Vincent Schiraldi, director of the Justice Policy Institute, and Charles Ewing, author of Kids Who Kill. Dr. Ewing, in a society that is loaded to the hilt with guns, there are tons of guns around, and we don't have the ability to fly a magnet through the air and pull them all out of the ground. How do we do this? I mean, how do we figure out who these kids are that will kill if they can get their hands on guns?
Well, as I said before, the profile grossly overpredicts, but there are certain factors that are dead-on predictors, and those are kids who are making violent threats, kids who are acting out violently at school or in the community, or kids who have a history of acting out violently and who have possession of weapons. We may not be able to take guns out of the hands of kids, but we can keep kids with guns out of our schools. And I think that there's a lot that can be done at schools to keep those kids out of school.
I have to jump in a little here. The graduating class that I graduated with in 1977 was more likely to take drugs, less likely to believe in God, more likely to engage in premarital sex, and more likely to assault one another in schools than today's graduating class is, according to federally funded surveys. The only thing that's gotten worse for this year's graduating class is that their violence is more lethal than my class's was.
There was no video game called Doom.
Right, but
Oliver Stone wasn't making natural-born killers.
And yet we were still less likely today to assault one another in schools than we were when I was in school.
This
Kids
debate will continue. Let me listen in now on the vigil which has begun in Denver for the victims of the Columbine High School.
Of those young people and their families.
Victims, they're going into a moment of silence for the victims.
Thank you. We are represented here today by a number of groups, all in a show of unity. And I'm not going to introduce all of them individually because this is an expression of collective, of community support, and you will hear from some of them later. You will hear from our mayor in just a little while. There are members of the Denver City Council here. We have representatives from the Metro Mayor's Caucus, mayors from some other cities. If you will raise your hands or rise when I call you. We have members from
this vigil will continue. Various speakers in Denver, and we'll have live coverage continuing. But let me get in the very last words from Charles Ewing. Dr. Ewing, would you have predicted these two would have done what they did?
I wouldn't have predicted that they would have done this, but I certainly would not have been surprised, and I certainly would have intervened and taken steps to prevent this. I think this was a preventable tragedy. I really do.
On those words, we'll take a break, come back with final thoughts right after this. Thanks to my guests tonight, Dr. Charles Ewing and Vincent Schiraldi. Stay tuned for MSNBC's complete coverage of the tragedy in Colorado as it continues right after this quick break.
MSNBC is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. Closed captioning sponsored by 1-800-USSearch.com, the public record portal. Internight with John Gibson was brought to you in part by Sprint. For all the ways you communicate, Sprint keeps you connected to your world.
These are the kind of things we're concerned about.
What I want to say
Let
is
the people decide it.
Chat room is jumping right now. We all know what the American people are saying.
We could hear just a guy outside, and he said, "Please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me." And the guy said, "You know, that's too bad." And we heard a shotgun shot, and we heard several more shotgun shots, and just people moaning and crying and screaming. It was terrible.
It is very important to explain to children all over America what has happened and to reassure our own children that they are safe.
America reacts to the horror in Colorado and searches for the answers to the question, how could this happen? And what should Washington do about it?
Live from Washington, this is a special edition of Equal Time, Tragedy in Colorado, with Ali North and Paul Bagala.
Paul, a terrible tragedy. 15 youngsters and teachers killed, scores injured. The casualty rate in America's schools now exceeds that of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines combined.
It's a terrible tragedy, Ali, and on this one, we're not head-to-head, we're heart-to-heart, just like every other parent, like you and I are, who put our kids in the hands of a school every single day. There are a lot of questions that people are asking across the country, and here in Washington, we're going to ask some of them tonight, first with one of the foremost experts on school safety, and then later, the man who runs the National Rifle Association will debate the issues with a powerful United States Senator who disagrees with him.
All of that coming up in this broadcast right after the news with Brian Williams.
Gentlemen, thank you. I think, Paul, you can add every parent in this country to that list. And good evening, everyone. There are two major stories, of course, that we are following for you tonight. The ongoing conflict in Yugoslavia and, of course, the school shooting that has forever changed a town in Colorado and certainly a once thriving high school there. We want to begin this evening in Littleton, Colorado, where a memorial service is being held right now for the victims of this shooting. NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams is on the scene with the latest. And Dan, in a very basic level, how did the story change there today?
Well, I think that there are really two big stories here today. First of all, they've begun the process of removing the bodies from the crime scene. That is big news in the sense that the family members had been waiting not only to have the victims identified, as they were earlier today, but also to actually get these bodies back. They want to hold their funerals to end this process. And now that the bodies are finally being removed from the school building, that process can begin. I would say the other big story really comes out of a press conference that both the man standing next to me, of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, and the District Attorney's Office were holding together. And the District Attorney really sounded like there was a legitimate issue as to whether there is another or other suspects in this case. Remember, the two people who died apparently killed themselves. Those two are definitely believed to have been involved. And the question has been, is there anyone else? And the way the district attorney was speaking, it sounded like he was saying that the number of bombs, the weight of the bombs, makes it at least unlikely that they could have done it alone. Brian?
I guess the next question, of course, is the human angle. What most Americans were struck by and have worried about, these children, and they really are children, have gone through something unfathomable. Some of them, for some reason, were chosen to live while people next to them were chosen to die.
Well, that's right, and they are holding these sort of candlelight vigils. They're going to church services. They're meeting with counselors. They're basically trying to talk it out. I mean, this is what you see at these type of traumatic events which involve young people, which is an effort to get them to talk about their feelings. The number one concern the counselors will tell you is that they keep it all inside and they pretend there's nothing wrong, and then later on there's some sort of either internal or external explosion from those children who've been dealing with it. So I think that the whole community here is really trying to address this issue. And, you know, Brian, I've never really seen anything like this, the level that the whole state is getting involved. The baseball teams holding off their games, patches being worn to memorialize the victims. This is something that is affecting this entire state, if not the whole country.
Well, large mass shootings, especially record-setting ones for all the wrong reasons, tend to have a galvanizing effect, I guess. Dan Abrams, thank you. And just a kind of program programming note right now. Millions of people watched this coverage last evening, tens of millions of people nationwide, and on this network in particular, more viewers tuned in than did at the height of the president's investigation scandal, the launching of the war against Kosovo, even the last conflict over Iraq. Now, in Denver, police investigators say they will be approaching their investigation of the crime as 15 separate homicides. Steve Davis is the spokesman for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. His face is well known already to viewers who have only seen a small part of this coverage. First of all, Mr. Davis, having watched you for hours, I want to extend our thanks for your patience, your calm, and your understanding and never losing your cool throughout all the questioning and very little sleep and very little food. I'm curious as to your point I heard earlier that this will be treated as 15 separate homicides. For those who don't know the ins and outs of law enforcement, why is that?
I think that was either the sheriff or the district attorney that made that statement. And in case there were additional suspects ever developed in the case, there would be not one count but 15 counts of homicide to charge any suspects with. Hopefully that would be something that would add years to a sentence, or possibly mitigating factors to where the death sentence could be also considered.
Can anyone there come even close to answering what has become a very basic question all of us watching the coverage across the country have as of this morning? How is it that these two young men were able to act the way they did, dress the way they did, build bombs at home apparently, and even listening to German heavy metal rock music, we learned today, without raising flags, without sending off alarm bells at home, in the community, among teachers and administrators?
Well, I'm unaware of the situation at home. I mean, as far as the family goes, so I can't really speak for that. As far as their dress, they're certainly able to dress in the manner in which they choose, so there's certainly no laws against the way they dress. So it's difficult. It's certainly difficult at best to try to pick something like that out.
And a lot of this will have to go unexplained for at least the next several days, if not forever. Reports started last night circulating of an active accomplice. Some have termed this person a third gunman, perhaps outside the school proper. Can you give any official comment on that tonight?
Right now, we don't have any evidence to show that there was a third gunman. The district attorney today certainly did leave the possibility open that an accomplice or someone who helped plan or carry out the incident could be found at a later date. And if so, then he certainly would pursue charges against anyone that is found to be any kind of accomplice.
For the parents of the dead students who don't understand why it took so long for them to be able to view the body of their child, explain why this had to be such a painstaking process inside the building.
Yeah, and it certainly was, and it was not by choice that we waited that long. It was just a matter of safety, and we had almost 30 different explosive devices that were found in and around the school. We had a couple of them detonate while our bomb teams were trying to deal with them. So it was very imperative that we deal with them in the most cautious manner possible. And to send our investigators into a building and possibly lose some of them or have another tragedy on top of the one we already do we just felt like we just couldn't have any other way to do it.
And the feds, we're looking now at a shot of one of the ATF assault vehicles. The feds are on the scene, and I assume that was a welcome development there locally.
Certainly. You bet it was.
Your men and women who we saw so diligently going about this with body armor on, this must be, for you, everybody in the department, you woke up Tuesday morning to an otherwise completely average day in Littleton.
That's correct.
And then, of course, everything fell apart.
Yes, it was about 11:30 that morning when the first call came in.
Steve, again, bears repeating for your calm and cool under pressure. Thank you on behalf of all of us very much.
Quite welcome, Brian. Thank you.
The other major story we are following for you tonight, of course, is NATO's continued assault on Yugoslavia. Some long-awaited firepower finally arrived. We'll be following, of course, the major developments on both of these stories throughout the evening. When we join you at the top of the hour for our regular primetime evening newscast, we will hear the dramatic stories of several students trapped inside the school when the shooting started. We will also continue our coverage with a special report on both stories this evening at 11 o'clock tonight, 8 Pacific time. For now, I'm Brian Williams. Let's go back for discussion of the Colorado story, back to Washington, the studios of Equal Time. Gentlemen.
Brian, thank you. Ollie, I know your heart, mine, and everyone here goes out to the families and prayers to the families of those kids and the teacher killed, and even the families of the kids who committed this atrocity. But Washington, in addition to feeling grief, is feeling, I think, a need to ask and even answer public policy questions.
Well, and I think there's a reason for that, because there's not one of us who are parents with kids in school. You have kids in school. I have kids in high school. And most of the parents in America have youngsters of school age that are going to be facing this kind of a problem. And the problem is because even though violence happens elsewhere at a far higher rate, kids have to go to school. And I think that there is an obligation on the part of government, if they're going to require kids to go to school, to protect them while they're there. And I think that's a healthy issue to be discussing even in the midst of this grief, and trying to figure out what happened before we try to figure out what to do about it.
And as they're assembling those facts, we also are lucky that tonight we're going to be joined by one of the foremost experts in school safety, so that parents can hear from him what they ought to be doing and whether their school is safe enough. And then we will begin to engage the public policy debate with the man who runs the NRA and a powerful Democratic United States Senator who disagrees with him. And so we will be back on Equal Time with Vince Tarazi, who's the man who used to run the Safe School program, right after this.
I'm still in shock. I don't understand why anything like this would ever happen. And, I mean, you see it on all the other TV things about the other Jonesboro and stuff, but I didn't expect it to ever happen at my school.
What can we learn from this tragedy? How close are we to ground combat in Kosovo? Tom Brokaw live from Colorado, John Hockenberry live from Albania. Tonight, 10 Eastern on MSNBC.
The AIM Investor Pop Quiz. The first step to smarter investing is hoarding every penny, cutting up all your credit cards, seeing a financial consultant. Invest for the long term. Invest with discipline. AIM Mutual Funds.
Harry. Hey, little brother. Well, that is one cute accountant suit.
Quit it. Here's your taxes. What amazed me was your phone bills are so low.
Mr. Numbers hasn't heard of 10-10-3-2-1?
I heard. I just didn't realize it worked so well.
A money wizard like you should try it. You save 50% on calls over 10 minutes.
50%? There must be a monthly fee.
Not with 10-10-3-2-1. Just try it. If you don't like saving money, don't dial it again.
Makes sense. Maybe you should be the financial advisor.
Nah. Then I'd have to wear that suit.
We started this business with a green thumb, a vivid imagination, and a lot of hard work. But before long, I could see we needed help, financial help.
So I called American Express Small Business Services.
They helped us with equipment financing so we could keep on growing.
And with the corporate card, we finally got a handle on expenses.
1-800-SUCCESS was the best call we ever made.
With American Express, we've learned what it's like to have a partner you can count on.
And a brother.
The AIM Investor Pop Quiz. I worry when I miss the financial news, the world news, the basketball game. Have peace of mind. Call your financial consultant about AIM Mutual Funds.
On, Jimmy.
Where's Mom taking us?
To buy a copier or printer. Maybe both.
Ooh.
Yeah, Mom owns her own business.
That's a very important job.
Yeah, she's really fussy about getting a good deal. This could take forever.
This'll help.
What's this?
It's the number for a rebate on a Xerox digital copier printer. It'll save the day.
Oh, no. So many choices.
Jimmy.
Hey! Mom, look.
Xerox. Digital quality copies, digital reliability, the built-in laser printer, too. $4.49 for Xerox. Wow.
The rebate.
Oh, yeah. Some guy at address said call this number for a rebate.
Rebate? That means it's only $3.99.
Jimmy, this is not a dress.
Yeah, right.
Get a $50 rebate certificate only by calling 1-800-331-1254.
this presentation to
You're looking at a live picture of a memorial service at Civic Center Park in Denver, Colorado.
And I can't find enough strong word.
Our first guest, front and center, Gerald Tarazi, Executive Director of the National Association of Secondary School Principals. Most recently, he served as Assistant Secretary of Education under President Clinton. Jerry, you were also the man who headed up the Safe and Drug-Free Schools program.
Yes, that was one of the major programs in my office.
Is it working?
Well, I think it is, but in fairness, you know, it's approximately it's up to about $600 million now, but it's a safe and drug-free school program, and that money is spread thinly across 50 states. There's no question in my mind that over time that has to be increased, and I think people at the state and local level have to hold schools more accountable in terms of how they use those monies.
When you see something like what we have all seen the last 24 hours,
yes,
what goes through your mind?
What goes through my mind first and foremost is how could this happen? I mean, it's really a very tragic circumstance when you consider that youngsters can't feel they can walk into a public school building and not experience the kind of tragic violence which occurred yesterday. That goes through my mind first and foremost, and of course I'm very concerned for the parents and their children. It also tells me that, you know, while schools have a very important role to play, this transcends schooling. I mean, this to me is an issue of a societal breakdown. We're a society that's bombarded by violence. My sense is that a significant number of our youngsters have this image of violence in their minds constantly with television, with the various VCR programs, and also the internet, I think, is beginning to play into this. So, and you know, I mentioned the family breakdown. And my concern, too, is when you look at the suicide rate in this country, we have a very, very high suicide rate among teenagers. And I think that speaks to a number of our youngsters being disconnected from society, disconnected from their families. And it's a heck of an agenda we have before us.
Is that a job for the government?
I think it's a job for everyone. I would not say it's the government alone. I think the government has a policy structure. It has a role to play. I think the government has a responsibility to fund programs. One particular area that I would come down on in terms of the government role, I think we have to take a stronger stand on gun control in this country. I think, you know, what the president has outlined to go further on the Brady bill, I think should be embraced by Congress, then looked at carefully. I mean, the fact that youngsters have assault rifles and weapons in their possession and can go into a public school and do this speaks to an issue that transcends schooling.
I don't want to get too far off. Let me just pursue that topic for just 1 second. I know we're going to take it up more with Wayne LaPierre and Senator Lautenberg in a moment, but we've got 20,000 gun laws in the books in America. There are laws against anybody bringing a gun on a school property anywhere in America. You can't ban everything in America and expect, if you don't prosecute those laws, that they're going to be abided by. And nobody can make a pipe bomb. And yet all of those things happened yesterday in Littleton, Colorado. And so I question whether or not simply making new laws is going to change this kind of behavior. The second point, and that is, we all know this is a violent society. I agree with you. And strangely enough, Paul, I agree with what President Clinton said, because President Clinton started out with the word parents. Parents in America ought to hug their kids and talk to them about what happened, because that's really where the responsibility lies. And I say that because we grieve for what happened out there. My heart breaks listening to some of those kids tell those stories. And yet we are required to send our kids to school. And it seems to me that the responsibility ought to be to make sure that that school is a safe place. And that's why, with your job, I ask you, is there some frustration that we don't, for example, have metal detectors in all these schools?
Well, one of the realities, I mean, okay, the issue of metal detectors. And, you know, I'm not opposed to metal detectors because I know they serve a purpose. But to me, it's a reaction to a problem rather than preventing the problem. And, you know, most of the middle and senior high schools I'm familiar with in this country have somewhere between 60 to 100 doors. Even if you have metal detectors on some, I don't believe you can have metal detectors on all. I don't think you can get enough security guards to cover the perimeter of a school. And again, I go back to my earlier comment. It's really going to be a very sad commentary if America's high schools, middle schools, all look this way, with guards walking hallways and metal detectors. And we keep doing that. We keep adding more metal detectors, and we don't go back as a society and address the family problems, the community problems, the fact.
Jerry, let me ask you about what those schools ought to look like then.
Yes.
And we can maybe debate whether we have enough metal detectors or fewer. But the Department of Education put this report out.
Yeah, the early warning, right?
It's early warning and a guide to safe schools.
Were you the author of that?
I was a party to it, but not the author. I didn't write it myself.
And what are things that parents need to know when they look at a school? Should it have metal detectors in every door? But also, what should they be asking? Guidance counselors, anger counselors, peer mediation? What do they need to be doing?
Well, I think parents, really need to be talking to school officials about what they have in place to protect students. I think town meetings should take place in every community in this country tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, to talk about this. I think, I have confidence in our school principals that they are able to lead these kinds of conversations and discussions.
But what should parents ask those principals tomorrow?
Parents should ask those principals. Here's a perfect example. This is a great guide put out by the U.S. Department of Education. I think parents should want to know the extent to which these are being used. We mail these to every school in the country. What I can't tell you is the extent to which they're being used in every school in the country, and this is an excellent document. It gives you good examples of early warning signs. It gives you examples of what you can do to react to situations as they develop. So I think this would be an excellent example.
So parents should talk to their kids, parents ought to talk to their principals.
Parents should talk to the kids, just talk to the principals. And Paul, to a particular point, an expert wrote 2 or 3 years ago that parents, on average, speak to their children in a meaningful way only 2 minutes a day. And that's a sad commentary for our society. Parents, the president said, hug your children. I agree. But when you hug your child, whisper in his ear. Listen to what he whispers back. It has to be communication. And I think that's really, really broken down in the family.
So how is it when kids come to school dressed this way that there aren't alarm bells going on?
Well, when kids come to school dressed in some rather bizarre ways, but they're protected by our Constitution. And, if kids come to school with all red sweaters, yes, you might want to ask why, but it doesn't mean that's going to result in a violent behavior. It's a very difficult call for school administrators.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, more about whether or not your child's school is safe and what you can do to make it safer. We'll be right back.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the Internet.
Assistant Secretary of Education, former teacher, New Haven School District, former principal. The size of our schools today, Jerry, they're factory schools. The teachers can't possibly get to know every kid. There were 38 in my high school graduating class. How many in yours?
About 350.
How many in yours?
Well, about 900. I went to one of those factory schools.
School. He's a youngster.
Okay.
Are the schools too big?
I think in many cases they are. The literature tells us once you get beyond a 1,200 pupil high school, you're really moving toward a difficult area. In middle schools, we'd like to see no more than 700 or 800 students in those schools. If we want to talk on the one hand about personalizing instruction and putting youngsters in a personalized situation, it's very, very hard in schools that are 2,000, 3,000 students.
But in addition to the aggregate, don't we need, as the president has called for year after year, to reduce class size in the early years? I've had experts tell me that by 3rd grade, if kids have gotten enough individualized attentions, they're on the right track and they're not going to go wrong.
I couldn't agree more.
You're talking about in schools or at home?
Class size. Well, I don't think any of us want to restrict families to just 22 kids.
No, I'm just saying. But when you say individual attention,
class size in the early years, so the kids can get more individualized attentions in K through 3.
Must have written that speech.
Well, I want to react very positively to that because I've made several comments during the course of the day to reporters that, you really need to look at preschool education, you need to look at the primary grades because many of the problems these youngsters have in middle and senior high school are not suddenly manifested because they're at that age. You could get the early warning signs in 1st grade, 2nd grade, in preschool, but if you put 30, 35 youngsters in a class with a teacher, he or she is not in a position to individualize that instruction and personalize it. What the president says is put a maximum of 18. That's moving in the right direction. 15 would be wonderful. If we made that commitment across the country, I think many of these youngsters would receive the attention early on instead of just becoming numbers in classrooms, and that worries me, especially in the primary grades.
We have seen instances, I take the case in Paducah, Kentucky, the young perpetrator was identified the day before he committed the atrocities in May of last year, taken by the school officials, turned over to law enforcement, brought before a magistrate, and released. The next day he comes back and kills his classmates. What's wrong with the system? Those are the early warning indicators, and it broke down.
Yeah. Well, and it's also, I don't know all of the particulars of why they made that decision in that particular case. But again, those, if I remember correctly, were 12 and 13-year-old youngsters. 50, and I'm assuming they had enough information at their disposal to have a sense these youngsters were not going to go back and cause that kind of a problem. I can't believe any police officer or police agency would feel, if they have a youngster like that in their custody, they're going to release him or her if they thought he or she was going to cause a violent problem.
Jerry Tarazzi, I want to thank you for joining us, and we'll be back with the man who runs the NRA and a Democratic senator.
We were sitting and praying, and some people were crying. We were talking, we watched the news, but we didn't have the sound on. And we kept seeing our classroom on TV and just, we were thinking, we're in here, just come rescue us.
The killings in a Colorado school prompt questions about our kids and our gun laws. Is it time for America to get tough on firearms?
Live from Washington, this is a special edition of Equal Time, Tragedy in Colorado, with Ali North and Paul Begala.
Good evening. Joining us front and center to discuss what should be done about the tragedy in Colorado, Democratic Senator Frank Lautenberg, a strong proponent of gun control, and Wayne LaPierre, Executive Vice President of the National Rifle Association. Gentlemen, welcome. Good of you to join us.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Wayne, I want to begin with you on an area where I hope we can at least begin for 10 seconds of common ground. Should pipe bombs be illegal?
I think bombs are illegal.
Yes.
The fact is, absolutely.
Should we pass a Brady bill for the black powder explosives that are used for so many of those pipe bombs so that felons, fugitives, the adjudicated mentally ill, and minors cannot buy them the way today they can't buy guns?
I think if you're talking about commercial explosives, the NRA has not had a problem with that. We never have. But I think we have to take a real look at black powder. But the point is, what I'm getting at is, would any law have stopped these kids that were homicidal maniacs,
we don't know
were
that.
out to commit
I'd like to have a few roadblocks in your way.
Well, war swastikas decide to lay an ambush for their fellow classmates and go in on a suicide mission. I mean, the fact is, if you look me straight in the eye, I think America knows better than that. I mean, this is a very tough situation. I think we have to look to the moral fiber of society.
But you're not saying that simply because Cain slew Abel, we shouldn't outlaw murder. We understand that there's evil in the world and that there are deranged people, even deranged children, God forbid. But can't we at least agree that explosives and assault weapons and weapons of war ought to be kept away from children?
I think certainly we should keep those away from children. Obviously,
so the NRA would support a Brady bill for black powder.
But the fact is this: for commercial explosive purposes, the NRA has never stood in the way of that. But the point is, I'm getting at is, you're really diverting this issue here into this never-ending debate, beating up on the NRA, when what we really have here is we have a breakdown of society. We have our children are increasingly not protected by the moral fabric of our society. We're increasingly looking the way at behavior that our parents would never have tolerated. We're looking the other way at evil behavior, and we need to really focus on what would turn students into homicidal maniacs. And until we look at that, and I think a lot of the answer to that is in what's happening with the entertainment industry, television, movies, over and over and over and over again. Yet these big conglomerates, they make millions and billions in profit by doing that every day.
I'm just worried about mixing explosives with that toxic popular culture.
Well, I would point out to you that commercial fertilizer mixed with fuel oil was used as the explosive.
It should have had taggants in it so we could have tracked those bums down.
Excuse me. Commercial fertilizer is what I'm talking about, and fuel oil doesn't come with taggants. That's not what these kids use.
They use black powder.
Actually, I don't believe that we know the full answer to all of that. And that's one of my questions for the good senator. Aren't we rushing to judgment to develop prescriptions for a disease in which we don't even know yet what happened, we don't know how it happened, we don't know why it happened, and yet we're coming up with a prescription already politically here in Washington and perhaps in state capitals around the country?
We don't have a prescription. What we have is hope that we can do something about this. The fact of the matter is that a terrible blight plagues our country, and guns were the instrumentality for much of the killing that took place in Littleton, Colorado. And this is not a unique event. It happens in schools all around the place. It happened in Kentucky. It happened in Mississippi. And if the guns weren't so accessible, then just perhaps some of those kids might be alive.
Senator, in a nation that has over 20,000 gun laws, and in the event that we are now witnessing the aftermath of in Littleton, Colorado, for the memorial services that are being held out there, at least 7 that I know of were violated. What more is one more gun law going to do to help prevent that?
Well, because obviously we could have 20,000 or 200,000 gun laws. The fact is that they don't help in curbing this incredible violence that we see in our society. Well, and if I may finish, the fact of the matter is that if guns weren't so accessible, and we see it in place after place, time after time. And the one thing I don't understand, I know that the NRA has its agenda. But I can't believe that some common sense legislation that simply says, hey, listen, let's cooperate. Let's make sure that wherever possible guns are child-proof or that they're locked up, that the owner bears a responsibility, the manufacturer has a responsibility. We have 35,000 gun deaths a year in this country. No other country in the world has anything that closely approximates.
This is going to shock you. Full disclosure here, I am a board member of the NRA. He is the man who runs the NRA day in and day out.
And I used to work for Frank Rottenberg. So
when we come back, I'll tell you where we do have some ground that I think we can all stand on in terms of how we prevent more gun deaths in America. It may shock you all. We'll be right back with more on Equal Time.
It's just like devastating. I mean, how could two kids do this to the whole metro area of Denver? I mean, it's not right. I mean, people here don't deserve this.
Consumer Product Safety can issue regulations on toy guns for your children, but not real guns that can kill you. Why? Because of the power of the National Rifle Association.
Senator Ted Kennedy offering a prescription. We're back with Senator Frank Lautenberg and Wayne LaPierre, the head of the NRA. I want to give Wayne a chance, Senator. I said that we might find some common ground. I want to see if you'll accept this as common ground. Wayne, describe Operation Exile.
Well, what Operation Exile does is something that we've been saying should happen all along, and yet it's never happened. The breakdown in this society with this whole issue is the fact that we always argue about laws, and yet once you guys put the laws on the books, you could care less whether they're enforced. And the administration is the same way. The Department of Justice is not enforcing felon in possession of firearms laws. They're not enforcing the laws on the street that says it's a major federal penalty if you carry guns and sell drugs. They're not enforcing the laws on the books of guns in schools. They're not enforcing the laws on the books of illegally transferring guns to juveniles. In fact, the Brady bill that you talk about, I have the USA Today investigation they did right here. 13,000 felons flagged, no one arrested.
So wait,
if you guys know that this is happening, it's an outrage, and if you don't know it's happening, you ought to.
Well, so what we need for more enforcement then is to support the President's call to beef up the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms group.
Well,
the President has asked for new ATF agents,
but let me
which the NRA, Wayne, as you well know, notoriously called jackbooted thugs. The men and women enforcing those laws, Wayne, are people you called thugs, and you oppose
Give me a
funding
chance to answer. But here you guys go with the Clinton rhetoric again. The truth is the budget your boss delivered to Capitol Hill has only $5 million in it for prosecution. We cannot do 3 major cities for $5 million. He also cuts out all the truth and sentencing money going to states to build prisons. The NRA just supported an amendment on Capitol Hill 2 weeks ago by Senator Specter to put $50 million in the budget for prosecution. I have been working to position the NRA.
Why don't we start?
Why don't we start from the beginning? Prosecutors, and if you can't prosecute, you can't take these felons off the street.
I mean, this wild assertion, Wayne, you'll have to forgive me, that we don't care about enforcing the law, that we ignore the violations. It's so untrue, and it's unworthy of you. Let me tell you. I want to finish. I want to finish.
I'll let you go.
I want to finish. The Brady bill stopped 250,000 undeserving people from getting guns. Was that a success or not?
Did it? 250,000 felons tried to buy guns. Why aren't they in jail?
If they walk into a gun store,
because they're trying to defund the ATF.
No, let me tell you what.
We have more jails today. We're building jails.
No,
we have more police on the streets. We have more law enforcement activity.
Let me tell you what.
The jails are filled, and we can't build them fast enough.
Let me tell you,
people are staying in jail for longer periods of time. Why can't you, the NRA? And I plead with you, in the interest and the names of the children who have died, not just
in the
Colorado,
names of the children
who have died. Yes, because some little lunatic got a hold of the gun that he shouldn't have had. Oh, hell, that's not going to do anything.
Look, here's
us prosecute. Take away the guns. They wouldn't have been killed with a knife.
Here's what happened.
They wouldn't have. You never hear of a drive-by knife.
Wait a minute. Let me
take this to
no. Well, let me answer his question first.
We'll come back after a minute, but before that, I want to ask you to take a look at a videotape from MSNBC today. Suzanne Wilson, whose 11-year-old daughter was murdered in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Let me first answer his question. What you had happen under the Brady bill, under the Clinton administration, is 250,000 people.
Look at this and then respond to Suzanne Wilson.
Parents need to take a long look at themselves and say, you know, am I doing something wrong? And what is my child involved in? And then, like I said, you know, just be responsible when it comes to your firearms. Don't leave them so that a child can gain access to them.
Paul, I couldn't hear it. You didn't have me wired, but the senator will confirm that. But let me tell you what happened.
We should not allow parents to leave guns where children can have access to them.
And we shouldn't allow felons that commit a new federal crime trying to buy a gun to walk into a gun store under the Brady Bill and then walk out without doing a thing to them. Who is asking for the funding for the additional prosecutors so that when the law enforcement people and cops around the country pick up a felon with a gun, they can be prosecuted? It's only the NRA. It's not your boss, Bill Clinton. I was up there alone providing the money with Senator Specter for Philadelphia so they could do Project Exile. Senator Lautenberg, thank goodness, jumped on board to get some money for Camden. If I hadn't have done it, Philadelphia today still wouldn't have Project Exile.
We can still do something to save lives. Every day in this country, 11 to 13 children are murdered by handguns. Why? What does it take to say to you, listen, let's make the owner of the gun responsible. If someone kills somebody, let him be what he is, and that is a conspirator, willingly or not. Why not let us punish those people who let their guns be available for children? You don't want to do that. We have so many things we'd like to do that wouldn't intrude on your ability to own a gun. Well, why not let us ask for accountability for gun shows? Why not let manufacturers be accountable for making dangerous products or negligent marketing? Why do you want to make laws?
If someone steals my car out of the garage underneath this building, takes it down the street, you're going to have somebody sue me because they got killed with that car?
No, but if you give it to a child, if you let your child, underage, 15 years old, take that car and kill somebody, you are going to be responsible.
Of course, but we will be able to get to this, and we're going to have more of this with both of our guests when Equal Time continues.
Ground started shaking, and the screams just kept getting closer, and about 5 kids ran into our classroom saying, "I have to hide in here, I have to hide in here. They're shooting, and people are dying everywhere."
Another suburban high school erupts in gunfire. Can anything be done to stop the violence? The latest from Littleton on the news with Brian Williams next on MSNBC.
We're back with our guest, Wayne LaPierre of the NRA. Before we went to break, I was badgering you about how the NRA can say they're for enforcement and have good ideas for strict enforcement on gun laws, but then savagely attack the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which is the principal law enforcement agency on guns.
Paul, you have to go way back in history to come up with that statement. If you look at what's been happening the last couple of years, I have positioned this organization as the strongest advocate in the country for tough prosecution of the existing laws on the books. I've positioned us up on Capitol Hill asking for the money, and that includes money for additional ATF agents to back the prosecutors. And you know what I've gotten out of the administration? They've ridiculed it. They said Wayne is advocating a cookie-cutter approach to solving crime that they can't be part of. Since when has prosecuting felons with guns and taking them off the street been a cookie-cutter approach?
No, first off, I didn't see that comment.
Well, you
haven't heard Eric Holder lately. I want to come back to your point, though. You will support the president's call for 168 new ATF agents in the budget.
It's our call. We have gone to Capitol Hill and asked for $50 to $100 million for prosecutors and ATF agents to support the laws on the books.
I'm glad you fellas agree, but I would tell you this, that with things as they're going, with the ever-increasing violence we see in schools and offices and post offices and the accessibility of guns, people who fire those guns very often are criminals for the first time. The guy who killed the 2 police officers here at the Capitol was a first-time criminal. Yes, he was a deranged man, got his father's gun, shouldn't have been able to get it, and he killed 2 innocent.
So you would lock up the father for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I would, if the father knew in advance that weapon had to be kept away from anybody who wasn't capable of handling it without his specific permission. Yeah, I'd say
you have two youngsters who perpetrated a heinous, terrible horror yesterday in Littleton,
right?
And you would lock up the parents of those 2 kids.
Well, I would tell you, I would rather go further. I would rather say that at any time that there is a gun in the house, that gun has to be under lock and key, and if that basic principle is violated, then the parents adopt a responsibility.
And here's the problem with that, Senator. I mean, if you have young children in the house, the NRA spends more money than anybody in the country to teach people how to be safe, and safety locks and keeping kids away from guns, period.
Why are we killing so
many?
many?
But if a single woman in a high-crime area, I mean, you don't want to slow down her accessibility to a firearm if she needs it. If someone breaks her house and steals her gun, you shouldn't hold her responsible for
43
crime.
times more often. There's a murder in the household. There's an accidental shooting, than there is catching a felon.
And in order to come up with that statistic, you counted the murderer that went into the house with the gun as part of that statistic.
Let me ask you a few of the 20,000, Ali says, gun laws on the country. You tell me whether the NRA supports or opposes them. The Brady Law.
If you're talking about a check prior to, we were a very strong supporter of that.
But
the problem is
not a waiting period.
The problem, not a waiting period, but the problem is Bill Clinton is letting those felons commit a new federal crime, walk into a store and walk out.
The ban on assault weapons.
I think that's cosmetic nonsense. I don't think, and the truth is, let me tell you the truth about that. The guns Bill Clinton said were good guns were no different than the ones he banned and said were bad guns. They all shoot the same. It was about a cosmetic look-alike.
The multi-round clips that Senator Dianne Feinstein and Frank Lautenberg are trying to ban in the Senate. Good law, bad law?
I don't think, the fact is, I think that's public relations masquerading as substantive policy.
You feel that way about everything that we propose?
No,
I don't. If the NRA would come up with some reasonable position, say, okay, let's negotiate. Your principal concern is that we don't take the guns away from people.
Principal concern is in the owner's manual, the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
I'd read that. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free nation, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, cannot be infringed.
You want to
do we have well-regulated militias in our society?
You want to take guns away from all the law-abiding. I want to take guns away from the criminals. That's where we differ. No, that is
not fair. Wait, Wayne, let me show you a picture.
He's proud of this one.
He's proud of this one. Because I am a gun owner and I am a hunter. That's an 11-point buck I shot. That is not an assault weapon, sir. That is not a pipe bomb. That's a .30-06 deer rifle. That under the Brady Law and under all the laws you've been calling cosmetic and nonsense, a law-abiding American can still use their weapon in perfect safety.
That's
if God forbid,
because of the NRA.
No, sir.
That's true. And NRA members around the country.
If I don't store that rifle in a safe way and someone kills with it, I ought to be accountable.
And unfortunately,
and you are right now. Negligence in every state.
I want to thank you, Senator Lautenberg. Thank you, Wayne LaPierre. And thank you, my other guest, Paul Begala, for that great shot. When we come back, John Hockenberry live from Albania.
Another suburban high school erupts in gunfire. Can anything be done to stop the violence? The latest from Littleton on the news with Brian Williams next on MSNBC. What can we learn from this tragedy? How close are we to ground combat in Kosovo? Tom Brokaw live from Colorado, John Hockenberry live from Albania.
There is a new death toll tonight, confirming what many parents in Littleton, Colorado already knew. Columbine High School, the scene of so much violence and sadness, may never reopen this year. In the meantime, the search for evidence. Who were the two killers? How were they able to build bombs and dress the way they did, listen to German rock music as they did, without sounding alarms at home? And the scene overseas tonight, a high-rise is hit in Belgrade, but what did it house? And finally, the Army's much-vaunted Apaches take almost a month to get there and get in the air. The problem with the Army's less-than-rapid response. Also, the reports tonight that NATO and the U.S. are rethinking ground troops yet again as the air war now enters day 30.
From NBC News, this is the news with Brian Williams.
And good Wednesday evening to you. Last night at this time, the coverage of what happened in Colorado was difficult for some to watch. Tonight, for 15 sets of parents in Littleton, Colorado, parents who now have an empty bedroom in their homes. It is now even worse as the process of making personal, positive identifications of the dead students is just now getting underway this evening. All of this in a suburb where virtually every house of worship is holding some sort of service tonight. We learned a lot more today about how it all took place. It is quite possible that the only people who really know why are dead, killed by their own guns. The death toll stands at 15. The high school may not reopen for the rest of the year. Some students say they will never walk in that building again at any time. Tonight, the parents of one of the young gunmen, Eric Harris, released a statement asking Americans to, quote, Please say prayers for everyone touched by these horrible events. That would include their own son, whose motives and bizarre behavior, along with another troubled young man, apparently never fully dawned on the parents as potentially explosive. They are still sorting out this story tonight in Colorado, and to begin our coverage this evening, we are joined by NBC News correspondent George Lewis. George, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. It's taken so long to move the bodies out of the high school because of the devilish way the two assailants planted explosive devices throughout the school building, scattering them all over the place. Authorities were afraid to move the bodies because of the fear of booby traps. Finally, this afternoon, the all clear. This afternoon, the grim job of removing the bodies from Columbine High got underway as the parents of the dead students stayed in seclusion at an elementary school nearby. Their worst fears realized when all the victims were identified. One of the dead is Isaiah Scholes. His classmates said that the assailants were gunning for the blacks and the athletes at the school.
He had two strikes against him. He was black, and he was an athlete. That's why my son died. That's not a reason to die. That's not a reason to go.
The wait for the parents of the dead was lengthened as bomb experts painstakingly removed all the explosives planted around the school.
There is approximately 30 explosive devices that were found, but that includes at the homes, at the school, and out in some of the vehicles.
At a Catholic church a couple of miles from the school, they remember the dead and tried to comfort the living.
There's no words anybody can say to comfort us. There's nothing anyone can do to get rid of this feeling but time.
Late this afternoon, school officials said Columbine High School will probably stay closed for the remainder of the year, that students will be bused to other schools.
I don't know if they'll reopen school. I don't know. Right now it's going to be so difficult for us to even step foot in the building, but I know as a faculty and as students we're going to have to do it at some point.
They're still questioning how it could happen here in this nice, quiet, middle-class community. The grieving process just beginning. That reaction, "it just can't happen here," is typical, according to a grief counselor who's worked with victims' families in both the Oklahoma City bombing and the Springfield, Oregon school shootout. And now Littleton. And it has happened here. Brian?
George, tonight all three broadcast television evening news anchors were there within a few feet of your location for the sadness this has caused around the country. Millions looking on, millions reading about it. What is it like to be at the epicenter of so much sadness and upheaval?
Well, this is an entire community in the process of grieving and in process of mourning. There was a fairly large service this evening at the downtown Civic Center in Denver. Huge turnout there. Earlier today, a service here at the Catholic Church about 2 miles away from the school. 1,800 people there. People looking to their higher power, trying to find some answers tonight, Brian.
George Lewis, who was there on the ground reporting for us almost immediately after the shooting yesterday. Thank you, George, again. Tonight, as we touched on, there are so many unanswered questions about what happened here. Who were the two young suspects? How could they have possibly done such a thing? We get more on this tonight from NBC News correspondent Jim Avila, who's in Englewood, Colorado.
Brian, these boys were from good homes, good neighborhoods, good families. 3 of the 4 parents, professionals. One of them, a geologist. One, an educator. One, retired military. But somehow, most would agree, the boys went bad. And their friends tonight are saying that it was a violent turn from war games to real-life violence. These 2 boys, 18 days from summer break, one nearing graduation from an honored school, living in an upscale community, both parents at home, described as attentive and concerned.
They've just been nice people. I mean, it's like you can't put blame on them at all. It's Dylan's choice, and no one knows why he made that choice.
So how did Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold become America's most notorious killers, murdering classmates with a weapons cache that includes 30 bombs planted inside and outside their school, 2 sawed-off shotguns, 1 handgun, 1 carbine rifle?
Well, they were laughing about killing people, and it was like they having the time of their life.
Those who knew these teens best say the trenchcoat mafia is more than just black clothes. These boys were dangerously strange.
You could tell he hated a lot of people. You tell there's just a lot of hate in them.
Both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had trouble with the law. Arrested as juveniles last year on charges of breaking and entering a car, they finished probation just 2 months ago. And NBC News has learned from close associates, both boys were fascinated by guns, watching the movie Natural Born Killers over and over again. And 1 month ago, the boys went to the hills near their suburban Denver homes to videotape themselves shooting high-powered guns. This young girl, a close friend and rare female member of the Trenchcoat Mafia group, says Eric and Dylan were mesmerized by war and spent their lunch hours on war games.
Because of the way that it was done, they knew beforehand exactly what was going to happen.
And at home spent hours on the computer adding even more violence to Doom, a medieval war game. Both dabbled in German, and their music was foreign, the dark heavy metal of Rammstein. Does all that add up to a murder spree? Most of the time, no. And tonight, this community wants to know why it did this time. Brian?
Jim Avila outside the medical center there that treated so many of the trauma patients, the wounded after the shooting. Our next guest is a student at Columbine High School. Lindsay Hamilton, who is 15, was in the science hall for hours when the shooting started and thereafter. Lindsay is with us now from Littleton, Colorado. And Lindsay, it's the first time we've spoken. Thank you for making time to come on the air. It must be a horrible time for you and your friends. And why don't you tell us your story, beginning with the first sounds of shots you heard, I guess.
We were in science getting ready to take a test, and we heard all this screaming and running, and the building was shaking. And some teachers told us to get back in the classroom because they had guns. And so we got back in our classroom, and our teacher took us into this little, storage room greenhouse. And we all got in there. It was about, 30 of us plus our teacher, and huddled down and covered our heads. And we could hear all these gunshots and pipe bombs forever. And then we heard them yelling, and they said, I want to die today, and today's a good day for everybody to die. And we just heard more gunshots. And then we didn't hear anything for a long time. And then we heard a little bit more gunfire. And then we just waited for about 2 hours. And then finally the SWAT team came and rescued us, and we were taken through the school, and we had to see all the bombs where they left their mark, and we had to step around a body somewhere. And then finally we got taken with the police and away from the school. But it had been about 4 hours since we...
I was just going to say, every student, just like you, has an amazing and heroic story to tell about their teacher. In your case, your teacher kept his or her cool, and they got you into shelter. Many other teachers pulled off absolutely heroic deeds.
Yeah. My teacher, Miss Williams, was absolutely calm and positive the whole time.
And how did you know, a very basic question, that when the SWAT team members came in, they were really the good guys?
We didn't know. We had absolutely no idea, and we just kind of took an instinct and decided they were good people.
We hear your school is going to be closed for the rest of the school year. Are any people saying it should never be reopened because of the memories in there? They should tear it down, start over?
I don't know. I have no idea.
How are you doing mentally tonight, or don't you kind of know yet?
I don't really know. I'm still shocked and terrified.
How are you missing any friends? Did your friends all get out?
Yes, everybody that I'm really close to has gotten out.
But it's probably going to turn out, correct, that you knew some of the dead students?
Yeah, I don't know any names of the dead students, so I don't know.
And who's helping you to try to talk about this and to listen to you maybe and get all of you folks over this?
Right now I'm just really talking to my family, and they're helping out a lot.
Have counselors offered you their services?
Yeah, my school counselor helped me right away.
And do you think You'll go back for more?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think these, have you attended any of the religious services around town, and do you think they're supposed to help this feeling that you're going through there in Littleton greatly?
I haven't been to one yet, so I don't know yet. I'm sure they're helping everybody, though.
Can you step back yet and look at your school and realize that the whole nation is watching you? One of your fellow students said here on television last night that this isn't supposed to happen in school. And do you think you'll be able to feel secure again when you go to school?
No, never. It's unsafe.
Do you realize what a tragedy that is to hear a young person say that in America in 1999?
Yeah.
Well, on that, Lindsay, best of luck to you. Thank you for talking about it on television with us tonight.
Yeah.
We have a lot more to tell you about as we continue this Wednesday evening, including in our next half hour as we continue here what college campuses are saying and doing about the shooting at this high school that has broken apart a community in Littleton, Colorado. But next up, what one of the members of this so-called group, the Trenchcoat Mafia, had to say about yesterday's shootings at her school. The sadness that is everywhere in this Colorado town. Before the authorities had confirmed anything yesterday in Littleton, Colorado, students who survived the shootings at Columbine High School were saying they recognized the gunmen as members of what they called the Trenchcoat Mafia, a well-known group of not quite mainstream students known for their dress style, their swagger, their attitude. Reporter Ward Lucas of the NBC television station KUSA-TV in Denver was one of the first to report on this. We aired his work here last night. We're happy to have him joining us tonight from Denver, and we're happy to also thank KUSA once again through Ward for providing the superb coverage of the unfolding tragedy yesterday. Ward, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How did your day progress as a reporter? How did you latch on to the first thread, then know enough to branch out and pursue this one group?
Well, the first thing that we did was we headed down to the neighborhood. Police roadblocks were going up everywhere, and the idea was to get as many of our news crews into place around the school as possible before streets started getting shut down. But my partner and I on the investigative team just went street by street looking for people who were out walking. We learned probably within a few minutes the names of the two shooters, although we didn't feel comfortable releasing that until much later in the evening. But just moving from person to person as quickly as we could, we got a very good idea very rapidly, as did virtually every other news crew on the scene, what had happened inside the high school. And, of course, at that point we were getting news reports from the various radio stations.
And I know you brought along tonight, so to speak, the latest report you prepared.
Yes. We talked to some of the people involved in the incident down there, and we'll take a look at that story now.
Today, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office went to the home of Dylan Klebold in Deer Creek Canyon. His family is obviously well-to-do. Their home is an expensive one in an exclusive neighborhood. One of the objectives today was to locate additional bomb-making materials that Klebold and Harris had used. On South Reed Street, we talked to Bill Conan, a neighbor of the Harris family, who says he was there Monday morning, a time when kids should have been in school. He saw Eric and Dylan and heard something odd going on in the garage of the Harris home.
I heard someone ask for a baseball bat, and then shortly after that I heard this repetitive crashing sound, like someone breaking glass, like bottles or something.
A former member of the Trenchcoat group at Columbine said Eric and Dylan were her friends, as were some of those who were shot.
And I know how sweet they were. I know how good they were. And I saw Dylan with the gun, and I saw Dylan with the grenades and the stuff. I saw the wounded. I saw all that they did. And I'm not able to even accept the fact that there's that many people dead in my school. Because of the way that it was done, they knew beforehand exactly what was going to happen. They knew that there was going to be cops swarming the school. They knew that this wouldn't last for more than a couple hours. They knew all this before they ever got anything, before they ever started building anything.
So it was carefully planned.
It was very carefully planned. It would have had to have been. Because of how they were, what they knew, what they have done. They have studied things like they've done paintball. They've done paintball so seriously that it's been almost like a real war situation.
And yet this is the kind of guys that could just be friends in a friendly group like that, huh?
Yeah, they were great friends. They were some of the sweetest guys to know. But they had the ability in them to do this. And they chose to do it.
The big mystery here from our standpoint, Brian, is how these two individuals got so many munitions into the school. Obviously, they had to have stored them inside. In lockers, they had something like 30 pipe bombs, half a dozen rifles, and who knows how much ammunition they had. But the big mystery is whether or not they had some inside help. There is an ongoing investigation now looking at other members of their closely knit association of trenchcoat mafia members. Now, again, we got to keep in mind, not all the trenchcoat mafia people who the kids at Columbine High School knew were part of this group. It was just a very small number, but the big investigation now surrounds them.
Ward Lucas from KUSA tonight. Thank you very much, Ward. We'll have more from Colorado after this break. One question repeatedly being asked about the massacre in Littleton, Colorado is what could have been done to stop it? As NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson reports, there were warning signs from the two boys suspected of being the gunman here.
Tonight, we are still learning about the teenage gunman in Littleton. But after 10 school shootings in 3 years, there is more detail and a profile developing of kids who kill kids.
They decide that they're going to take others and die themselves. Death to them is a reward. It's not a punishment.
Criminologist Bill Reisman started studying these kids after the October 1997 shooting in Pearl, Mississippi. 7 students injured, 2 killed. He sees a connection between Pearl shooter Luke Woodham and the Colorado gunman.
Their belief system is almost identical. They were, the neo-Nazi interest, the German interest. And that wasn't only true of Luke Woodham, that was also true of the 5 and 6 others that were involved in that situation.
Trauma psychologist Robert Butterworth says, though parents may not notice them, the signs of trouble start early.
Many of these kids show problems from birth.
Signs like fighting in preschool, trouble in class, social outcasts by the age of 10. The psychological profile of Michael Carneal, who killed 3 students in West Paducah, Kentucky, reveals a boy taunted by classmates, called geek and nerd, teased that he had cooties and Michael germs. The report describes one early warning sign. 2 months before the December 1997 shooting, Michael took his father's revolver to school and showed it to classmates. He told a psychiatrist it made him feel safe.
A bitter kid without a gun equals a fist fight in a hallway of a school. A gun and a kid who is not bitter equals an afternoon of hunting with his father. Put the two together and you have the potential for a massacre.
But it's more than guns. The suspects in Littleton, like Carneal, were skilled on the internet, where they could seek support from similar outcasts.
We have kids now that have means to fulfill these destructive fantasies. They can go into the internet. They can learn how to build a bomb. They can save up money and buy a gun. It's not that difficult.
And the smallest thing can ignite a deadly rage. After the Jonesboro shooting, when 2 boys killed a teacher and 4 kids, when asked why, one of them said his accomplice was simply mad at a teacher. While they don't know what set off the massacre in Littleton, experts say the reason will never justify the worst school shooting in American history. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Chicago.
When our coverage of this continues, we'll be joined by one of Littleton's bravest, a member of the SWAT team who entered that building not knowing what they had inside.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet.
And we return now to the other major story of this day and evening, the aftermath at the high school massacre in Littleton, Colorado. Federal agents found a staggering number of firearms and explosives in and around the crime scene, raising questions about how the two young suspects could have possibly amassed and worked on such an arsenal themselves. Here with more on this, NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams in our Washington Bureau. Pete?
Brian, the investigators say that the bombs spanned a range of the way they were built. Some were simple pipe bombs, others were creative, investigators say, cleverly made to get the maximum damage from a limited amount of explosive material. They say these are not the kind of designs that beginning bomb makers usually come up with. So they say whoever built them spent lots of time thinking about the designs and had very good instructions, likely, investigators say, from the internet. None of the bombs used high explosive like dynamite. They were instead made with common gunpowder, which is easily found at sporting goods stores and is legal for juveniles, underage, children to buy. Some bombs used powder from fireworks. And the components, investigators say, were commonly available. Now, as surprising as it may be, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms says young people are actually responsible for hundreds of bombings every year. In the past 5 years, they say, juveniles were to blame for more than 4,500 bomb incidents, a third of all bombings nationwide, and their bombs turned out to be very effective, Brian, successfully exploding nearly 90% of the time.
Pete Williams in the Washington Bureau. Pete, thanks for that.
Yes, sir.
Our next guest tonight is a member of one of the SWAT teams who were on the front lines yesterday at the high school. George Hinkle, along with his Lakewood, Colorado team of colleagues, arrived on the scene an hour after the first shots were fired, helped some of the students get out of the building safely before eventually securing the building themselves. He joins us tonight from Littleton, Colorado, and I know you're not supposed to let your job go home with you or bother you on your off hours. What's it done to your head since you walked in there yesterday?
It's tough. It's hard to sleep at night, and fortunately we've got a good staff of police psychologists that debrief us. They told us to expect that. They told us that we very likely have nightmares for a couple of weeks, and after that, if we continue to have problems, then we should go back and talk to them some more.
For people who thought, in this era of no attention span, people who thought your job took too long inside there, perhaps you could give us a reminder of the fact that once opening the door of that building, you didn't know what you had in there. To your knowledge, you could have had a group of heavily armed men with rocket launchers.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we did think initially. We had literally hundreds of students running out. They were all seeing suspects, seeing people shot. I mean, of course, that tends to multiply. So when we went into this, we went in fully expecting a full military-type opponent, and that's not something that you can go in piecemeal.
You were wearing body armor, of course, I presume, but still that doesn't make you invulnerable, correct?
Absolutely correct. The personal body armor that we carry with us will protect us against handgun fire. It's not complete protection against any sort of rifle or assault fire, and that's the type of weapons that we thought we were probably up against.
Worst thing you've ever seen on the job, I presume?
Absolutely.
Do you have any school-age children of your own?
Yes, I do. I've got a boy and a girl, and they're just a year younger than the students that we saw yesterday.
So that was absolutely on your mind all the way through.
It sure was. Very tough.
What method do you use? You enter a building. There were several teams. We saw a lot of you swarming around the grounds and inside the high school proper. How do you go through a series of, well, this quadrant is clear, we've checked it, we've sealed it off?
What we wound up doing yesterday was basically dividing the building into quadrants, and we would have one team from one jurisdiction clear one quadrant, while another team from another jurisdiction cleared another quadrant. And that seemed to work out fairly well.
George, how did you know among each other that you were friendlies, and how did you convincingly announce yourselves to the teachers who were huddling their students as a friendly and not one of the shooters?
In terms of the teachers and the students, most of them were looking for help. So as soon as they saw somebody that remotely looked friendly, we identified ourselves verbally as police, then they were more than willing to come out to us. In terms of identifying ourselves to each other so we didn't get caught in crossfire situations, we have hand signals and loud verbal signals coming out before we actually exit a particular door that we've cleared.
I know you've heard the stories of the incredible, ordinary, and yet extraordinary acts of heroism by these teachers who just started off a normal school day and ended up sheltering and saving the lives of these students. Which one sticks out in your head?
I've heard a number of those as well, and I think that the initial response from the people down in the cafeteria, where it's my understanding that the suspects came in, was particularly remarkable. I think just in terms of getting the kids together and getting them out in a very chaotic situation, I think my hat's off to every one of them.
Were you surprised that this amount of heavy fire was the product of 2 high school kids in the end?
Yes, very surprised. We thought it was a full military-style operation based on the initial reports, and to hear it was only 2 kids was very surprising.
George Hinkle, hats off to you for the professionalism you all displayed yesterday. A national audience was watching and realizing the same thing. Thank you very much on this night after for coming on the air with us.
Thank you, sir.
And coming up as we continue here, the impact of the shooting in the Littleton High School on college campuses across the country. Tragedies like the shooting in Colorado yesterday and the continuing conflict in Yugoslavia often spark intense debates across the country, oftentimes on college campuses. But lately, particularly on the subject of Kosovo, the pictures of college-age protesters marching against U.S. military action in a foreign land have been absent from the political landscape. For some perspective on that, the college campus these days, and the school shooting in Colorado, we are joined by the editors of 2 daily college newspapers. Adam Lasker is senior at the University of Wisconsin at Madison and is the editor-in-chief of the Cardinal newspaper. He is with us tonight from Madison. And in Cleveland, we're joined by Mike Lebowitz, a senior at Kent State University, an institution with an indelible place in U.S. wartime history. Mike is the editor of the Daily Kent Stater. And Mike, I'd like to begin with you. You are young, yes, but as a journalist and a student there, it must be ingrained in you the history of Kent State, the black and white images of the woman calling for help over the fallen student.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, you know, of course.
And
it's happened. Yeah.
I guess you have the perspective. I guess you have the perspective to realize it's how many Americans of a certain age still define Kent State as the first thing you think of if you live through that era when you hear the name. And how does that affect the college psyche, your newspaper, all of the cultural things there?
Well, I'll tell you, like, when you're out of town, such as Washington, D.C., where I interned at, pretty much you say, I go to Kent State. Oh, that's where the people got shot at. And people, you know, think of Kent State, think of a bunch of hippies running up a hill, is what I've heard many times. So, I mean, I'm sure it affects the university at all, and I've heard rumors that they're trying to get away from the name Kent State and trying to call it Kent now. They changed the logo in the 80s. And
now, Neil Young, of course, immortalized the school with his lyric, For Dead in Ohio. You know, people must assume that it's still some kind of hotbed of protest. What has happened, if anything, on campus since, say, Kosovo?
That's the funny part of all, is nothing. Pretty much there's a group of people that always come and protest everything. I mean, if you remember February 1998 with Iraq, I mean, everybody came out of the woodwork. There was hundreds and hundreds of people protesting. But now there's just nobody. Like, nobody is acknowledging Kosovo. For example, the only thing they protested was today, more Animal Rights Week, something like that. But nobody mentioned the word Kosovo. I found it kind of interesting.
And Adam, over to you. What experience can you speak to, especially since Kosovo, going back to the Gulf War as well, perhaps?
Well, I wasn't in college when the Gulf War happened, but, you know, we do have quite a history at Madison of severe protests from the Vietnam time. Just like at Kent State, it's been relatively quiet around here, especially compared to the Vietnam days. However, things were peaceful at the beginning of the Vietnam era as well. There have been some protests on campus, only one, I believe, that even measured in the hundreds of people, so it's a little bit quieter as far as the demonstrations outside. They've been happening. almost on a weekly basis, but they are not loud and they're not huge.
And now to the situation in Colorado. You're not significantly older than high school age, either of you. And Adam, beginning with you, is any of the behavior that you're hearing about, these two men, the kind of German acid rock music that they listen to, this kind of castle-era behavior and the games and the CD-ROMs?
Well, I played some role-playing games when I was in high school, and computers were definitely becoming a part of my culture. But I hate to see that the whole, I've heard them described as gothic, and I hate seeing that whole crowd of people get targeted just because a couple of kids went into a high school and started shooting up the place. I don't think that had anything to do with specifically their subculture. Everybody likes their music, everybody has their hobbies, and for these kids, it was acid rock, but I know a lot of people who listen to music like that who are peaceful and friendly people as well.
That's right, nor do we want to paint with the same broad brush. And Mike, how do you expect to handle the shooting in Colorado editorially? Is there an object lesson for college campuses in it?
Yeah, the best thing to do, is that it can happen anywhere, and that's why I think more people on campus talk about this as opposed to Kosovo, is because this is like close to home. It can happen anywhere, and that's what we're pretty much trying to stress. Like if you remember a couple years ago at Penn State University, which is a college campus, obviously, a girl matted down right in the middle of the student center there and just started picking off people with a shotgun. So, pretty much trying to drive home the point that you can't single out a certain group of people, like for, in this instance, trench coats or gothic people, because, that's not always going to be the case, and you can't even think to, single out one group of person.
Well, that's right, and that's one of the lessons here. Mike Leibowitz, Kent State, thank you. Adam Lasker, University of Wisconsin, thanks and good luck to you both.
Thank you.
When we come back, the Chicago Sun-Times decision not to put yesterday's school shooting on their front page.
What can we learn from this tragedy? How close are we to ground combat in Kosovo? Tom Brokaw live from Colorado, John Hockenberry live from Albania. Next on MSNBC.
The sheer tragedy in Colorado, the coverage of it last night drew millions of viewers, more people drawn to this network alone than at the height of the Clinton scandal during the start of the air war over Kosovo. However, there are concerns about the coverage, some wish it hadn't been covered at all. The local sheriff in Colorado said yesterday, quote, "If this is broadcast across the country, other people may get the same idea," close quote. Because of those very concerns, one major city daily newspaper decided today to forego the shocking headlines and to put the story on the inside pages instead, where children wouldn't be able to see it. The paper is the Chicago Sun-Times, and its editor-in-chief, Nigel Wade, is with us tonight from Chicago. Nigel, what was the reaction to your decision?
It was the strong support that we got the last time we did it after the shootings at Springfield, Oregon, May last year. The same kind of expression of we're relieved, we're grateful, parents particularly identifying themselves, doctors, teachers. I had a teacher call in and say, I'm just about to step into a class and try and explain this to my pupils. Thank you very much for treating the story the way we did.
How much, honestly, of a newspaper's decision to put a story on the front page is to sell papers, plainly, and how much is it a public service aspect of what we do for a living?
I've got three responsibilities, I suppose. First, a duty to tell the news so that people can make their decisions in life. Second, I have a duty, of course, to the commercial well-being of the paper. I don't want to send the paper bankrupt. And third, I have a duty to the society as a whole. And every day, in some small way, you end up balancing those three responsibilities.
Now, devil's advocate, a very dramatic and serious-looking President Clinton went on television for the third time after this Colorado thing today, and he said, in part, we want to hammer home the message across America and to American students that violence is wrong. It was noted today, this is the same president who is in the middle of an air war that has accidentally killed civilians overseas. And you, I note, put atrocities on the front page. Can't reading about that be as damaging in its own way to children?
Well, I'm not advocating any kind of good news policy. I'm not trying to run a sugary good news newspaper.
Understood.
We will always have to report the ugly things that happen in the world, but and wars will, unfortunately, apparently, always be part of that. But when children start to make war on their classmates, that's another thing altogether, and I believe it raises other questions.
Your coverage as an amount was unaffected by your decision. It just moved in location, correct?
Yeah, we didn't cut anything or leave anything out. We used the same words and the same pictures as other papers, I expect. We put them inside on pages 2, 3, and 4, where adults would find them, but we just took the story out of the white-hot spotlight on page 1.
I want to thank you for coming on. We're happy to give you the time to discuss this on the air tonight. Nigel Wade of the Chicago Sun-Times.
Thank you.
When we come back, we're going to take a look at the Thursday morning newspaper headlines around the country this Wednesday night, including the latest effect this shooting has had on the city of Denver, Colorado. Lead stories in major papers in major cities across the country, of course. The school shooting in Colorado, the situation in Kosovo. We wanted to show you some headlines you wouldn't normally see tomorrow morning, perhaps, both of them from the Denver Post. The first says NRA scales back Denver convention. Although Charlton Heston was on morning television in Los Angeles just hours after the triggers were pulled in Colorado defending the right to bear arms, the NRA is going to do a little less during their 3-day convention in Denver, as not to try to call too much attention to themselves. And also, Denver Post, city officials move to cancel concert. This is on the front page tomorrow morning. Denver city officials are asking promoters to cancel a concert by Marilyn Manson, the group, scheduled to be held in Denver April 30th. It has been speculated that the two shooters were fans of Marilyn Manson, and perhaps his music could have in some way contributed to their state of mind. No direct evidence, of course, that there is any correlation in any of this. Before we go here this evening, a reminder coming up next on a special edition of Hockenberry. Tom Brokaw reporting live from Littleton, Colorado, while John Hockenberry will be reporting on the crisis in Kosovo live from Albania. And at 11 o'clock tonight, 8 Pacific, a special edition of our nightly broadcast, NBC News special report on the conflict in Yugoslavia. And we will update the situation in the Balkans, look further into the shootings in Colorado. That's it for us this Wednesday night. We hope to see you back here tomorrow. I'm Brian Williams. Good night, everybody.
The News with Brian Williams is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. Closed captioning sponsored by 1-800-USSearch.com, the public record portal. This is a special edition of Hockenberry. Live in Tirana, Albania, John Hockenberry. And live in Littleton, Colorado, Tom Brokaw.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the program. We are live in Tirana, Albania, just off a very busy runway serving as a military base here in Tirana. But tonight, a two-front war for America on two different sides of the world. One here in the Balkans, dressed in olive drab combat fatigues, the other in the heartland of America, the victims dressed in the casual duds of high school teenagers and black trench coats, as we're all learning tonight. All the details of the war here in Kosovo on this program tonight, and also the latest from Littleton, Colorado. And we go now to my colleague and NBC Nightly News anchor Tom Brokaw, live in Littleton, Colorado. Tom?
John Hockenberry, the two extremes of the world, what you're witnessing there and of course in the Balkans, and what we're witnessing here in Heartland America, this community of Littleton, Colorado, Jefferson County, the entire state of Colorado, and for that matter, the rest of the country, still kind of trying to come to grips with the idea that two young people who thought of themselves as misfits and were angry at how they were treated by their school and by many of their classmates, two youngsters who paid a lot of attention to computer games and to the idea of warfare with society, went in yesterday to their school and killed 13 youngsters and then killed themselves as well. What do we know about them? Let's listen now to NBC's Jim Avila tonight.
These two boys, 18 days from summer break, one nearing graduation from an honored school, living in an upscale community, both parents at home, described as attentive and concerned.
They've just been nice people. I mean, it's like you can't put blame on them at all. It's Dylan's choice, and no one knows why he made that choice.
So how did Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold become America's most notorious killers, murdering classmates with a weapons cache that includes 30 bombs planted inside and outside their school, 2 sawed-off shotguns, 1 handgun, 1 carbine rifle?
Well, they were laughing about killing people, and it was like they having the time of their life.
Those who knew these teens best say the trenchcoat mafia is more than just black clothes. These boys were dangerously strange.
You could tell he hated a lot of people. You could tell there's just a lot of hate in him.
Both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had trouble with the law. Arrested as juveniles last year on charges of breaking and entering a car, they finished probation just 2 months ago. And NBC News has learned from close associates, both boys were fascinated by guns, watching the movie Natural Born Killers over and over again. And 1 month ago, the boys went to the hills near their suburban Denver homes to videotape themselves shooting high-powered guns. This young girl, a close friend and rare female member of the Trenchcoat Mafia group, says Eric and Dylan were mesmerized by war and spent their lunch hours on war games.
Because of the way that it was done, they knew beforehand exactly what was going to happen.
And at home spent hours on the computer adding even more violence to Doom, a medieval war game. Both dabbled in German, and their music was foreign, the dark heavy metal of Rammstein.
NBC's Jim Avila tonight reporting on the 2 suspects. Of course, they died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds in the carnage at Columbine High School. One of the students who knew them both well was Brooks Brown. In fact, yesterday he left the school to have a cigarette, and just at that time, Eric Harris said to him, "Brooks, I like you, get out of here." Brooks didn't know what he was talking about, but as he walked away, he began to hear gunshots, and then he realized that his friend Dylan Klebold was also probably a part of it. Today, I talked to him about these 2 young men who committed so much carnage at Columbine High School.
I'd known him for so long. He wasn't that violent of a person ever.
Did you ever hear him talk about hating the jocks or hating black people? Or
everyone at our school talks about hating one group or another, but he always did it jokingly.
What about these reports that they were picking out black people to deliberately shoot them?
No, they weren't racist. They hated everybody. As sick and demented as that may be, they didn't mean anything by it.
What do you think happened to your friend Dylan?
Just, he's a follower. He just got taken into Eric, because Eric helped him get attention. Dylan and Eric were never liked by anyone.
And Dylan's parents are going through a terrible time.
Yeah, I've just been watching a lot of the news shows, and I know that they've been putting them off as kind of like these horrible parents, you know, what did they do to make their kid turn out like this? And they didn't do anything. I mean, they were nice people. I mean, I've known Dylan since I was 5.
Dylan went to the prom on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Nothing unusual happened?
No, they had a great time. My friend went with them. My friend doubled with Dylan and his date, and they had a great time. There's nothing. You could not have seen this coming a million years away.
Are you going to be okay?
Probably not. I know I'm not going to be able to go back to Columbine, ever. 2 of my really good friends shot and killed people there. And I have another couple of friends that are on the missing list. I have a number of friends who are in hospitals right now in surgery. I'm never going to be able to go back there.
And curiously enough, Brooks Brown told me tonight that Eric Harris, for all this talk about them singling out athletes at the school, that Eric Harris was once a soccer player at the school, and that his brother, Kevin, played varsity football for 4 years before graduating last year. I'm joined now from Washington by Colorado Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell. Ben Nighthorse Campbell has been watching all of this from the nation's capital. First of all, Senator, what was your reaction when you heard that this was going on in Littleton, Colorado, which, after all, is emblematic of America's prosperity and America's promise out here in the Rocky Mountain West?
Well, Tom, it was almost unbelievable. I think it's one of the worst tragedies that's ever happened in the state of Colorado. I know Littleton well. and Columbine. It's a fine school, a good administration, fine faculty. To my knowledge, they've never had a problem with any racial problems or any real discord that you sometimes find in inner city schools. It's just amazing that this terrible thing could happen in a school like Columbine.
But, Senator, we've had now 8 school shootings in the last 2 years in America. Isn't it time to move all of this to the top of the national agenda?
I think it is already being discussed quite regularly in Congress. You have to remember, we have to try to balance a number of protections that Americans have that are guaranteed in the Constitution, and certainly the Second Amendment is one. There are a lot of guns in circulation. They say there are 12 million guns a year sold in America. And one recent report by the National Education Association indicated that maybe as many as 100,000 guns are going to school in the American classrooms every day. That's an outrageous statistic. And so I know that we have to try and move forward and bring this debate to some kind of resolution where we have more protection for our people. But at the same time, I think a rush to judgment, and there certainly will be on the part of some people, that will basically say what we need to do is ban all guns from private ownership. I think that goes too far, and we simply cannot do that.
Well, I think a lot of people are not going to say you're going to ban all guns, but they're going to wonder how 2 youngsters could get such a deadly arsenal. They had a wide variety of very sophisticated weapons with them.
That's true. As I understand it, though, they were legal weapons, 2 shotguns, a carbine, and a semi-automatic handgun. None of them were considered the so-called assault-type weapons. But, you know, Tom, we've had a law in Colorado since 1994 that makes it illegal to carry any weapons on a school. The youngsters are automatically expelled if that happens. They violate the state law. You can pass all the laws in the world, but if you don't have some way of implementing them, some way of making them stick, I mean, just to pass more laws isn't going to correct the problem. It seems to me that we rely almost too much on federal legislation to correct problems that we need more local input on. And from my perspective, and believe me, Tom, I'm talking from a personal experience. I used to be a deputy sheriff. I was a school teacher. I belonged to a gang as a youngster. I was a high school dropout in a lot of trouble myself. So I didn't learn what I know from reading a book somewhere or seeing a graph or a chart in a classroom. I know it from being on the streets. And I'm convinced that when you have youngsters that are borderline, they consider themselves outcasts or they consider themselves out of mainstream and they think that they've been abandoned, they need a lot of help and a lot of counseling. And I don't think we're doing enough in that area. We seem to do more and more strict laws after the fact instead of trying to get ahead of the curve and recognizing that we need more input. Last year, by the way, I did introduce a bill that the President signed on October the 27th that we're calling the Cops in Schools bill that provides $60 million of grant money to schools that would like to have police officers come into the schools as resource people, not as guards, but as resource people, to teach conflict resolution, to try and deal with the youngsters on a first-name basis. And so far, to my knowledge, no schools in Colorado have taken advantage of that grant program and applied for that money.
Will you take an active role in any kind of continuing discussion here in the wake of the Columbine high school shooting, and what role do you think that you could play?
Well, you know, I'm probably the only one in the United States Senate that currently does work with young gang members. And I don't do it because I support their activities. I do it because I really believe that our nation's leaders can't isolate themselves from what's happening in the streets and in the schools, and so I do that. But it seems to me that we have to have a lot more input and a lot more help from the churches, the community groups, parents, and you know, the hometown folks. You often hear back here that one of the reasons kids are resorting to more violence is because they see it on television all the time, or they see it in video games. You've heard that, and I have too. Fact of the matter is, there are some certain First Amendment rights that you almost can't take away and take some things off TV, even though a lot of us would like to. But the parents do have the last say. They can turn off the TV. They can prevent their youngsters from watching things that they think might be bad for them. And I think that the parents have to step up to the plate and recognize that and be much more participatory in their youngsters' activities.
Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
We also should tell you that the NRA was scheduled to have its national meeting here in Denver at the end of the month. That's the National Rifle Association. But today, Charlton Heston, who's the new president, said they would scale back that meeting, but they also appealed to NRA members to stand in unity during this time while expressing their sympathy for what happened here at Columbine.
I'm still in shock. I don't understand why anything like this would ever happen. And, I mean, you see it on all the other TV things about the other Jonesboro and stuff, but I didn't expect it to ever happen at my school.
We're back now, and Cliff Van Sant is a former FBI profiler. He takes a look at criminals and tries to figure out what makes them tick, and he joins us now. Mr. Van Sant, these two youngsters knew what they were doing. It was a very sophisticated operation, these kinds of things go, and they planted a number of bombs around the school. Based on what you've been able to see so far, what does it tell you about them?
Well, Tom, you know, one of the questions what law enforcement is going to have to resolve is that could these two young men have brought everything in there by themselves, the ammunition, the bombs, everything else? Are they 100% responsible, or did they have some type of assistance? And who else knew about this? Were there other children out there who knew what the plans were, whether it was going to be a joke, whether it was going to be a bomb, whether it was going to be a gun in the school? You know, part of the responsibility falls back, you know, bless their soul, is on the children, too. We have to take responsibility as adults, and children are being forced to take responsibility for themselves in the school, too. If they see something, if they hear something, they've got to step up, raise their hand, and say, for my own protection and the safety of the other students, I need to tell you this. And that's got to take place.
You know, earlier tonight, Mr. Van Sant, I read from some of the transcripts of Eric Harris's website. The language could not have been more vile. It could not have been more graphic in terms of his sense of violence, his eagerness to kill people, the kind of vituperative attacks that he made on minorities, for example. He said, I live in Denver, but I'd like to kill every resident because of their snotty attitudes. There's an awful lot of that on the internet these days among high school teenagers. But no one expects that just because kids write that the fuse is burning somehow.
Well, you know, Tom, what we're dealing with is a significant, small but significant segment of our society, our children, that really feel they're disenfranchised from the rest of society. Many times when we talk about criminal behavior, we see someone and they've got this fantasy, whatever the fantasy might be. It may be doing something negative, it may be killing, acting out violently. The reality is actually doing it. Well, there's a long distance, Tom, many times between that fantasy and that reality. What we're finding out is that movies, negative books, television, pornography, the internet in certain ways, that builds this bridge between the fantasy and the reality, and it's allowing kids to act out. The video games that they play, they shoot them up. See how many hundreds and thousands of people that you can kill with a video gun. All of a sudden, now we're taking that fantasy game and we're making it the reality. And I've seen this happen before where kids are acting out what they see. They're not just acting out what they see in society, they're acting out the very games they play now, and people are dying because of it.
What you're saying is that the lines are no longer just blurred, that they're gone in too many instances.
There is no line in the sand. We're in a sandstorm, and our kids are being blinded from a number of different directions. And it's not, you know, people, for the last 2 days, Tom, they've been begging, they've been looking, give us a reason, tell us why this is happening. And everybody wants one reason. We're looking for the taproot on the tree, but if you've got a tree, you've got multiple roots that are coming off there, and we want to blame somebody. We want to say, whose fault is this? Well, is it the school's fault? Is it the parents' fault? Is it the church's fault? Is it the neighborhood's fault? Number one, we all know the fault belongs with those two young men who actually acted out this way. Every time they pulled the trigger, they could have made a choice not to pull that trigger again, and they did it. But just like the roots of a tree, there's a lot of people that impact on the lives of these young men that could have helped them change, modify their behavior, and unfortunately that hasn't happened. Tom, we're losing a generation. Now, we've got millions and millions, you know, over 50 million children in our school system, and we've got a very few that act out and bring guns in. But the feelings of just personal loss and grief and frustration and separation from their peers, we can measure this, I'm sure, in the thousands of children. We've got a generation that's just begging for help, and as a society, we've got to answer that silent cry for help.
You know, the other thing that strikes me, Mr. Van Sant, is that increasingly generations live in different worlds. The parents of these kinds of kids live in one world, And the teenagers today live in an ever darker world, and there's very little connective tissue between them.
Well, you know, part of the challenge is we've got children growing up many times in not so affluent and many times much more affluent homes. We're asking the children to look down the line 20, 30, 40 years and say, maybe you can put all this together and maybe you can achieve what your parents had. Maybe you're going to achieve better. But we've got children who are conditioned, they want it now. And their needs are not being met. But the challenge is, Tom, we've got a generation of young people growing up and they don't have the conflict resolution skills that they need. Instead of turning to let's resolve this verbally, we're turning to let's resolve this by violence. That's the way we even the scale. That's the way we put violence on one side and negative behavior on the other, and it's coming together, and our kids are losing.
Do you think that law enforcement is adjusting rapidly enough to the new realities of what is going on among young people in America?
Tom, I think law enforcement is trying very hard. You know, I've heard guests all day today talk about different things. You know, let's bring it up before the Congress and the Senate and let's pass more laws. How do you legislate moral responsibility? I don't think we can do it. It's got to start with the individual. It's got to start with the parents. It's got to start in the home. I mean, law enforcement is doing everything they can, but it's by the time you get someone who acts out at 16 to 17 years old, all law enforcement can do is react to the negative behavior. If we can back the hands of time up, if we can go back again to that young boy, a young girl, they're growing up in a home, they're challenged socially, psychologically. You know, the parents need to be able to identify the needs, the school needs to help. You know, we used to have that triangle, Tom. It was the church, the home, and the school, and that was this good, tight figure. Well, we've lost one or two different parts at different times. Children don't have those confines to work within. We've got 50% of the kids in this country growing up in a one-parent family. We've got single mothers fighting desperately, just trying to keep their head above water. Now, we've got children that have such a sense of need, and they're looking for heroes. If, in fact, these two young men looked at Adolf Hitler as a hero figure, I mean, we've got the Mark McGuires, we've got the airmen and airwomen that are fighting for our country right now. What we need, Tom, are heroes to be a father who goes home every night to the children that he has helped give birth to and be there at night and be a father figure, be a role model, be an example. We can help turn this generation around very quickly, but you know, we're looking for other quick fixes. We're looking for government to take over the responsibility of parents and the individuals themselves.
Cliff Van Zandt, former FBI profiler, and a man who's been thinking, obviously, a lot about the role of all of us, all the institutions, all the families, all the parts of America in doing something about this awful business of teenagers and violence. And here in Littleton, Colorado, 15 deaths. I'll be right back.
A town mourns. A nation searches for answers. For ongoing coverage of the Colorado school shooting, stay with MSNBC on cable and the internet.
Someone who's been working around the clock since this shooting first broke out yesterday afternoon, actually late morning yesterday, Colorado time, is the newly elected sheriff of Jefferson County, and he joins me now. He is John Stone. Sheriff Stone, all the bodies we're told now have been removed from the high school. Have all the parents of all the victims been notified by now?
Yes, they have.
And what about the investigation? There were reports earlier this evening that you are still trying to track down whether there were other members of a conspiracy. Can you comment on that at all?
Well, we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a big puzzle to put together now. The concern we had is that we had a lot of ordnance up there, a lot of these bomb devices, in excess of 30 that were detonated or found in the school or on the school property. We had 4 weapons that were brought up by these individuals. We had, 900 kids basically in their school that were terrorized for a period of time, and now it's time to sit down with these witnesses for a second time, and now that we have 2 suspects identified, to determine to see if there were more persons seen in the school that actually had weapons or bombs in their possession during this time of the event.
Have you been able to go back? You've just been in office since January, but I'm told a year ago that your department was notified about the website of Eric Harris, which contain a lot of violent threats, even threats to kill people. Have you been able to check that out at all?
We will be going back and looking at those records. I've been out of law enforcement for a few years, but I was actually in this for 19 years prior to this. But the websites, as well as the computer and all those computer records, will be fully examined.
And Sheriff, we were talking earlier today. You were a California policeman back in the 1960s. You said you were worried about what was going on in the left, and now you're worried about what is going on in the right.
Seems like the pendulum's swinging the same way or the other way, but it's just as crazy on both sides if it goes too far to the right or the left.
Are you worried about continued hate violence in Jefferson County?
Well, I think as a nation we should be concerned about continued hate violence, or as a world, because it tends to be a worldwide phenomenon now.
Sheriff John Stone, we know you have a lot to do tonight. Thank you very much for being with us.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Tom Brokaw here in Littleton, Colorado, and coming back in just a few moments, my colleague, the man that I admire so much for all the work he's doing over there in Albania with the refugees, the host of this program, John Hockenberry. He'll be back right after this.
MSNBC.com brings you a comprehensive look behind the disturbing trend of youth violence. Could the next tragedy be prevented? Learn the warning signs now on MSNBC.com.
So thank you for joining us tonight. I want you to stay tuned for Brian Williams' program, Crisis in Kosovo. The 11 o'clock Eastern Time special is up also with all the latest on what's going on in Littleton, Colorado. The latest tonight, Apache helicopters getting ready to deploy off of this runway here behind me. It's almost daybreak here, and activity is picking up. Also, fear of more terror as the refugees head for Macedonia. Finally, perhaps when the history of the end of this century is written, it will be about these 2 events we're dealing with tonight. The outer horror of the Balkans, so frustrating and difficult to understand. The inner demons of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, whose motives we may never understand in Littleton, Colorado. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'll be back next week. Thank you.
MSNBC is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. For 24-hour cable news that's more than just headlines, there's something you should see. MSNBC, when you really want to know.
The 2 major stories we're covering tonight, what is now known after the shooting in Colorado. There's a new death toll tonight, but very little else known about why 2 young men did what they did and killed so many of their peers. And the situation in the air and on the ground in the Balkans as day 29 of the conflict is coming to an end. The latest targets tonight and the latest weapon in the air war. Also tonight's prognosis from NATO.
This is an NBC News special report. Conflict in Yugoslavia. Here is Brian Williams.
And good evening to you. We're coming on the air tonight at this hour when we have been updating you on developments in the air war over Yugoslavia for at least the past 27 evenings. Instead, there are 2 major stories and late developments in each to report to you. In Colorado, the very real possibility now that authorities are chasing down a 3rd suspect in the shootings, one who was possibly outside the high school, having played a role in the planning of the operation. So far, a theory, no name or face behind it that we know of. And now, from the war region tonight, there is this just into us over the newswire. Dateline Belgrade, April 22, Reuters news agency. Serbian state television said on Thursday that a loud explosion had been heard in the center of Belgrade at around 3 o'clock a.m. local time. A Belgrade resident told Reuters news agency by telephone that 2 cruise missiles had passed over the east of the city. Just after midnight, some 20 NATO missiles, again reportedly 20 NATO missiles hit a military airport in the region. Another hit reported in Novi Sad tonight. We will get to the Colorado situation in the next few moments. First, though, this look in a little more detail at the very latest as we come on the air tonight as the air war enters its 30th day. Tonight, NATO pilots once again going in after targets, as we mentioned, in Belgrade. There are reports that the last bridge left standing over the Danube River in the region is being attacked. First group of Apache attack helicopters arrived in Albania today, could be ready for action against Serb forces by next week, making them almost a month in the making, for which the U.S. Army is taking heavy fire in the form of criticism tonight. A new NBC News Wall Street Journal poll finds 71% of Americans, almost two-thirds surveyed, believe NATO will be forced to use U.S. ground troops if they want to win the conflict, however winning is defined. And today, Vice President Al Gore announced that up to 20,000 Kosovar refugees will be coming here to the mainland U.S. The first plan, also widely criticized, had them going to the sweltering heat and possible crowded conditions of a military base in Cuba. This way, they'll be taken in by American families, through churches and other organizations, and by volunteers around the country. Let us first tonight get the very latest from the state of Colorado, torn up this evening because of so much violence. 15 are dead now officially in the largest mass school shooting in American history. NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams standing by outside the school in Littleton, where, as we mentioned, there has been a development in the case tonight having to do with a possible third suspect. Dan?
Well, that's right, Brian. A number of law enforcement sources are now talking about the real possibility of another suspect in this case. They are looking at the size of the bombs, the number of the bombs, the number of weapons that were used, and they're saying they don't know if it's possible that two people could have pulled this off alone. Now, the night of this shooting, when I was speaking to law enforcement sources, they were telling me, even after they knew the two suspects were, quote, down, that there was still possibly a third suspect at large. There has been someone else who was detained and released, but they are still saying that there may be someone else involved in this case, and they are actively going to investigate it. That's why getting those investigators and detectives into the scene today was so important. Remember, they were held at bay because there were all those bombs and booby traps at the scene.
All right, Dan Abrams with the very latest from right near the high school there in Littleton, Colorado. Dan, thank you. Holding a public memorial in the heart of downtown Denver is a telling sign of what this tragedy has done, not just to the suburb of Littleton, to Denver's south, but to the shaken state of Colorado. Jason Luber is a reporter for KOA Radio in Denver with us tonight from there. And Jason, what do people watching this across the country right now need to know about what this has done to all of you statewide?
I'll tell you what, it has really shaken up this community. It is unbelievable how much it has really hurt us here in Colorado. The mood is disbelief. It's probably the same as they felt in Paducah, Kentucky, and Jonesboro, Arkansas, and up in Springfield, Oregon. It's one of those things that you just can't believe it's happening in your own town, but it is happening in our town. And there's really, it's hard for the people here to really deal with it. There's still shock throughout the city, and it's quite unbelievable. And this prayer vigil that you're seeing now that we had earlier today in downtown Denver, it was really quite touching, quite moving, as the mayor gave just a moving speech where he asked everybody to hug the person beside them, and they did, and all the religious leaders spoke. It was quite a moving experience, Brian.
And probably no time for you and others to step back, get some perspective, realize that your city is the focus, the epicenter of all the national attention tonight. Realize that, you know, when Brokaw, Rather, and Jennings all fly in to do live broadcasts out of there, it's an extraordinary story.
It is an extraordinary story, and the media presents its own special problems. I mean, they come in like a small army that kind of overwhelms a lot of the community, and it's hard for the people to grieve and try to get themselves better when they have all these people asking them questions and trying to find out all about their intimate details about their life. And it really kind of sets the mood back of some of the mourners that are out there. It's very hard for them to get over all this media attention. We're just not used to it. It's not like we're a podunk town anymore. Denver is a huge metropolis and getting worldwide attention, but still, it's one of those things that really hits home.
And you must have to pause and think twice things are very sensitive. Tempers can flare. Sadness is high before you approach people who have suffered an incalculable loss, or even those who saw something absolutely horrific before their very eyes.
And that's exactly right. You know, yesterday I spoke to one of the boys who was actually shot in the chest. He walked up to a plate glass window when he was standing there inside the school. He saw the two boys outside shooting. They looked at him, saw this boy, and shot him through a plate glass window. It's one of those things where when you hear the recount of these stories, it just hits you home. It hits you as a person. And I know one of our local TV anchors had started breaking down during one of her reports yesterday, and it was almost criticized by one of the local media critics here, but it really shows the humanity, and it hits not only the people and the community that live here, that are everyday folk, but it also hits us in the media, somebody who is supposed to be objective and supposed to be kind of hard-nosed about these things. I mean, you are a part of the community, no matter how much you try to take yourself away from it, and you have to come, and everybody has to come together and really help each other out. That's the only way we can get better here in Denver.
Can't ignore the life you left at home before driving to work that day. Jason, thank you very much for coming on the air to explain some of this to those of us outside the Denver metropolitan area. Jason Luber with KOA Radio. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Tonight we are hearing more of the remarkable, heart-wrenching stories that came out of this shooting rampage yesterday. Think back to yesterday's television coverage that millions watched live. One of the most riveting images was this one, the group of tactical officers advancing and using an enormous yellow fire truck as cover. Few can imagine what was going through their minds doing this, what they were going to encounter inside the building. Add to that the fact that we now know one of those officers had a son inside that school, attending as a student. That man was Denver Police Captain Vince DeMana, the SWAT team commander. Paula Woodward from the Denver NBC television station, from Denver television station KUSA, has his story.
Shots fired, hostages, several people hit.
I've got about 4 or 5 guys that have responded already. I've got more coming. And I said, how many do you have? And he said, I've got 3 or 4 Jeffco SWAT. There's shots. There's kids down on the west side. We gotta do something.
Just a few of them, a ragged army of SWAT members. They didn't have all their protective clothing with them, from several jurisdictions. Knowing they had to move right away, they split up. 5 to the front of the school, 5 to the west side library. And when they got there, they saw a student on the ground raise his arm.
We were backing out the first time with the boy that was alive. I felt kind of like warm on the side of my face, and I didn't know what that was. You know, it didn't register, and I kept thinking, why is all this gravel getting kicked up in my face?
They got 6 people down outside. These guys got pipe bombs.
Pipe bombs were being thrown. 2 officers in tandem behind a shield, 2 others with covering fire. SWAT officers trying to rescue 2 more students.
We couldn't leave that little girl down there, so we went back and got her and pulled her back up and got her by the fire truck. She was gone. And then at the foot of the stairs that leads down to the south parking lot, the student parking lot, we could see another boy that was laying face down there. So then we went back with the shield and went down there, and he was gone too. So Sergeant O'Shea, one of my sergeants, saw what he described as a pipe bomb that partially diffused or partially went off, I guess, that had been thrown at us. And then he said he saw the signature, the red donut being fired, and so he returned fire down that hallway, and they got us out.
It's what we haven't seen, but he and others have.
I think a lot of it has to do with it was kids and the violence. They're just violent. Just the terror that had to have been going on. It was, I've never seen anything like that.
He was consumed by his day. He found his son alive and unharmed, and then he got home.
You don't know what's going on in the outer world. And then when you start watching the news and you start watching what's going on, you know, professional sports teams canceling games because of it, prayer services all throughout Denver, the blood banks, people showing up there to give blood for those kids. It makes you proud too, you know. I guess there's not a bright side, but maybe a less dark side to the whole thing.
And that reporter from KUSA Television in Denver, our thanks, Paula Woodward, on that story. In Washington, President Clinton canceled a fundraiser tonight in honor of the dead in Denver. He has now given 3 televised statements in less than 24 hours about the shootings. That is more than he did after the Oklahoma City bombing. And today he recommended to parents that they teach the lesson, hammer at home that violence is wrong. At least one observer pointing out that the U.S. is in the midst of an air war that has accidentally killed civilians overseas as well. We're going to take a break, but our coverage will then continue. We're going to talk to one of the students involved in this, and later on in the half hour, of course, the latest from the war zone overseas.
Authorities in Littleton, Colorado are securing the scene of a deadly school shooting so they can make a final body count as the community and the nation struggles to come to grips with the carnage. This is CNN Headline News. I'm Tori Atali in for Linda Stouffer. Authorities at Columbine High School are searching for booby trap explosives left behind by the 2 suspects in the Colorado school shooting. The sheriff in the Denver suburb compares the search to walking through a minefield. The death toll in the shooting is now set at 15 or 16, including 2 teenagers police say did the shooting. Earlier, police had said as many as 25 might have been killed. The 2 suspects are believed to have killed themselves. At least 24 were wounded by bullets or shrapnel from pipe bombs carried by the gunman. Among the explosives found, a bomb set to detonate the gas tank in a car believed to belong to one of the gunmen. Police continue their search of the building as well as cars and book bags left behind by students. For now, the bodies of the victims have not been removed.
It's going to take quite a while for investigators to map out the scene, locate each body, and by locate I mean specifically locate a body and where it's located in the room, and actually a schematic type drawing of each body. So
it'll be this afternoon or noontime, or just trying to get an idea.
I'm assuming it's going to be midday.
The 2 gunmen were both high school juniors at Columbine High School. Classmates have identified them as Eric Harris, seen on the left, and Dylan Klebold on the right. Students say they were members of a small group of outcasts known as the Trenchcoat Mafia. They say the group hated minority students and athletes. Witnesses say the gunmen went after classmates who had made fun of them in the past.
They were known as the Trenchcoat Mafia at our school, and they got ridiculed a little bit. I'm sure it was something to get back because the jocks, ridiculed them quite a bit. Matter of fact, when they first walked in, they said if there's any jocks in here, they're dead. So I was just lucky I wasn't wearing a baseball hat today.
4 young people believed to be friends of the shooters were taken in for questioning after the attack. 1 was led away from the school in handcuffs. 3 others were stopped in a nearby field. Recapping the latest on the Colorado school shooting, police confirm at least 15 people were killed. That figure is revised down from earlier estimates of as many as 25 dead. At least 24 others were wounded. The 2 suspects died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Bomb squads are combing the high school for booby-trapped explosives left by the gunman. At least 12 bombs have been found at the scene. Authorities say they will likely begin removing bodies from the school this morning after the building has been secured. When the rampage started yesterday, dozens of students hid in classrooms. Some jumped from windows to escape. Others were trapped for hours.
All in the library, and we started hearing shots in the hall. And then they came in, and they all told us to get under the desk, and we all got under the desk. And then they just started coming in the library and opening fire and shooting off bombs.
The commons is right below. You just feel it shake, and the plaster would fall, and the books would fall, and they came in here and they shot some, and then they went back out, and
people were getting shot all around me.
There was one boy on a table right next to us, and there was a guy at a table right next to us, next to me and her, and they just shot him and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
Students say the two suspects were dressed in black trench coats and laughed as they sprayed bullets. Some witnesses say the suspects seemed to be singling out athletes and minorities. A nearby suburban cul-de-sac became a makeshift triage area to care for the wounded from Columbine High School. Hendrik Sabrandi from CNN Denver affiliate KMGH takes us to the scene.
In an instant, a quiet Littleton neighborhood turned into a scene of complete chaos. Students and paramedics came to this cul-de-sac half a mile from the high school to care for the wounded and for each other.
You got me out of that, Lord. I ask you, please keep care of our brothers and sisters at school.
Kids told tales of horror of being there in the school library when the shooting started.
All told to get under the desk, and we all got under the desk, and then they just started coming in the library and opening fire and shooting out bombs.
The two guys were around, and they were shooting people left and right.
Screaming after they'd shoot up something, they'd go, woo! Just a pleasure for them. That's all it is.
So many people.
So many people, and so much to deal with in this neighborhood all of a sudden. One by one, injured students were led to people's lawns, now makeshift triage areas. The most seriously wounded were taken away by ambulance or by helicopter. Everyone else stayed here, where they were met by friends, by parents who'd raced here to find out if their child was all right. So many people, so much grief and disbelief on this Tuesday morning, on this tiny street. Quiet no more.
President Clinton has canceled a scheduled trip to Texas and is staying in Washington in response to the shooting at Columbine High School. Mr. Clinton says the nation has a responsibility to be more effective in preventing school shootings. The president also pledged federal support and assistance to the family, friends, and relatives of the faculty members of the school.
We don't know yet all the hows or whys of this tragedy. Perhaps we may never fully understand it. St. Paul reminds us that we all see things in this life through a glass darkly, that we only partly understand what is happening. We do know that we must do more to reach out to our children and teach them to express their anger and to resolve their conflicts with words, not weapons. And we do know we have to do more to recognize the early warning signs that are sent before children act violently. To the families who have lost their loved ones, to the parents who have lost their beloved children, to the wounded children and their families, to the people of the community of Littleton, I can only say tonight that the prayers of the American people are
Tell me briefly what happened. Where were you when this broke out?
We were in the biology room right above the commons where they first started shooting. And we were into a test, and all of a sudden we heard a large fight. And you know, we thought it might be a senior prank or something, and all of a sudden heard a big bang, and then knew it was a gunshot, and everybody ran to the doors. I tried to tell everybody to get away from the doors, because if there's gunshots out there, they're going to come over here. And then we heard about 4 gunshots repeated right after. Everybody proceeded to go into the corner and huddle together and try to find safety. I suggested putting the tables up as a barrier, and everybody was kind of in a panic. So
your teacher had left.
The teacher had ran out the door, looked on what was going on, and ran down the hall to his office, I guess. I'm not exactly sure where he went, but he did go on. He abandoned us.
How long, John, were you in that room waiting to find a way out?
3.5 hours, a little over.
What were those 3.5 hours like?
worryful. Everybody was just sitting, trying to talk at a whisper. I was trying to keep everybody calm, mostly to keep myself from panicking.
Tell me about this so-called trench coat mafia that we've been hearing so much about, and the boys who were a part of this.
They like to say that they're bisexual and are proud of it. They practice satanic rituals, I believe, and walk around the school in black clothing, usually with a trench coat. They're clearly a gang.
They like to intimidate people, I've heard.
Yeah.
Have you ever had any personal experience with them?
They don't move for people in the hall. They're not courteous to anybody. They'll bump you in the shoulder or something like that. They'll turn around and just give you a stare like they don't care, and what can you do to them? Kind of like they're above everybody.
Ms. Vandermark, as I watched this story on television yesterday, I thought about parents having to sit there and watch this story as well. What was that experience like for you? It must have been absolutely terrifying.
I heard about it on the news, and then I called my husband, and he came right down here, and so did my brother-in-law, and they couldn't get in. I was paging Johnny frantically, and I knew that if he was able to, he would have called me back right away. I called hospitals, people from all over the country, my mother, my sisters, my grandfather were all calling to see what was going on, and I couldn't tell them anything. I had no clue where Johnny was.
What were your biggest fears? Obviously that
he was inside the school and that he was bleeding or hurt, especially after I heard they shot at the police. I thought, these kids, they're not going to get out of there. They're not going to care that anybody gets out of there. This is all-out war as far as they're concerned.
Describe the scene when you finally saw your son.
I got a call. I had been already to the library checking all the lists to see if he was on any of the lists and asking everybody I could where he was. I got home, and I swear I saw him on TV running out of the school with his hands behind his head. 5 minutes later, a lady called me, and they said I could go to the library and pick him up. And there were tons of people at the library. Cars packed with girls who were crying and everything were getting out. And I kept looking for John, and he wasn't coming. And then I saw him walking across the field. And I was just so happy I was so relieved that he was really okay. And walking over towards me, me and his girlfriend were there, and we ran over to him.
Ironically, you moved here from Poughkeepsie 10 years ago?
Poughkeepsie, New York in 1989.
Because you wanted a safe place to raise your children.
We wanted to live in a nice area where we could afford to live, and where, there wasn't a lot of crime. We had been in West Palm Beach, and there was a lot of crime there. And after my second son was born, I thought, we have to get back to Colorado because this is terrible down here. We can't raise kids here. I just can't believe anything like this could happen here.
Well, Lenore and John Vandermark, thank you so much for talking with us, John. We're so glad you're safe. Do you know any of the parents who have lost children?
No, I know a lot of parents whose kids were stuck inside, not able to get out. And I talked to a lot of parents yesterday at the library who couldn't find their kids either.
Do you have any friends that you believe might be inside that school?
I haven't heard of any yet. I haven't heard any names whatsoever. I don't know who's in there and who's not. I found most of my friends, some made sure they're out. So.
Well, again, thank you both so much. We appreciate it. I'm very glad you're safe again. As we noted, at least 22 people are hospitalized this morning, most with gunshot wounds. With more on that part of the story, NBC's Jim Avila is at the Swedish Medical Center. Jim, good morning to you.
Good morning, Katie. As you say, many children taken to hospitals all over Denver yesterday. More than 25 initially. We now believe there are, as you say, 22, 23 who are still reported injured. And now we think there are about 17 still being treated inside the hospitals around the Denver area. I'm standing at the Swedish Medical Center, which was one of the first trauma centers where the children were taken. There are 4 kids here, 2 girls, 2 boys. The girls improved overnight. The 2 boys were the most seriously hurt. One boy had 5 shots to the back. He was in surgery for more than 4 hours. One of the other boys, he had a shot to the chest. He was sent back to surgery overnight. Both are in critical condition. The damage done to these young children's bodies, testament to the kind of hell they went through in the killing zone. A steady stream of ambulances, the survivors, their gaping wounds, brutal evidence of the magnitude of this attack. A boy, 5 shots to the chest, spends 8 hours in surgery. Doctors painstakingly remove each 9mm bullet from his body. A classmate, a 17-year-old girl, survives 9 shrapnel hits from a pipe bomb.
They were very nervous as to what was going on, both from their physical standpoint, in addition to why they were the ones who got sustained the injuries.
Parents rushed to the hospital, too shocked to speak. Anxious friends followed close behind.
I love him so much. Like, he was one of my best friends.
Aaron Cohn knows he's lucky, but clearly doesn't understand everything he saw in the school library kill zone. Frightened the killers would see his baseball shirt, he hid beneath a screaming classmate and survived.
They came over by us. They were throwing pipe bombs, shooting shotguns, shooting pistols. So they came over by us, held a gun to my head, and then kind of like 12 inches away.
Cohn says the 2 shooters relished the murder spree, enjoyed the killing.
They were laughing about killing people, and it was like they were having the time of their life, and just hooping and hollering when they shot somebody.
And the injuries to the victims that you're seeing here at the hospital, testament again to the kind of rage that was going on at that school. Some of these children were shot up to 9 times. They suffered shrapnel and bullet wounds. Terrible way to be hurt. Katie?
All right, Jim Avila. Jim, thank you very much. Sarah Spalding is Director of Public Affairs for the Swedish Medical Center, and Dr. Bert Katubik is the center's head trauma surgeon, and the man who worked on the one girl who suffered from 9 wounds. Thank you both so much for coming by. Sarah, let me ask you, first of all, what is the condition of the 4 youngsters or the 4 teenagers who were brought to your center?
Well, we've upgraded Valerie overnight. She has improved. She's on a regular patient floor. The other 3 are in critical, and they are in the intensive care unit. So Sean, Richard, and Anne-Marie.
And Valerie is the young lady who received multiple wounds. We've been hearing 9 in her chest. Tell me a little, Dr. Katubik, about her condition when she came in.
When she came in, she was very concerned with what was going on. She was very distraught. But she was able to talk to us and everything else.
That's pretty miraculous that she was able to talk, wasn't it?
Yeah, she did very well. She did sustain the injuries to her chest, probably from gunshot wounds as well as probably from shrapnel to the chest wall, the abdominal wall, as well as her left forearm.
So what did she need done when she arrived?
When she arrived, the emergency room physicians and staff got her stabilized, at which point we were able to take her to the operating room probably within 10 minutes of her presentation to the emergency room. It required an emergency operation in the operating room.
So what is her prognosis?
Her prognosis right now, she is stable, and her prognosis is probably good for right now.
All right. Well, Sarah Spalding and Dr. Bert Katubik, thank you very much for coming by. And you had a very, very long night. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Jane Hammond is the superintendent of Jefferson County Schools. She joins us now. Dr. Hammond, thank you very much for coming by.
You're welcome.
Tell us a little bit about what measures are being taken. I know all Jefferson County schools have been closed, as well as some Denver schools. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
What sort of things have been set up to help these very traumatized students and parents?
Well, we've been very fortunate to have many people from this community and others join in. The Red Cross has been involved. We have counselors and places for parents and students and community members to go for help. We have a community meeting at 10 o'clock this morning to talk through what has happened and what services are available. We're working with the families. There's a person to assist each family with them that joined them last night.
Has there been any discussion about increasing security at all schools?
That's something we're going to have to deal with. us. We do have security. We have collaborative relationships with the police departments. We have officers in our schools full-time. And we need to look at what would prevent this kind of tragedy. It's not normal security that will do that.
Some people are saying, why wasn't a red flag raised when it comes to these boys? Obviously, they were a group. I don't know how organized they were, but they espoused some pretty disturbing views. Why do you think someone didn't say this is a problem and intervene perhaps earlier?
I don't believe that we were aware that these boys had those kinds of thoughts and were involved in those kinds of actions. It's very sad in retrospect. We have a grieving community, and it's very difficult for our families. But we really didn't see the signs. I visited the school about 4 weeks ago. I met with students, I met with parents, and I met with staff members. And I saw no indication there was anything but a wonderful, normal high school focused on increasing student learning.
Well, Dr. Jane Hammond, thank you very much. We appreciate your coming by this morning.
You're welcome, Katie. Thank you.
And we'll be back with much more from Columbine High School here in Littleton, Colorado. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Good morning, Dr. Nida. This must be a really tough morning for you.
This was a very difficult morning to wake up. In fact, I woke up this morning after last night and yesterday's events just thinking it was all a nightmare. And then when I woke up, realized that it actually had taken place.
I understand that you actually were a team doctor for some of the athletes. What was this school like?
You know, this is the type of school and the type of community that this kind of thing doesn't happen at. This is where it happens someplace else. It happens to other people. This is a regular community. It's a community like thousands of other communities across the country. And it's a type of community where people are going to be struggling with this for years to come, and you don't know if they'll ever get over it. You don't know if we'll ever get over this.
When we go back to the issue of why kids kill, do you have any insights as a doctor as to what leads kids to feel so alienated?
You know, it's a large school, and in any school, in any population, there are small pockets of people, students who just don't fit into the norm. The question is, where do you need to be concerned? When do you need to be concerned? And that's an answer that none of us have.
Thank you, Dr. Nida. Coming up on this morning, we will continue to see how Littleton is trying to cope with this devastating massacre, and we'll talk with some of the people who are providing grief counseling. Stay with us. There's more to this morning.
I wasn't anywhere near them, but I got out in time because I play softball, and I'm in track, and so, you know, I'm just glad I got out of there fast. I wasn't, like, held up in the school at all, so.
Did Dylan ever talk to you about this trench coat mafia?
No, he didn't really talk to anybody. He was really quiet, and I really didn't know it was, like, a trench coat mafia, but I saw all them around school wearing their trench coats, but I just thought, you know, they were trench coats. I didn't really know anything of it.
Did you ever hear them make any threats?
Not to anybody. I know. I mean, a lot of the upperclassmen knew him better since I'm only a freshman, but I mean, I know what goes on at school, and I never heard them threaten anybody, except for accounts I've heard on the news. So.
Some of the investigators are speculating that it was because they were teased badly, that they felt very isolated from the other students. Was that the case?
Well, I don't know. I mean, in gym, like, sure, there was some teasing going on, but, I mean, it's part of high school. You know, everybody gets teased, whether you play sports or, you know, no matter what you do, everybody gets teased. It's a part of high school, and I guess it just got to a point where he couldn't handle it anymore, and at Columbine, you know, that people just aren't that mean. I mean, we're like a big family, and it seems like we all get along for the most part, and this came out of nowhere. I didn't even expect it at all.
That's right. Well, thank you very much, Sarah, for joining us. You doing okay? All righty. Well, coming out of nowhere, that is the story that we keep hearing all morning long as we talk to people who witnessed this tragic shooting. We now go to break.
I don't have a specific count, but it's been 8 or 10 at least in and around the school.
So any idea then about when you'll get the bodies out of the school?
Unfortunately, no. This whole explosive situation is impeding it so much we can't give a time. Our officers are in there working as quickly as they can, as methodically as they can at the same time. So we know we We need to get this over with as quickly as possible, and they're working to that end, but we just simply cannot put a time frame on it yet.
What about the parents of the children, the bodies who are there in the school? Are they also there on the school premises?
I believe they are off-site. We have counselors with the parents who may be most affected. I believe our school district is hitting that up.
All right, Ron Holliday, Jefferson County Administrator. Hope to talk to you again. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Back with more in a moment. 32 minutes after the hour now, we check our top story this morning. Police say it could be midday before the bodies of the victims killed in Littleton, Colorado High School are removed from that school. Authorities have revised the death toll from yesterday's shooting spree. They now say between 15 and 16 were killed. The bodies of two teenagers, police have identified as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, were found among the bodies. The police suspect those two were the gunmen. At least 24 people were injured yesterday. A sheriff's department spokesman says nearly a dozen explosive devices have been discovered. One exploded overnight as the bomb squad loaded it onto a removal vehicle, but no one was injured when that happened. Police are searching the school and the parking lot now for other devices. One student describes how he escaped.
And then I started to see people go down, people saying, I'm hit, and like, I'm paralyzed. So it was like one guy screaming, and they're like, stop this. They were like going crazy.
And you saw the gunman?
Yeah. And it's like wearing the long trench coat, like trench coat mafia and all that. And then I just like saw me and my friends were like, well, we better get out of here. So we like ran into the cafeteria because the gunmen weren't in there yet. And then like into the bathroom to hide there for a minute. And then like one of the bombs went off. So the bomb went off. And then we went outside back into the cafeteria and ran to the auditorium.
And one more note here. Denver area schools are closed today as both a precaution and as a mourning of those who were killed yesterday. Carol?
Leon, as you mentioned, at least 20 people remain in critical condition. Many of them are at the Swedish Medical Center. And joining me now is Dr. Bert Katubik. He is the trauma surgeon there who treated many of the wounded as they came in yesterday. First, why don't you give us an update on some of your patients? You've been able to upgrade at least one.
Sure. Actually, one of them, Valerie's been upgraded to fair condition. She's on a multi-trauma unit. 3 of the other children, though, are still in the intensive care unit and are still considered critical at this time.
What kinds of injuries were you seeing?
We saw multiple gunshot wounds to all these children. Valerie had multiple injuries, probably from shrapnel, as well as gunshot wounds to her chest wall, as well as her abdominal cavity. The other ones in the critical care unit sustained multiple gunshot wounds involving injuries to such organs as the spleen, the kidneys, the bowels, as well as extensive soft tissue injury to their skin and muscle area.
When was the last time you saw these kinds of injuries?
For Swedish Medical Center, it's probably been a few months, but not this extensive and not this many all at one time.
So given the state of their injuries, what did it tell you about the scene here yesterday afternoon? What happened?
Between the kids coming in and what we were catching on TV, actually, we were this is very typical of what we were expecting from the reports of gunshot wounds as well as potential pipe bombs being exploded. We were expecting the worst, and fortunately we were prepared for these kids coming in.
Tell me about when you first heard about the shooting. How did you gear up, and what were you expecting?
When we first heard about the report about multiple shootings at the high school, we mobilized quite a few of our personnel, including the paramedics that brought these children in, as well as the emergency room staff, ER physicians, and the ER nurses, as well as our group. We had 4 trauma surgeons available, all who were operating on all 4 separate children that came in, as well as multiple other surgeons from neurosurgical department, orthopedic department.
Were you able to keep just your level of professionalism intact, or did this affect you emotionally seeing these kids?
When we first realized it was going to be teenagers, everybody was sort of in shock and a little bit concerned what was coming in. But once everything started rolling and we were all tuned in to getting these patients stabilized again to the operating room, everybody's very professional. Like I said, these kids were all brought from the hospital, and to the time they got to the operating room, we were all within 10 minutes. And everybody was very professional, from the nursing staff to the volunteers, as well as the other physicians there.
Right, well, good job, and thank you so much for bringing us good news that one of your patients has been upgraded.
Great.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katubik. Well, one person who was deeply affected by yesterday's school shooting was the President of the United States. We go now to Kathleen Koch.
Thank you.
Carol, President Clinton says that he is profoundly shocked and saddened by the horrific shootings there in Littleton, Colorado yesterday, and he's taken the very unusual step of canceling his travel plans to go to Texas today for a fundraiser and an airport dedication. President Clinton is offering up the services of his Secretary of Education and his Attorney General to help both law enforcement there in Littleton and schools in the Littleton area deal with this tragedy. The Justice Department will provide funding for grief counselors, and Mr. Clinton expressed his condolences to the many people affected by this tragedy.
To the families who have lost their loved ones, to the parents who have lost their beloved children, to the wounded children and their families, to the people of the community of Littleton, I can only say tonight that the prayers of the American people are with you.
President Clinton, of course, has seen a school shooting in his home state in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And so last fall, the Clinton administration held a forum on school violence prevention. President Clinton had his Justice Department draft a handbook for schools, giving them tips on violence prevention. Interestingly enough, though, while the Justice Department distributed those handbooks, it pointed to figures that showed that most schools are safer, very safe places for students, safer even than the surrounding community. Reporting live at the White House, I'm Kathleen Koch.
All right, thank you very much, Kathleen. Coming up on Early Edition, do kids feel safe? We are going to talk to the editor of 17 magazine and also yet another eyewitness to yesterday's school shooting at Columbine High School here in
By the way they were picking out certain people that appealed to be jocks or of that sort. Because when they were in the middle section, they came up to somebody and they realized it was their friend, and they let him go. And if they could tell that it was their friend, they had to be looking at the faces and telling who it was.
So they would shoot someone and then stop shooting and walk over and pick out another student. And what were they saying to those students?
There was a little black kid that I'm pretty good friends with, and excuse the language, but they said, there's that little nigger. It's 3 shots. It paused. They go, is he dead? The other one paused, and the other one said, yeah, he's dead. And, I mean, you could say it's a racial thing, which it appeared to be because it was towards jocks and
then you said they walked over to a girl and asked her if she believed in Christ?
She believed in God, and she paused. She didn't know what to answer, so she said, yeah, and they go, why? And they proceeded to shoot her.
Did they say anything? Did anybody talk back to them?
There was one, she said, why are you doing this? Why are you killing these people? And they just said, because we've wanted to for a long time. And I believe that they shot her, because that's all we heard from her.
Now, you were huddled under the table all this time, and you said you were waiting for that sharp pain in your side. At what point did you know, I'm going to be able to get out of here?
When they walked out of the library, I had a sense that I might be able to get out of this.
They walked out of the library?
They walked out of the library to the hall and started shooting out more windows. At that time, we proceeded to get up and we ran out.
And you ran out?
The back door.
Crystal, where were you yesterday?
I was in the library as well.
You were, and what were you doing?
Just hiding under a table.
Well, when did you realize that they came in and they started shooting and you realized right away what was happening?
Yes, it took a while to hit me. I thought it was a joke at first, but then I heard people screaming and I knew it was for real.
So you got immediately under a table?
Yes.
You were huddled with other students?
Yes. One of my good friends just had me in his arms and he said he'd take the bullet for me.
He was hugging you and trying to protect you. But tell me, Joshua gave us some sense of what was going on, but tell me what you saw.
I did not want to look around. I had my head down and I just listened. I just heard things, just horrifying things.
Could you see, if you're huddled under the table, could you see their legs as they walked around the room?
Yeah, one pushed a chair in to the table that I was under and it hit my arm. So I knew they were right there.
Were they shooting people right in your vicinity?
Yes.
And what were they saying?
they were just like, they thought it was just funny. They just were glad that they were getting their revenge. They were just like, who's next? Who's ready to die? And they were just like, we've waited to do this our whole lives. And it was just, and every time they'd shoot someone, they'd holler like it was like exciting.
Were they yelling, or were they talking in very calm, chilling tones?
It was just very, they just chilling tones.
Really?
I mean, yeah, they weren't yelling, they were just talking.
I suspect you're never going to forget this.
No, I can't get the visions and their voices out of my head.
When they went out in the hall, Joshua and some others were able to run away. Is that when you got away as well?
Yes.
And where did you go? Did you know where to run, or were you just panicked?
Well, I just got up and I ran out the nearest exit because that's where everyone else was going.
And when they went out in the hall, were they shooting out there?
Yes, I could hear shots.
Did any of you get a very good look at them yesterday? We heard they were wearing masks. Were they wearing masks?
Not from what I saw, and I don't think they ever were.
Were you able to see their faces?
One of them, definitely. Like Dylan.
Did you? I'm sorry?
It was Dylan. I don't know his last name.
Dylan Klebold?
Right.
Klebold, yeah.
I definitely saw him. I mean, eye to eye when he shot at all my friends.
Is this group, this trenchcoat mafia, very well known around the school?
Well, I've been there for like 3 months now, and I've heard a little bit, but not much with it, and I kind of stayed away from the people that were there. I didn't really think anything of it, but now the pieces are coming together, and I understand.
Well, when you see them in these trench coats walking around the school, I mean, what kind of an aura did they have about them?
They thought that they kind of act like they were untouchable. I mean, they just walked down the hall. They wouldn't move out of anybody's way. Everybody had to move out of their way type of deal. I mean, you didn't know what was under those trench coats, so you just got out of their way. I mean, you didn't argue with them. You kind of listened to them because you didn't know what they had.
They were always mad, you told me.
Yeah, they were always mad. I mean, you'd go up to them, and some people would say hi to them, and they just get in their face and start yelling at them. I mean,
you said when you saw them yesterday in the library, one of them had blood on his mouth?
Yeah, it was around his mouth. It wasn't like splatter from, being too close. It was like around the mouth, like if you ate a chocolate bar and you got chocolate on your mouth.
Right.
It was just like that. So, I mean...
Don't know how it got there.
No. The only thing that I can think of is maybe eating something. That's just
who knows.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thank all of you. That was a very hard day, and it's one that's going to stick with you, as Crystal says, for a long, long, long time. You all take care. Okay. I want to warm you up. Okay. We're going to take a break. Good Morning America. I'll be right back.
We just got to know each other then, and then like this year we have like bowling together in a couple classes,
and you also bowled with Eric Harris as well.
Yeah.
What were they like?
They were just ordinary guys, just came in and wanted to be different from other people.
So they became part of the so-called trenchcoat mafia, and at that point in time, some of the other students began to ridicule them somewhat?
Yeah, actually, I don't think they were in it totally. I think they started wearing trench coats, and then other people did it also, some of their friends.
They never talked about wanting to hurt people or harm anyone or commit a violent act? You never heard them discuss those sorts of things?
No, I didn't. Just Dylan, when we were talking one time, he just said how he hated like all the jocks, athletes, just because they they could walk all over people and not have to worry about anything in life.
You spoke with Dylan the night before this happened.
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
Just normal conversation. I said, hey, what's up? What are you doing?
Was this on the phone?
Yeah, on the phone. And I asked him about our fantasy baseball league. If he wanted to make a couple of trades. And he said he didn't know. He'd get back. He'd talk to me next morning, which was yesterday.
But no indication whatsoever that they could be responsible for anything like this?
Not that I know of, no.
Jay Beard, you must feel very fortunate that your son happened to leave to go to lunch with you that day.
Very fortunate.
And when you think about this happening in this community...
it's unbelievable. It's you think that you're in a nice neighborhood, nothing's going to happen. There's no violence per se, and then two kids show up, 17, 18 years old, with enough firepower to blow a school away. I mean, at least 20 people dead, 20 people injured, and how do these kids get hold of this stuff? I mean, it's the internet with the bombs, with the guns and the ammo. How can you accumulate that much stuff to do that much damage? I don't understand it. And in the state here, they've got, they're trying to pass laws to make it easier to carry a concealed weapon. I mean, we've got enough guns out there. I don't understand it.
Jay Beard and Andrew Beard, thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
It's been an anxious night in anguish. They do not know whether their children are alive or dead because authorities have not been able to positively identify all of the victims. Police are trying to use the victims' clothing for identification. And yesterday's shooting claimed at least 15 victims. Earlier, police had reported the number as high as 25. TV images of the scene at Columbine High School were broadcast nationwide. Garrett Utley looks at the media's coverage and its unique interactive quality.
It was one of those defining moments in our televised, digitized, wireless, we are there times. A student named James was speaking with a local television station he was watching from the classroom in which he was hiding.
We want to go on the phone right now to James, who is a student. James, we understand you're inside the school?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you're in a secure area, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm in the classroom, locked doors.
Okay, what's going on there now? Can you tell?
It's just really noisy outside. I hear a lot of screaming.
Have you heard any gunshots?
No gunshots, just threats. Just a bunch of threats. The guys are yelling out there.
Do you recognize the voices, James?
I don't recognize any of the voices.
Okay. You need to get off the phone with us right now and call 911, okay? Immediately.
The police want to talk to you, okay?
Why would a high school student, a teenager, call a television station first before the police? Perhaps because television was in James's classroom with a telephone number on the screen. We have long grown used to watching and therefore participating in televised sieges, from hostage-taking in the Middle East to the trauma of schools in the United States in places such as Jonesboro and Paducah, and the list goes on.
But there was something new on this tragic Tuesday, as we have seen and heard. This may have been the first interactive siege on such a scale because of the number of cell phones the students had and used.
If you sound really upset, I can certainly understand why. We're going to let you go, Janine.
Today, we are able to watch and listen to a tragedy, a crime, as it was executed. And what may we experience next time?
Now students can call on their cell phones out from a school that is under siege. Soon they'll have cameras with them, we assume, and little camcorders, or there'll be camcorders around the school, and we'll be getting video transmitted right from inside siege places.
There will no doubt be many opinions and commentaries about what happened at Columbine High School. One has already been delivered on a cell phone by a student named Bob just after he escaped from the school.
I think this is the society in which we live. Then we should blame the society in which we live in. I just can't believe it's happening to us at my school.
But it did happen, and we heard it. Garrett Utley, CNN, New York.
Coming up in 2 minutes, the latest on the Colorado high school shooting. First, a grieving community is leaving flowers at the scene. I'm Toria Tolley. This is CNN Headline News.
CNN Headline News, 24-hour non-stop headlines.
I don't know how you deal with that, Monty. People just aren't very nice to each other.
They labeled them that, and they never said they were sorry. They never were considerate enough to include them in things.
Now, that's part of the problem. But, Monty, they were shooting black guys in the head.
Yeah,
right. And these black guys hadn't done anything to them.
Yeah, that too.
It was just out-and-out racism. Thanks for calling. John, good morning. You're in 1670 WTDY.
Yeah, Sly.
Yeah.
A couple of things that I heard on the news yesterday made me think that the media, certain members of the media anyway, were like way out of touch. One thing was when they were interviewing, or when they were doing the first press conference and the sheriff was answering questions, one of the reporters asked, what do you think this is going to do to gun control legislation? And when she said that, I thought,
right. And it's perfectly legal for an 18-year-old without a criminal record to go out and purchase a gun.
Exactly. And then the second thing I heard, and this just about made me come unglued, was a lady was interviewing one of the girls that had been in the school. The girl was crying hysterically, talking about all the kids around her that had been shot, and then talking about how that she was begging for the guy not to shoot her. And then this lady reporter said to her, so you saw them being shot? And here I'm thinking, this girl is crying hysterically, can't really control herself, and this reporter is, like, not even involved in the situation at all.
The media were in the way of the police yesterday with all their damn remote trucks. They filled that parking lot. The media got there before some of the police did. They had their scanners on. All 4 Denver TV stations that our network affiliates were covering this. Then the networks got there. It was unbelievable. They finally had to boot the media off the school grounds because they were in the way. Yeah, they were trying to set this triage unit up, and they were in the way. All for our.
Yeah.
Did you
see? News story.
You know, the most terrifying thing that I saw yesterday, and I don't know if you saw this, was the kid climbing out the window of that school, and his right arm had been shot. It was limp. He was trying to climb over the shards of glass.
Yeah.
And then a stream of blood went down the side of the building where he had been bleeding as he went into the arms of the SWAT team. We pulled an ambulance up to the window for him to climb on.
Yeah.
That was one of the most frightening things I've ever seen.
Yeah. The whole thing is just unbelievable.
Thanks for calling. Frank, Rick, Tom, we'll get to your phone calls after a break with the news on 1670 WTDY. Sly in the Morning. This portion of the program brought to you by Top Promotions.
Sly in the Morning on today's talk, 1670 WTDY.
Is the trauma center closest to Columbine High School. One of the really amazing things in talking to parents who gathered here this morning is how they describe how they ran down to the high school when they first got word of explosions and possible shootings. One mother spoke about how she sprinted through the parking lot because she couldn't get through with the police cordoning it off, parked her car, sprinted through the parking lot, and then spent the next several hours looking for her daughter. Couldn't find her anywhere. The parents were all brought to Leawood Elementary School, which is very close to here, and at that point they were putting the students up on a stage so that the parents could easily identify and see their children who were okay, and she said she was just completely terrified. One of the other things that we're being told about these young men, and of course at this hour really very little information is coming out about them, but from student interviews they say that the men were masked to some of the time, that they appear to be targeting jocks and minorities, although some of the time the bullet spray seemed to be random. The entire event, if you can imagine, lasted 4 hours, and indeed some students hovered under their desks and locked themselves in classrooms for several hours, and they could hear the gunshots going on around them. There was a report in the local paper here today of a young black man who was targeted because he was black. They singled him out, and then they shot him in the face, and a student is quoted as saying, wow, so this is what a black man's brain looks like. I mean, just truly, truly horrific things. Of course, this is where the investigators are focusing their attention right now. One team is going to do the investigation inside the school, the crime scene, if we can call it that, and then another team of investigators is trying to figure out why and how this happened. Lori, I want to toss it back to you.
Actually, I'll take it, Soledad, here at MSNBC. I gather some of the most awful moments for parents are still coming up when they're going to be asked to come over and identify the bodies. What have they been prepared for, and what have they been? What are the requests of them in terms of records to bring to help investigators make the IDs?
Well, it's almost impossible to imagine if you're a parent who has sent your child off to school in the morning, and the next thing you know, the police are calling you and asking for dental records because at this point, and because some of the students were reportedly shot at point-blank range, they're only going to be able to identify them through dental records. The parents, the reports say, have just been sickened, some of them literally vomiting when the police come to their homes and talk to them, or when they're met here at the school. It is just completely unimaginable how a parent could respond. I think to some degree, David, there is no way to prepare someone for this. At this time, we're told that the number of students unaccounted for matches the number of the students or people 15 people dead. So it is pretty clear that everyone who is unaccounted for is dead. The actual bringing out of the bodies is what's being waited on.
All right, Soledad O'Brien is on the scene for us in Littleton, Colorado. We'll be going back to her as events warrant throughout the day. Soledad, thanks a lot.
Household ingredients. Investigators say so far they found close to 30 explosive devices in or around the school and at the suspects' homes. A bomb squad believes all the devices have now been removed from the school building. The two young suspects, also students, both juniors, walked into Columbine High School yesterday, opened fire on students, and set off explosive devices in the library. Sheriff spokesman Steve Davis confirms the final fatality count is now 15, 11 males and 4 females, including at least one faculty member and the two suspects. Police plan to remove all the bodies today and to officially notify agonized parents. In Washington, President Clinton deplored the senseless killings.
Perhaps the most important thing all of us can do right now is to reach out to each other and to families and their young children. It is very important to explain to children all over America what has happened and to reassure our own children that they are safe. We also have to take this moment once again to hammer home to all the children of America that violence is wrong.
Investigators say the two shooting suspects apparently took their own lives. The bodies of 17-year-old Eric Harris and 18-year-old Dylan Klebold, both juniors, were found in the school library. Sheriff John Stone was asked if others might have been involved in the attack.
It's very, very possible. Last night we found an excessive amount of new bombs in the school, and the number is over 30 right now.
Over 30 explosives.
Over 30 explosives, and we did have one detonate last night as the officers were trying to move it at about 11 o'clock.
One Columbine High School student says he received a warning to leave the building from one of the suspects in the shooting. He says Eric Harris hinted that something was about to happen.
Just like, Eric, you weren't in third hour today. We had a test. And he told me it didn't matter anymore. And I asked him, why? He was acting strange. And he said, Brooks, I like you. I like you now. Go home. Get out of here. And so I took off because he's not one to be toyed with.
As many as 24 people, most of them students, were hospitalized for injuries they sustained in the Columbine High School shooting. Charles Ewing is in Colorado.
Doctors at 5 Denver area hospitals continue to treat 14 students wounded in the Columbine High School attack yesterday. Here at the Swedish Medical Center, 3 of the students are in critical condition and are on ventilators. Doctors say they're holding their own, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds to the head, neck, and torso. One of the students was upgraded to fair condition overnight. 18-year-old Val Schnur was hit not only by gunshots, but 9 separate shrapnel wounds. They say she should make a complete recovery, but was very lucky that none of the shrapnel, some of which passed through her body, struck any major organs. Doctors at other hospitals say they are continuing to monitor the condition of these young people, but say that while many of their physical injuries will heal, their emotional scars will likely last forever. Charles Ewing, CNN, Englewood, Colorado.
Many of those grieving for victims sought comfort and solace at a special service. Greg Lamont has the story.
Pain, anguish, confusion, shock.
I'm having a hard time thinking what's going on. Imagine that there are people that I know that are killed. I mean, I've never been to a funeral in my life.
A prayer vigil near Columbine High School filled a church into the hallways. Whole families facing the enormity of the shooting.
How do you feel about it?
I feel really mad at the person that did it. And I'm really sorry for the families that have to suffer through this tragedy.
People with many questions, but so far, no answers.
We are safe nowhere. God truly desires for our happiness. This is not God's plan or action.
Listen to the fear of this 6-year-old boy.
They should not do that at all, and it scares me because they might come to my house and make me go to the hospital.
There are so many emotions inside this church, yet those gathered here were united in their prayers.
I'm praying for everyone at Columbine High. And I just feel sad for everybody that either got shot, is wounded, or is dead.
Greg Lamont, CNN, Littleton, Colorado.
A state House committee in Denver today was scheduled to consider a bill making it easier for gun owners to obtain concealed weapons permits. After yesterday's shooting rampage, lawmakers decided to postpone action. The state Senate had already passed a version of the bill.
I cannot speak for the school system. They are a separate entity, and so I have no idea.
Pat, in terms of the investigation, our investigators, I mean, while they're combing the school and sweeping it, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but are they also, the investigators, talking to the teachers? Is there a separate investigation going on with the teachers, find out what they know?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they're talking to everyone that is involved.
All right, let's take a break. Most of the bodies from this tragedy have been found in the school library, where investigators will need to reconstruct the crime. We'll have more on this tragic shooting when we come back.
There is tremendous reaction across this nation, including the White House, and for more reaction from President Clinton and what's on his mind today on the day after this tragedy, let's go to Wendell Goler, who's standing by with more. Wendell?
Wilma, the president says it's important for the country to come together to do all it can to ease the pain and suffering of Littleton, Colorado. Mr. Clinton spoke to a group of volunteers here at the White House a short while ago after canceling a political trip to Texas that aides felt would be inappropriate given the suffering in Colorado and the rest of the nation. Mr. Clinton hasn't yet decided whether or not he will go to Littleton, Colorado. Press Secretary Joe Lockhart says the president wants to do what's best for the community, but doesn't want to cause any disruption or distraction. His cleared his schedule for tomorrow, but is pretty much filled up from Friday through Sunday by the NATO summit that's being held here in Washington. The president instructed aides, his cabinet secretaries, to do all they can to help Littleton, and several cabinet agencies conferenced this morning to see what help they can provide. The Education Department has put a crisis management team on standby with counselors and psychologists, but Littleton officials haven't yet asked for it. Mr. Clinton says he is struck by the images of heroism yesterday, the teacher who hid kids in the choir room, the police officers running toward the sound of gunfire. He says parents really should reassure their kids that they are safe and be more responsible about what kids see on television and in the movies. The president says parents should ask what they can do to shield kids from violent images and experiences that warp young perceptions, he says, and obscure the consequences of violence. Suma?
All right, Wendell Goler, thank you so much for that update from the White House. A tragedy with no easy answers. We have to go to a break. We'll come back with much more, including an interview with Colorado Senator Wayne Allard. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. This is such a sad day for the people of Littleton and the nation. And joining us now from Capitol Hill, Colorado Senator Wayne Allard. Thank you so much for joining us. Our hearts go out to the people of Colorado and to the community of Littleton. Your thoughts the day after?
Well, my wife, Joan, and I were simply horrified at the tragedy as it unfolded on TV yesterday. This is a very complex problem. It's a nationwide problem, I think, with violence in our schools. And I think that when this all the information's in on this particular tragedy, I think we need to sit back and look and find out if there's some commonality between this tragedy and what's been happening in other schools throughout the country. See if we can't begin to resolve this problem. I don't think it's a problem that's going to lend itself to easy solutions and easy answers. And I have colleagues, and I'm sure there'll be other people throughout the country who think that the only solution is a legislative solution. But I think it's much more complex than that.
Over and over again, people have been saying, what could we have done to look for the signs that this sort of thing could have happened? And even the parents of the two suspects, the two dead suspects, are saying they had no idea that their kids were involved in this kind of activity, the idea of even making bombs like this.
Well, I think there's a couple of comments. The first comment is I visited with a senator from Oregon who dealt with this similar type of tragedy last year, I believe, and they said that you need to put in place a means of communication between students and administrators and suggested a 1-8 number. This was a suggestion that came out of the students there in the Oregon tragedy, and it might be something that we can do in Colorado if we're not already doing it. The second thing is I think Governor Bill Owens made a very good comment when he said you need to go home and you need to hug your kids. I think what he was saying in that is that parents need to be more involved personally with their kids. Both my wife and I were very involved personally with our kids, and sometimes they shared things with us that we jokingly wish they wouldn't have shared with us. But the fact is that we were viewed as somebody they could trust and they could share their concerns. I think in the schools we have violence that happens in various situations throughout the country where you have a group of people that come together, and there's various reasons for that violence. But we're not going to completely eliminate it, but I think there may be things that we can do to make it less likely to happen, and we need to search out all these suggestions in a very earnest and deliberate manner and hopefully come up with some common sense solutions.
Now, as I understand it, the Colorado legislature was planning to discuss a proposed law to ease the requirements to obtain handgun permits, and that, of course, that debate's been set aside today in light of what's happened there in Littleton. What effect do you think this will have on that law?
Well, I don't have any idea. I don't serve in that body, and I don't have...
but in terms of the public response,
they've obviously put it off because of the tragedy in response to that. But I would just point out that all the weapons that I'm aware of that have been talked about in this tragedy were already illegal. And I'm not sure by passing more laws you're going to solve this problem. It may make some lawmakers feel good. It may make some individuals feel good. But this is a complex problem. We need to look at all the parameters of the problem and see if we can't come up with some solutions, and I suspect they're not going to be easy solutions.
What do you think it's going to take to help this community heal?
Well, Coloradoans have a lot of resilience. Coloradans have experienced tragedies before throughout its history, ever since it became a state. We've learned from those tragedies, and we've become a better state. And I suspect that we will learn from this tragedy once all the facts are in. We'll look at what's happened in other states with similar problems. And true to good Colorado tradition, I think we'll come up with some common sense solutions.
But you know there are going to be scars that may never heal in light of this tragedy.
Well, obviously, my sympathy goes out to the families that have been impacted by these tragedies, teachers as well as students. And I would just want to take this time to recognize the superb effort, I think, that the emergency personnel and the law enforcement in Colorado did in this situation. It was not an easy situation to deal with. And, there's going to be some personal scarring with the individuals that were involved. But
how do you get the message out to kids out there that it's safe to go to school? What are you going to do personally and to encourage others to let young people know that you don't have to be afraid to go back to school?
Well, we as Coloradoans, I think, will learn to deal with this problem. And we already have counseling going on, networking going on, and we know how to support each other, and that's going on right now.
All right, Senator Wayne Allard, thank you so much for joining us with your reaction and your insights about a very terrible tragedy, and our hearts, as we said, go out to you and your community.
Thank you.
Well, this latest school shooting rampage in Colorado can't help but remind all of us of the other school horror stories, like the one in Springfield, Oregon last May. 2 students were killed nearly a year ago, and the suspect, Kip Kinkle, also faces charges for the deaths of his parents the night before. Fox's Rebecca Gomez looks back on that day at Oregon's Thurston High School.
May 21st, 1998, Springfield, Oregon. Images very similar to what we saw coming out of Littleton, Colorado on Tuesday.
The shots, they sound like firecrackers.
15-year-old Kip Kinkle opened fire on fellow students at Thurston High School outside Eugene.
He just came into school and shot someone in the back of the head, I think, and walked into the cafeteria and started unloading his gun.
17-year-old Michael Nicholson died at the scene.
There was lots of blood and he wasn't moving. And I touched his shoulder and I could tell he was dead.
17-year-old Ben Walker, shot in the head, was declared brain dead several days later and taken off life support. 24 other students were wounded in the rampage. Kinkle allegedly shot and killed his parents the night before. Unlike the suspects in Colorado, Kinkle was a popular student, but friends say he had a bad temper, that he would snap at a moment's notice. They also say Kinkle was on medication. His parents attempt to treat his mood swings.
You know, they had all kinds of counseling, school counseling, private counseling, psychiatric treatment.
Police believe Kinkle snapped after being suspended for bringing a gun to school. Suspects committed suicide. Authorities in Springfield, Oregon believe Kinkle had planned to kill himself as well. He had 2 bullets taped to his chest in case he ran out of ammunition. But a student tackled Kinkle before he could take his own life. Kinkle is now scheduled to go on trial in September. Rebecca Gomez, Fox News.
Well, those disturbing images of the rampage at Columbine High School may be difficult for younger children to understand, particularly those who have to go to school today. So what do you do if your child begins asking you questions about what's been happening in Littleton? Fox's Susan Hirasuna has some advice from the experts.
It's a great day for a ball game. The Palisades High Dolphins meet the Westchester High Comets under a blue spring sky. This scene is nothing like the one unfolding at the same time in Littleton, Colorado. Yet even in this idyll, parents feel the need to talk to their kids about the shooting rampage 1,000 miles away.
My daughter's already said it's really scary, and we just have to discuss it and see how they feel.
Well, if it could happen to other schools, why couldn't it happen to my school?
UCLA's Dr. David Feinberg advises parents to tailor their comments to the age of the child. For example, early school-age children don't yet understand what death is. But with older children, be prepared for some tough questions.
You sort of have to start letting go of the idea that you have all the right answers and you can tell them something, as opposed to you want to just be there with them and go through, if they want you to, this difficult mental exercise that they need to experience.
Paula Griffin struggled with whether or not to tell her kids about the tragedy.
I decided that I needed to let them know that this was going to be something they were going to be hearing more about.
Dr. Feinberg also advises parents to deal with their children's fear with concrete suggestions, such as finding out what precautions the school is taking, who else they can talk to, and putting together a safety plan, where to meet in an emergency, how to contact each other. But because these events seem to occur more often, some parents just have one piece of advice.
Well, it really there's no security to it. You can't, nothing you can say or do, you just got to be aware of people around you. You never know.
Well, with my sons, I'm real with them, and it's life, you know, and they're not, you have to tell them what to be careful for, you know, and stuff like that.
Susan Hirasuna, Fox News.
That's the advice from the experts. Of course, a very tough day for the people of Littleton, Colorado, and the rest of the nation. We are coming up at the top of the hour. Our continuous coverage of this tragedy in Colorado will continue after this break. I'm Uma Pemaraju. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for Britt Hume, who takes you through the next hour.
Great friends. They were some of the sweetest guys to know.
Well, Alex Marsh says there's no way yesterday's tragedy could have been avoided.
They knew that there was going to be cops swarming the school. They knew that this wouldn't last for more than a couple hours. They knew all this before they ever got anything, before they ever started building anything.
So it was carefully planned.
It was very carefully planned. It was had to have been.
The war in America has not only removed Yugoslavia from the newspaper headlines, but brought memories of Dunblane, Scotland to the surface once again. It may have happened across the Atlantic Ocean, but in most of Europe, the scenes of a school shooting in Colorado top the morning news bulletins.
Einer amerikanischen Schule sind die genauen Motive für das Blutbad.
In Germany, the story was the same. Disbelief that it has happened again. On March 13, 1996, in Scotland, 16 children and their teacher were killed at this school in Dunblane. What followed was a new law which bans handguns larger than .22 caliber. What has happened in America once again is blamed by most in Britain on what is thought of here as a gun culture.
I've been to America a lot, and it really scares me that this kind of gun culture is so prevalent there.
My reaction was one of shock. I was stunned, not surprised. Couldn't believe it actually happened, why it happened, what would drive someone to actually do something like that.
Well, it's responsibility of parents, but it's responsibility of government to try and, try and stop people people getting their hands on weapons so easily.
It is not so easy in Britain anymore. A new law and a tough crackdown on handguns following Dunblane may have prevented it from occurring here again.
After Dunblane, we changed the legislation so that all handguns are banned now, and we have simply, quite simply, we changed the direction that this country is going in as far as security and gun control is concerned.
Where it does happen, the effects are long-lasting, not just on those directly affected, but all parents.
I think it's a great shame. I think it's a pity that children can't feel safe within the school that they go to.
The right to bear arms has never existed here in Britain, and this most recent incident in America will only strengthen the anti-gun lobby. Unfortunately, the problem is an American problem, and many Europeans can do little more than shake their heads and wonder why it has happened yet again. Tom Intier, CNN, London.
In the next 30 minutes, we'll have the latest on the investigation into that tragedy at Columbine High School outside Denver. First, these images today from Littleton, Colorado, as churches provide some solace for a shaken community. I'm Chuck Roberts, back in a couple of minutes with CNN Headline News.
CNN Headline News, 24-hour non-stop headlines.
Eric Clark, thank you very much for joining us. And that is the latest for now from Littleton, Colorado. We will continue to monitor the events today regarding the investigation, as well as the identities of the victims and the welfare of those that were wounded in the attack. Bill?
All right, Martin, we'll see you again in an hour. Barely noticed within the past hour was the announcement from the White House that the United States is considering sending ground troops into Kosovo. More about that when CNN Today continues in an hour. I'm Lou Waters. Talkback Live is next.
From the people whose children were missing, the initial identification was done by matching the clothing and the physical descriptions, the height, weight, hair color. Dave Thomas can speak to that. That was something that was we worked with the coroner. Permanent positive identifications will not be released with those names until these are confirmed to fingerprints.
The fire chief has talked about following the police through areas, trying to get people out of areas the police made secure. Can you give us tell us how you did that, or give us sort of a timetable of how did you do that?
Well, the initial response our initial thing was we had kids in trouble in there. There was shots being fired. Our incoming officers both went under fire. They returned fire and pursued these suspects. Then we discovered a bunch of injured people. As our troops started coming in to the scene, we got as many in to contain the scene as possible and start to develop our SWAT operations instantly. Those people were brought with the fire department, rescued out of this area, and taken to local area hospitals. And as we got more people in, the first initial SWAT officers we had went right in the building. We constantly had people in the building until we were able to get this situation contained.
How long did it take you to get
Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone with a very candid news update, wondering along with the rest of the world how something like this could have happened. A great deal of news coming out of this news conference, some updates to bring you now. 2 victims, 2 of the 15 who were killed inside the school have now been removed from the property, according to sheriff's officials. Tentative IDs have been made on all of those who died, and the families of those victims have now been notified. Schools in this area will reopen tomorrow. All of the schools in the area, including Denver Public Schools, will reopen. All of those, of course, except Columbine High School, and they're trying to make some provisions for how to finish out the school year for students who attend this school. They're looking at alternate facilities, but it appears at least that this one will not be able to reopen immediately. For those students going back to classes in the Denver area tomorrow, there will be bomb sweeps again tomorrow morning. There will be increased security in those campuses, and certainly there will be a lot of talking going on between teachers and students about this tragedy which happened here today. As a side note, there was a 5-hour training session at this very school just a couple of days ago on how to handle crisis response. And certainly I'm sure that came in very handy yesterday. The sheriff also giving us more details about weapons and explosives. Now we know more than 30 explosive devices have been located inside the school near the victims in the library. Located 2 sawed-off shotguns. In addition to that, more than 30 weapons, 30 explosives, as I said, and a handgun in addition. At the home of one of the 2 suspects, it's now been confirmed by the local sheriff that they did find explosives and another sawed-off shotgun at one of the 2 suspects' homes. So this story continues to bring new details and continues to expand as the investigation does as well. Sheriff's officials and folks from ATF and others will be inside the school throughout the night. Again, they're hoping to remove all of the victims' bodies by nightfall here in Denver, which is just about 4 hours away. Joining me now here at the site of the high school is Brother James Flynn of St. Dominic's Catholic Church. It would appear that we're about to move on to the next phase, from shock into grief and then into anger, and it's going to be a tough process.
Well, it's going to be a tough process, but I think it's a process that everyone that goes through a tragedy like this has to really grip and own as their own, because you can never grieve too much, and you can never, look at each other now and just say, this has happened, now how do we deal with it?
Yeah. I want to go to our Denver newsroom very briefly. Dr. Steve Cantrell, who is from the Denver Health Medical Center, standing by, as well as Tom Cribley, a paramedic supervisor. And Dr. Cantrell, you treated many of these people. How are they doing?
We had 4 patients that were brought to our facility, and they are improving.
Good to hear. Just said that simply. Mighty good indeed. Tom Cribley, I'm sure you saw a lot yesterday in the carnage here at this high school. How do you work through this?
Well, our goal at the time was to get as many kids out and treat them and get them transported to trauma facilities as quickly as possible. Now it's a process of us going back and evaluating our procedures. We're very comfortable with the way things went, a very cooperative effort between all the agencies, and dealing with the issues as we identify them.
Yeah, an awful thing to have to experience, but certainly those who get through it will be stronger in the end, or that's the hope, at least.
That's the hope that we have for all, is that, we can take something out of this. I heard some girls earlier today, one walked up to the other and said, you saved my life, and I owe you now.
Wow. Brother James Flynn, great to have you in. Thanks very much. Dr. Steve Cantrell and Tom Cribley in our Denver newsroom. Thanks to you all, and thanks for your calls at home. The updates as we have them now: 15 students are dead, 2 have been removed from the building. The rest should be removed by nightfall. Fox News Channel will bring you continuing coverage throughout the evening. 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 Pacific. Join Paul Azan for the Fox Report, and our team of correspondents on the ground here in the Denver area will give you the most comprehensive update as we have it tonight. I'll be filling in for Bill O'Reilly tonight at 8 Pacific, at 8 Eastern Time, 5 Pacific. The show will originate from here. We'll be taking your calls, and a special edition of Fox News tonight at 11 Eastern. All the updates from here, from the conflict in Kosovo and Washington as well. Thanks for being with us throughout the day. Business News is next. Neil Cavuto from our New York studios. Tragedy in Colorado. Continuing coverage throughout the night. I'm Shepard Smith. Good evening.
Take this moment once again to hammer home to all the children of America that violence is wrong.
Sorrow and the search for answers after the school shooting in Colorado. Can politicians even agree on the problem?
We must stop the culture of death that makes vicious killers out of too many of our children.
They used weapons that are, frankly, I think, out of control in our society.
Bill Schneider will explore the impact of school violence on suburban voters.
From Washington, this is Inside Politics with Bernard Shaw and Judy Woodruff.
Thank you for joining us. On this day after the school shooting in Littleton, Colorado, so much still is unclear, except for the updated numbers. 15 dead, including 2 suspected gunmen, and 24 wounded. Along with the residents of Littleton, the nation's political leaders are struggling to understand what happened and to reach a consensus on how to stop it from happening again. We begin our coverage at the White House with CNN's John King.
of silence for victims of another tragic school shooting.
All of us are struggling to understand exactly what happened and why.
Add Littleton, Colorado to a list that includes Springfield, Oregon, Paducah, Kentucky, Jonesboro, Arkansas.
It's hard to imagine this happening again.
The President and First Lady once again gave voice to a nation's grief and promised Washington will do all it can to help with investigators and crisis counselors.
Imagine what it is like for the young people who saw their friends die before their eyes.
These all too familiar images revived a familiar debate in Washington.
It certainly says that guns and children don't mix.
The White House immediately renewed its push for several gun control proposals stalled in Congress, including extending the life of the Brady Law, requiring background checks before gun purchases, holding parents criminally liable if their children get access to guns, requiring gun makers to attach child safety locks, and banning juveniles convicted of violent crimes from ever owning a gun. But the President's overriding message was that the cure to this recurring national nightmare would not be found in Washington.
And parents should take this moment to ask what else they can do to shield our children from violent images and experiences that warp young perceptions and obscure the consequences of violence.
Administration officials tell CNN the Attorney General Janet Reno will head to Littleton tonight to get an update on the investigation. The President is telling top aides he wants to go as soon as possible, although it's still unclear whether the President will go next week or wait for a memorial service now scheduled for May 2nd. Judy?
John, of the 4 federal initiatives you mentioned, is there one that the White House thinks it has a serious chance of seeing enacted?
First and foremost, the White House making clear it cannot directly link what happened in Littleton, Colorado to any particular gun law or lack of a gun law. But what we're told by White House officials is what the President wants to do is repackage all of these initiatives, which were not acted on in the last Congress, in a new, the administration will call it an omnibus crime bill, will be sent to Congress in the near future. Not a lot of hope, though. There are some indications they may get some voluntary cooperation from gun owners when it comes to child safety locks, but anytime there is a gun control debate in Congress, always difficult. Republican groups, Republican leadership in Congress, very slow to act on gun control bills. Judy?
CNN's John King at the White House. Thanks. Bernie?
Now to the Hill. As our Bob Franken reports, the Colorado tragedy left many lawmakers with a sense of helplessness, even as they tried to encourage the healing process.
My deepest condolences go out to the community of Littleton, Colorado, and especially to the parents and the students of Columbine High School.
They feel the need to say something. Members of Congress sharing the nation's grief, seeking an explanation, fumbling for solutions.
It's not going to be enough to just shed tears for those, because they're empty tears unless we are prepared to take some actions.
Senator Kennedy is a co-sponsor of legislation that was reintroduced just last month. It was March 24th, the one-year anniversary of the Jonesboro, Arkansas school shootings, where 5 students were shot and killed. Among its provisions, the bill would set fines and prison terms for adults who failed to keep their guns away from juveniles. But the same legislation went nowhere in the last Congress. It faces not only resistance from anti-gun control forces, but also from a bipartisan feeling that this is beyond the power of government.
We need to talk to our children after they get home from school, every night at the dinner table, on weekends, to find out what they're thinking, what they're feeling. The solution is found with our children.
I'm not sure all the answers, in fact, I'm sure the answers are not all here. And they're not in state legislatures and city councils. We really have to figure out how to change the human heart.
I think it's going to be very difficult at first, but then I think with a lot of healing and a lot of time, we'll become a stronger school and a stronger group of people, and we'll just be a lot stronger community, I think.
Ryan Boris, thank you very much for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
There were many, many such stories that have been told throughout the day and will continue to be told for years to come. The young lives scarred by the events that happened yesterday at Columbine High School. Joey?
Thank you, Martin. The impact of the Columbine shooting traveled into classrooms across the country today. When we return, the reaction from a high school hundreds of miles from Littleton, Colorado.
At a shot of an
event going on, a spontaneous event, if you will. Students at Columbine High School pitching flowers into a central spot. This gathering going on as we speak. We're joined now by Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone, who is the chief investigator on this horrible situation, and who was the one who brought us the news last night that there were many fatalities. Sheriff Stone, thanks very much for hanging out. I know you had to wait a minute. I sure appreciate it. There are several categories of questions about all of this that maybe you can fill us in on. I guess I'd like to go to the now dead suspects first. I heard District Attorney Dave Thomas talking. I may have missed this. Did he say that there were notes found or any kind of communication intended to be found after these two had died?
We have some that will be brought into evidence. We can't release that information at this point due to the investigative status of that.
Are you able to say at least a little clearer today anything about motive? I mean, yesterday, when asked that, you said, I don't know, craziness, I guess. Is it a little clearer today?
It's a very illogical thing for somebody to do, but it appears that there was a lot of detailed planning by these kids to do what they were going to do. It doesn't look like they made any effort to consider leaving the school after doing this act because everybody knew who they were.
Is there any indication there are actually more people than the two who are dead who were involved in the planning and the execution of this rampage?
That's possible. We're going to be investigating their associates and re-interviewing students to make sure that there was only two. If there were more people seen with firearms, that's something that we're very concerned about. There appeared to be more firearms there than there were shooters with the two that were deceased, and the amount of bombs that were brought into the building makes us believe that there possibly could have been somebody else involved.
Sheriff, is there any indication that some of those bombs were planted earlier than yesterday, or did they all come in?
That is very possible.
There's just no way to say at this point.
No, there's no way to say. We're going to be doing detailed searches of all the lockers of the schools, and we have executed searches of lockers in all the schools in Jefferson County today to try to sweep the schools just to make sure we don't have any devices in any of our schools.
Sheriff, about the victims, the district attorney said they appeared to be victims merely by where they were. That is, in the way of the shooters or in the path of the shooters.
That's correct. That's what it appeared to me, too. I was in the scene today, and it appears that they just went in guns blazing and everywhere they went. And if there was anybody there, they were gunned down. Now, there was a substantial fire in the office. It appeared that they were going and looking for the principal and looking for the assistant. However, they must have escaped out of there before the shooters got there because of substantial firearms damage, and nobody was hit in that location.
Sheriff, what about the stories we have heard that they hated minorities, that they hated athletes, that they wanted, when they announced their presence with guns, they said they wanted all the jocks to stand up. They were going to die first. Are you placing much credence in these stories?
Yes, we are, because those apparently coming from the students. We haven't had a chance to sit down and re-interview any of these students yet. There will be a massive follow-up investigation going on this to try to put the rest of the pieces of the puzzle together. Of all the 15 confirmed dead that we have here at the scene, we had one black male.
Sheriff, one of the suspects, I believe it's Eric Harris, although I could be wrong, was said to be an avid video game player. I believe it was a hobbyist with the game Doom, which involves shooting people in hallways and using bombs and grenades. Do you have any sort of thoughts about to what extent that kind of game playing may have been involved in the disassociation from reality mentality that would let two young men go through a school shooting 15 people or 20 or 30.
Well, there's those particular types of games. There's some of this satanic death music. There's any number of things in the way, and even some of the movies that are coming out of Hollywood anymore that all they show is and put almost a romance to these types of things. It's disturbing to me as a law enforcement official and a parent.
When you hear, do you believe the stories? I guess we have to, because I think we've heard them so many times, that students reported they were laughing and hooting and hollering as they were shooting, that it was not a silent, methodical, robotic shooting rampage, but almost an exuberant one. Does that tell you anything?
That tells me we've got a couple of sick minds here, but it concerns me that, that we've been having incidents like this around the country, and especially that we experienced this one here in Colorado.
Are you, is there anything about these two that should have tipped everybody off that something was coming, or in a way do they seem ordinary?
Aside from, I don't know these individuals. I don't know much about their history. We have minor arrest records on them. There is nothing that would show these kids to be exhibiting this kind of behavior. I hear from one individual there were some threats made in the past on another student, but how often do high school kids get in fights? That seems to be commonplace back when even I was a kid, but we got in fights, but we didn't bring machine guns to school.
What is it you can tell us about where they got these guns? Does anybody know yet?
That'll be part of the investigations. We don't know. The one weapon looked like an assault weapon, like 9mm type model. We haven't had a chance to really give any close examinations to the guns because they were kind of wrapped around the bodies where the crime scene unit isn't working now. They've been working on this for probably about 7 hours, and hopefully we'll wrap up later on today here.
District Attorney Thomas said it appeared that they were self-inflicted wounds and that they had shot themselves. Does it appear that they shot themselves at the same time as a culmination of some sort of plan?
My observations of past self-inflicted gunshot wounds, this looked to be consistent, but whether one shot the other one first or whether they each shot themselves, that will have to be determined through investigation.
Sheriff Stone, about the bodies that remain in the building, when now do you anticipate to be able to remove those and let the families begin the memorial services?
Two have been removed so far. The crime scene people, when I spoke to them later this morning, advised me that they should be finished up by late afternoon, and the bodies should be transported to the coroner's office. The coroner's office will give full identification once they can compare fingerprints later today.
Sheriff John Stone of Jefferson County, you have been very patient. We appreciate it very much. Good luck with the investigation. I know you must be exhausted, but we hope to talk to you another time.
Very good. Thank you.
We will continue our coverage of the crisis, the tragedy in Colorado right after.
What can we learn from this tragedy? How close are we to ground combat in Kosovo? Tom Brokaw live from Colorado. John Hockenberry live from Albania. Tonight, 10 Eastern on MSNBC.
Investigators look for clues beyond school grounds following a high school shooting rampage in Colorado, and NATO fires at political targets in its campaign against Yugoslavia. I'm Chuck Roberts with CNN Headline News. Welcome back. Investigators are beginning the search of houses of two suspected teenage killers in the Colorado high school shooting. Police say they found bomb-making materials which include common household ingredients. Investigators say so far they found close to 30 explosive devices in or around the school and at the suspects' homes. A bomb squad believes all the devices have now been removed from the school building. The two young suspects, also students, both juniors, walked into Columbine High School yesterday, opened fire on students, and set off explosive devices in the library. Sheriff spokesman Steve Davis confirms the final fatality count is now 15, 11 males and 4 females, including at least one faculty member and the two suspects. Police plan to remove all the bodies today and to officially notify agonized parents. In Washington, President Clinton deplored the senseless killings.
Perhaps the most important thing all of us can do right now is to reach out to each other and to families and their young children. It is very important to explain to children all over America what has happened and to reassure our own children that they are safe. We also have to take this moment once again to hammer home to all the children of America that violence is wrong.
Investigators say the two shooting suspects apparently took their own lives. The bodies of 17-year-old Eric Harris and 18-year-old Dylan Klebold, both juniors, were found in the school library. Sheriff John Stone was asked if others might have been involved in the attack.
It's very, very possible. Last night we found an excessive amount of new bombs in the school, and the number is over 30 right now.
Over 30 explosives.
Over 30 explosives, and we did have one detonate last night as the officers were trying to move it at about 11 o'clock.
One Columbine High School student says he received a warning to leave the building from one of the suspects in the shooting. He says Eric Harris hinted that something was about to happen.
Just like, Eric, you weren't in third hour today. We had a test. And he told me it didn't matter anymore. And I asked him, why? He was acting strange. And he said, Brooks, I like you. I like you now. Go home. Get out of here. And so I took off because he's not one to be toyed with.
It has understandably been a trying time for victims and their families. Some of the parents of students injured provided updates on their children's conditions.
Said to make sure that her friends and her family and her teachers know that she's there, that she cares for them, that she's praying for them, and ask that you all continue to pray for her. And I do want to thank everybody for their prayers, and also thank the hospital people for the great care that they've given her. Thanks, everybody.
He plays tuba in the band, and he also plays saxophone, so I think his lungs are in pretty good shape. And he's pretty stubborn. I've got a picture of him. His mother doesn't really like it. He's the one on the right here. He never gets a haircut, so as much as he avoids getting a haircut, he does that while recovering. He'll be in great shape. Doctors, I think they're optimistic that he's going to fully recover. He doesn't have some feeling right now, but he took some bullets and he's got some swelling, and I'm comfortable with the explanation they gave me. I think he's going to do fine.
You seem to be really strong and holding yourself together.
Well, I've already had all my tears out, and I had a long flight here, and I think his friends and his family would like to know. I mean, sometimes he's gotten old stories. My parents have called and said they heard this happen, and somebody else called and said this happened, and I would like to say I think he's in really good shape, and he looks as well as can be expected.
Attorney General Janet Reno says she may push to have more counselors in schools to look for danger signs and to avoid another tragedy like the one in Littleton, Colorado. Speaking today in Minneapolis, Reno added parents must be more involved in their children's lives.
There is no single answer that will solve the problem of yesterday, but it will be getting guns out of the hands of young people who do not know how to use them and cannot lawfully use them, giving them something positive to do in the afternoons and evenings, talking with them, listening to them very, very carefully.
The shootings in Colorado are the latest in a series of incidents where students aimed deadly violence at classmates. Correspondent Rhonda Rowland looks at the mental health of young killers.
Anger is a normal emotion apparent from birth. You see it in a childhood temper tantrum. Most of us learn how to deal with anger, how to resolve conflict nonviolently, but some don't.
The bottom line of why did this teenager kill someone and another teenager didn't, with many of the same childhood experiences, sometimes we just don't know.
Although psychiatrists like Dr. Jaffe don't know exactly what causes some young people to kill, there are behaviors or traits that are common in adolescents who commit violence.
We know that children that don't form positive bonding and positive relationships with others don't grow up with feelings of empathy, feelings of guilt if they've done something wrong, and these are children that are going to grow up with very poor control of their impulses and their aggression.
Dr. Jaffe says history and research shows that violent adolescents tend to come from troubled families and are often the victims of physical abuse.
The deprived, physically abused, growing up in a chaotic environment, not forming positive relationships, is the youth that is going to tend to be impulsive, not have a conscience, and is also likely to be the youth that then gets into drugs and alcohol. So one will compound itself on the others.
Although there are no firm statistics, the CDC's Director of Adolescent and School Health, Dr. Lloyd Colby, says it's not just a perception. More young people are committing violent acts. He admits nobody's sure why.
The most insidious problem we don't measure well. We don't measure the mental health of our young people very well. We're trying to, but we don't have good measures, reliable measures.
Is there a way to identify adolescents who are on the verge of committing violence? Experts say they may talk about carrying out an act. They may appear agitated. They may have felt humiliated in some way. There's often a history of violence. It's unlikely that a violent crime will appear without any warning at all. Rhonda Rowland, CNN, Atlanta.
Stay with CNN Headline News for the latest information on the Colorado school shooting.
This group of juniors and seniors is the same age as the boys who did the shootings and their victims.
I think that a lot of kids realize that it could happen in this community. Just because it happened there doesn't mean that it's not going to happen in our school. And I think people realize they see the pictures in the paper and say, this could be us and our friends.
The Colorado suspects were supposedly antisocial outcasts, made fun of and avoided at school. We talk about kids and high school life here. Does this make you rethink how you treat other people?
Yeah.
How so?
Because you don't want them to do it to you.
Yeah? What did you think when you watched all this yesterday?
I thought it was sad, and I didn't know if it was going to come to this school or not.
Yeah. Do you feel safe here?
Yeah.
I'm not accepted by everyone at our school, and nobody is accepted by the whole world. You have to deal with that on your own level and not go and be so bizarre as to kill the whole school.
What should West do to make sure that something like this doesn't happen here?
I don't really think there's much you can do to prevent it. It's not like you can tell when someone's bringing a gun or a knife or something to school. You're going to check every student that comes into school. So there's not much you can actually do about it. But just hope, I guess, it doesn't come into your school. You have to stop it before it can happen.
As these kids know too well, no one's figured out how to do that yet.
This group, by the way, was very much against putting metal detectors in schools. They said if a student wants to get a weapon inside, he or she will. Rachel?
Jeff, the tragedy at Columbine High School makes staff members at other schools rethink all their precautions, all their interventions with students. 27 News reporter Tony Galley joins Madison Memorial High School's staff members for their soul searching.
At Madison's Memorial High School, the carnage in Colorado was on everybody's mind. School principal, assistant principal, school psychologist, guidance counselor, school cop, teachers.
They thought about their classrooms. They thought about where the windows were, where the doors were.
Yeah, and we know that safety is the #1 issue among parents in the community when it comes to our school.
7 years ago, Memorial had a school-wide discussion on security and safety and weapons. That was prompted by a shooting right here in the parking lot.
We have recovered a handgun.
The shooting was over drugs, and no one was killed. Counselors say fearless students chalked it up to the actions of losers, outcasts. In Colorado, students say the suspected killers were part of a group of social outcasts.
We have kids who are interested in who wear trench coats, who wear black shirts, who have their hair dyed black, who do those same kinds of things, but that doesn't mean to say that they're at the same place in terms of emotional disturbance.
It's not something that you walk around the hallways and look at people based on their attire or their body piercing or you can't do that because you can't read minds.
But Memorial's adult leaders vow to continue to keep their radar out for troubled kids, continue to stress security.
We'll be meeting next week with members of the Madison Police Department to do a walkthrough.
And continue to talk to students about Colorado, about climate, a climate of acceptance for all and safety for all. Tony Galley, 27 News.
And in just a few minutes, we will take you to Burlington, Wisconsin, where just a few months ago, authorities uncovered a horrifying plot there. 3 boys
boys planned to shoot and kill students and teachers. But an informant alerted police before anything happened. We'll hear what the Burlington community has to say about the deadly shooting in Colorado.
I'm Tom Brokaw with Katie Couric. We're back here in Littleton, Colorado on an increasingly cold and windy evening. But Katie, we've spent the day in this community. I know that you share my feelings that when you go out into the neighborhoods where the youngsters lived, it was like being in what one of the kids called a Brady Bunch neighborhood.
It was indeed, but actually I spent some time with the Harris's neighbors, Tom, and many of them said that they had seen a lot of activity going on there the past several days, that Dylan's car had been in front of the Harris's house, and they heard breaking glass and buzzsaws, and in retrospect, you have to wonder if the boys were concocting bombs these last few days. One young man, about a 10-year-old, said he thought he was working on a school project, and it was obviously a deadly school project, Tom.
Katie, I've got a lot of printed transcripts from the Eric Harris website. It's the most vile stuff you can possibly imagine. This is the mildest thing I can share with you. I live in Denver, and blankety blank blank, I would just like to kill all of the residents. It gets much worse after all of that. We'll be wondering about these young men and the effect that they've had on this community and this nation for a long time. Well, that's it for this special edition of Dateline tonight. We'd like to give a special thanks to KUSA, our NBC affiliate here in Denver. They've given us enormous help over the past 2 days. And, of course, NBC News will continue to bring you the latest on this school shooting. Katie Couric will be here tomorrow morning on Today. And, of course, I'll have continuing coverage on NBC Nightly News. Stone Phillips will report from Littleton on Dateline Friday. You can also log on to the Dateline website anytime at dateline.msnbc.com. I'm Tom Brokaw from all of us. Good night.
Littleton, Colorado. Prayer and sympathy 24 hours after the worst school shooting incident in United States history.
Well, I don't know how long, but it certainly seems on the surface like something that took quite a bit of planning.
The bomb squads have done their work, clearing the way for a major investigation that is now underway, trying to determine what happened and why. We may never truly know all the answers.
Really just pure hate is the way the entire group is. I know all of them. I'm acquaintances with all of them. I wouldn't say friends, but I mean, I don't like reject them, but they're all like hateful.
And who were these teenagers, ID'd by police as the shooters, members of the so-called trench coat mafia? It's Wednesday, April 21st, and from CNN Center in Atlanta, this is CNN Today. And I'm Lou Waters.
And I'm Martin Savage in Littleton, Colorado, where now it is nearly 24 hours after the deadly attack on Columbine High School first began. And it's only now that truly the magnitude of what has taken place in this small suburb outside of Denver is being felt in this community. The official death toll now, as reported to us by authorities, is 15. At a nearby elementary school this morning, the parents of those children that have not come out of the building yet, who have not been fully identified, began gathering, consoling one another, talking with officials, and now waiting for the final word that it is most likely their children will not be coming home from high school. Meanwhile, the massive investigation outside of the school complex, the Columbine High School complex, is quite large. In the parking lot, they have been focusing today. The bomb squads, the bomb disposal teams, carefully going over the vehicles. There were reports of at least 2 explosive devices found on 2 vehicles there. As a result of that, they have been carefully going through all the other cars and all the other vehicles in the parking lot, inspecting them, tagging them with tape, and then listing those cars, wanting to further investigate them before moving on. As to the 2 suspects that have been identified by classmates inside of Columbine High School. They are identified as 17-year-old Eric Harris and 18-year-old Dylan Klebold, both juniors. Reportedly, the 2 took their own lives inside of a school library where most of the victims were also found. A short time ago, authorities here held a briefing updating the latest on the investigation, and here is some of what they said.
Most of the explosive devices that we've seen are very easily made, and most of the components can be purchased at any hardware store. some chemical bombs can be made from chemicals that are very, very readily available at any Walmart, King Soopers, Safeway store. So the second half of your question was what?
It's got to surprise the department now that it's sinking into you. I mean, what's your reaction just on a gut level?
Well, it's surprising that those types of ingredients are so readily available and that the knowledge of how to put them together is also that available.
Did that knowledge come from the...
Reportedly, authorities say that they have discovered so far about 30 explosive devices. Meanwhile, earlier this morning, there was a search conducted in the home of one of the young suspects. That's the home of 17-year-old Eric Harris. Authorities could be seen removing items from inside of that home. They have not disclosed what those items were. Ward Lucas of CNN affiliate KUSA has been looking into the background of Eric Harris, and he has more on what he's found.
This is apparently the last word that Eric Harris left for his buddies on an AOL chat room Tuesday morning. It was posted at 8:41 a.m. and said, member name, Eric Harris. Hobbies, today is my last day on Earth. Computers, be prepared. 3 hours later, Eric and another member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Dylan Klebold, walked into Columbine High School and opened fire on their classmates and teachers. Eric Harris lived in a dark gray house at the end of this cul-de-sac. You can barely see it behind this house in the foreground because police kept reporters at bay as they searched the home for explosives. During the search, Eric Harris's father and brother showed up and were interviewed by police. But inside that house, Eric Harris used his computer to keep a website through which he communicated with his buddies in the Trenchcoat Mafia gang. He posted violent lyrics from a German techno music group. He posted this, a scribbled drawing with a Satan-like figure and features that seemed to portray violence. He posted this, a recipe for making pipe bombs, and it's detailed and chilling. He talks about how effective pipe bombs are, saying pipe bombs are some of the easiest and deadliest ways to kill a group of people. America Online, AOL, shut down the website late last night. In his online profile, Harris used phrases that are used by people who play the computer game Doom. A California computer game designer told us Doom calls on players to use pipe bombs, frag bombs, and shotguns to kill all the other players. A year ago, this teenager, Brooks Brown, ran afoul of Harris at Columbine High School. Harris then used his website to threaten Brown's life.
He's big on that. They're all big on that. They're all big on, like, anti-God, Satanism. They're really just pure hate is the way the entire group is. I know all of them. I'm acquaintances with all of them. I wouldn't say friends, but, I mean, I don't, like, reject them, but they're all, like, hateful.
Brown's family is angry because they say police were warned a year ago that Eric Harris was building pipe bombs in his basement and exploding them around town and threatening to use them on people. Other students at Columbine High School say members of the Trenchcoat Mafia gang were fascinated with World War II history, German music, and frequently spoke German phrases to each other. So the choice of April 20th for this tragedy is more than ironic because it was Adolf Hitler's birthday.
America Online cautions, though, that there have been a number of hoaxes on the Internet pertaining to this particular story. They put that out as a word of caution. Outside of Columbine High School today, the massive investigation continues. The high school itself is obviously closed. Officially, as we've told you, the death toll stands at 15. Authorities say that would include 11 males, 4 females. The victims would also include at least 1 teacher. And as we have said, the victims continue to remain inside of the school building. Joining us now with more on yesterday's tragedy and also with more on the investigation and the scene inside of the high school today is Sergeant George Hinkle of the Lakewood Police Department. He's with the SWAT Division. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
You've been inside the school building. Give us an idea of what it is like inside there today.
Well, it's obviously a tremendous amount of destruction. We have damage from the bombs that went off. I saw probably 5 or 6 different detonation points where those went off. There didn't appear to be any structural damage from those, but I mean, it tore up the drywall. The fire suppression system was set off by the bomb, so we've got heavy water damage inside, particularly in the cafeteria area. And we've got all the debris that goes with a scene like this. We've got backpacks all over, shoes, spent shell casings. It just looks like a war zone.
One of the things that people may have a hard time understanding is why the bodies remain inside 24 hours after, why this process has taken so long.
Well, there's a very careful, methodical evidence collection process that has to be undertaken. Of course, one of the first things that we want to do is identify the victims, and that's very difficult to do. A lot of them aren't carrying ID. We want to make sure that the scene is fully preserved for court purposes in case it turns out there are other suspects in court cases that may occur later on down the road. So everything has to be photographed, diagrammed, and the identities established before people can be moved.
Do you have an idea of both the time progression and the physical progression of the young suspects as they went through the building, where they entered, where they ended?
I don't have a conclusive official version of that, but from my perspective, based on the operation yesterday that I was involved in, it appeared to me that they probably entered through the cafeteria, apparently worked their way through there throwing bombs. Again, we've got 4 distinct explosions in that cafeteria area. Worked their way upstairs and eventually wound up in the library.
One of the criticisms, perhaps unjust, is yesterday, as this was all unfolding, as we could hear the explosions from the gunfire, the police set up a perimeter, and it appeared that they did not make an entry. Was that correct? Did police wait? What do we know of the timeline?
That perception is very unfortunate. It's absolutely untrue. We had SWAT personnel inside there. Our team, which was probably the 3rd or 4th team to arrive, had people inside at 1:02 p.m. So we were clearing there. Now, it's standard discipline on a SWAT operation that as other SWAT officers arrive, they're held in a certain area so that they can be coordinated and deployed as a group. And I think what led to the misperception is we've got a lot of SWAT people that are doing what they're supposed to outside, just waiting for instructions and command and control to give them a mission, while we've still got teams active inside that are trying to locate the suspects.
You were involved in one particular rescue of a young man came out of a window. Tell us about that.
We were in an armored car. I had a team of 4, and basically we were looking for suspect vehicles in the south parking lot and the west parking lot. At that point, we thought the situation was still hot. We didn't want the suspects to get in their cars and leave. So we grabbed the armored car and headed out there. We stopped when we saw a sign in the window that said, "I bleeding to death." There was some radio communication with the command post. The command post verified that there were 2 teams that were clearing that area. And just a few moments later, a Jeffco deputy, patrol deputy that was one of the initial responders said, "I've got hands coming out of the 2nd floor window." I looked up, and sure enough, there were hands coming out that window. As it turned out, that was the library where the killing zone was. And pretty soon, a student, I only know his first name is Rich, came out with his hands out, waving, very obviously in distress. It looked to me as though he was either going to fall out or he was going to jump out, but he obviously wanted out badly. So I got the team together, gave the driver instructions to pull forward, and basically we pulled the armored car directly underneath his position, and we had 2 SWAT officers, Don Kramer and John Romanis, that left their position to cover and went up on the roof and pulled Rich out.
Do you know his condition today?
I've heard that he's stable, but beyond that I can't say for sure.
Sergeant Hinkle, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Not far away in this neighborhood is a church that has become a gathering point for many people, all kinds of people. It is a place where people are seeking to try to air their grief. It's also a place where they're seeking out counseling. And CNN's Charles Zeetwe is there. Charles?
Marty, right now it appears that a session in which was attended by approximately 1,500 people from the community, most of them obviously family members, relatives of victims themselves from the Columbine High School shooting. That grief session appears to be breaking up right now. It will be followed about an hour from now with a prayer service here at the church. Grief counselors have spent a good part of an hour trying to help these people cope, trying to help them start to heal the emotional wounds that run very, very deeply in this community. But for lots of young people who have attended this service this morning, it has all been too much to take.
And health
these kids understand that their families and their communities really are behind them and understand that they've been through something horrible, and we want to be there for them and we want to help them feel better about it. It will definitely take time. It's obviously anybody who has ever witnessed trauma of this magnitude, it will definitely be a life experience. It's a life-changing experience.
But in the meantime, there have been a lot of tears shed here today. These girls gathered at a wooden cross in front of the church, shed a lot of tears, and asked the question over and over, why? Why? Grief counselors, of course, here have been saying there may never be an answer to that question. There were a lot of hugs, a lot of tears, and authorities here expect that that will go on for some time as this community begins to try to heal. Marty?
Thank you, Charles. We want to take you now to a medical briefing that is underway at the Swedish Medical Center where some of the victims were taken.
Anna Marie, and she had a gunshot wound to her right chest that actually entered her liver. She was in shock when she came here. We actually had to institute surgical procedures in the emergency department and literally went to the operating room with our fingers in the dike as far as her liver injury was concerned. And she had an injury to her vena cava, which is a vessel behind the liver that returns blood to the heart. She was in and out of shock for a period of time, and as far as her long-term prognosis is concerned, when you have that degree of shock, you need to be sure that they don't develop organ failure.
What's her prognosis?
Right now, I'm quite pleased.
How coherent are the patients? Which ones are alert and which ones are not?
And I had Richard. To answer your question, all of them are alert at this point. None of them had significant head injuries at all. Richard was multiply gunshot wounded. We estimate at least 4. Some of them were through and through. 2 of them actually retained bullets. One of them we did remove in the course of his operative procedure. The other one is still there and probably will not be removed. It doesn't need to come out at this point. He sustained injuries to both chest, both arms, and several intra-abdominal organs. He is certainly critical. He's certainly in the ICU. He's awake, able to respond to questions this morning. We're hoping to be able to upgrade his condition sometime later today, but at the moment he's still listed as critical.
What about Sean?
The one that remains is on the left side posteriorly in the posterior muscles.
What's the update on Sean?
Sean is in the ICU at this point. He was back in the OR last evening undergoing a second procedure. He's awake this morning, and his vital signs are relatively stable at this point.
You all describe, or maybe Dr. Mallory described this as the Gulf War, seeing some of the injuries coming in. I don't know if any of you have teenage kids, but how difficult, and Dr. Mallory and Dr. Pfeiffer, how difficult was this for you? Certainly you see this every day as doctors, but how difficult was this particularly for you?
No, you don't see this every day. The good news is something like this is a rare event, and it should be kept that way. Thank you. Gunshot wounds are something that are not excessively common in Denver. There are a lot of towns and cities that have vastly more gunshot wounds. But Dr. Mallory's been in the military. He's seen them. I've been in the military, and I've seen them. And unfortunately, we're seeing now that what used to be 22 caliber and low caliber weapons out there are being replaced with 9mm semi-automatic. Some of them are automatic weapons. There are automatic weapons out there in the civilian populace. And so we're seeing a different kind of wounds. We're seeing more high-powered injuries, vastly more significant, damaging wounds.
How difficult was it for you as a dad to treat this stuff?
It's never easy. It's never easy. And it's not getting easier, even though we've done it for a lot of years.
How about you, Dr. Weber? You were one of the other. Could you give us a sense of what it was like here when those patients started arriving, when you were pretty aware of what had happened over in the high school?
Well, it was very busy. Everybody was here. We had 6 surgeons here within about 25 minutes. We had 8 ER docs. I think there's about 80 ER docs. We had 3 or 4 neurosurgeons. We had 3 or 4 orthopedic surgeons, all of them here in something under a half an hour. So, and everybody knew what they were doing. We practice this basically on a daily basis. It may only be one patient at a time, but we get it down to a pretty good drill. The nursing staff was superb. All of the x-ray people, everybody involved, the OR, everybody just went to work, and it worked like a well-oiled machine. And I have to say, the bigger picture, which is really impressive, is the fact that the whole program in the city worked. Sometimes you have one institution that works well and the rest of the town falls apart. And I think what this has demonstrated positively but sadly is the fact that if this kind of an event has to occur here, all the hospitals worked very cooperatively. The communication was excellent, and I think patients got distributed and taken care of in a pretty good order.
Phil, again, you were talking about this being like Desert Storm, but these are kids.
Yes. Somebody asked me on a personal note, since I haven't been home, the first thing I'm going to do is hug my 2 teenage boys when I get home. And I was the trauma surgeon on call, awaiting everybody when they got here. And I'm very pleased that our institution was able to take 4 critically ill patients to the operating room simultaneously.
It seems like it makes you a little emotional even.
Yes. Yes.
Why is that? Because you can relate?
Yes, I can definitely relate.
You've been listening to doctors at the Swedish Medical Center, that is one of the area hospitals where the total of about 16 victims from the Columbine High School shooting were taken. A number of those victims remain in critical condition today. The 15 bodies still remain inside of the school. Authorities hope that this afternoon they may begin removing those people. It all depends on what they continue to find inside of the high school.
We'll be back to you, Martin Savage in Littleton, Colorado
Here
today.
in the western heart of America, family and friends mourn and pray for children gunned down in a Colorado high school, police say by 2 of their classmates.
This is the CBS Evening News, with Dan Rather reporting tonight from Littleton, Colorado.
Good evening from this suburban Denver community in shock and mourning tonight. Just over my left shoulder there, behind that stand of trees, is Columbine High School, now the site of the deadliest high school attack in U.S. history. The 2 teenagers alleged to have carried out the carnage with bullets and bombs are among the confirmed dead. CBS's Bill Whitaker begins our coverage of what turned this community's modern high school campus into a killing field. Bill?
Dan, once bombs were cleared today, investigators were able to go through the school and make the final death toll at 15. While that's fewer than the 25 feared dead yesterday, it brings little relief to people here. When Littleton, Colorado lost its children in a wash of blood and bullets, it broke this town's heart. The Columbine school grounds are a grieving place and a crime scene. Bomb squads search for more bombs. Slain bodies lay where they fell, while investigators meticulously map the assailant's path. Police say they're sure there were only 2 killers.
At this point, anyway, we don't have any other suspects. We feel like our suspects are dead. There have been no other arrests.
Police say it will be some time before they figure out how 2 students could have created such horror, forcing classmates to run for their lives, jump for their lives. Today, the living were counting their blessings. Crystal Woodman was in the library where the gunman killed 10 students.
Yes, I was in the library when they came in and just started shooting and lighting off bombs and stuff. Then they were cheering when they were shooting people, and they were just saying that they've wanted to do this their whole lives. And
Richard Castaldo was one of the 23 injured. He's in critical condition with 4 gunshot wounds, but doctors tell his family he's likely to pull through.
Even though my son's still has a bullet in him and he's in the hospital and he's in critical, I still feel fortunate, and some people weren't as fortunate.
And it's that misfortune that has brought this town such great pain, which today seems almost unbearable. While police police say that they are confident that there were no other gunmen. Late today, they say they now believe other people knew about their bloody plans, and finding out who is now the focus of their investigation. Dan?
Investigators were hampered in their efforts to find out what happened because so many bombs were still there. So it may be a while before investigators actually know how this all took place. About 11:30 in the morning, the two suspects approached the school and opened fire. Shotgun, carbine, automatic handguns. They fire at students outside, killing 2. They next go inside, still shooting. They enter the cafeteria, filled with students, who dive for cover. The gunmen move upstairs to the library, still shooting and detonating homemade bombs. Within 20 minutes, SWAT teams begin a room-by-room sweep of the school. 3 hours into the siege, the SWAT teams begin freeing some students in hiding. Students run from the building, hands on their heads, to be frisked, questioned, and given medical care. 4.5 hours after the shooting began, the police find in the library the bodies of both suspects and 10 of the victims. Kevin, some kids come saying there's shooting going on, then what happened?
We just ran out as fast as we could, and I helped some kids out of the class, and then I got into the hallway, and I looked back, and there were guys, I didn't see them, but I knew where they were shooting, and they were hitting right at these cement pillars right next to me, and bits of cement were flying everywhere, and they were shooting at kids, and I just put my head down on the ground, and they just kept shooting.
Tell me how this has affected you.
It hasn't really set in yet. It's just so weird and it's so strange just to understand that people would do that.
For a first-person ground's-eye view, I spoke a short while ago with Columbine High School junior Kevin Kenniger. He was a witness and a survivor of the attack.
Evidence of a virtual bomb-making factory was found in one suspect's home, and in car trunks outside the high school, police recovered several 20-pound propane gas tanks like these with pipe bombs taped to the outside. Bombs apparently designed to go off after the rampage ended. All in all, police say they found 30 bombs.
I know some are just simply pipe bombs. There's a possibility that some of them are even on timers or mercury switches.
Inside the school, still covered in blood, police have located the suspect's firearms but have still not recovered them. Sources describe them as 2 12-gauge sawed-off shotguns, a 9mm handgun, and a .223 caliber carbine. But it is the handiwork in the bombs that has both fascinated and horrified lawmen. On an internet web page, suspect Eric Harris boasted that pipe bombs are the easiest and deadliest way to kill a group of people, and explains his use of shrapnel to multiply the deaths. You can use screws, BBs, nails of all kinds, buckshot, hell, staples would even be useful, he wrote. Investigators estimate the suspects must have spent weeks constructing the devices. 3/4-inch and 2-inch galvanized steel pipe as well as plastic water pipe were used. Agents found common black powder in some of the bombs and evidence that others were made from powder taken from ordinary fireworks.
The boys had so many bombs they carried some strapped underneath their coat and the rest in 2 small tote bags. And when they finished their rampage, just before they took their own lives, police believe, they used the rest of their bombs as booby traps and stuffed them underneath the bodies of some of their victims. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
Even in a school of 1,800-plus students, the 2 teenagers who allegedly staged this attack stood out for their attire, their attitude, and their alienation. But it was more than that. CBS's Bob McNamara has been investigating the lives of 2 teens who brought death to themselves and others.
Late today, a police bomb squad removed suspected explosives from the home of alleged killer Dylan Klebold and took them, along with suspicious bomb materials found at the school, to a site where they could safely be exploded. But it was 18-year-old Eric Harris who authorities believe masterminded and led the brutal assault on Columbine High School before taking his own life. 17-year-old Dylan Klebold, the other suspected killer who committed suicide, authorities say was merely a Harris follower.
I did not think they would actually do something like this. And it was not in their normal nature to to conceive or go through with what they did yesterday.
Harris and Klebold were members of a small group called the Trench Coat Mafia for the long black coats, boots, and caps they wore. Both had juvenile crime records.
They were kind of the people you didn't want them mad at you. You didn't think they'd kill you or anything, but you just didn't want them to be mad at you.
From upper middle class backgrounds, Klebold lived here with his parents. Harris lived here, where last night police sealed off and searched the house, seizing books, videos, computers, and printouts. Harris also had an internet page, and in a haunting reference to yesterday's mayhem wrote, "Today is my last day on earth. Be prepared." Federal agents are also looking into whether the movie The Basketball Diaries inspired the massacre. In the film, a drug-addicted character's dream sequence has him gunning down teachers and classmates at school.
He said he was having problems with his home life.
Harris's friends say they saw pressure building in him both at home and at school, where they say he was teased and tormented as an outcast.
But I think he was pushed over the edge to the point where he developed this mind frame of where there was no way out.
Tonight, as hundreds remain gripped with grief, Eric Harris's parents issued a statement saying they were sorry. Bob McNamara, CBS News, Littleton.
Still to come on the CBS Evening News from Littleton, Colorado. How schools around the country are trying to prevent a repeat of what happened here. U.S. Apache helicopters finally landing in the Balkans. And an exclusive interview with Slobodan Milosevic, the Serbian leader, on ethnic cleansing and America's POWs.
Have you dealt with death a lot in your short lifespan?
To the grief counselors.
People need to talk. People who've been through something like this really need to talk about it.
Today, so much is different. A siren that might have gone unheard is now frightening. The town statue more poignant. And the flags that often go unseen say everything there is to say today. Peter.
Aaron Brown also here in Littleton. When we come back, 5 hours of terror. What happened on the inside?
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. Brought to you by AccuView.
Out here on the edge of the high school campus yesterday, it was chaos. The events unfolded, as you probably know, over several hours. We and the rest of the country could only see what was going on outside. Today, with the benefit of time, ABC's Bob Jameson pieces together what happened inside.
11:10 a.m., fifth period at Columbine High. The first shift of lunch has just begun. Pizza. 11:30. Outside the sprawling two-story building, there are shots. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold go inside through the back entrance. They begin spraying bullets in a hallway full of students.
Then you hear the shot go off, and a teacher ran by with another teacher shot in the arm. So we started putting all the tables up.
11:32. The two enter the crowded cafeteria and begin shooting. "It's a good day to die," one yells. "Get down," shouts a custodian. There are gunshots and screams.
I've never seen so many dead people in my life, and some of my friends did.
11:34. Harris and Klebold go up the stairway, shooting and setting off their homemade bombs. 11:35. Now on the second floor, they hit the library. Smoke and screams. A girl huddles under a table. She is shot in the head.
People were getting shot all around me. There was a guy at a table right next to me and her, and they just shot him, and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
An alarm sounds. Students begin fleeing. The first police arrive. 11:40. Everyone around one young woman in the library is shot. Splattered with blood, she pleads for 10 minutes for her life. She is not harmed. 12:15. Police are now in the school, and an officer exchanges gunfire with the two boys. Ambulances arrive. The first wounded to escape are treated.
She was on the ground. She had blood all over her.
About 60 students barricade themselves in the choir room, hiding under robes. Kimmy Vest has a cell phone. She makes a whispered call to her mother.
They couldn't talk long because they were worried. They could still hear bombs going off and shotguns, and the two guys running up and down the halls yelling.
1 o'clock. SWAT teams begin their room-by-room search and the evacuation. 2:38. A wounded student, Rich Foss, puts a sign in a shattered library window. "Help, I'm bleeding to death." He is rescued. 4:16 p.m. The shooting has ended.
I'm glad you're okay.
Bob Jameson, ABC News.
So many questions. Tonight we take a closer look at perhaps the most difficult. Why didn't someone see it coming? The father of one student asked today, wasn't it obvious? Maybe not. Here's ABC's Deborah Amos.
It always seems clear after the violence. Warning signs that these were the ones who would hurt others.
Kids just don't wake up one day and decide that they're going to kill themselves or kill others.
The signs can show up years before.
Playing with fire, cruelty to animals, also hitting kids harder than the other kids hit, possibly stealing.
The U.S. Department of Education issued this report last August with a list of early warnings. Social withdrawal, feelings of being picked on and persecuted, excessive feelings of rejection, being a victim of violence, low interest in school. Spotting those signs can be at least as important as setting up security cameras and metal detectors. In Colorado, there was an armed guard in the school, but today, the district attorney said there was still a lot to be learned about spotting violent kids. Across the country, teachers and principals are not trained to recognize the warning signs that should be familiar by now. Even when they are trained, with school budgets stretched, counseling is inadequate or not available.
I think it's time the nation recognize that psychiatric illness in children and teenagers is as real as physical illness.
Some school systems are beginning to do something, putting in place innovative programs that bring counselors to students, that screen kids for problems right inside the classroom, that change the odds on violence. But there's still a long way to go. Deborah Amos, ABC News, New York.
As you can imagine, this will be the subject for a full hour on 2020 later this evening. When we come back, the other news, the new weapon in the war against the Serbs.
Been a scene of carnage 24 hours ago. Today became a place for mourning. Hundreds of students from Denver area high schools placed flowers, letters to their departed friends, and cards of condolence beneath 2 trees in front of the Littleton High School where the shootings took place. Meanwhile, police began the process of removing the bodies of the 15 victims from the school. Work has been slow and painstaking at Columbine High School just south of Denver because the 2 shooters had wired themselves and some of the victims with explosives. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says so far 30 homemade bombs have been recovered. But police continue a locker-by-locker search inside of the school for more explosives.
That's what's been taking so much time here last night and today, is that bomb squad going through and using dogs and every piece of equipment and robots that we have used. And we didn't want anyone to go back in that building until the bomb team felt that it was safe.
The 2 gunmen have been identified as 17-year-old Dylan Klebold and 18-year-old Eric Harris. Both were seniors at the Littleton High School and reportedly belonged to a group of kids who were known as the Trenchcoat Mafia because they wore black trench coats to school. Last night, police searched the homes of both boys and confiscated computers and found bomb-making materials. The rampage began yesterday at about 11:30 in the morning when the 2 young men started throwing pipe bombs outside the school, then entered carrying multiple weapons and began firing at students in the hallways, cafeteria, and library. A spokesman for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department said today, early on, a school security guard returned fire.
The deputy that is assigned to that school was in the school and present yesterday. He heard shooting and an explosion in an area of the school, and he responded there. He observed one gunman firing, and he engaged that gunman but did not hit him that we're aware of.
Terrified students ran from the school. Later, they described scenes of horror.
I heard shots, and they told us to get under the tables, and teachers were running around telling us to get down, and we were just under the tables, and then we heard more gunshots, and then there was just a stampede, and everybody ran.
There was people just running in every direction, and I heard a loud, shoot, and then I saw a huge light just flash, and then this girl ran by, and she was, screaming for someone to help her, and the teacher told us to lock the door and stay in the room.
Frantic parents
parents raced to the school to look for their children. Over the next 3 hours, SWAT teams evacuated most of the 1,800 students from the building. 23 people were taken to area hospitals where they were treated for gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Late yesterday afternoon, SWAT teams discovered a dozen bodies in the library, including those of the two gunmen who had apparently shot themselves. Today, all schools in Jefferson County were closed because of the shootings. All high schools in Denver were also closed. Denver's professional hockey, baseball, and basketball teams all canceled scheduled games, saying team members were just too sad to play.
I have 4 kids myself, and I know some of these kids that go to that school, and you know, the pain is so large.
As a direct result of the shootings, several Colorado lawmakers dropped their plans to push bills through the state legislature that would have made it easier for gun owners to carry concealed weapons.
Jeffrey Kay has more now on what's known of the suspected killers.
In Littleton, residents and investigators have been trying to make sense of yesterday's tragedy. At the White House today, President Clinton grappled with the same questions.
All of us are struggling to understand exactly what happened and why. There is a deep desire to comfort the grieving and counsel the children. We must also focus on what we are going to do.
Investigators are trying to piece together what happened. They have conducted searches of the suspects' houses, and although they believe only 2 killers were responsible, they have not ruled out the possibility there might have been accomplices.
Are you satisfied that those 2 boys were the only ones actually shooting?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. As far as planning, like I said, we don't know at this point. If the investigation shows us that there were other people involved in the planning of the incident, certainly.
Interviews over the past 2 days with those who knew the suspected killers paint a picture of 2 troubled outcasts. Harris and Klebold are believed to have posted an internet site speaking of doom and alienation. Classmates referred to the 2 as members of a clique known as the Trenchcoat Mafia.
Everybody knows the Trenchcoat Mafia is. Wears the same thing pretty much every day. Just black clothes, trench coat, black beret.
A lot of people, you know, they're like saying that he's an outcast and stuff like that. And I just, you know, I mean, there's people at school that have problems with me, but I would never go to the extremes that they did.
They didn't really interact. I never had a conversation. I don't think I've ever seen them really interact with anyone except themselves. They were kind of like, they're alienated from everyone. They're outcasts, so.
Pat McDuffie says the 2 suspected killers were his friends, whom he last saw a week ago.
There's a lot of stuff that's been going around about they were Satanists and that they were fascists, and they really weren't. They were just, they actually were really nice people who just liked having a good time. And then something went wrong in their heads and they snapped. It doesn't make sense at all. There was 2 really good kids who just snapped. You know, they're sick and tired of getting picked on at school, or they were building up everything inside and finally just popped the cork and went off on everybody.
Who picked on them at school?
The athletic kids and the popular kids.
Why did they pick on them?
They're different.
In what way?
They dress different, they listen to the different music.
But the district attorney of Jefferson County, Dave Thomas, said the 2 had been in trouble recently.
These 2 suspects had been through the diversion program. It started in about March of 98. They completed the program in February of 99. It was for a property crime I believe it was trespass to an automobile, which is a felony, theft and trespass. But I think their plea might have been to trespass.
Though there are still more questions than answers about yesterday's tragedy, Pat McDuffie says he believes his friends had at least one motive for the killings.
I think they thought that they would never be known in their lifetimes. So they decided, hey, maybe if I do this, people will remember me.
Why do you think that?
Just because the whole situation, that from what I've been told, they had a note that said, maybe we'll get national coverage on this.
That wish was fulfilled. Today, network anchors descended with the world's media on Littleton, all grappling with the same question: why on earth did this happen? It was the same question asked after previous school shootings in places such as Kentucky, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Oregon.
And now a newsmaker interview with Jefferson County District Attorney Thomas. I talked with him a few moments ago. Mr. Thomas, welcome.
Thank you, Jim.
First, I want to make sure that our basic facts are correct and up to date. There are 15 confirmed dead. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the breakdown is 12 students, 1 teacher, and the 2 suspects themselves. Is that right?
That's correct, Jim.
Now, have any of these people been officially identified?
Yes. 2 of the victims have been identified and in fact have been removed from the scene and taken to the coroner's office, and I believe their families have been notified, but I do not have confirmation yet of that notification to the family, so I can't disclose the identities, but there have been 2 that have been formally identified.
And the other bodies remain in the school, is that correct?
The other bodies remain in the school, and we have made tentative identifications of all of the other students and the 1 teacher, and the families of each of those have been notified that there's been a tentative identification.
Now, has everybody been accounted for? In other words, once you count the number of people who are dead, known dead, and the people who are in the hospitals, everybody's been accounted for, nobody is missing?
That's correct.
All right. Now, why are the bodies still in the school?
The reason that the bodies are still in the school is because this is a very complex crime scene. There were more than 30 explosive or incendiary devices which were located in and around the school, and it has taken us most of the last 24 hours to either remove those items or render them harmless. And we now are going through a geographic processing of the crime scene, and we don't remove bodies until we process that portion of the scene and document where the body is with measurements and photographs and videotape.
Now, give us a feel for what these explosive, these incendiary devices were all about. What were they like? What were they made of? How large were they?
Well, they varied in type and they varied in size. There were a number of devices, a great number of devices, which appear to be small canisters with a fuse-type attachment, probably stick matches, that would then explode and propel shrapnel, nails, and BBs. That's one kind of device.
Were they homemade? Did they look homemade?
They are homemade.
I see.
There were also incendiary devices, which are containers, look like Molotov cocktails, glass containers with what we believe to be a combination of gasoline and soap, similar to what might be a napalm device, also with the same kind of fuse device that, when ignited and thrown, would explode. I don't know whether or not any of those actually were detonated. And then there are some larger devices, which are basically pipe bombs. We know that at least 2 of those detonated within the school, because we've seen the remnants of those. And there are also some devices that used butane or propane tanks as the exploding device, which are bigger. Some of these devices were located in automobiles outside the school. Some of them were in backpacks. At least one of the pipe bombs is in a backpack inside the school on a table.
So there are about 30 of these various kinds of explosive devices found at this point, correct?
That's correct. There are at least 30 that we've been able to document.
Do you know whether or not any of these devices actually resulted in any deaths or injuries to anybody in the school?
I believe that some injuries did result as a result of these explosions. We have reports from some of the hospitals that there appear to be shrapnel wounds to some of the individuals. It's my belief from the examination of the crime scene that all of the deaths were probably as a result of gunshot wounds.
Now, how many weapons, how many guns were found?
Well,
I'm a little unclear, but I know for sure that there were 2 shotguns. Both appear to have the stock part of the gun shortened, sawed off, so it's more like a pistol grip. There is one semi-automatic assault weapon type gun, rifle, long rifle, that I was able to view. And I've been told by investigators that there was also a semi-automatic handgun located close to one of the suspects.
Now, the two suspects, is there any evidence at this point that there were more than 2 people involved in this?
Well, there's a lot of speculation about whether or not other people assisted, knew about, or in some way aided these people, primarily because of the large number of devices and how difficult it would have been to carry all of these devices into the school. We are pursuing that. We're currently interviewing a large number of people, but at least 8 or 10 who have some association with this group of people are being interviewed. 3 were interviewed yesterday who were actually taken into custody. They have not been held, but they were in fact interviewed, and we're pursuing that angle aggressively.
And are all of these people fellow students there at Columbine High School?
They're either fellow students or former students. Some of the people who are associated with this group are not students because they've either been expelled or dropped out of school.
And they're that part of this what's called the trench coat mafia? Is that?
Yeah, the trench coat mafia, or black trench coat mafia.
Yeah.
That seemed to be their way of dress.
And there were how many of these people, do you think, involved in this group?
Well, we have identified about 10 that we know from other people who have said that they were associated. We know these 2 for sure, and there are at least 8 or so others that we are trying to interview and contact.
So you could speculate that just because of the number of devices and all of that these people had to have some help, or at least to have some other people had to know about it. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. And as you may know, there was a website connected with these people, and a lot of the students have reported that they were aware of the website and had accessed the website.
What was on this website? What was that all about?
I actually haven't seen the contents of the website, but I understand from what I've heard that it outlines some of these threats and is very angry in its tone, but I haven't had an opportunity yet to view the actual content of the website.
Do you have any informed speculation or evidence at this point as to what this was all about? What were these kids trying to prove, if anything?
Well, the best that I've been able to make out of it so far is they were extremely angry at their fellow classmates at the school about the way they had been treated and that they had been teased and made fun of. And I know in at least in the case of one of these suspects, he was kind of an isolated kid and didn't have many friends generally at the school. I've tried not to attach any larger motives to this. There's been a lot of speculation out here about the fact that it coincided with Hitler's birthday, and it roughly coincided with some other events in this country like Waco and Oklahoma City. I think that is sheer speculation at this point. But we are certainly, that's part of the reason we're doing these interviews, is to try and determine what the actual motives were, what they had communicated to other people, where their anger was directed.
Do you know where they learned how to make these explosive devices?
Well, no, I don't. There has been some discussion about whether or not they actually learned some of it off the Internet itself. And as you know, the Internet is an unregulated commodity, and so that's actually something we want to look into in terms of we've executed a couple of search warrants at residences, and what we're interested in is if we can determine where the information came from to craft these devices, and whether there were plans and whether they documented any of this.
What about the weapons? Do you know where they got them?
No, I don't know where they got the weapons.
Mr. Thomas, were there any warning signs at all that anybody picked up? I know, obviously, in hindsight, people have said to you, "Oh my goodness, I should have told somebody about the fact that these kids did this or said this or that," whatever.
Well, I think there were warning signs, but the warning signs that we see in a lot of kids today. These kids were isolated from the mainstream. They dressed unusually, but, for any of us that have been in the system for very long, or, even just citizens, you see kids today and they don't dress the same way that we used to dress, and they have pierced body parts, and it's very difficult to really see what those signs were that we could predict this behavior. Both of these kids had some contact with the juvenile justice system here in Colorado, but they were property crimes. They were not what I would put on a scale of real serious crimes. They weren't crimes against people. They had been through a diversion program in my office and had successfully completed that.
That's a probation kind of program?
Yes, it is. It's a probation kind of program, and they had done okay. They completed that. But I think one of the things that this community is going to do and other communities need to do is to look at the behavior that was observable and really explore that, and hopefully maybe we can find the signs to help prevent future incidents, because this is not the first. I hope it's the last, but we need to do some real insight into trying to predict this kind of behavior.
All right. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much.
Jim, thank you very much.
More on all of this now, and to Elizabeth
Speaker, I am
Farnsworth.
profoundly shocked and saddened by yesterday's school tragedy in Littleton, Colorado, where 2 students opened fire on their classmates and then turned their guns on themselves. The most common question we ask ourselves in a situation like this is, why? Well, we don't know yet all the hows nor whys of this tragedy, and we may never understand it. What we can do without question and hesitation is extend our thoughts and prayers to the families who have lost their loved ones, to the parents who have lost their beloved children, to the wounded children and their families, and to the people of the community of Littleton, Colorado. You see, Mr. Speaker, I can empathize with what the people of Littleton are going through. There was an incident of senseless school violence in my own South Texas congressional district a little over 1 year ago. On January the 13th, 1998, 2 masked gunmen armed with automatic assault rifles stormed into a building at South Texas Community College and opened fire where students were registering for class. 2 students were seriously wounded, and 1 security guard died in that shooting.
The community is reeling after the bloodiest school shooting the country has ever witnessed. How can we reclaim the schools for our children?
I think we've reached the point now where, yes, the answers are clear. We need security screening at every school, at virtually every level.
Coping with crisis and searching for solutions in a Dateline special, Killing at Columbine High, the day after.
No. The investigators are going to pull out very shortly. We are going to maintain a perimeter around the school, and then they're going to go home, get some rest, come back first thing in the morning, and resume their investigation.
Are the materials staying 6 a.m. or something?
I'd say between 7 and 8.
Were the materials found at the labeled home or the ground?
I'm not sure which home.
Did you pull evidence off of the suspects before removing their bodies?
I'm sure that probably some things were taken off. I don't know what. But I would consider everything, including clothing, to probably be evidence, yeah.
Steve, you're saying no idea on motive, and since early yesterday there's been the talk of the group that these young men were supposedly associated with. What have you developed along those lines? Because obviously a lot of students have told us that they think they understand the motive. Do you have any indication that there's some validity to that?
The question, again, is about motive, and I don't know what has taken place in a lot of the interviews that our investigators have had with so many people, but I'm unaware at this point of any motive that we've decided on.
The trench coat mafia?
Once again, I hadn't heard the term until yesterday. I'm very unfamiliar with the trench coat mafia.
Are you investigating other members of the trench coat mafia?
We're talking to a lot of people. If they happen to be a member of that group, I'm unaware of it.
Can you be more specific?
That was something as a result of the search warrant, and the only thing that I'm aware of that I can tell you about is those ingredients to make some types of explosives. The rest of the stuff that our investigators took as a result of the search warrant, I can't disclose that at this time.
Do you have any better idea of where they got their...
I'm sorry, Kim?
Do you have any better idea of where they got these weapons, how they got them?
I don't know of anything that's shown us where the weapons came from at this point, no.
Can you be any more specific?
Sexuality crash head-on into the sometimes casually cruel world of high school land, where the cliques and the cool kids can make the awkward, the geeks among them, feel like Martians.
Even the guidance counselor films of 40 years ago were concerned with the outsiders.
There are many people like Ben, people with problems, people that we reject and ignore because we don't understand why they act as they do.
In Littleton, we know now that some of those outsiders banded together, dressed alike in their long dark cloaks, listened to the same dark apocalyptic music, and together nursed their same dark hatreds and frustrations. They are not alone in teenage America.
Teens are attracted to anarchy and rock music that talks about anarchy because their deepest wish is to have total freedom.
Christina Ferrari is the editor of Teen People magazine.
Every generation has its Marilyn Manson. Basically, teenagers love to shock people. For most kids, it doesn't go any further than that. It's really the rare kid who has deeper emotional problems that is not going to be able to draw the line between a song and reality.
It is a different teenage culture. What didn't exist in the 50s was pornography at the click of a mouse, lurid websites with a dank reek of Satanism. We asked a Dateline staffer to browse through some search engines, and within seconds, he found recipes for making pipe bombs and worse. And then there are the video games that play out the most violent fantasies. And so do popular movies aimed at young audiences, like the current Matrix, in which actor Keanu Reeves, in a long dark coat, blows away cyber bad guys. And some people have noted similarities between the 1995 film Basketball Diaries and the killings in Littleton. In a dream sequence in that film, the Leonardo DiCaprio character, also wearing a long dark coat, slaughters his classmates and a teacher.
Used to be a time where if your kids played videos, they played videos. And if you watch the ratings of movies, that would be enough. And I think that it takes more vigilance now as a parent because you are ultimately responsible for the influences in your kid's life and because ultimately you have to discuss it with them.
Dr. Koplowitz believes there are between 8 and 10 million children in the country suffering from psychiatric illness. Not an epidemic or a threat to public safety, but nearly all, he believes, show signs of trouble that could be picked up very early and treated if only schools had mental health monitoring systems in place.
The thing that's so disturbing about this group is that they really blatantly told the schools something's up. They wore a costume every day. They were nasty to other people. They talked about guns. They were telling all the adults around them, all the authority figures, something's up here.
But nothing ever happened until the day they came back, apparently, with the explosive devices and the weapons.
I don't think there's any fault here. I don't think it's a bad school or bad parents or bad kids even. I think that there's a problem in recognizing that psychiatric illness is real, that lots of kids suffer from it, and more importantly, having a system that works.
By the way, the families who lost children in those Paducah, Kentucky school shootings believe that media violence did, in fact, inspire the killings there. And this month, they filed a $130 million lawsuit against several entertainment companies, including the makers of the film that we just saw a portion of, The Basketball Diaries. There's been no comment from the filmmakers on that lawsuit. Joining us now from New Haven, Connecticut, is Professor Greg Loken. He specializes in juvenile justice, and coincidentally, he's from Littleton. He has two nieces who attend another high school in this community. Professor Loken, I know that everyone will say we never thought that it could happen here. But the culture of violence that teenagers in America know now knows no boundaries, does it?
It doesn't, but I was completely shocked because Littleton's my hometown, a beautiful place between mountains and high plains that you just don't think of as being a target for this sort of thing, but a lot of us know that it can be today.
school teachers and administrators and especially parents simply not aware of what their kids are doing, seeing, reading, what kind of messages they're exchanging on the internet these days?
I think a lot of parents don't have any idea what kids can find on the internet. They don't know what their kids can see on a television set at a neighbor's home. They don't have control over many aspects of their kids' lives. And in this case, we see kids who don't have strong social ties, who have committed prior offenses, who have perhaps some involvement with drugs and certainly with delinquent peers, and these are all markers of future violence.
Dr. Craig Loken, thank you very much for reporting tonight from New York. We'll be right back.
Still ahead, schools used to be safe havens, but more are becoming danger zones.
Have we gotten to the point where every high school or middle school in America needs to have metal detectors or x-ray machines?
How can we protect kids from kids? Next on our Dateline special, Killing at Columbine High. The Day of Life. This is 2020 with Barbara Walters, Diane Sawyer, Sam Donaldson, Connie Chung, Charles Gibson, and Hugh Dowd.
Tonight, an urgent search for answers.
Close to 30 different explosive devices were found.
The bloodbath at Columbine High, a tragedy of staggering proportions. 2020 has uncovered disturbing new details about the suspects. Were they part of a nationwide trend? Angry teenagers obsessed with Hitler and the bizarre underground rock singer Marilyn Manson. Death arrived at Columbine in black trench coats and ski masks. Two boys dressed in their eerie black clothes, laughing as they killed their classmates. Who were these two teenagers, filled with so much hate, eager to inflict so much pain? Why did they do it?
I think they're saying, look, here we are. We've killed so many people that we're going to be never forgotten.
And today in Littleton, tears for the dead, prayers for the survivors, and parents grieving for the boy who never came home.
No one wants to, go and identify your child.
It's going to be one of the hardest things in my life, but I have to do it.
Tonight, the latest on the investigation. How did this happen? Could it happen again? High school terror. That story tonight, April 21st, 1999. D News. High school terror. And now, Diane Sawyer and Sam Donaldson.
Good evening and welcome to 2020 Wednesday. Tonight, we join the community of Littleton, Colorado, and millions of families across America in trying to explore the causes and consequences of the deadliest rampage ever carried out in an American school. As you know by now, 15 people died at Columbine High School, 1 teacher, 12 students, and the 2 young men suspected of the killings. And tonight, the families of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold each released a statement, and we'll tell you what they said in just a moment. But earlier this evening, this was the scene in downtown Denver, where civic and religious leaders led thousands in a candlelight vigil to remember the young victims. Sam?
Diane, as families grieve for their children, we've been out asking a critical question. What was this strange group called the Trenchcoat Mafia? In the past 24 hours, we've discovered new and sometimes startling information about the suspects, their motives, and the warning signs that everyone seems to have missed. We begin now with Tom Jarrell.
A close look at these recent snapshots only compounds the mystery over the 2 high school seniors who had their day of infamy before they took their own lives. Dylan Klebold, handsome in a formal black tux, attending the spring prom, just like the other kids, without his black trench coat. And Eric Harris, in a relaxed pose snapped by a friend, looking fresh-faced, thin, and as innocent as a choir boy. The faces of young men who today, Sheriff John Stone suggested, may have been part of a larger, more complex day of carnage.
We had a tremendous amount of explosive devices in there, whether two people could carry all that stuff in there. The other scenario could be that maybe some of that stuff was hidden in the schools.
The police found a handgun, semi-automatic rifle, 2 sawed-off shotguns, and a wide assortment of lethal homemade bombs as they searched the school grounds, the boys' cars, and their homes.
We had 3 different types of devices. We had some small devices about 6 to 8 inches. We had pipe bombs that were about a foot long. We had some bombs that were made with a timer device and a cylinder about yay big. There was a propane cylinder, and those things could be very devastating. And then those particular cylinders also had the devices attached to them to spray nails.
As juveniles, the two had a minor brush with the law and performed community service to clear themselves. Among the kids at school today, 2020 found a teenage girl who said her life was threatened by them in a letter years ago. Worried, she asked us not to identify her. And a neighborhood pal who faced their guns and lived, Brooks Brown, told the Denver Post of Harris, he did it because he hated people. He loved killing people. He liked that idea. The story becomes even more perplexing when you see where they came from. If there's a worry-free paradise, it might look something like this. An expensive avenue of well-cared-for homes with blooming spring flowers. But at the cul-de-sac sits a home where there was plenty to be concerned about, as Eric Harris worked in his garage with Dylan Klebold.
He was over all weekend, and every once in a while you just hear some noises coming out of the garage.
What kind of noises?
Just like saws being run or glass breaking.
Sound like they were building things or working on things?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe they're just working on a school project or something.
Right. Their school project appears to have involved homemade explosive devices. When police searched the house after the killings, they found materials that could be used to make bombs and a computer with a well-known website. Kids around the neighborhood can recite it.
It was www.trenchcoats.com.
Not hard to locate, and perhaps revealing. ABC News has obtained this member profile from America Online for an Eric Harris of Littleton, Colorado. AOL removed this hours after the shooting, saying only it's cooperating with the FBI. But a knowledgeable source says the profile appears to be authentic. In it, Harris describes himself as a fan of the computer game Doom, one of the most violent computer games you can buy. The player gets to annihilate a non-stop stream of enemies. Harris also offers this as his personal quote: "Shut up and shoot it. Quit whining. It's just a flesh wound. Kill them all." It's Doom terminology, but raises the question, did virtual reality contribute to the real thing? And what was the real thing? There are still normal, law-abiding kids who knew Harris and Klebold and felt they were just as normal as Mom's apple pie.
The only thing that made them the outcasts was the trench coats, but I mean, if you really got to know the guys, they were pretty nice people.
Columbine High School seniors Dan Holsey, Chad Laughlin, and Tim Castle played games with them, bowled, and socialized with them, snapping these shots at the recent prom. They saw no sign of any concern or danger.
You saw him at the prom and played around with a flash bulb?
Yeah,
What was that about?
He shot the camera into my eyes, and I just did it back. It was just,
dueling flash bulbs.
Yeah, we were just having fun.
Friends say the two liked rebellious shock rocker Marilyn Manson. No surprise, since his outrageous image has attracted millions of young fans. But another set of pals knew that their taste went much further. Their friends say they listen to a kind of music called German metal. This CD from a group called Rammstein. The first line of one of its songs now seems like a chilling prediction. It says, "You in the schoolyard, I ready for killing."
The only way to describe it is that they had two different lives that they lived, and that nobody knew about the other one.
On that day, Tim looked down the barrel of a gun, but Dylan didn't pull the trigger.
One of, I think it was Dylan, popped his head up, went like that with his gun. He had time to shoot, but
You?
yeah, he had.
You saw him, he saw you.
Yeah, I think that he didn't shoot because he knew it was me.
As authorities investigate, they're reluctant to attribute a motive for the mass murder. But author and terrorist expert Dr. Carl Rasky has heard of the evidence and reached a firm opinion.
Well, we have to look at the grenades, the bombs. I mean, these people, these young people were very well organized. They executed what they did. This was a terrorist act. We've got something in this country that this is a warning about. And as I've said, that this situation could happen again and again and again. It's already happened before. It just gets worse each time.
As we said earlier, there are statements tonight from the two families whose sons police say carried out the attack and then killed themselves. And here's what they had to say. Dylan Klebold's parents apologized to the families of the victims, and they said, like the rest of the country, they are struggling to understand why this happened. And from the Harris family, they said they are mourning the death of Eric, their youngest son, but they wanted to express their, quote, heartfelt sympathy to the families of the victims and the community for this senseless tragedy. And they asked for prayers for everyone touched by what they called these horrible events. And now Tom Jarrell is standing by in Littleton. And Tom, I think it's a question on everyone's mind. As you talked to neighbors and friends of the two boys, was there any sense that others were involved, or did they seem to be alone?
Diane, I came prepared to see this as a couple of teenagers that went off the charts and did this terrible thing. But being here today, seeing the location itself and talking to people, there are so many questions that are going to have to be answered. Specifically, the bombs apparently were assembled in the Harris garage by two suspected neo-Nazis working all weekend, making a lot of noise so much a kid next door heard. Where were the parents? What's going on when something like this is happening and a kid next door suspects something is up? Also, all of this equipment they had to assemble and to get ready, the extensive weapons they had. I'm not a conspiracy buff, but I'll tell you the authorities are going to have their hands full explaining this in terms of the overall pattern of what motivated them, how did they do it, and who else might be to blame, certainly.
All right, Tom, our thanks to you and for the report. And we want to ask more about this issue, this question of local law enforcement. Sam?
Yes, Diane. Joining us now from Littleton is the sheriff of Jefferson County, Colorado, John Stone. Sheriff Stone must not have had any sleep at all since this began. Thank you for joining us, Sheriff.
Well, actually, I got an hour and a half last night, so other than that, we're doing 2 days straight.
Well, bring us up to date on the state of the condition inside the school. Have all the bodies been removed? Have all the pipe bombs been defused?
I was down to the command post about 45 minutes ago when we had the bulk of the bodies out at that time. They will all be out tonight. The bomb squad, I think, has the bulk of the school swept as far as the ordnance, so we'll be in on a massive crime scene detail for the next couple days trying to wrap up.
Any more incidents in defusing the bombs? Did any of them go off inside the school?
No, the one last night was a real wake-up for everybody, though.
Sheriff, what about the thing we've been talking to Tom Jarrell about? In your investigation so far, have you found that others were involved?
Well, we don't know what to expect at this time. We have a lot of ordnances in there, a lot of pipe bombs, a lot of other types. We have 3 basic types of explosive devices in there, close to 30 in all. And the subjects had 4 weapons around their bodies when the bodies were located, and trying to bring 3 handguns or 2 shotguns and 1 automatic rifle up, as well as the pistol, and carry those bombs really leads us to suspicion is how that could be accomplished, unless there are some of those bombs that were stored someplace in the lockers of the school. There were bombs thrown at students when they did their initial raid, though, so we've got a lot of pieces of the puzzle.
Well, Sheriff, yesterday I think you took into custody 3 or 4 others. Are they still in custody? Are you still talking to them?
They're not in custody. They are friends of these people, but we will be re-interviewing the numerous students who are involved in this and trying to find some common threads. and to see if there was anybody other than those two subjects seen actually in possession of handguns or of the bombs.
Thank you very much, Sheriff John Stone. We appreciate you joining us. Long day. When we come back, were these boys part of a larger movement? The sheriff's going to investigate. There are angry teenagers turning up in other towns. They are wearing black. They're fascinated with death. They're listening to violent music. They call themselves goths, and police say several extreme followers have attacked and killed before. That story in a moment.
Well, since yesterday, we've heard a lot of speculation about the two suspects and their group, the Trenchcoat Mafia, with police saying the boys may have been part of a dark, underground national phenomenon known as the Gothic movement, and that some of these goths may have killed before. Brian Ross has been investigating.
What they're thinking is totally irrelevant to a normal person's thoughts.
It's what's known as the Gothic movement, violent and black.
Black relates to the dark side. So Gothics usually dress in all black. They a lot of times put white makeup on their face to appear dead.
A growing and to many troubling trend in suburban America.
I wasn't totally surprised that it happened in Colorado finally. All these things are, to me, are warning signals that something's wrong.
And for the last 7 years, Steve Rickard of the Denver Police Department Gang Unit has been trying to spread the word of how the so-called Gothic movement has helped fuel a new kind of teenage gang, white suburban gangs built around a fascination with the grotesque and with death. His most recent appearance was before students at Columbine High School in Littleton.
Just 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Just 3 or 4 weeks ago. And you're speaking about gang violence?
About gangs and gang violence, how to recognize gang activity.
And Rickard, in a telephone hookup between Denver and New York, says school officials later told him among those who may have been in his audience were members of the so-called Trenchcoat Mafia, for whom the black coats are what colors are for the Bloods and the Crips of the big cities.
So, like the colors of the Crips and the Bloods, the black trench coat is that same kind of emblem?
To them, I think that was the common denominator. That showed everybody at that school that these 10 kids belong together. That's their group. And don't bother to try to join us because we're there and we don't want to be accepted by you.
And Rickard says while the extent of the killing yesterday at Columbine caught even him by surprise, it was not the first time members of such groups in the suburban Denver area had turned to violence. 2 years ago, another Columbine student, said to be part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Robert Craig, killed his stepfather and then killed himself. And last year, in another prosperous Denver suburb, Lakewood, 46-year-old Eugene Riddle barely survived an attack by his teenage son, deeply involved in the Gothic movement. Riddle's son David and his girlfriend were convicted on charges of attempted murder. They were proud, self-proclaimed members of the Gothic movement, and, like the students involved in yesterday's shootings, focused on white extremism and hate.
And what was interesting to me about this kid, in his living room, he had about a 6-foot wooden end table that was carved with various signs, like anarchy signs and Nazi swastikas. He had written about killing somebody and plunging the knife in their body and letting the blood run over his hands, and how that made him feel so fulfilled.
Where are those kinds of ideas coming from, do you think?
I think in his case, you can trace it right back to Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson is a man, once called Brian Warner, who combined the names Marilyn Monroe and Charles Manson for his stage name. His violent, controversial music performances have made him a prominent figure among goths, as they are known, a rebellious role model for the 90s.
There's kind of a cult that follows him, and I think that he was looked at him like a god.
For most goths, it's just an act, but apparently not for all.
in the Gothic movement, they have what's called the blood sports, where they're involved in self-mutilation in some cases. A lot of young females particularly slice themselves with razor blades. And don't ask me to explain that because I can't. I mean, I know that they're mixed up kids.
For me, the most important thing is that I express
Immensely popular among disaffected, alienated white teenagers, Marilyn Manson talks of being picked on in school, of shooting BB guns at athletes, of embracing death. Featured on MTV recently, he talked about his own funeral.
In a perfect world, one that everyone would attend, and that there would be a bomb, so that they would all die as well.
Manson, who was appearing tonight in Grand Rapids, Michigan, would not talk with 2020, but he has denied being a racist or a fascist. Outside the concert hall, his fans talked about the Gothic movement and what happened yesterday in Colorado.
I just think that they got sick of people just, like, making fun of them, and I think they had something mentally wrong with them.
And because I listen to Marilyn Manson, it doesn't make me a violent psychopath. It's going to go kill my family.
Now we're going to get blamed for a lot of reasons like this. People are going to start blaming the music. Blaming the music, blaming the clothes.
All Gothic young people are not the same. There's the Gothic scene where kids are just dressing the part, listening to the music. I bet you would be hard-pressed to find any suburban area in the nation who isn't affected somehow by suburban groups like the Gothic movement.
There have been a series of violent episodes around the country linked to teenagers who called themselves Goths. Just last November in Burlington, Wisconsin, police say 5 students with ties to a so-called goth group had planned to storm their high school heavily armed, take the principal hostage, and kill student and faculty targets. 2 of the students involved got scared, and the police became aware of the plot. Ron Jandura is the superintendent of schools in Burlington.
The students had targeted the building principal, the assistant principal, our police liaison officer, the teacher, and each of the 5 participants had a personal list of students that they had also targeted. The sum total was approximately 20 people.
Later in a confession, one of the students involved said the would-be targets were white students who they thought were acting too cool as if they were black.
With traditional gangs, their enemies are pretty well defined. With suburban groups, their enemies are not defined. I think everybody's their enemy. And I think anybody, not just the jocks wearing hats, or not just minority people, anybody who would get in their way, I think they potentially would kill.
As police officials throughout Denver and its suburbs today were consulting with Steve Rickard about what steps to take next, he says it is now clear to him that when he spoke 3 weeks ago at Columbine High School, the shooters were no doubt already planning their attack for April 20th, the birthday of Adolf Hitler.
I think that based on how complex the whole thing was, how it went down, I think it was being planned for many months.
And being planned by more than just 2?
I would think that it'd be hard for me to imagine that no other associate of these 2 suspects would have been aware.
And yet no one seemed to have picked up on the trenchcoat mafia as a real threat, including you, Sergeant.
Well, that's true. I think they're saying, look, this is, here we are. You're never going to forget us now. Now we're something. We're in history now. We've killed so many people that we're going to be never forgotten.
As we said earlier, Marilyn Manson says he's an artist and in no way a racist or a fascist. When we come back, today in Littleton, a town in tears, how will they ever be able to make sense of what happened?
High school terror continues. And now, Sam Donaldson.
The day after a massacre, the sun came up, but nothing was the same in Littleton, Colorado, after 5 hours of terror at the hands of 2 young killers. Today there were tears for the dead, prayers for the survivors, and tales of horror to be shared with each other. Bill Ritter spent the day with the town in mourning.
Today, the profound shock gave way to profound sadness. It was a day for the students and parents of Littleton to assess and talk about the damage inflicted on their lives. It started this morning with a counseling service at a local church, and it continued throughout the day. This afternoon, the parents of one of the fallen students and the only black victim spoke out.
The only thing we can go by is the children that seen him when his demise came about.
I just want to get this straight. No one from the school has contacted you officially?
No.
No one from the police?
No.
No one from the sheriff's office?
No. And I have called every hospital that all the kids was taken to, and Isaiah, he wasn't in the hospitals.
Perhaps in an effort to placate the parents of the slain children, the sheriff finally released an official casualty count.
We have 15 fatalities.
The final death count is staggering. 15 dead, 22 wounded. All but 2 of the dead are teenagers. This kind of violence, often described as either unspeakable or unthinkable, has once again proven to be neither. The sedate suburb of Littleton has become the latest, least likely place for a school shooting. And tonight, its residents have been forced to deal with the deadliest incidents of teen-on-teen violence in American history. It began yesterday morning when 2 students, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, now universally described as social outcasts, made their way across the parking lot towards the school. Inside, from the lunchroom to the classrooms and offices to the school's library, people who may have never met Harris or Klebold were about to have the rest of their lives defined by them.
Hell. What I saw is hell. Never want to see it again.
Wearing masks and black trench coats and armed with shotguns, automatic handguns, and explosives, Harris and Klebold approached the school, pulled the guns from under their jackets, and then opened fire.
How many people did you see get hit by fire? 3 girls.
Meanwhile, Harris and Klebold move inside, sending bullets ricocheting off lockers and walls. They veer left into the cafeteria, where 900 or so students eating lunch try to escape.
The principal came running by, and he's like, get in the gym! He's like, hurry, run like hell into the gym.
The gunshots and pipe bomb explosions should alert students and teachers to the danger, but many are just confused. Finally, as confirmed sightings spread quickly around campus, frantic students begin fleeing the buildings.
One of my fellow classmates ran upstairs and said, there's somebody with a gun, there's somebody with a gun.
But for every student that makes it safely outside, dozens of frightened kids remain trapped inside. 60 students take refuge in a small office next to the choir room. Matt Cornwell and Jacob Cram are among them.
Just really scared. Right when we got in there, we just kept hearing shots, shotguns, and bombs. Just shake.
The kids try to call the police, but all they get is a busy signal. Finally, after dozens of frantic calls, they reach emergency service workers and are told what they don't want to hear.
They said to barricade ourselves in there and be as quiet as we could be and just stay in there until they come and get us.
Just outside the office, Harris and Klebold are still on the move and now heading for the library, leaving a trail of wounded kids and teachers. By now, everyone on the first floor wants out, including those hit by gunfire.
On our way out, I saw one body in the cafeteria, and then I didn't really look at it, and we ran out, and we had to go through all this broken glass to get outside, and they had us run up to get away from the school, and there were 2 bodies laying there just on the ground, and
I couldn't believe they hadn't covered up the bodies.
But upstairs in the library, sophomore Joshua Lapp, one of the school's star baseball players, hears popping sounds and assumes they're harmless.
At first I thought it was just paintball guns or something to that concern. I didn't think it was real. I didn't think it was real weapons, and I didn't think that happened at our school.
Moments later, a teacher bursts through the door and tells everyone to hide. But she's too late. Harris and Klebold are right behind her.
And she ran to the phone behind the library desk, and when they first walked in, that was the first person that the suspects shot at. And there's 2 shots with the shotgun, and that was the last we heard of it.
Joshua recognizes the killers as part of a school clique called the Trenchcoat Mafia, a small group of gun-loving students known for being anti-black, anti-Hispanic, and anti-jock.
Well, we kind of joked around about it, yeah, they could do something like this. We never thought they would do it.
But they did.
After every person they shot, they were hooping and hollering. I mean, they acted like it was a football game or something, you know, and they'd won. Or...
Joshua believes they're looking for someone in particular.
They said, hey, look, there's that little nigger. 3 shots. Then one of them asked, is he dead? The pause. The other one said, yeah, he's dead.
What went through your mind as you heard that?
I knew exactly who that was, and I just couldn't believe it.
They kill 18-year-old Isaiah Scholes, who was just 3 weeks away from becoming one of the few blacks to ever graduate from Columbine High.
We talked to
Michael and Vonda are his parents.
Man, that's pathetic. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. No child, black, white, or orange, yellow, should have to leave this earth like that.
At some point today, you're going to have to identify Isaiah's body. How hard is that going to be?
Oh, that's hard. It's hard. No one wants to, go identify your child.
Nobody. Oh, it's going to be one of the hardest things in my life to ever do. But I have to do it,
Out on the street during the assaults, local police also hear the shots coming from inside the library. The sheriff agonizes about what to do.
We had officers that tried to get in there, and they're driven back by gunfire.
Finally, the SWAT team begins making its way into the school. Slowly, many of the trapped students are liberated, but the process is hampered by the discovery of dozens of explosive devices hidden throughout campus. 3.5 hours after the siege began, the SWAT team arrives at the small office where 60 terrified kids are still hiding.
The SWAT team came and banged on the door, and
You didn't know who it was?
yeah, we didn't know who it was.
You just heard these footsteps coming, right?
Yeah.
As they start taking the kids out, the officers discover what many school boards are just now beginning to understand. You can't tell the innocent kids from the dangerous ones just by looking at them. So, worried that one of the shooters might have slipped in with the other kids, police treat everyone like a possible suspect.
They finally said, all right, come out slowly, put your hands on your head, and just get down low.
Joshua still agonizes over whether there was something he could have done to save his friends.
I wish I could have done something. I hunt, so, I fairly, I can shoot a gun. At that time, after they started shooting people, I wish I had my rifle, because if I did, I could save a lot of lives.
When the SWAT team at last reaches the library, they make the horrifying discovery that 9 kids and 1 teacher have been executed. They also discover the bodies of Harris and Klebold, dead from self-inflicted wounds.
Both suspects are dead, and it appears that they died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds.
Slowly, the family members waiting outside begin to realize the magnitude of what's happened inside. As the injured are brought out and medevaced to area hospitals, parents wait to discover if their child is dead or alive. Inside the school, the police discover more hidden explosives, some of them rigged on the bodies of the 2 suspects. And late last night, another explosive device detonated inside the school. Police say they will now search the school for explosives, one backpack at a time.
And now Bill Ritter joins us live. Bill, what about the Scholes? Did they ever identify Isaiah's body?
Earlier tonight, Diane, authorities finally contacted Isaiah's parents and confirmed to them what they really already knew in their heart, that their 18-year-old son Isaiah had in fact been killed yesterday.
And the others who died, have they all been identified?
We understand that all of the families of the victims have been notified, the ones who died. It's been a tough 24 hours. They knew, like Isaiah's families, in their heart that their children had died, but they had no confirmation from authorities that some of their friends saw them die. Authorities just never got around to calling them.
All right, Bill, our thanks to you, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow, of course. Thanks again, Sam.
And joining us now from Littleton is the superintendent of the Jefferson County School District, Jane Hammond. Ms. Hammond, thank you very much for being with us.
Well, you're welcome.
Now, the school is closed. Where will the students go for the rest of the semester?
Well, we have not been able to get into the building yet. It's a crime scene, and they are collecting evidence. And either late today, I haven't gotten word, or early tomorrow morning, we'll be able to go in and assess the damage and figure out whether we can make those repairs and get the students back in the school.
So it is possible, you think, that perhaps for the rest of the term they could come back to the school?
We really haven't been inside to assess the damage, so it would just be a guess at this point. I've heard that it is heavily damaged, and it's possible that we will not, but I do not know.
Ms. Hammond, what about security? Clearly it was not sufficient for this horror. Have you and the board begun to think about other schools in your district and what you might do in the future?
Well, we're going to be increasing security at all of our schools. This particular school does have security officers. It has a full-time police officer on campus, but it would be very difficult to prepare for this kind of tragedy that has caused this community to grieve.
Ms. Hammond, there were two officers, as we understand it, who traded fire at one point with the suspects, but then left the school. Do some people in the community feel that by leaving the school, this contributed to what happened?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond. We appreciate your coming in tonight. When we come back, could this massacre have been prevented? Were the killers giving off warning signs that their parents and the school failed to pick up?
President do? Probably not himself a great deal. But this is a problem of community. John, when we were growing up, or certainly when I was growing up, teachers and priests and nuns and parents all worked together on problems. You had everybody in the culture backed up what the parents taught and what the pastor taught and what the priest taught. These kids are floating right now. And the idea that nobody took notice that they're building pipe bombs in a basement or putting obscenity and talking and wearing swastikas and celebrating Adolf Hitler. I mean, somebody should have closed in on them, and instead of just letting them drift out in this void until they did what they did. But it is a local problem. It is a problem of parents, of teachers, of priests. The president can exert his authority in that bully pulpit to come down on Hollywood and the cultural polluters, but I think this thing has got to be solved at the local level.
Pat, if you're president, you may one day have to engage in war, as the current president is. And the president is unleashing bombs on Belgrade and on Kosovo, and at the same time saying America's youth has to find some other way than violence to solve their problems. Is the president in a logical, moral bind here, counseling nonviolence to America's youth and practicing violence to America's
community members returning to the area of the deadliest high school massacre in U.S. history? Some brought flowers, others wrapped ribbons around trees, others cried. No one here understands why two outcast teenagers, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, went on a shooting rampage in their own school.
Took off his trench coat, he had grenades, lined clips, he was ready for a battle.
This student narrowly escaped the gunman, but his friends weren't as fortunate.
Turned it on us, and he just did a direct line of bullets right up. And they just bounced across me, hit two of my friends.
Students who knew them say Harris and Klebold, who shot themselves to death in the school library, had threatened to bomb the school in the past and hated athletes and minorities. Still, they say they didn't realize how deadly their beliefs had become.
And that there were some ingredients found in one of the residents for making some types of explosives.
The bomb squad searched the school and surrounding areas for 2 days. They found more than 30 explosive devices hidden in and around Columbine. Some were sent to go off in students' parked cars. Some were placed around the school. And equipment to make more of them was found in the suspects' homes.
The bomb team seems to feel like it's safe for them to be in there working, so apparently they've taken care of that.
Thousands of people descended on downtown Denver for a candlelight memorial to remember the victims. They prayed, cried, and signed a banner to express feelings of regret over what happened within the school walls of Columbine High. Shepherd U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno was scheduled to arrive in Denver tonight. We understand tomorrow morning she is expected to meet privately with some of the school officials, some of the Littleton officials, and possibly some students and parents of Columbine High School. Reporting live in Denver, Alicia Acuna, Fox News. Shepherd.
Alicia,
you. Thanks very much. Back live now in Littleton, Colorado at the school where it all happened, and joined now by Louise Berger, the Reverend Louise Berger from American Baptist Church here, and you've been to a get-together tonight, a memorial of sorts. How are folks doing?
Well, our folks are affected all across this metropolitan area. Even if you didn't have a child in this school, and you have children or grandchildren of your own, you certainly feel the grief that these people here are feeling. And people all across this Rocky Mountain region are inquiring about what they can do to help and how they can be of assistance to these people.
You know, in the wake of tragedy often comes some amazing stories of community binding together and trying to restore each other's health and safety.
Yes.
Are you seeing that already?
Well, I think that in a time of crisis like this, people who are especially in a community of faith bind together and come together in ways that perhaps they don't when life is going well. And one of the symbols that we have begun to wear, and I would invite our community to join us, is the deep purple and white ribbon, and that symbolizes our feeling of sorrow with those who are grieving, but also our feeling of hope for the future, because we serve a God that loves us and has compassion.
I was speaking with a reverend earlier today who said the Lord doesn't make mistakes. You just have to try and figure out where it is he's trying to go. A difficult thing to explain to people on a night like this one, I would guess.
Well, I don't think that God is responsible for what happened. I don't think God ever intended this would happen. But people make choices, and sometimes they make very bad choices.
Yeah, it sounds as if a couple made some awful ones.
And I think that what we need to remember is that God is still a God who cares for us in all of our circumstances, whether it's good times or very difficult ones.
Let's go to the Fox lines now. Mary Ann in Rhode Island, you're on Fox News Channel. Mary Ann, you with us? Mary Ann on the phone in Rhode Island. It sounds like a dial tone to me. Let's go to Tracy now in Oregon. Tracy, you're on Fox News Channel.
I was wondering where the parents are of these two teenager boys.
Well, the parents have, one side has spoken out and expressed their sorrows and saying how sorry they are that this had happened. We've heard repeatedly that the parents had no idea this sort of thing would happen. And no matter how you feel about those families tonight, certainly those sets of parents are grieving as well. And some of the people who come by tonight, Reverend, have said, we know how awful what their children did was, but our thoughts and prayers are with them.
Well, at our prayer vigil tonight, we also prayed for those parents because they must be going through some indescribable kind of grief and hurt at this point, and probably they're the forgotten people in all of this, but they're victims too.
Julie in California, you're on Fox News Channel.
Do you hear me?
I hear you, Julie.
They are not forgotten. I am totally with all of the students and teachers who have died or have been hurt, but I am totally with those two young men, I think, and their parents. I think that it is tragic and sad, the desperation that they felt, and I don't think it has been addressed. It's been ignored that they are hurting. I don't want to say that what they did is right. It's absolutely not right.
Yeah,
but absolutely, there has been pain, and I think we need to address their hurt, their pain. Everybody talks about gun control.
Julie, we'll talk about their hurt and their pain on the other side of a break. In addition, we'll get much more into the background of those two suspects. Reverend, great to have you in. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Our best to you and yours. We'll also be heading to the Fox News desk in just a moment for the latest headlines, and then back late night live in Littleton, Colorado. This is Fox News Channel. Stay tuned.
Important thing to understand is it's not just the failure of the parents, it's a failure in many different areas of our society in general. There's a thing that we call effective parenting strategies, which include monitoring your children, knowing where your children are, and using effective discipline, which means not too much discipline, because children don't seem to respond to that, and not too little discipline, but consistent consequences for behaviors. are the kinds of parenting strategies that seem to work the best at preventing violence and producing a protective factor for our children. In addition, there's a lot of things that schools themselves can do and peer culture in general can do. So I don't want to just target the parents and blame parents in a blanket way when it is an integrated effort to avoid violence of this kind.
All in this one together. Norm, got to hit a break, but real quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead, real quickly.
Well, discipline is teaching in my book. Discipline is not standing over your child, monitoring what they're doing on the internet, which is really kind of unrealistic. You teach them, you set limits for them, you have an understanding that they adhere to those limits, and if you've done the job well and they do adhere to the limits, you shouldn't have to be standing over them every moment while they're on the internet, making sure they're looking at something that they know they shouldn't be looking at.
What do you think? Got any possible solutions? We're off to the phones in a minute, to Kathy in Michigan and Eddie in Illinois, Gail in Florida, Eden in California. Hoping to hear from you as well at 1-888-TEL-FOX. Fox News continuing coverage of this tragedy in Colorado as this special edition of Fox News rolls on in just a moment. Stay tuned.
The day after Littleton, Colorado was violently introduced to the world, reality has begun to set in. One of America's deadliest weapons has arrived in the Balkans. From CNN Center Atlanta, good evening. Lynn Russell with your CNN headline news. In Littleton, Colorado, the bodies of 15 people killed in yesterday's shooting at Columbine High School finally have been removed. Investigators were unable to remove the victims until now because of bombs planted around the school. While experts go over the crime scene, investigators also have been talking with the wounded at Denver area hospitals for more information. Students and their families poured into the Light of the World Church this afternoon for a memorial service and prayer vigil. Outside, people left flowers, cards, and notes around a 12-foot cross. Bomb squads found about 30 explosive devices today, combing inside and outside the school and the suspects' homes. They say in one house they found some common household ingredients that can be used to build the types of bombs used at the school. One bomb was found attached to a suspect's car, set to detonate the gas tank. Investigators also are examining thousands of pieces of evidence collected from the school today, including shell casings, bits of shrapnel, and burned carpet. Many questions remain unanswered in the Colorado high school shooting. But new details are emerging about the two dead gunmen. More on that story from Greg Lamont.
Who are Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold? Both lived in upper-income neighborhoods. Harris on a cul-de-sac with plenty of neighbors.
I guess all-American suburban family. Eric, he's kind of quiet, keeps to himself.
The family's as nice as can be.
This neighbor, who lives next door, overheard a conversation last week between the two boys in Harris's garage. He said police told him it was about glass being used as shrapnel for pipe bombs.
One of them asked the other for a metal baseball bat. Didn't think anything of it, but shortly after I heard the garage door open and I heard constant glass bashing.
Harris seems to have had his own internet website, a site which included instructions on how to make a pipe bomb. America Online, where the site was located, could not confirm whether the site was Harris's, but AOL did say it's cooperating with the FBI. Both boys have had at least one brush with the law. In February of 1998, they were arrested for breaking into a car and ended up going through a county program for nonviolent offenders. But somewhere along the line, it seems, both teenagers turned very violent.
When we look at these situations over the past several months, we see males, not female offenders. We see them operating generally in pairs. We see children that are angry. They are not talking about their anger. They're acting out their anger.
A friend said they mentioned wanting to pull a high school prank on Hitler's birthday. But just like everyone else, it seems no one could have possibly imagined the carnage it seems these two boys had in their minds. Greg Lamont, CNN, Littleton, Colorado.
24 people were wounded. 16 of them remain in the hospital with gunshot and bomb-related injuries. 7 are in critical condition. One girl who had 9 shrapnel and bullet wounds is in stable condition. A doctor who treated the wounded at the school yesterday says it was the worst scene he's ever witnessed. President Clinton is considering a trip to Littleton, Colorado to try to console the community. Both the president and the vice president have canceled appearances at political fundraisers as a gesture of respect. Mr. Clinton says Americans are struggling to understand the tragedy.
We also have to take this moment once again to hammer home to all the children of America that violence is wrong. And parents should take this moment to ask what else they can do to shield our children from violent images and experiences that warp young perceptions and obscure the consequences of violence. To show our children, by the power of our own example, how to resolve conflicts peacefully.
President Clinton has asked Education Secretary Richard Riley and Attorney General Janet Reno to develop an early warning guide to prevent school violence. Reno says she may ask for more counselors to work at public schools. She says teachers and parents need resources to help them nip problems in the bud.
There is no single answer that will solve the problem of yesterday, but it will be getting guns out of the hands of young people who do not know how to use them and cannot lawfully use them, giving them something positive to do in the afternoons and evenings, talking with them, listening to them very, very carefully.
Reno is scheduled to visit Columbine High School tomorrow. A reaction to the school shooting today in the Colorado legislature, 2 state representatives withdrew their respective gun bills. One proposal was designed to override local gun control laws. The other made getting a concealed weapon easier. Because the bills won't come up for debate this session, they are effectively dead. Another bill that limits lawsuits against gun makers will be vetoed by the government.
And lying among the innocent victims, the 2 teenage assassins wearing ammunition belts and bulletproof vests. Each one had reportedly shot himself in the head. Hi everybody, I'm Geraldo Rivera, back from Kosovo and Albania, only to watch our own homegrown horror. Investigators today discovered nearly 30 explosive devices in various locations on the bodies of these teen gunmen in their cars, possibly in their homes, as well as strewn throughout the school and its parking lot. Meanwhile, we're finding out much more about what went down at midday yesterday in Littleton, Colorado. The emerging details, I promise you, chilling in the extreme. According to surviving students, the killers, this Dylan Keibold and Eric Harris, hurled insults at blacks, Jews, Hispanics, and athletes during the bloody rampage. All jocks stand up, one of them yelled. We're going to kill every one of you. The other looked at a black teenager in the face, declared, I hate niggers, then fired 3 shots into the kid's face. A young girl begged for her life. A bullet ended her heart-rending pleas. One gunman looked under a library desk and shouted, peekaboo, before he blasted his classmates. One can only imagine the chaos, the confusion, fire alarms, strobe lights going off amidst the shrieks of panicked youngsters. A terrified eyewitness says that this deadly duo, quote, thought it was funny. They were like, who's next? Who's ready to die? And every time they'd shoot someone, they'd holler like it was exciting. Another survivor agrees, quote, they were laughing after they shot. Incredibly, one student who describes himself as a former friend of these killers today revealed that one of them spared his life just moments before the murders.
I walked over and I was like joking with him like, you weren't in third hour, man. We had a test today. And he said, I don't think that matters now. And I was like, what? I was like, thought he was like acting weird again. And he said, Brooks, I like you. Get out of here. Go home. And I was like, what the hell? But I know not to screw with him because he's really not the nicest person in the world. And so I started walking down Pierce and I started hearing gunshots go off. I thought like someone was doing construction at first, but then I started hearing explosions. I was like, gee.
You know, I hear that, Janine Ferris-Perot, crime-busting DA from Westchester, and I believe that there were kids who knew something. Maybe that kid only knew in the minutes before it happened. Even there I didn't hear a call, the alarm call. Even there I didn't hear the red flag go up. Even there I didn't hear a 911. Even there I didn't call, hey, principal, you better know something's about to happen here. I just think that there's more to the story.
I don't think there's any question that there is, and we hear from so many of the students that there were no early warning signs, and yet today I heard one of the students say, gee, they finally did it. He said that was his reaction after he heard about it, but just moments before he said no, there were never any signs. So I think that what we need to do is try to piece this thing together, and I think we'll find a lot of early warning signs.
And Jack Levin, professor, when you hear who the pathology, who the kids are, who their backgrounds, and you say, hey, I heard this story before.
Well, you know, we heard this story a number of times, and Geraldo, you know I've studied the mass killings over the past 20 years. But typically, we were talking about middle-aged guys in their 30s, 40s, 50s, not kids. The motivation, revenge, to get even, to go on a suicidal rampage, and then before you kill yourself, make sure that you've killed everyone responsible for your personal problems so that you, the people you think have made you miserable. That's something that we've always associated with adults. Now, teenagers, an 11-year-old boy in one case feels that he was jilted by his girlfriend and gets even with her by killing her. And in this case, we've got organized outcasts. We've got a whole group of people who feel that they've been teased and harassed. These are marginalized and alienated young people to the point where life is not worth living.
The first time I met him, he always made me laugh. Everybody that knew Isaiah, he was really, he'd always tell us stories, and he was just a fun kid to be around, and I wish I could give him a hug today so bad. I saw him, I said, "Hey, Isaiah," and he came under the table and he said, "What's up?" And he sat between me and Matt, and that's when two tall kids with trench coats on, they came into the library, and they were shooting off their guns at people, and they came in and they were harassing students before they shot them.
They were saying racial slurs to Isaiah.
Yeah, they said, get any effing jock. They said get anybody with a white hat on, because that's a lot of jocks wear white hats, and they
baseball caps.
Right, I was wearing a white hat, and I threw it under my shirts. And Isaiah did kind of look. He was a buff little kid, and he looked like a jock. He was well built, and they walked by and they saw Isaiah, and one of them said to the other one, they said there's a N-word over here, and the other kid came over and saw him, and Isaiah tried to back up. Isaiah didn't say anything, and they shot Isaiah, and then they shot my friend Matt also.
And then you played dead, Craig.
Yeah, I just ended up laying on the floor. I was praying to God to give me courage and to keep protection over us, and he told me to get out of there. God told me to get out of there, and I got up, and everybody was in shock. And I told everybody, let's get out of here, let's run out of here. And they all got up, and some girl asked me to help her. Her arm was, she had a chunk of her shoulder was blown off by a shotgun. And some kind of rifle, some bigger weapon, and I helped her get out. She was bleeding all over the place, and her bone was showing, and I helped her get out. And the kids were so nervous, they ran into a room, and the exit was right in front of us. They were so shocked, they just all ran into a room, and then they realized to run out the exit, and that's when we ran out to through the exit and to the cops.
Craig, hold on a second. We're just going to tell our local stations we're not going to take a break, so we hope they'll stay with us. Then what happened?
Everybody was really shocked. I was talking to the cop, telling them what the suspects looked like and where they were at in the school. And after I told the cops that, I led some people in prayer, and I asked asked them if they had any brothers or sisters in the school, and they said yeah. And I said, I'm going to pray for your brother or sister. We helped people get in the cop cars and the ambulances, and me and 3 other people were the last ones to leave with the cop. And all these people that I was praying for, 30 minutes later, their brothers and sisters were their brothers and sisters were showing up.
But not your sister.
I said, see, I told you prayer worked. I told you your sister was going to come out of this. I said, and they thanked me, and they kept praying for my sister, and I kept praying for my sister and other people in that school. And something told me that something wasn't right with Rachel before we heard anything about her. I knew something wasn't right.
And when did you find out about your sister?
I found out the next morning. It was confirmed that she was dead. I kind of accepted it beforehand that she was. My sister was a real person. She was real to people, and she had no enemies at the school. She
was 17.
She was 17, and she had just done a school play. It was a student-run play, and she was in forensics team, and she was into photography, and she had a job also. She really had a lot of ambition, and I loved her a lot.
How are your parents doing, Craig?
They're grieving over her, and but we're gonna get through this, and it's a life-changing experience for me, and I really put trust God's hands over this, and I believe He's gonna be there for us.
Some of your sister's friends I know have turned her car into a memorial, bringing flowers and teddy bears, and like Isaiah, she was extremely well-liked, wasn't she?
Yeah, she like I said, she didn't have any enemies. She was set apart from her school in a way. I thought she was more grown up. Everybody liked her. I never heard anybody say anything bad about her or Isaiah.
What do you know about these kids, these 2 boys who committed these incredibly brutal acts? And were they laughing as they were killing? And
yeah, they were. There was something in them. They were kind of gothic, and wore black to school every day, and just tried to be as different and as different from the rest of the kids as they could. They were really full of hate. They had something in them that wasn't right.
Mr. Scholes, for you, the last 24 hours plus, I know, have been unbearable for you and your family.
It's been really agonizing.
Waiting to
see, waiting to see what was going on. situation now, man, I'm really hurting inside because, you know, I want to be in denial, but I know he wouldn't want this. He wouldn't want me to be this. He wants me to tell him what happened, you know what I'm saying? He wants me to speak out because I know his heart. My son, he was a very, very outgoing person, and, you know, he had no enemies. If you hated my son, you had a problem because he had no enemies, you know what I'm saying? He could get along with anyone because I train all of my children that way. All of my children. We are a very tight-knitted family, you know. I love my children more than life itself, and I hope the parents out there can feel where I'm coming from because, you know, our kids is our future. That's all we have. And for, you know, we need to watch and take care of that. You know, we need to watch and take care of our children. And for those parents that's not watching their children, that's not spending time with the family, that is our demise. You understand what I'm saying? That's our demise. And we, us as a human, need to stop it. We need to stop it. You know, man.
How is your wife doing? And you have 2 other children?
Yes, they're very distraught. They wasn't able to be here, and I didn't want them to be here the way things is going right now.
You have 2 other daughters, is that right?
A son and a daughter.
And they're both students at Columbine?
Yes, they both got away. They both got away. You know, they all was hunted. You know, they was looking for them, but they couldn't find them, you know.
Are you all going to get counseling, both of you?
Well, I'm a Christian man, so I'm going to get through this.
All right. Michael
because
Scholes.
Everything happens for a reason.
Well, I hope your faith sustains you. Michael Scholes, Craig Scott. I don't know how to thank you all for coming to share these terrible feelings with us. I know how difficult it was. Thank you both so much. Godspeed. We'll be right back.
It's important on this day that we continue to offer the people of Colorado, people of Littleton, the families involved, the sure knowledge that all of America cares for them and is praying for them.
Welcome back to the program. I'm Tavis Smiley. This is BET Tonight. You saw there President Clinton talking about the massacre at Columbine High School yesterday in Littleton, Colorado, right outside of Denver. Tonight, the nation continues to mourn the shooting deaths of 12 Colorado high school students and 1 teacher, apparently at the hands of 2 students out of revenge. All of us are asking tonight why it has come to this, kids killing kids in rural and in urban America, although watching the news most nights, you would think it was only in urban America. Joining us tonight to continue this discussion about violence in schools in Washington, our friend, spiritual counselor and advisor, author, best-selling author, New York Times best-selling author, Iyanla Van Zandt, Dr. Hope Hill, Howard University psychologist and child expert on violence, in Littleton, Colorado, Denver Mayor Wellington Webb, and Denver-based talk show host Ken Hamlin. Ken, I want to get back to some of the issues you raised a little bit later, but let me go to the mayor first. Mayor, nice to see you. How are you?
Tab, it's good to see you.
Nice to have you on, man. Speaking of quoting Ken, let me quote you now. I saw you quoted at the memorial service held in Denver last night. You said that there were, quote, no magic answers. At least you didn't have any magic answers. But with all due respect, Mayor, we've got to find some answers somewhere. And there are a lot of folk who think and suggest that the reason why we are so surprised when this happens in rural areas is because we become too desensitized to the fact that it happens every day in urban America. You subscribe to that, or you think I'm crazy?
I don't subscribe to that at all.
All right.
I believe that most people in America are concerned with when violence takes place and kids' lives are lost, whether it's rural, suburban, or urban. I think that one of the concerns I have is that we're all trying to find this big magic formula that can be boxed up that says this is how we're going to prevent these kinds of problems. I have my solutions are very simple. I think one of the problems we have is we have access to too many guns. There's a proliferation of guns that kids take advantage of, that other people take advantage of. And we have organizations like the National Rifle Association. We have conservative folks talking about everybody ought to bear a gun. And when good people, And then the other argument is that only bad people commit crime. Well, the problem is that when good people get angry and have access to guns, then they take a gun and then they kill other people. And then you end up with massacres like in Springfield, Oregon, or Paducah, Kentucky, or Jonesboro, Arkansas, or Littleton, Colorado, and then people are shocked. I think that then people start looking for answers, and obviously, as Ken mentioned earlier, people run to synagogues and churches because there's a feeling and a need for camaraderie and people coming and clinging together. But at the same time, we have to take direct action among the proliferation of guns in this country, that everybody thinks it's all right and everybody ought to have one.
Let me jump in here because I want to go to Dr. Hill here, because I must tell you, Mayor, I respect you immensely, and I can't recall off the top of my head any time you've been on this program a few times. I can't recall that we've ever disagreed on anything, but I totally and respectfully disagree with you, sir, about the fact that we have not become desensitized to violence in urban America. I think we have. That's my point of view, and that doesn't matter. What I do want to do, though, is ask Dr. Hill where you come down on this issue. Do you, in fact, think that with regard to children, part of the problem is that we adults have become so desensitized to violence in urban America that we go crazy when it happens in some rural place, and every time it happens, the mayor mentioned Pearl, Mississippi, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Paducah, Kentucky. The one thing as we never thought blah, 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 blah. Are we too desensitized to violence in urban America in the first place?
I think that we are really too desensitized to violence in America, period. Urban America and rural America. I think that first, as everyone else has indicated, our thoughts and prayers are with the families and the students tonight. And our sympathy goes out to all of the families and young people in the school. But this horrible incident gives us another opportunity to revisit the fact that we still have not yet forcefully enough made our stance very clear on violence in America. Our young people are being socialized to a culture of violence. How can they help but not be desensitized when it comes at them from the time they wake up in the morning until the time they go to sleep at night?
Ken, there's that liberal argument that I know you love to hear. What do you think of that?
You know, the bottom line, gentlemen, ladies, respectfully, America, we've got 20,000 gun laws on the books. I resent very much being associated with some rural or urban dirtbag because I feel that NYPD, D.C. Metro, Denver Police cannot, no matter where their hearts are, protect each and every one of us, and it is an inherent right. We have an obligation to protect hearth and home. Now, we can talk about the NRA, and this isn't about the NRA. This is about the fact that, whether we agree with it or not, when one or two black women in this country spoke out against the violent oratory in black rap music, Black America did not join them. We talked about our First Amendment right and the right to say it. No one spoke up when Warner Communications started marketing the worst elements of the black culture to mainstream America. Well, they've got it now, Tavis. Right. They've got it. And by the way, Littleton is not rural. It's a fairly urban area.
Okay. Iyanla wants to jump. Ken, 1 second. Iyanla wants to jump in. I got to go to a break. When we come back, I want to hear from Iyanla. But I also want to ask Ken Hamlin whether or not he thinks that Abner Louima and Diallo were dirt bags. Right. We'll talk about that when we come back. First, right quick, Lamar, can I do this right quick? I did that poll. We'll do it when we come back. For those who've been waiting for their next poll, we'll do it when we come back. Let's take a break. More to come. Stay with us.
Indication of the world that these kids had serious problems. 281-1670, star 123 on your cellular one phone. Thought I'd give you this opportunity to just vent a little bit. Vent and give me your visceral reaction. Medicine.
A community in shock struggles to make sense of the senseless.
People who've been through something like this really need to talk about it.
What something like this does is it turns your worldview upside down.
What are we supposed to tell our children?
Our schools are supposed to be a safe place. And their worst nightmare came true yesterday.
And what can we tell ourselves? Tonight, Littleton, Colorado, the day after.
From ABC News, this is Nightline. Reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were only 18 and 17 years old, but they were ruthless and efficient killers. It is a measure of how much thought they must have given their assault on Columbine High School yesterday that it was late today before authorities finally felt confident enough to remove the victims' bodies from where they lay. Harris and Klebold had shot themselves in the head, and it was first believed that they booby-trapped their own bodies. They were found lying on bombs, but these had no triggering mechanisms. They had brought incendiary devices, pipe bombs, and bombs attached to timing mechanisms to the school. One of those homemade time bombs blew up late yesterday, more than 10 hours after the shooting had stopped. That one took no additional victims. Still, it put police on notice, and they were painstakingly careful about searching the school building, working around the bodies of the students where they lay. 16 people remain hospitalized tonight. 11 of those are still in serious or critical conditions. So on that level, at least, it's not quite as bad as we first thought yesterday. Initial reports had 25 dead, almost as many injured. There were 15 dead and 16 injured. Now we begin assessing the other casualties, the families left behind, the anguished friends, the other students, now that the adrenaline has stopped pumping. Nightline correspondent John Donvan has been in Littleton, Colorado since last night.
We all know by now, because we've seen it before, that there is a pattern to these things, and it always reads like the same sad, sorry script. This was day 2. Day 2 means some order has been restored. It means the media has settled in, and television has begun to wrap the grief of ordinary people in some extraordinarily slick packages. On day 2, the flowers are piling up. The prayer vigils have begun. And local people who might never have known they had it in them search for something to say and find words that are actually beautiful.
The perpetrators were kids also. They are also our children. Perhaps they had injured souls. They were torn in some way where their hearts were longing for something.
Kids are still ready to face the cameras.
Joy, I never seen a bigger smile on my mom's face in my life than when I got home.
And the attention from outsiders still, for some, may soften the pain.
And even though my son's still has a bullet in him, and he's in the hospital and he's in critical, I still feel fortunate. And some people weren't as fortunate.
At this point tonight, we are days away from all of the funerals, months away from the monument that undoubtedly will be erected at or near the high school, and probably years away from the healing that this week everyone will be talking about.
The first stage is going to be kind of a sense of shock and denial. And then it's going to be a roller coaster effect. You'll be in shock and denial one minute, and then angry on the next minute, and then tears and sadness and depression. And you're going to have difficulty sleeping possibly, difficulty eating, difficulty even making sense of life.
Courtney Pullen is one of several counselors who have volunteered to help talk this community through the next several days and weeks. This was at a local theater in the lobby where the counselors were congregating. We were asked not to tape any of the counseling sessions in the main hall, which was easy because no one showed up while we were there. The food was untouched. Some kids we spoke with today said they don't need that sort of help.
Have you been to a counselor?
I mean, how do you explain to somebody to make them comfort for the loss of friends? I mean, there's nothing you really can say. There's nothing that can return the loss or the void.
That is a predictable sentiment, say the counselors, and it is likely to change. Derek Hartman is a victim's advocate.
I know there are kids right now who really don't want to talk about it, and they probably don't want to talk about it tomorrow. We're expecting next week we're going to be doing a lot more work. That's when a little bit of the reality is set in. The adrenaline has left your body. You're trying to adjust to what's occurred, and that's when we all need to be really available.
Hartman was there yesterday at the elementary school where parents waited to see if their kids would come alive off the buses. So was Joe McCormick, who did speak with some of the kids who were at the shooting itself and were already worrying that they should have been braver.
So that's going to be a concern for them, that they maybe didn't do the right thing when they were in there?
They're already stating that, maybe we should have tried to stop the gunman. And these are children. They shouldn't have to face this terror to begin with.
Does a kid necessarily have to have been there and seen it to be suffering from this?
Not at all. I think the reverberation will go out to the tens of thousands of people in the Denver community.
In fact, today we were allowed to listen in on a counseling session for workers at the U.S. West Phone Company office miles from the school. A room full of adults who did not have kids at Littleton, but who still seemed dazed, wounded, and worried.
They need to talk about it and process it because they're trying to understand it. But on coping skills for stress, you want to do all the things that are healthy.
I would imagine that it's not just the kids who are overwhelmed by this, but the parents who the kids are looking to for guidance. And what are the parents supposed to say or do?
Absolutely. I think I would contend that parents are going to be almost as traumatized by this. I mean, I know my reaction as a parent when I heard about this from my clients yesterday was I wanted to run home and grab my elementary kids' schools and keep them safe and protected.
Everybody knows that talking is supposed to be good.
Yes.
Derek Hartman says it is not going to be enough.
What should the parents of these kids be doing and saying to them?
Parents should be making sure that their kid feels safe, and that is determined by the kid. It might mean that the curtains are drawn or shut for weeks to come. The TV is always on. The radio is always on. Maybe the kids want to have the locks changed. Those things are real important to address right now.
They're very small things.
Very small things, but they're incredibly important.
And the harsh reality, says victim Randy Saucedo, is that in a way, you don't ever really put it all behind you. He knows that because at the age of 14, he saw his mother murdered, and he himself was shot in a domestic crime.
There are those families that I have dealt with personally in my own jurisdiction that I've actually had to tell them when they've asked me, Randy, will this ever heal? And I tell them sometimes it never will. Sometimes you have to, just, have the demons inside of you.
Do you still have the demons inside you?
Yes, I mean, there are those nights, yes, that I do wake up still in the middle of the night, and yes, there are those times that I, see this person walking towards me, firing at me and firing at my family.
Tonight, Littleton continues to follow the script.
As we teach them how to dance.
Tonight, the candles came out. And tonight, the relatives of one of the suspected shooters issued a statement of overwhelming sorrow. And tonight, the hymn they chose was Amazing Grace. Except it is not a script. What's happening here is not a movie. No matter how many times America chooses to replay these scenes, they are real. All too real, each and every time. I'm John Donvan for Nightline in Littleton, Colorado.
When we come back, an 18-year-old eyewitness who was part of that scene, his mother, who is a clinical psychologist, and a researcher who studies children and violence.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by First Union.
From our bureau in Denver, Adam Dressel is a senior at Columbine High School. He witnessed yesterday's events. He is with his mother, Susan, a clinical psychologist who has a private practice near Littleton, Colorado. James Garbarino is a professor of human development at Cornell University and the author of Lost Boys, Why Our Sons Turn Violent and How We Can Save Them. He joins us from Ithaca in New York. Adam, I'd like to begin with you, and I'd like to turn your attention back to something that was just in John Donovan's report. One of the young people, one of your classmates, saying, in effect, I really don't need to talk to any counselors. I don't want to talk to any counselors. I don't see any particular point in talking to a counselor right now. Can you relate to that?
Yeah, I haven't really... I haven't noticed any of my friends, most of them I know are okay, and I haven't really felt all the effects of what's going on. I still just can't believe it.
How close to it were you? Were you an eyewitness or an ear witness? Or
I could definitely hear it. I was in my physics classroom at the time, which is right next to the main hallway, and all of a sudden we heard a bunch of people screaming and running down the hall. Shortly after, we heard a loud explosion or gunshot and started trying to get out at that point, and later on we heard another one, and they were probably some of the pipe bombs or something like that.
Was there anyone among either the victims or among the two shooters whom you knew or knew particularly well?
I haven't heard of who the victims were yet. The shooters, I knew of them. I never really talked to them all that much. I had friends who were their friends, but that was about the closest I got to them.
Susan Dressel, in a sense, I think your son is probably quite typical in his reaction at the moment, and it is a little bit like the reaction that we heard in John Donovan's piece, of young men in particular. I don't know whether young women are different in that regard, saying, I'll be all right, I'll be just fine. Are they right?
I think for young men it's a little more difficult to admit that it's important to talk and share feelings, but I also noticed that my son did a lot of talking to his friends in the last couple of days. We've talked. He's talked with his dad and his brother. I don't think to me, that's all therapeutic. There's a lot of work going on and healing with young people sharing the stories of what happened to each other and showing a lot of support and caring for each other.
Maybe I'm being a little too formal in talking about healing and therapy. On the one hand, it's perfectly natural that people who have been through a traumatic experience would want to talk about it, especially with one another, if it's been a shared experience. I'm talking about a level of therapy and healing that may be a little more formal than that. Do you think that is going to be necessary? Or is it only necessary for those who request it?
Well, it's hard to make someone go to therapy that doesn't want to. I think what we're going to find is that after the days pass by, that I think at that point, the children, the students who witnessed the more grisly experiences, saw people shot, those are experiences that will haunt them for years. My experience with little children is very much the same thing. They flash back, they associate sounds and visions with what happened in the past, and it's not something that goes away easily.
Dr. Garbarino, you and I first met on a plane flying into Kuwait just after Desert Storm, and it's when Kuwait was first liberated after the war, and you were going in to deal with young children who had suffered great traumatic stress. You've done that in a number of places, I know. How similar is a wartime situation like that to a single event like the one that we just witnessed in Littleton, Colorado yesterday?
Well, there's some superficial similarities, of course, because there's the horror, there's the blood, there's the carnage. But, war typically takes place with a sense of meaningfulness. There's an enemy, there's your ally, eyes, and that helps people make sense of it in the long run. The problem for many people here is finding the sense in it. And in fact, I think that's a good place to start, because remember, the boys who commit these kind of outrages don't think they're doing something bad. They think of themselves as doing something good. They're righteous in their anger and their violence.
How do you know that? I mean, how do you know what they thought? How do you know what they felt? How do you know they didn't think they were doing something bad and did it quite deliberately?
Well, you know, from talking with quite a few boys in prison for committing murders, for committing acts of really extreme and horrific violence, at the time, like most people who commit violence, whether they're soldiers or terrorists or murderous kids, they think they're dealing revenge to those who've hurt them. They think that they're providing some kind of payback to people who've humiliated them. So I think that's an important place to start if we're going to really deal with this in the future. Almost everybody who commits a severe act of violence thinks they're doing it for a legitimate reason.
Folks, we've got to take a short break. When we come back, I'd like to get into short-term consequences, long-term consequences, and how you deal with each. We'll be back with more.
Number of recent school shootings. An astonishing pattern of behavior, of missed warning signs, begins to emerge.
This is the day that the Lord has made.
They were towns most of the country had never heard of. God-fearing places like Pearl, Mississippi, Paducah, Kentucky. Tranquil places like Jonesboro, Arkansas. Safe places like Springfield, Oregon. But in each of these towns, in a blinding second, all of that changed. Now, the names of these towns have become hauntingly familiar. And yesterday, Littleton, Colorado was added to the macabre list.
I just keep thinking that this does not happen at our school, and that I'm going to wake up and this is going to be over. Because, God, not at Columbine, you know? It happens in some other school somewhere else. It doesn't happen here.
In all of these cases, people asked why. It seemed there was a senseless, gruesome pattern. All the shootings happened in schools. The shooters were all adolescent boys with a whole cache of weapons. And yet, questions remained. Was there something deeper, something that could have predicted the violence?
We want to believe that these events are unpredictable because then we have no duty to have predicted it.
Gavin DeBecker consults with the CIA and Supreme Court as one of America's leading experts on predicting violent behavior.
There are commonalities to these cases. 100% are Caucasian, 100% made a threat first, 100% felt rejected or outside the group, 100% talked about weapons and had access to weapons.
Most, if not all, of these kids showed signs that they were in trouble.
Psychiatrist Dr. Howard Spivak has studied adolescent violence for 15 years.
Poor peer relationships, isolation, withdrawal, loners, often the victims of bullying.
Warning signs clear in retrospect. In Pearl, Mississippi, prosecutors say Luke Woodham, a lonely misfit, and Grant Boyette, a brash outsider, had planned a takeover of this high school for over a year.
Japan are looking at the Colorado high school shooting as a wake-up call. Marina Kamimura reports.
The shooting in Colorado dominated morning newscasts as the Japanese closely followed the horrific story unfolding in a little-known town more than an ocean away.
We came into the cafeteria and you can hear it.
Despite the distance, shock felt by their counterparts in Littleton was shared by students in Tokyo. It was shocking, says this one. They're about the same age as us. It scared me. Others quickly labeled the killings a U.S. phenomenon, a point hammered home to many Japanese 6.5 years ago, when a 16-year-old Japanese student on an exchange program was tragically gunned down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Children in the U.S. grow up in an environment where they can become familiar with guns, says this woman. This couldn't happen in Japan, and I hope it will never happen here. But while Japan is relatively gun-free, it is not immune to youth violence. In the last 3 years, the number of crimes committed by people under the age of 18 have skyrocketed. Authorities are still trying to come up with measures to deal with a wave of violent crimes, including the shocking decapitation of a young boy by a 15-year-old, and more recently, a string of school stabbings. Some say they are extreme examples of what's wrong with Japan's rigorous educational system.
Japanese children have very little free time and are forced to compete in harsh academic evaluations. We think that's why stress is building up in children.
Kosaka says perhaps the only reason the same thing hasn't happened here are strict gun control laws.
So while the Colorado shootings are generally being greeted with an only-in-America type response, the Japanese are increasingly finding that youth violence is becoming their problem as well. Marina Kamimura, CNN, Tokyo.
Coming up in 2 minutes, the latest on the shooting at a Littleton, Colorado high school. First, people in that town gather in prayer as they struggle to cope with Tuesday's tragic incident. I'm Denise Dillon. This is CNN Headline News.
It happened in a matter of moments. A quiet school day transformed into a nightmare.
They started blowing up and shooting everyone in the cafeteria, and then you could hear them laughing and running upstairs, and they were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or playing a sport.
CBN News looks at the tragedy that turned a Littleton, Colorado school into a war zone and has left a city reeling with shock and grief. Then, what happens now to the students and families whose lives are forever changed? We talk to an expert. Don't miss CBN News coverage on the massacre in Littleton. What do you do when the man you love turns violent?
I would lay down in the floor and I would cry, and I would curl up in a little ball, and I would just start praying, and I would ask God, why are you letting this happen to me?
Look inside the secret world of domestic violence when Angela tells her story, taking you from information to understanding. This is the 700 Club.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the 700 Club. Coming up, terror and tragedy gripped a Colorado community yesterday as two masked gunmen went on a deadly shooting spree through Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. We'll have full coverage plus insight from an expert in child psychology to help us seek answers to the biggest question: why did it happen?
School shootings are not the only danger facing our children. Drug abuse also threatens hundreds of thousands of young lives. And later we'll explore the resurgent wave of teen substance abuse called huffing and how you can read the warning signs in your child's life before it's too late.
It's an eye-opening report no parent should miss. Plus, we'll share some remarkable stories of changed lives and restored hope that will help lift your hearts. There's so much ahead on today's program, but first, here's Lee Webb with our top news.
It is the largest school massacre in U.S. history. Police are still sifting through the remains of Tuesday's shooting spree in a Colorado high school. The two gunmen are dead, reportedly by their own hands. But for the community of Littleton, the ordeal is far from over.
I saw one of my friends, good friends, his face blown off. Another freshman or some young kid shot in the back.
And we saw a guy in a white T-shirt throw some bombs or something on the top of the school.
It's been called Anytown, USA, because these days it could happen anywhere. But when two disgruntled students opened fire at Columbine High School Tuesday, Littleton, Colorado made national headlines as one of America's biggest crime scenes.
9 parties, 5 students. There were probably about 300 to 500.
The shootings began just before noon in what became a day-long siege. Hundreds of students were held hostage while bullets flew and pipe bombs exploded inside the school. Wearing ski masks and black trench coats, the gunmen appeared to target minority students as well as the school's athletes. Their terrified classmates say they were out for revenge.
Everyone around me got shot, and I begged him for 10 minutes not to shoot me. He just put the gun in my face and started bleeding everywhere and started laughing, saying that it was all because people were mean to him last year.
23 people were injured, including a girl who miraculously survived 9 shrapnel wounds or shots to the chest. Police are now placing the death toll around 16. Among the dead are the 2 gunmen, identified by classmates as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. The 2 apparently shot themselves in what's now being called a suicide mission. Part of an unpopular group known locally as the Trenchcoat Mafia, the gunmen were described as gothic freaks who were obsessed with mutilation and death. Students say 2 of the group's heroes were shock rocker Marilyn Manson and Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler. Police believe the swastika-wearing group may have staged the shooting to mark Hitler's birthday, which was Tuesday. Little by little, the victims were freed by SWAT teams, survivors of a modern-day Holocaust launched by their own peers.
Tonight, we are not without hope.
As night fell, local churches drew hundreds of grieving students who weren't even sure which of their classmates they were mourning. Despite the lack of answers, Colorado's governor hopes the tragedy will draw the community closer to each other and closer to God.
I think a lot of families are going to go home tonight and hug their kids a little tighter and hopefully say a few prayers.
Now, the carnage in Colorado is only the most recent in what is becoming a long list of school shootings. In May of 1998, 2 students were killed, 20 injured at a high school in Springfield, Oregon. In March 1998, 4 students and a teacher were shot to death at a school in Jonesboro, Arkansas. December 1997, 3 students are killed, 5 wounded at a high school at West Paducah, Kentucky. October 1997, 9 students shot, 2 fatally, at a high school in Pearl, Mississippi. Pat, we mentioned in our report that it's obvious that these gunmen were going into this school to single out individuals, athletes, minorities, and one of the students who was in the library reportedly says that one of the gunmen went up to a young girl, asked her if she believed in God. She was confused, befuddled. Finally, she said, "Yes, I do," and they shot her.
These killings are just an example of what's been happening in our nation, ladies and gentlemen. We had an expert with us 2 or 3 years ago in one of our telethons who forecast this very thing happening. There would be ever-increasing violence among the young in this nation. And we're going to talk more about it. But joining us now to dig deeper into the mindset of school predators is Dr. William Hathaway. He's the Associate Professor of Psychology at Regent University. And Professor, tell us, it seems like these outcasts are fascinated with the dark and the occult. Tell us what, in your opinion, is going on.
I think there are many factors that influence this trend, but certainly the occult, the term occult means hidden knowledge, and I think for some individuals what this represents is an alternative way to find identity, to find power, to find something that they don't feel they're getting in the mainstream culture. And I would guess that would be the case in this incident. But
one of them said they were mean to me last year, and I understand there was a prom, a school prom, a few days before this shooting. Is anger a part of this, or why are they so angry?
Well, certainly anger is at least present to some level. There is a anger in the sense of a disregard for other people's well-being, a willingness to violate the rights at this very, very fundamental level. And I think the anger is also self-directed to some extent. It seems clear, although we'll see as the details unfold, that they had not intended to leave the school when they went in to start this rampage. So this was both a attempted homicide and a suicide plan that they carried out. And so this deep level of anger can come from frustrated needs. It can come from feelings of other people doing things harmful to them, possibly to their self-esteem. Lots of levels at which this could be arise.
There's a certain thing about parental love, parental discipline. Does that play a role in these bizarre activities or not?
There are some individuals who may come from families that would be very difficult to separate from any of ours. But I think the increase overall, the trend, often represents a kind of difficulty with parental monitoring, and that may not be the level of monitoring that is different from what we've had in the past, but with children having access to the internet, unlimited access in many cases, they're exposed to things that are way beyond the pale of anything that we would have had growing up. And so I think there needs to be a much more active kind of parental monitoring and control. I would look there first in this case, but again, we'll see as the details unfold.
Adolf Hitler's birthday. Hitler was an absolute monster, and yet young people are going after Hitler. How do you account for that?
Well, if we look at what Hitler did, so he came from being a somewhat disaffiliated, fringe sort of character to this prominent dictator who has so influenced history. And in a culture now of road rage and often incivility, we sometimes give the message to young people that power is what makes you significant. And certainly that is one thing Hitler did demonstrate, at least for a period of time, the ability to master power, power over even people's lives. And so I think for individuals that feel that need for significance and try to fulfill it in this way, he can be a character that they could look to.
Horrible prospect. Well, Dr. Hathaway, thank you very much. Associate Professor of Psychology at Regent University. But ladies and gentlemen, you also have to take into effect they were aficionados of a group called Marilyn Manson, our singer, and some of the terrible lyrics that they listen to in their homes, some of the violence that is on the internet, and some of the violence and sexuality that is portrayed on an ongoing basis in television, that coupled with the fact that there are many latchkey kids that don't have appropriate supervision, discipline, or love in our society, it's a potent cocktail for this kind of thing to happen over and over again. Well, of course, there's one other major